Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 225 to Chapter 279. When Ling Yun and Xianxia saw that Du Gumo had chased after them again, both of their faces flashed with a hint of annoyance. As for Zhang Ling, she had no idea who was chasing after them and was slightly at a loss. Ling Yun thought to himself, seeing that you're the hero who saved the damsel in distress, I can't be bothered to deal with you. Do you really think you're something? Ling Yun admitted that his current strength was definitely no match for Du Gumo, but he also believed that if he went all out, Du Gumo would definitely not be able to take advantage of him. Xianxia's face was as cold as ice, and she was the first to speak. What else do you want? Du Gumo had a very big weakness, and that was that he could never be as ruthless as Ling Yun towards girls, especially towards beautiful girls. Furthermore, Xianxia was just an ordinary person, so it was even more impossible for him to lay his hands on her. Cough cough. Du Gumo coughed awkwardly, then scratched his head. Beauty, I'm not looking for you, I'm looking for Ling Yun. After saying that, he raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun. Looking for Ling Yun or me is the same, just tell me what you want. Xianxia's delicate body stood straight, and her beautiful eyes shone with determination as she lightly took a step forward. It was this one sentence, this one step, that made Ling Yun completely approve of Xianxia. Xianxia knew Du Gumo's strength, and she could roughly guess his background and origin. Even so, Xianxia still did not look back and walked forward bravely. The aura emitted from that step seemed to be telling Du Gumo that if he dared to touch Ling Yun, he would have to do it over his dead body. However, how could Ling Yun allow Xianxia to be his spear? When facing Tu Gang and the rest of the small fries, he didn't allow Xianxia to fight. When facing the powerful Du Gumo, he still wouldn't allow Xianxia to stand in front of him. That was not his style. In a flash, he appeared in front of Xianxia and Zhang Ling, concentrating his energy. He carefully guarded against Du Gumo's sudden attack. His eyes were incomparably calm as he said unhurriedly, "Speak, what else do you want?" Actually, Ling Yun's precaution was unnecessary. Du Gumo was born into an ancient martial arts family and was a direct descendant of a martial arts family. He had his own pride. Unless he was weaker than his opponent, he would never resort to such a despicable method. Du Gumo couldn't help but look at Xianxia in a new light after seeing her heroic performance. He respected her and didn't have any ill intentions towards her. Du Gumo was not a bad person. Hee, kid, you clearly know that you are no match for me, yet you still dare to stand in front of me. Your mental state is not bad. Du Gumo stood straight like a javelin. This time, he didn't release his sword aura to oppress Ling Yun. Instead, he looked at Ling Yun playfully. Cut the crap. If you have something to say, spit it out. I still have to send them home. Ling Yun wasn't courteous towards Du Gumo. F***ck, he really couldn't beat Du Gumo in a fight. Otherwise, he would have beaten Du Gumo to a pulp. Ling Yun looked at Du Gumo's lazy and sharp expression and was extremely displeased. He thought to himself, wait till I create the fire talisman and blow this pretentious guy to death. Du Gumo was stunned again. He thought to himself, how can this guy be so arrogant? I am at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm level 8 and am only one step away from Hotian Realm level 9. I am speaking to you so politely, yet you still dare to scold me? Ling Yun, right? I advise you not to be so arrogant. You must understand that there is always someone better than you out there. With your current insignificant cultivation, you can't even pose a threat to me. Du Gumo was still talking nonsense to Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun couldn't even be bothered to listen to him. He waved his hand and interrupted Du Gumo. He frowned and said, it's not up to you to reason with me. Just tell me what you want to do. Du Gumo saw that Ling Yun wasn't budging at all. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. His handsome face turned cold and his tone turned cold. Ling Yun, I think you are a little too arrogant. Do you really want me to beat you up first before we can sit down and have a good chat? Ling Yun laughed. He glanced at Du Gumo from head to toe before saying indifferently, can you give it a try? Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. She shouted at Du Gumo, do you dare to touch Ling Yun? Zhang Ling could also see that Du Gumo was here to find trouble. She took a big step forward and stood beside Ling Yun. She glared at Du Gumo without fear. Du Gumo saw that Ling Yun had someone to help him but he didn't. Furthermore, he couldn't touch either of these two beauties. Thus, he could only scratch his head and said, "Ling Yun, if you really have the guts, let's arrange a time and place to have a fight?" After saying that, he was afraid that Ling Yun wouldn't accept it. He hurriedly added, "Don't worry, I won't go too far. I definitely won't hurt you, let alone kill you." From Du Gumo's point of view, his first impression of Ling Yun was that he bullied women and acted arrogantly. Just because he knew some martial arts, he was able to strut around in the secular world. Of course, Du Gumo had to teach him a lesson so that Ling Yun would restrain himself and pay attention to his words and actions. Otherwise, if he provoked a powerful existence like Du Gumo, he wouldn't even know how he died. Without waiting for Ling Yun to speak, Xianxia suddenly opened her mouth and said disdainfully, "Hey, isn't it just because you have a higher cultivation level? Who doesn't know how to bully others? You have the cheek to say something like that. Aren't you ashamed of your own family?" Xianxia only had eyes and heart for Ling Yun. Of course, she didn't want to see Ling Yun at a disadvantage. Her thoughts were clear and she directly retorted. Zhang Ling wasn't as knowledgeable as Xianxia. When she heard Du Gumo say that he wouldn't hurt or kill Ling Yun, her face couldn't help but change. She thought to herself, what kind of person is he? Why does he want to fight and kill the moment he opens his mouth? However, even though she was scared to the point where her face was pale and her delicate body was trembling slightly, she didn't take a step back. Instead, she bravely stood by Ling Yun's side. Ling Yun noticed Zhang Ling's fear. He lightly patted Zhang Ling's shoulder and gave her a reassuring look. Then, he coldly snorted and said to Du Gumo, "In the end, you just want to fight, right? Alright, I'll be very busy these few days. 3 days later, at this time, I'll fight with you. You can choose the location." As soon as Du Gumo finished speaking, he saw Zhang Ling's expression and knew that he had said something wrong. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. It was so troublesome to even speak in the secular world. Seeing that Ling Yun had agreed to his challenge, he didn't have any other requests. He lightly nodded his head and smiled, "The location shall be at Dragon Mountain's Tiger Cliff. How about that?" "Alright, I promise you." Ling Yun laughed coldly as he hugged Xianxia and Zhang Ling's shoulders and walked towards the side of the road. Du Gumo looked at Ling Yun's back and remembered Xianxia's sarcasm. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Beauty, don't worry. I'll suppress my realm to the same level as him and fight with him." Hearing Du Gumo's incomparably arrogant words, Ling Yun couldn't help but feel annoyed. "Why didn't you say something like that earlier? If you had said it earlier, I would have fought with you tonight. Why would I have to wait for 3 days?" Ling Yun let go of Zhang Ling's left hand. With his back facing Du Gumo, he raised his middle finger and fiercely stabbed it into the sky. Without even turning his head, he swaggered off, "Same level? Don't you know that when I was in the cultivation world, I was known to be invincible within the same level? Just wait for your death." When they reached the side of the road, Zhang Ling raised her hand and flagged down a taxi. She took the initiative to sit in the front passenger seat and waited for Ling Yun and Xianxia to get in the car. She gave the driver an address and let him drive. Hearing Zhang Ling's address, Ling Yun was overjoyed. What a coincidence, Zhang Ling's house was actually in the district near the city hall. It was not even 500 meters away from the clinic that he was about to open. Because Zhang Ling was sitting in the car, Xianxia intentionally maintained a slight distance from Ling Yun. She did not cling on to Ling Yun's body. In the car, the three of them did not speak. The atmosphere was slightly tense and depressing. Xianxia was a meticulous person. She and Zhang Ling were good friends who talked about everything. When she heard Ling Yun say that Zhang Ling was also at SOS Disco Bar, she immediately understood Zhang Ling's feelings. Thinking back, she had been wholeheartedly chasing after Ling Yun for the past few days. She had indeed distanced herself from this bestie who had been unreservedly giving her advice. Back then, she had half-jokingly told Zhang Ling that she could boldly chase after Ling Yun. Those words were still ringing in her ears. But today, she suddenly had a date with Ling Yun. How could Zhang Ling's mood be good? Zhang Ling was very serious about entering university. Huaxia Media University had always been Zhang Ling's goal. In order to get into Huaxia Media University, she had worked very hard, hoping to get in on her first try. Ever since the Spring Festival, Zhang Ling had given up almost all of her spare time. Now, because Zhang Ling knew that she was going to date with Ling Yun, she actually dragged Miao Xiao Miao here. It was clear that she was deeply in love with Ling Yun. Xianxia turned her head and looked at Ling Yun, who seemed to be very simple-minded. In her heart, she was wondering if she should tell him that Zhang Ling liked Ling Yun. That way, at least she would feel less guilty towards Zhang Ling. Ling Yun did not speak because of Dugumo's challenge. Ever since he came to this world, Ling Yun could be said to have everything he wanted. His cultivation speed was lightning fast, he lost weight successfully, and he earned a large sum of money very quickly. He didn't encounter any major setbacks at all. This made his empty heart feel slightly more fulfilled. However, this time, it would be different. This was because Dugumo's strength was really too strong. Based on Xianxia's physique tempering stage level 3, even if he used all of his skills and used all of his wealth, he would only be able to scare Dugumo away. He would not be able to cause any harm to him. Of course, this was if Dugumo did not suppress his realm and went all out. If Dugumo really suppressed his realm to fight Ling Yun, he would definitely not be Ling Yun's opponent. This was without a doubt. However, the problem was, who could guarantee that Dugumo would still abide by the promise and let Xianxia torture him after being beaten up by him? Ling Yun did not know if Dugumo would, but he definitely would not. Suppressing his realm to fight someone else? That was something that only someone who had been kicked in the head by a donkey would do. If that was the case, then it would be over for him to stop cultivating. What was the point of pursuing strength? Of course, Ling Yun was using himself to measure others. He saw morality and integrity as more worthless than dirt. He only did things based on his heart and did not have any rules. He strived to not be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he naturally did not believe that Dugumo would have such a good character. Dugumo is only 18 or 19 years old, but he already has such strength. How strong must his elders be? How strong must the strongest person in his family be? Thinking about this, Ling Yun's expression became even more serious. He suddenly had a boundless desire to cultivate. Earth was indeed not as simple as he thought. I'm too weak. I need to speed up my cultivation. Ling Yun's eyes flashed with an unprecedented determination. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. There were a total of 16 main roads that ran through Xingshui City from east to west. Shuifu Road, Qingxi Road, and the northernmost Linjiang Road were one of them. There were 14 main roads that ran through Xingshui City from north to south, and Gufeng Road was one of them. Qingxi Road could be said to be the most prosperous main road in Xingshui City. It connected the Qingxi District Government, Xingshui City Government, pedestrian streets, and the bustling business district in the city center. It extended all the way to Qingshui Wharf. Even the Jiangnam provincial government was located on the south side of Qingxi Road. It was less than 4 kilometers away. Gufeng Road was the main road from north to south of Qingshui City. It extended all the way to the west of Qingshui Lake, passing through the entire antique market in Qingshui City. Ling Yun's clinic was located at the intersection of Qingxi Road and Gufeng Road. It was located at the northeast corner of the intersection. Every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, otherwise, a 2-story shop that was only about 200 square meters would not have been able to sell for a high price of 12 million yuan. In the southeast direction of the intersection, there was a high-class district called Qingxi Tsuiyuan International Garden. To the south of this district was Qingshui City's most famous Qingxi Villa district. Further south would naturally be Qingshui Lake. Zhang Ling's house was in Qingxi Tsuiyuan. This district was less than 300 meters away from Ling Yun's clinic. In the car, Ling Yun, Xianxia, and Zhang Ling each had their own thoughts on their minds. Unknowingly, the taxi stopped at the entrance of Qingxi Tsuiyuan International Garden. We're here. The taxi driver's words broke the silence in the car. Zhang Ling replied with an "oh" and got out of the car. Xianxia lightly bumped Ling Yun's shoulder with her fragrant shoulder. She then shouted to Zhang Ling, who was about to wave goodbye to them, "Zhang Ling, it's so dark. Let Ling Yun send you off." Ling Yun looked at Xianxia in surprise. He had no choice but to follow her out of the car. Zhang Ling's delicate body trembled slightly. Her slightly red and swollen eyes flashed with an indescribable joy. However, she quickly hesitated and said, Xianxian, it's all right. Xianxia winked at Zhang Ling and gave her a bright smile. She then said to Ling Yun, I'll wait for you in the car. She watched as Zhang Ling and Ling Yun entered the district one after another. After they turned a corner and disappeared, Xianxia let out a sigh of relief and leaned against the back seat of the car. Her expression was extremely complicated. Is that handsome guy your boyfriend? The taxi driver didn't turn around and asked with interest. I guess so. Xianxia replied casually. Then why did you ask him to send other girls home? Aren't you being too generous? The taxi driver's eyes widened as he turned his head and asked in surprise. Xianxia's lips curled into a smile that was hard to tell if she was sad or happy. She said lightly, to be his girlfriend, I think, you must first learn to be magnanimous. Zhang Ling, thank you for helping me so much. This is all I can do for you. Xianxia said in her heart. In the dead of night, a winding path led to a secluded place. Ling Yun quickly caught up with Zhang Ling's footsteps and walked side by side with her. For some reason, Zhang Ling, who was usually sharp-tongued and quick-witted, suddenly became silent and did not speak. Ling Yun spoke. As he walked, his mouth suddenly curled into a charming smile. He said lightly, Pretty lady, I think, you should have at least 3 things to say to me, right? Zhang Ling lowered her head and her petite body trembled slightly as she slowed down her footsteps. Ling Yun, you must be careful of that Du Gumo. How could he just casually agree to fight with someone? Zhang Ling's eyes did not dare to look at Ling Yun. Her face was flushed as she lowered her head and said softly. Ling Yun laughed and nodded at Zhang Ling. He then said lightly, not this sentence. Zhang Ling's petite body trembled again as her breathing quickened. She thought for a while and said, during the Qingming festival holiday, you must study hard. Don't just play around and waste your studying time. Oh, Ling Yun nodded his head again. However, he still smiled at Zhang Ling and said, not this sentence either. Just as Ling Yun asked calmly but urgently, Zhang Ling's face became redder and redder. Her breathing became heavier and heavier as her brain buzzed and her body trembled uncontrollably. Xianxian is sincere towards you. You must treat her better. I will bless the both of you from the bottom of my heart. Ling Yun stopped in his tracks and stopped moving forward. He turned around and blocked Zhang Ling's path. He looked straight into her eyes that seemed to be frightened and gently teased, and not this sentence either. Zhang Ling could not move forward anymore. If she did, she would plunge into Ling Yun's embrace. She could only lower her head and say shyly with a red face, Ling Yun, you seem to have lost weight again. Ling Yun raised his hand and wanted to stroke Zhang Ling's neat short hair. However, he put his hand down in the end and turned around to continue walking. He did not ask anything else. When Ling Yun raised his hand, Zhang Ling could only feel electricity coursing through her body. She almost lost her balance. She was waiting for Ling Yun's hand to land on her so that she could throw herself into his embrace. However, that hand did not land on her. At that moment, Zhang Ling felt as if she had gone through thousands of reincarnations. If anyone were to tell Zhang Ling that Ling Yun was an out-and-out blockhead, Zhang Ling would definitely scold him to death. He is not a blockhead. He knows everything. He understands everything better than anyone else. At that moment, Zhang Ling did not know if she should feel blessed or regret her lack of courage or self-confidence. Seeing that Ling Yun was getting further and further away, Zhang Ling could only take a deep breath and chase after him again. The two of them fell into silence once again. But this time, the atmosphere became more and more intense. It was as if a volcano had formed around the two of them, with turbulent undercurrents that could erupt at any time. After walking past another building, Zhang Ling's house was already in sight. Ling Yun still had no intention of speaking. He was silent and leisurely, calm and composed. It was as if the person who pushed the ambiguous atmosphere to its peak with just a few words was not him at all. Ling Yun, I'm not as pretty as Xianxian. Zhang Ling finally could not take it anymore. She mustered up her courage and said it softly. After saying this, Zhang Ling suddenly felt much better. Ling Yun finally turned around and stopped walking. His body was tall and straight. The corner of his mouth was curled up into a mesmerizing smile. His left cheek had a deep dimple and his eyes were glowing as he looked directly at Zhang Ling. This time, Zhang Ling did not avoid it. Her delicate body trembled slightly as she tried hard to organize her words. She said everything that she wanted to say in one go. My family's conditions are like heaven and earth compared to Xianxian's. You know, Xianxian's family is. Lingyan smiled and stopped her from continuing. That's right, I know. My face is not as pretty as Xianxian's, my family is not as good as Xianxian's, my studies are not as good as hers, my figure is not as good as hers, I am not as good as her in everything. Also, you are now Xianxian's boyfriend. She even trusted you to send me home. I can't let her down. Actually, Zhang Ling wanted to say it. She even wanted to shout to the bright stars, to the solid earth, to the flowing water in the district, to the quiet flowers and plants. She wanted to tell Lingyan loudly, I like you. However, she could not say it, at least not now. You won't let anyone down. Lingyan smiled faintly. At the same time, his tall and straight body took a step forward. This step was very big. From afar, under the dim yellow light, the two of them seemed to be touching each other's bodies. Zhang Ling instinctively wanted to take a step back. However, the intoxicating fresh scent coming from Lingyan's body and the smell of masculinity had firmly attracted her mind. She could not even lift her legs. Zhang Ling's breathing quickened again. Her face was completely red. You are not inferior to anyone. You are you and she is she. Do you understand? Lingyan's voice was gentle but very clear. Every word was sonorous and powerful, knocking on Zhang Ling's eardrums. At this moment, Zhang Ling could hear that it was even more shocking than the sound in the SOS. Zhang Ling's body trembled violently. She resisted the urge to jump into Lingyan's arms. Her eyes were filled with hot tears. She was so happy that she wanted to cry. Lingyan gently hugged Zhang Ling's fragrant shoulder. He felt that it was smooth and smooth. It was very different from Xianxian's delicate collarbones. He laughed lightly and teased, your breasts are so high and you still dare to say that your figure is not good? Zhang Ling could not refute him. She felt so happy that she was about to faint. She could not even say a word. Zhang Ling allowed Lingyan to hug her and walk forward. She could not even bear to say a word to this bold boy who was the best at acting dumb. She only felt dizzy and swollen. It turned out that being held in the arms of the boy she loved really felt safe, sweet, and wonderful. Zhang Ling only hoped that this road would never end. She could let Lingyan hug her like this. However, happiness was always short-lived. My house is in this unit, 17th floor, 1701, Zhang Ling stopped in her tracks helplessly. She pointed at the tightly shut door and said to Lingyan. Lingyan laughed, why, you want me to go up and sit? Zhang Ling's face was red. She lowered her head and said, tonight. I can't. However, tomorrow is the Qingming festival. My parents are going back to their hometown to visit their graves. I'll be home alone. Lingyan did not know how to reply to this. Lingyan's right hand that was holding Zhang Ling's shoulder slowly moved downwards. Shoulder, arm, soft waist. Finally, he reached his destination. He gently squeezed it. The elasticity was amazing. Zhang Ling immediately fell to the ground, or rather, burrowing into his arms. You're so naughty. Zhang Ling finally opened her mouth. However, she quickly said with a trembling voice, but, I like it. Lingyan smiled and wrapped his arm around Zhang Ling's waist, hugging her tightly in his arms. He lowered his head and gently said to Zhang Ling, who had her eyes slightly closed, be a good girl and wait for me at home tomorrow after you've washed up. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Not now. It's too fast. Zhang Ling was so scared that she cried out shyly. Her eyes were wide open as she screamed. Zhang Ling's clothes had always been more revealing than Xianxian's. Coupled with her petite figure, her breasts were unusually large. She was very attractive to men. Lingyan's eyes darted to Zhang Ling's breasts. He sniffed and smiled. You're sweating so much. If you don't wash up, aren't you afraid that you'll go bad tomorrow? Ah? At first, Zhang Ling thought that Lingyan was going to do that thing with her the next day. Although she was shocked, she couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. However, after listening to Lingyan's explanation, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. She glared at Ling Yan shyly and pouted, "Are you trying to scare me on purpose?" Ling Yan knew that Zhang Ling was thinking too much. He chuckled and released his hands. "Alright, it's getting late. Go upstairs, I still have to send Chao Shanshan off." Thinking of Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling suddenly felt that she had been with Ling Yan for too long. Even though she was reluctant to part with Ling Yan, she hurriedly said, "Hurry up and go. Be careful. Don't tell anyone about us." Ling Yan waved his hand to stop her from speaking, and said sternly, "You haven't thought through what I told you before. You are you, and she is she. There's no need to hide our relationship from anyone." After that, he smiled and asked Zhang Ling, "Did Chao Shanshan and I hide anything from you?" "I'm leaving." Zhang Ling was speechless. Ling Yan patted the stunned Zhang Ling lightly and said, "I'm leaving." Ling Yan gave Zhang Ling a bright smile and appeared 10 meters away in a flash. Zhang Ling had witnessed Ling Yan's terrifying speed when he threw Tai Xiaohu on the field. Therefore, she was not shocked. Instead, she was filled with admiration for Ling Yan's elegant and graceful figure. "Will you come and find me tomorrow?" Zhang Ling hurriedly asked the most important question to her. "Of course." Ling Yan moved again and disappeared around the corner of the building. Only his clear voice could be heard from afar. Ling Yan wanted to come to his clinic to take a look tomorrow. Going to Zhang Ling's house was just a matter of convenience. Zhang Ling stared blankly at the spot where Ling Yan had disappeared. His voice and smile were still in front of her, and she did not want to enter the stairwell for a long time. At this moment, she was extremely happy. He is a man that can make any girl fall in love with him and entrust her life to him. Unfortunately, he won't belong to me. Zhang Ling mumbled to herself. At least at this moment, she was very satisfied. Arriving at the entrance of Cui Yuan district, Ling Yan got into a taxi and wrapped his arm around Chao Shanshan's waist. "Go to the crossroad just now." After the taxi left, Ling Yan pointed to the shop at the northeast corner of the intersection and smiled. "What do you think of this place?" Ling Yan asked. Just as Ling Yan had expected, Chao Shanshan was smart enough not to ask a single question about what had happened between them. She was just a little confused about being brought here by Ling Yan. "It's great, what's wrong?" Chao Shanshan asked blankly after looking at the door for a while. She couldn't figure out what was going on. Ling Yan tightened his right arm around Chao Shanshan's waist and said calmly, "This shop is mine now. This is the place where my dream begins." Chao Shanshan's breath caught in her throat. It was not because Ling Yan said that this shop belonged to him, she had already guessed it. She was excited because Ling Yan said that this was the place where his dream began. "You must have spent a lot of money to buy this shop, right? What are you planning to do with it?" Chao Shanshan raised her head gently and glanced at Ling Yan. Ling Yan laughed and said, "It's more than 200 square meters and has 2 floors. The asking price is $12 million. However, I didn't spend a single cent. The original owner gave it to me." "Ah?" No matter how smart Chao Shanshan was, she would never have thought of this. She thought to herself, "Oh my god, this is not $1,200, it's $12 million. Ling Yan smiled and explained, "The owner didn't lack money. I saved his life." Phew. Chao Shanshan let out a long breath and stuck out her tongue, no wonder. Looking at Chao Shanshan's adorable face, Ling Yan lightly scratched the bridge of her nose and said, "I want to open a clinic here to treat patients and save people." What was the most shocking thing about Ling Yan? It was not because of the peerless martial arts that he had displayed, but because of the other 2 points. One was the speed at which he lost weight, and the other was his amazing medical skills. Ling Yan was only 18 years old. Where did he learn his acupuncture skills from? Chao Shanshan would never believe that he learned it from miracle Dr. Shui. Ling Yan had single-handedly defeated more than 30 people from the Green Dragon Gang and tossed Tai Xiaohu around on the field. Even though Chao Shanshan was shocked, she was still able to come up with an explanation in her heart. She could roughly guess that Ling Yan was a practitioner of ancient martial arts. However, Ling Yan had pulled Li Qingchuan back from the brink of death with just a lift of his hand. Furthermore, he had cured all of his ailments and his life was no longer in danger. This was something that Chao Shanshan could not figure out no matter how hard she racked her brain. Opening a clinic. Ling Yun, how did you do it? How can your medical skills be so amazing? Xianxia had only seen Ling Yun perform acupuncture on Li Qingchuan once. That was enough to shock her to the extreme. If she saw Ling Yun save miracle Dr. Shui, Morong Wenshi, Lin Menghan, and Wang Hongyuan, she could not imagine how shocked she would be. This was Ling Yun's biggest secret. Of course, he could not tell Xianxia. He could only make up a story. I've loved medical skills since I was young. I especially liked to study the Yellow Emperor's internal canon. In the Yellow Emperor's internal canon, I discovered a set of acupuncture skills. I called it the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. Other than shock, Xianxia was also filled with admiration and love. She nodded her head seriously and said, "The Yellow Emperor's internal canon is so profound. No wonder. Ling Yun, you're amazing." As she spoke, Xianxia had already taken the initiative to burrow into Ling Yun's arms. She raised her head and asked, "Your 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, what kind of illness can it cure?" Ling Yun laughed arrogantly. "Do you even need to ask? As long as the person is not dead, of course it can cure any illness." Xianxia was stunned. Can cure any illness? Doesn't this mean Ling Yun is even more amazing than China's #1 miracle doctor, Sai Bianc? Really? Xianxia asked in a daze. Ling Yun smiled and nodded his head. Can rheumatism be cured? Once the needle hits the target, the disease will be cured. Can cancer be cured? That's too easy. Cataracts? Mental illness? Cerebral hemorrhage? Uremia? Congenital cerebral palsy? Vegetable? Xianxia listed more than 10 kinds of difficult diseases in one breath. Ling Yun nodded his head without hesitation. She was completely dumbfounded. Finally, Xianxia said shyly, that AIDS. Or those venereal diseases. Can you cure them? Ling Yun laughed and said, "Of course I can cure venereal diseases. That is my specialty. As for AIDS, I have never encountered it before. We'll see when I do." Hearing Ling Yun say that treating venereal diseases was his specialty, Xianxia pouted shyly. Her face was bright red and she did not dare to raise her head. She was extremely shocked. She thought to herself, what kind of monster is Ling Yun? Is he a divine doctor who specializes in treating the Jade Emperor? As long as the person is not dead, he can cure any illness. What money can't he earn in the future? Not only that, I can also use the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot to improve your body's beauty, whitening, hair growth, breast enlargement, slimming and so on. If one day you feel that your breasts are too small, I can help you for free. Ling Yun laughed. Just as Xianxia was feeling shy and shocked, Ling Yun continued, "Not only that, I can also use the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot to improve your body's beauty." Go to hell, my breasts are not small. If you don't believe me, you can touch them. Xianxia's ears were twitching. She looked around to make sure there was no one around and deliberately teased Ling Yun. Ling Yun was too well behaved that night. This made Xianxia feel as if she had lost something in her heart. She felt wronged. How could this be? Such a romantic night, such a great opportunity, and he didn't even give her a kiss. No one would be willing to do that. Looking at Xianxia's sad eyes, Ling Yun finally felt a little moved. Even though it was late at night, Ling Yun remembered Xianxia's words. There were cameras at every intersection in Xingshui City. Therefore, he directly carried Xianxia and left the intersection at a speed faster than a normal person. He ran towards the direction of the Qingxi Villa district. 3 minutes later, Ling Yun carried Xianxia far away from the main street. When they reached a remote area, he started using the 1,000 miles godly steps. His figure flashed and in less than 2 minutes, he arrived at the Qingxi Villa district. "Where is your house?" Ling Yun asked Xianxia, who was curled up in his arms like a cat. "I don't want to go home now. I want to go to the villa you bought to take a look," Xianxia said softly. "Isn't it too late?" "Silly, the timing is just right." Xianxia looked at Ling Yun coquettishly and exhaled. "I'll listen to you." Ling Yun chuckled. Carrying the intoxicated Xianxia, he sped towards Villa No. 1 like a shooting star. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. The reason why Xianxia said such bold and provocative words was not because she was impulsive or on the spur of the moment. She had already made up her mind to give her body, her first time, to Ling Yun. Children from large clans, especially those from the 7 large clans in the capital, were taught from a young age. What they saw, heard, and thought were worlds apart from the children of ordinary families, therefore, their life goals, outlook on life, values and the way they handled things were all very strong and distinct from the style of the aristocrats. This kind of understanding and style permeated every aspect of their lives. They were always different from the children of ordinary families and even had the opposite way of thinking. Many people thought that a girl like Xianxia could indulge in her emotions and do whatever she wanted. This kind of thinking was laughable and even childish. Children from big families, especially girls, were very knowledgeable and knew their future very well. They clearly knew what their next step was, what they should do and what path they should take. Take Xianxia as an example. She was already 18 years old and an adult. What was her next step? Was it to enter a university? Absolutely not. What she really needed to think about now was how to get herself married. Who to marry and how to get married in a glamorous and dignified way. Therefore, indulging in her emotions and being arrogant and lustful were definitely not desirable for the daughters of big families like them. It was like avoiding a god of plague. This was because they had to consider their future husband's family and their position in the eyes of their future husband. If they were no longer a virgin before they got married, then their status in their husband's family would be greatly affected, and they wouldn't be respected by their husbands at all. Marriages between big families were very particular about matching the family's social status. It was also because of some kind of political or business game. The so-called alliance of the strong was to gain the most benefits for the development of the family. As for the emotional factor, it was something that the big families did not consider at all. For the sake of the family's status and benefits, it was common for families to sacrifice their children's marriage and happiness. In such an environment, if a girl like Xianxia lost her chastity before she got married, and her husband found out that she was no longer a virgin, she would lose her status in both her family and her husband's family in a single night. Not only would she lose her respect, she would also lose the value that she was supposed to have. It was because of these considerations that Xianxia had been hesitant about her relationship with Ling Yun. She weighed the pros and cons and thought back and forth, causing her to lose the upper hand. However, Xianxia was a person with strong goals. When she weighed the pros and cons, she naturally had to consider all aspects of herself. However, once she had made up her mind, she was the kind of person who would not give up until she reached her goal. Last Saturday evening, Xianxia's 2 beautiful legs were tightly pressed against Ling Yun's body. Ling Yun hugged her waist and grabbed her ankles as he wantonly teased her. Even though she was angry and embarrassed, she started to fall for Ling Yun and could not stop herself. On Sunday, Xianxia directly took a plane back to Beijing and returned to her family to test the attitude of the elders in her family. She did not mention Ling Yun's name, only saying that she had fallen in love with a boy who had broken through the limits of his body. But when her parents and uncles heard this, the first thing they asked was Ling Yun's identity. The answer that Xianxia received was obvious and not out of her expectations. Almost everyone in her family said that she should not think too much. After the college entrance examinations were over in 2 months, when she returned to Beijing, her family would choose a suitable marriage for her. In the eyes of a large family like the Chao family, there were simply too many people who had broken through the limits of their bodies. They were simply nothing to be proud of. Even if Xianxia was doted on by her family, she could not go against the wishes of all the elders in her family alone. Therefore, she had no choice but to return home. That was why she had displayed such an ambiguous attitude towards the various rumors in school. At that time, in Xianxia's eyes, Ling Yun was just a person who had broken through the limits of his body and had the potential to achieve something in the future. For Xianxia to specially make a trip back to her family for him, this was already very precious to her. Moreover, at that time, Ling Yun's attitude towards Xianxia could be said to be extremely bad. She did not know whether Ling Yun liked her or not. Xianxia wanted to wait and see. She wanted to understand her heart. She wanted to know if her feelings for Ling Yun were love or if it was just some vague feelings of a young girl. Because of this delay, Xianxia suddenly realized that there were so many beauties who were no weaker than Ling Yun in every aspect. Some of them were even stronger than Ling Yun. At the same time, Ling Yun began his personal, heaven-defying performance. Right under Xianxia's eyes, he saved Li Qingchuan, fought the green dragon alone, threw Tai Xiaohu away, kidnapped the beautiful police officer, judged the waterspout, and quickly slimmed down. He was so handsome that it was intoxicating. This kind of Ling Yun could no longer be explained by just breaking through the limits of his body. Even the outstanding hedonistic sons of the big families in Beijing would not be able to be more flirtatious than Ling Yun. If Xianxia did not capture a man like this, then she would be a disgrace as the descendant of a prestigious family. Ling Yun did not say anything to Xianxia, nor did he do anything to her. However, he only used a day. On Monday, he made Xianxia regret it so much that her intestines turned green. All of Xianxia's reservations, all of her pride, all of her hesitation were crushed by Ling Yun. All that was left was worship, love, and a crazy heart to chase after him. Xianxia was smart and rational. She loved, but she loved rationally. She loved with clarity. Once she made a choice, she would disregard her own safety and move forward bravely. Therefore, from the moment Xianxia decided to chase after Ling Yun, she let go of all her pride. In front of Ling Yun, she was just a brave, persistent, and loving girl. This was the main reason why Ling Yun started to accept Xianxia after he realized that she had changed completely. This was because their hearts and minds were connected. After the dance, the gap between the two of them was closed, and they became extremely intimate. Xianxia was extremely happy. She was glad that she had made the perfect choice for her future. She had already made up her mind to become Ling Yun's woman, even though the road ahead was filled with difficulties. Xianxia believed that with her intelligence and Ling Yun's excellence, they would be able to overcome all obstacles. Finally, she would be able to enter the blissful marriage hall with Ling Yun. Actually, when Xianxia used her hand to stop Ling Yun, she had already made up her mind. Otherwise, as the daughter of the Qiao family in Beijing, if any other man were to hold Xianxia's hand and do the same thing, Xianxia was sure that she would give that man a flying kick on the spot and turn him into a eunuch. At the peak of their passion, Xianxia curled up in Ling Yun's warm embrace. She had long been unable to control her emotions, her heart and soul were intoxicated. Xianxia thought about what was going to happen between her and Ling Yun. She was nervous and anxious. Her eyes were intoxicated and her face was red like fire. However, her heart was filled with anticipation for that moment to come. The fire of passion was the most scorching. Ling Yun carried Xianxia and leaped lightly into the courtyard of mansion number 1. His landing was so silent that even the 2 black dogs in the courtyard did not notice. Ling Yun looked around and could not help but smile in satisfaction. He nodded his head and thought to himself that Yao Rou was really good at handling matters. At the corner of the mansion's courtyard, there were 7 to 8 chicken cages lined up in a row. Each cage had 3 to 4 large roosters. Not far from a large swimming pool, under a few trees, there were 2 large black dogs chained up with metal chains. They were lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. What was said in the afternoon was done on the same day. Yao Rou treated everything that Ling Yun asked of her as a top priority, even if it was just a small matter like buying a chicken or dog. How could Ling Yun not like a girl who was so good at doing things? Suddenly, Ling Yun thought of Yao Rou's obedient and gentle look. His lips curled into a charming smile. Then, he carried Xianxia and with a few leaps, they arrived at the entrance of the mansion. *T. I don't have the key. Just as Ling Yun was about to open the door, he suddenly remembered that he had given the key to the mansion to Yao Rou. What's wrong? Xianxia saw Ling Yun standing awkwardly at the entrance of the mansion. She could not help but blush and ask softly. Ling Yun said softly, I didn't bring the key. Xianxia panicked. She pouted her sexy red lips and complained coquettishly, you. Ling Yun chuckled and put his warm lips next to Xianxia's ear and said, why don't we go to your house? Xianxia heard Ling Yun's bold suggestion and was stunned. Suddenly, she buried her head into Ling Yun's embrace and said, I have Mother Wu at home. It's not convenient. Who's Mother Wu? Mother Wu is my housekeeper. She does the laundry, cooks, sends me to school and is also entrusted by my parents to supervise my private life. What about your parents? My parents are rarely in Xianxia City. They are very busy and rarely come to Xianxia City even once a month. Ling Yan furrowed his brows and quickly left mansion number 1. When he reached a dark and secluded area, he used his big hand to slap Xianxia's perky butt and said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that there was such a good thing?" Xianxia felt a slight pain from Ling Yan's slap, but at the same time, she felt a sense of pleasure. She was secretly delighted and bit her lower lip as she said, "You don't know, that Mother Wu is very inflexible. She has to report everything about me to my parents. If she finds out, don't worry, I guarantee that she won't find out. Hurry up and point the way." Xianxia's heart was in turmoil as she shyly pointed the way. Very quickly, Ling Yan arrived at Qingxi Villa District 3 and arrived outside Xianxia's mansion. "How do we get in?" Xianxia used her slender fingers to draw circles on Ling Yan's chest and asked shyly. "Is the window in your bedroom open?" "It's open, let's fly in." Ling Yan laughed happily and flew into Xianxia's house. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Even though Qingxi Villa District's 4 districts were built at different times, their architectural styles were mostly the same. The villas in District 3 were generally smaller than those in District 4, but the overall design was similar. Xianxia's villa also had a swimming pool in front of it, but it was smaller than Villa number 1. It was about 200 square meters and was oval-shaped. Ling Yan was too lazy to take a detour, so he carried Xianxia into the villa and jumped over the swimming pool, landing without making a sound. Xianxia was even more excited when she saw Ling Yan's skills. Her gaze towards Ling Yan was full of admiration and adoration. Ling Yan quickly came to the wall of the villa and asked softly, "Which room is yours?" Xianxia's almond-shaped eyes were filled with lust, her face blushing red as she pointed to a window on the 2nd floor. She whispered in disbelief, "It's more than 4 meters high, can you jump up?" Ling Yan smiled arrogantly and did not reply. He hugged Xianxia's warm and soft body tightly and with a light leap, he was already on top of the red-tiled roof. Even though Xianxia was 100% sure that Ling Yan would be able to come up, she was still scared out of her wits. Her snow-white hands clutched tightly onto Ling Yan's shirt, afraid that she would fall from mid-air. Ling Yan smiled and did not walk on the roof anymore. With a flash of his body, the two of them were already in Xianxia's bedroom. Xianxia occupied the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the villa. This master bedroom alone was close to 80 square meters. Other than a 3-meter diameter round bed, there was also a bathroom, wardrobe, sofa, coffee table, television, computer, and study table. It was even more complete than the living room of a normal family. In order to get the most sunlight, the entire south wall of the bedroom was made of transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. At this time, a quarter of the windows were opened. The 2-meter-wide window was wider than the main door of a normal family. Naturally, Ling Yan could enter easily with Xianxia in his arms. After entering Xianxia's room, Ling Yan looked around before his gaze landed on Xianxia's luxurious round bed. The purplish-red silk bedsheets looked as if they had been ironed and the rose-red silk blanket was folded neatly. In addition, Xianxia's room was emitting a light fragrance. In an instant, the entire room seemed to be filled with an endless romantic atmosphere. Ling Yan thought to himself, "Does this count as me stealing a woman's fragrance? Hee, this feels really good. Are you still not going to put her down?" Xianxia had really invited a wolf into her house. She blushed and said in a low voice. She didn't know what she was feeling right now. She only felt complicated and inexplicable. Amidst her nervousness and fear, there was an indescribable sense of anticipation. Only then did Ling Yan realize that he was still hugging Xianxia. He loosened his grip on her and placed her on the ground. Xianxia stood up straight, and like a thief, she tiptoed to the bedroom door and locked it. She then walked to the bedside, picked up a remote control, and pressed 2 buttons. To Ling Yan's astonishment, he saw that the floor-to-ceiling window was slowly closing. At the same time, the wide, luxurious curtains were also slowly closing. Xianxia's room was soon pitch black, not a single ray of light could penetrate. F***ck, this is really King high tech. Ling Yun was secretly speechless. This was the first time he had seen the luxury of a real rich family. Xianxia knew that the soundproofing in her bedroom was very good, so she raised her voice slightly. Ling Yun, other than my father and Chao Tianlong, no other man has ever entered my bedroom. When Xianxia said this, there was a faint trace of pride in her voice, as if she was asking for credit. Ling Yun immediately asked, "Who is Chao Tianlong?" Xianxia looked at Ling Yun coquettishly in the dark and said, "Chao Tianlong is my biological brother. If he knew that you barged into my bedroom in the middle of the night, he would break both your legs." Ling Yun chuckled and said, "It's still not certain who will break whose legs." Xianxia did not know that Ling Yun could still see clearly in the pitch-black darkness. She adapted to the darkness for a while and started to walk to the wardrobe. Using her memory and touch, she started to search for her bra and panties. At the same time, she smiled and said coquettishly, "Chao Tianlong is now at the pinnacle of Ho Tian Realm Level 7. I don't think you can beat him yet." Ling Yun did not agree or disagree. At this moment, he was thinking about what kind of realm Du Guimo was at when he met him tonight. Xianxia found a black bra and a pink panty. She hesitated for a while, but still felt her way to the bathroom door and turned on a few small lights in the bathroom. That soul-stirring dance in the SOS disco bar had made Xianxia sweat profusely. She felt that her body was sticky and uncomfortable. It was impossible not to take a bath. A soft, pale yellow light shone through the carved glass in the bathroom. Finally, the bedroom was no longer pitch black. Xianxia's face was red. She turned her head and whispered to Ling Yun, "Don't come in." Ling Yun scratched his head and purposely frowned. "But I'm also sweating all over. In any case, don't come in." Xianxia seemed to have thought of something. Her delicate body trembled slightly. She twisted her waist and walked into the bathroom. She had emphasized this to Ling Yun twice. However, she seemed to have forgotten that the bathroom door was locked from the inside. It was only unlocked. Ling Yun casually sat on the spacious and comfortable leather sofa. He used his eyesight to observe Xianxia taking off her clothes and bathing through the carved glass. If only the glass in this bathroom was transparent. It's a pity that it's frosted and has patterns on it. Now that the two of them had reached this stage, Ling Yun obviously had to go in. However, he had to wait for Xianxia to take off all her clothes before going in. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Ling Yun's eyesight was very good. He saw Xianxia enter the bathroom. Under the dim light, she first put her ink-dyed hair into a high bun. Then, she gradually took off her cutie top and bra. Very quickly, she even took off her hot pants. However, when Xianxia was left with only a pair of underwear, she seemed to hesitate. She turned her back to the glass and thought for a full half a minute. In the end, she did not take off the last barrier on her body. Ling Yun couldn't help but sigh in regret. He thought to himself that it was indeed different to be young. Zhuang Meifeng even took the initiative to buy a huge bathtub to bathe me. Xianxia recalled Ling Yun's shameful reaction when he saw Lu Yan and Zhaoying pole dancing naked. She wanted an explanation from Ling Yun. Her shyness at that time was fake. Her jealousy was real. Ling Yun chuckled. "Of course, it's because my Xianxia's figure is better. Those snow-white breasts are simply invincible." However, Ling Yun expressed his deep apologies to Lin Menghan, Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, Morong Feixue, Miao Xiaomiao, Long Wu, and Zhang Ling. To be honest, Xianxia's breasts were not as big as those sexy and stunning beauties. At most, they could be compared to Shui Mining. However, Xianxia's passion was like fire. How could she care about such things? Ling Yun purposely said what she wanted to say. This made Xianxia's heart bloom. She said shyly, "At least you know how to talk. Get up." Ling Yun was puzzled. "Where to?" Xianxia saw that Ling Yun was going to act dumb again. She bit her lower lip and gently pinched Ling Yun's thing. She was nervous but full of anticipation. "Carry me to the bed and accompany me to sleep." Ling Yun naturally knew what Xianxia wanted now. However, he really couldn't give it to her now. Ling Yun retracted his hand from Xianxia's snow-white breasts. Scratching his head, he said, "I have to go." Upon hearing this, Xianxia's blushing face changed. Her lustful eyes shot out a look of disbelief. She exclaimed, "What? You still want to leave now?" Ling Yan did not hide anything. He quickly explained, "I'm at a critical juncture in my training. Therefore, I can't give you everything you want yet." Xianxia could only nod her head lightly. She admired Ling Yan even more. The two of them were already in such a state. How could she not admire Ling Yan for being able to resist? Ling Yan lowered his head and spread out the rose-colored blanket. He gently covered Xianxia's sexy body with it. Then, he quickly put on his clothes and said, "I'm really leaving." Xianxia asked weakly, "Then, are you still coming tomorrow?" Xianxia naturally hoped that Ling Yan would come again. The sooner the better. Ling Yan thought for a while and smiled faintly. "I'll see how it goes. We'll contact each other through the phone." "Be good." Xianxia used both her hands to push herself up from the bed. She allowed the rose-colored blanket to slide down her body. She carefully reminded him, "I keep feeling that you've attracted a lot of attention these few days. You have to be careful when you're alone. Especially that Dugumo." This situation was just like a husband who was about to leave the house and his wife was carefully reminding him from the bed. Ling Yan gave her a reassuring smile. He smiled suavely and said, "Don't worry. Before I eat you up, even if I really have to go to Hades, I'll fight my way back." Xianxia did not like Ling Yan's analogy. She bit her lip and pouted. "Who talks like that? You're not allowed to curse yourself in the future." After Ling Yan put on his clothes, Xianxia used her remaining strength to get off the bed and carefully tidied him up. Only when she was sure that there were no problems did she nod her head in satisfaction. "I see that you've lost weight again. Take some time out these 2 days. Let's go buy some clothes for you." As she spoke, Xianxia opened the curtains and floor-to-ceiling windows slightly to allow Ling Yan to pass through. "All right, I'll be leaving then." With that, under Xianxia's reluctant gaze, Ling Yan's body stretched out. Like a night owl, he landed silently on the ground outside the villa. After a few leaps and bounds, he finally left the Chao family's villa. After Ling Yan walked out of the Qingxi Villa district, he sprinted in the dark of the night towards the Shiku herb. What a strong murderous aura! He had only walked halfway when he felt a dense murderous aura enveloping him. The murderous aura filled the air. To be continued. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat as he felt the thick and endless killing intent enveloping him in an instant. The expression on his handsome face was unprecedentedly serious. This was not a faint sense of danger, nor was it the kind of aura released by Dugumo to oppress others. This was pure killing intent. Only a top expert who was numb to killing people would have such murderous intent when he was determined to kill his enemy. Ling Yan could feel from the murderous aura that the people who came this time were definitely stronger than Xianqi and Xianzhou combined. Ling Yan's mind raced, but his feet did not stop moving. He maintained his original speed as if he had not sensed anything and continued to move forward. Ling Yan's speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, but no matter how he tried, the thick killing intent seemed to have locked onto him. It was impossible to shake it off. This person's skills are definitely above mine. Ling Yan could not figure out the opponent's strength after a series of probing. He could only make a rough estimate. "I can only defeat him with my wits, not with force." The person who was trailing Ling Yan was, of course, an Earth-grade assassin from the Assassin's Organization, Deepa, who was close to the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 6. Actually, Deepa had already been trailing Ling Yan from afar when Ling Yan and Xianxia left the school gates. However, he did not display any of his strength or killing intent because there were ordinary people around Ling Yan. Furthermore, it was too early, and there were too many people on the streets. If he had acted rashly, even Deepa would have been in deep trouble. As mentioned before, no matter if it was an orthodox martial artist or an unorthodox martial artist, they were not allowed to display their strength in front of ordinary people unless it was absolutely necessary. This was an unwritten rule among ancient martial artists. An assassin's profession was to kill people. Naturally, it was an unorthodox martial artist. Therefore, this unwritten rule naturally had the same binding effect on the assassins. Otherwise, based on Deepa's confidence in his own strength, or rather, Xianqi and Xianzhou's confidence in their own strength, they could have gone to Qingshui High's grade 12 class 6 and killed Ling Yan on the spot. Therefore, as long as Ling Yun was not alone, Deepa could not attack. Now that Ling Yun was running alone and it was after midnight, there were few cars and no pedestrians on the streets. It was the best time to kill Ling Yun. According to Deepa's analysis of Ling Yun's strength, Ling Yun's current realm was definitely not higher than Hotian realm level 5. He was close to the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 6, so he could basically kill Ling Yun in a second. Hence, Deepa was not anxious at all. He locked onto Ling Yun and let him run as he pleased. He was 100% sure that Ling Yun wouldn't be able to find out where he was. In other words, he didn't even know that he was being watched. Deepa had superb tracking and concealment skills. Coupled with his excellent qigong, following Ling Yun's current speed was as easy as taking a stroll in the park. Seeing that Ling Yun had even stopped to pee in a dark alley, Deepa laughed. It was a contemptuous laugh. Kid, the feeling of hugging and hugging is pretty good, right? Unfortunately, tonight will be the day of your death. If he killed Ling Yun, he would get 40% of the 50 million yuan reward, which was 20 million yuan to himself. Deepa was dressed in black, his face covered with a black cloth. He hid in the dark, his left hand holding a silenced pistol and his right hand holding his usual snake whip. His narrowed eyes shot out a sharp glare as he stared at the leisurely Ling Yun 200 meters away, sneering in his heart. Of course, Ling Yun was not really so bored as to pee there. He was only pretending to pee, but in fact, he was checking his weapon. He first secretly took out the mystical brush and focused his mind on holding the brush. Then, he used the stellar condensation technique to its maximum and lightly drew on his hand. The mystical brush did not disappoint him. Ling Yun's hand could be said to be invulnerable. He did not even need to deliberately use his qi to snatch Xianxia's extremely sharp tri-edge bayonet with his bare hands. Wherever the tip of the mystical brush brushed past, his palm was cut open and fresh blood gushed out. Ling Yun did not seem to feel any pain at all. On the contrary, he smiled faintly and kept the mystical brush. Then, he used his hand to lightly cover the leather needle pouch. Once again, he dashed towards the direction of the Xianxia herb. Since he could not test his opponent's strength, Ling Yun did not continue to test him. Maintaining almost the same speed, he quickly arrived at the riverside. With a stretch of his body, he leaped across the 8 meters wide river. He was only a few feet away from the Xianxia herb, while his opponent had yet to appear. Ling Yun quickly stood there and absorbed the spiritual energy of the Xianxia herb. A few days had passed. Compared to when Ling Yun first discovered it, the Xianxia herb had grown a lot bigger. Naturally, the spiritual energy it emitted was also much stronger. Under Ling Yun's deliberate absorption, it only took him about 7 to 8 breaths' time to replenish the spiritual energy in his body. With this delay, the murderous aura that permeated the air was getting closer and thicker. Ling Yun held his breath and quietly waited for the moment the enemy appeared. Suddenly, Ling Yun used the dragonfish phantom ability to its limit. His tall figure moved 3 meters away from his original position. There was no sound of a gunshot. A bullet flew past where Ling Yun was originally standing. If Ling Yun had not moved just now, his heart would have been pierced through. Good lad, I was indeed discovered by you. No wonder Xianxia and Xianxia were defeated by you. You really have some skills. Deepa put away his silenced pistol and appeared from his hiding place. With just 3 leaps, he crossed the 100 meters in an instant and stood in front of Ling Yun. Ling Yun chuckled. If I couldn't even discover such a small trick, wouldn't I have been killed many times by the assassin's organization? Deepa saw Ling Yun's confident look. Although he was puzzled as to why Ling Yun did not escape after discovering that he was being chased, he could not help but secretly admire Ling Yun's calmness. To be able to dodge bullets, you can be considered to have the strength of a Hotian realm level 5. At the age of 18, you can be considered a genius among the ancient martial arts practitioners. Deepa first praised Ling Yun. Then, he said coldly, however, your life ends here. Next year, today will be the anniversary of your death. Before he finished speaking, Deepa's figure flashed. With a swoosh, his left hand formed into a knife and slashed towards Ling Yun's face at lightning speed. At the same time, Deepa's right hand shook and the long whip in his hand became straight. Then, the tip of the whip curled back and coiled around Ling Yun's waist. Deepa had chosen to kill Ling Yun from the front. He did not hold back at all, even though it was just a simple hand chop, it contained several follow-up moves. It was powerful, domineering, and incomparably sharp. If Ling Yan couldn't block it head-on, he could only retreat. However, at this time, if Ling Yan retreated, he would definitely be caught by the long whip. Of course, Ling Yan would block it head-on. He gathered the stellar condensation technique in his right fist and met Deepa's knife hand. Pung! Ling Yan's right fist went numb from the force of that palm strike. His body was sent flying backwards. At this time, the long whip was already close to his body. Ling Yan did not have time to think. As he retreated, he used the dragon fish phantom ability and flew out of the whip shadow like a fish. Deepa was most confident in his qigong and brute force. Now that Ling Yan had dared to block his chop with his bare hands, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes as he blurted out, "Brat, I really can't let you live." At the same time, his right hand shook again. As he spoke, the long whip once again swept towards Ling Yan like a venomous snake. The whip whistled through the air. Ling Yan did not have the leisure to chat with Deepa. He was holding his breath and absorbing the spiritual energy of the Shikyu herb. At the same time, he used the dragon fish phantom ability to weave through the endless whip shadows. Even so, he was occasionally hit by the whip, leaving a whip mark on his body. Deepa chased with all his might while Ling Yan dodged frantically. The two of them were locked in battle. This was a battle that could decide life and death in an instant. Ling Yan was willing to take the risk of the Shikyu herb being discovered because he knew that Deepa's strength was not something he could fight against at his current level. He could only take advantage of the situation. He did not even make a move now. He was just dodging. Unlike the 1,000 miles godly steps, the dragon fish phantom ability consumed a lot of spiritual energy. It could be said that based on Ling Yan's current spiritual energy, he could only use it 20 times. The reason why Ling Yan dared to do this was because he had the Shikyu herb. As long as he had the Shikyu herb, his spiritual energy would be replenished and his body would have an endless supply of spiritual energy. Ling Yan wanted to exhaust Deepa to death here. Why did Deepa go all out from the start? It was because he was an assassin. An assassin's killing was not like a normal duel. It was not a matter of who was better. They were all about killing with one blow. Even if Deepa killed an ordinary person, he would still use the stance of a lion hunting a rabbit to kill the opponent in an instant. However, this time, he had miscalculated. Deepa and Ling Yan had already exchanged more than 100 blows. No matter how agile his whip was, it could only graze Ling Yan's skin at most. It was unable to entangle him. After exchanging more than 100 blows, sweat began to form on both of their foreheads. Deepa was a little tired, but Ling Yan was still breathing. Of course, Ling Yan was also in a sorry state. His arms, waist, and legs had all been hit by Deepa's whip a few times. His newly bought clothes were already torn and tattered, hanging on his body like rags. The two of them fought for another 5 minutes. In the night sky, their figures crossed each other. After another clash, Ling Yan used the dragon fish phantom ability and flew out. At the same time, his right hand reached for his waist and pulled out the mystical brush. "Hee, I see that you're having a good time whipping me. Now, it's my turn, right?" Ling Yun stared at the slightly panting Deepa 7 meters away. His right hand held the mystical gray brush as he smiled playfully. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Even though Ling Yun was battered by Deepa's snake whip, and his clothes and pants were shredded into strips, his fighting spirit was at an all-time high. After the intense battle just now, Ling Yun had a basic understanding of Deepa's strength. Whether it was strength or speed, Deepa was definitely above Ling Yun. Moreover, his soft whip was used to perfection, and his strange moves made it hard for Ling Yun to defend himself. Even though Ling Yun had used the stellar condensation technique and dragon fish phantom ability to their limits, he could not guarantee that he could avoid Deepa's strange whip every time. In addition, Deepa's heavenly body technique was very strong. Ling Yan's stellar condensation technique was already somewhat successful. Every time he clashed with Deepa, his palms would go numb from the impact. However, after the intense battle just now, Ling Yun was confident that he could defeat Deepa. Don't forget that Deepa was attacking with all his might, while Ling Yun was defending and dodging with his bare fists. Now, Ling Yun did not want to play with Deepa any longer. He had already taken out his weapon and was about to counterattack. Deepa wanted to kill Ling Yun, but Ling Yun also wanted to kill Deepa. Deepa stood 7 meters away from Ling Yun. His body was filled with murderous intent, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He was trying his best to calm his breathing and recover his strength. At this moment, even though he pretended to be calm, his heart was in turmoil. He was now at the peak of Hotian Realm Level 6, and he was only a step away from the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 6. However, Ling Yun, who was at most in the middle of Hotian Realm Level 5, was actually able to exchange more than 100 moves with him. Even though he was in a sorry state, he only suffered some superficial injuries. This brat. No wonder Xianxia and Xianxia disappeared. Ling Yun could kill them in a second. Deepa thought. What shocked Deepa even more was that Ling Yun was still full of vigor after exchanging more than 100 moves with him. Other than the slight panting and perspiration on his forehead, there was no sign of exhaustion. Wasn't this too unbelievable? Deepa believed that Ling Yun wouldn't be able to outrun him if they were to compete purely in terms of speed. However, his 4-meter-long whip was like an extra 4-meter-long arm. Even so, it couldn't wrap around Ling Yun. Ling Yun was able to dodge every single attack by a hair's breadth. Ling Yun's footwork and body movements were miraculous. He moved like a ghost, and every time he moved, it was out of Deepa's expectations. If Ling Yun purposely tried to escape, Deepa might not be able to catch up to him even if the sun rose. Deepa didn't know that if Ling Yun really wanted to escape, he wouldn't even be able to last half an hour if he was 30 meters away from the Shikyu herb. If he knew that Ling Yun was constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of the Shikyu herb while fighting him, even if he was not killed by Ling Yun, he would probably vomit blood and die from anger. Deepa instinctively thought that Ling Yun must have some kind of kung fu that allowed him to continuously recover his energy during battle. Finally, you're not just dodging anymore? Deepa said coldly, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. He was really angry. If Ling Yun didn't keep dodging, he believed that he could definitely kill Ling Yun on the spot with his kung fu. Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on someone who wanted to kill him. He had already replenished the spiritual energy in his body and activated the stellar condensation technique to its maximum. He used the dragonfish phantom ability and appeared in front of Deepa in a flash. The Tiangang demon fist in his left hand punched towards Deepa's chest. The mystical brush in his right hand drew a perfect arc in the air and pierced towards Deepa's face. Small formless swordplay. Deepa snorted coldly and tilted his head slightly to avoid the brush. He then formed a claw with his right hand and met Ling Yun's domineering fist, mighty eagle claw. Bam! Their fists and palms collided with each other, and powerful chi flew everywhere. Both of their bodies shook at the same time. Their figures merged and separated, and both of them retreated. This was a real head-on clash without any fancy tricks. Ling Yun retreated 7 steps before regaining his footing. Deepa only retreated 3 steps. That's awesome. Ling Yun raised his fist and chuckled. What? How is this possible? Deepa was shocked. He would never have thought that Ling Yun, who had to clench his fists every time they clashed, would come out unscathed this time. Deepa's judgment was right. Ling Yun was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3, which was equivalent to someone who had just broken through to Hotian realm level 5. However, Ling Yun's techniques and moves were able to make up for his lack of a realm. The Tiangang demon fist was extremely ferocious. Once it was used, Ling Yun's fist strength would be equivalent to the mid-stage of level 6. Even though it was slightly weaker than Deepa's, it was more than enough to hold his own. Since you want to kill me, then show me what you've got. Again. Just as Deepa was in a daze, Ling Yun's figure moved again. With a dash, he appeared in front of Deepa once again. His left hand struck Deepa's chest without any fancy tricks. Deepa hastily received another punch. This time, neither of them retreated. They fought with speed and met force with force. In an instant, they had exchanged 18 blows. Neither of them was willing to give in. Bam bam bam. After a series of clashes, Ling Yun jumped to a spot less than 3 meters away from the Shikyu herb and started to absorb spiritual energy madly. He had used all 18 forms of the Tiangang demon fist and exchanged 18 blows with Deepa. He was left with less than 20% of his spiritual energy. Deepa was not feeling good either. He did not know why Ling Yun chose to fight with him here, but he did not have the time to think about it. He was already exhausted. Ling Yun could see clearly that even though Deepa's 5 fingers were still in the eagle's claw position, they were all trembling violently. It was as if he was playing a virtual piano. Obviously, his energy was running out. Ling Yun and Deepa had been fighting for so long. He did not wait for half of his spiritual energy to recover. Once again, he flew forward, raised the mystical brush, and stabbed at Deepa's eyes. As long as Deepa could not dodge in time, Ling Yun would be able to poke a large hole in his body. He would let Deepa experience the sharpness of the mystical brush. Deepa's right hand was still immobilized. Naturally, he would not let Ling Yun get close to him. The long whip in his right hand flew towards Ling Yun's right hand. The sound of the whip pierced through his ears. Without thinking, Ling Yun raised his hand and slashed at the whip. With a chi sound, the tip of the mystical brush sliced the whip into 2. The 1-meter-long whip flew over Ling Yun's head and fell into the river, disappearing without a trace. Deepa's long snake whip was weaved using advanced technology and soft metals. Even a paper cutter would not be able to cut it. When Deepa saw Ling Yun raise his hand and use the brush to stab at his whip, he laughed coldly in his heart. "Do you think you can break my specially made whip with a small judge's brush?" However, the scene in front of him caused him to turn pale with fright. "What kind of brush is this?" Deepa asked in shock. "A writing brush. If you want, I can use it to write your epitaph after you die." Ling Yun chuckled and once again flew forward like a bolt of lightning. It would be a lie if Ling Yun was not excited. Even though this small brush was very light and not easy to use, the tip of the brush was too sharp. Deepa retreated and lashed out with the remaining 3-meter-long whip in his hand. He had learned his lesson and did not dare to touch the brush in Ling Yun's hand. He could only wrap it around Ling Yun's arm and wrist. Ling Yun laughed and stretched out his right hand. Enduring the pain, he allowed the whip to wrap around his arm. At the same time, he moved his body forward and pulled his right arm into his chest. He passed the mystical brush to his left hand and lightly swiped at it again. Deepa's long snake whip had become a joke. It was less than a meter long. Deepa was shocked. He held the whip in his right hand and lashed at Ling Yun's face. After Ling Yun broke it for the 3rd time, he decisively let go of the whip and turned his body sideways. His gun was already in his hand. Now, the distance between the two was very close. Deepa was not stupid. He was an assassin and his goal was to kill Ling Yun. Now, he completely understood that he would not be able to win against Ling Yun alone. Hence, he could only use such a dishonorable method. With the gun in his hand, Deepa did not hesitate to shoot at Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun had already anticipated this when Deepa let go of the whip. He did not wait for Deepa to pull the trigger and had already used his dragonfish phantom ability to its maximum. He moved more than 10 meters away, leaving only an afterimage in his original position. Ling Yun was not angry. However, his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Deepa had to die tonight. When Ling Yun dodged the bullet, his left hand had already taken out 7 or 8 large needles from the leather needle pouch. Without waiting for his body to stabilize, he quickly raised his left hand and used the shower of flowers technique to throw the needles at 7 or 8 major acupuncture points on Deepa's body. Then, his figure flashed again and he left his previous position. Ling Yun really didn't want to have a taste of those bullets. Deepa's first shot missed. Indeed, he immediately fired a second shot. At the same time, his body moved horizontally like lightning. However, a large needle still pierced his left arm. Deepa was injured for the first time. Naturally, Deepa's second shot missed again. However, before he could land on the ground, more than 10 rays of white light shot towards him. He did not have time to fire a third shot. He could only reach out with lightning speed and grab 4 large needles. At the same time, his body moved horizontally once again, dodging most of the large needles. However, at this point, his body had already slowed down. He no longer had the smooth movements that he used to suppress Ling Yun in the beginning. Another 3 large needles pierced his body. Deepa felt his left shoulder, right rib, and thigh go numb at the same time. Each of them had been pierced by a needle. His momentum was gone. Deepa was shocked beyond words. Ling Yun laughed coldly. He circled around the Shikyu herb and used his dragonfish phantom ability. His figure was erratic. Every time he stopped, he would shoot out more than 10 large needles. Deepa was unable to deal with them. It could be said that from the start of the battle, Ling Yan had set up a death trap for Deepa, recommending a book to a friend. The title of the book is The Mysterious Master. Author, Bi Jiafeng. Book number 2593616. Introduction. A feng shui expert from the Devil's Prison. He roams the city, hunts for women, and seeks strange things. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The moment Ling Yan realized that he was being chased by Deepa, he immediately determined that the enemy's strength was above his. He immediately decided to fight at the Shikyu herb. Then, as he ran towards the river, he didn't intentionally lower his cultivation level, nor did he intentionally show off his strength. Instead, he ran as fast as he could and as slow as he could. He pretended that he wasn't being followed and easily tricked Deepa. After Deepa appeared, Ling Yan pretended to be weak. He used his bare fists to dodge Deepa's attacks. This was to deplete Deepa's stamina and also to probe his opponent's strength. Only when Ling Yan was confident that he would win did he switch from defense to offense. He took out his first weapon, the mystical brush. Ling Yan used the Tiangang demon fist to fight against Deepa's eagle claw technique. This was to deplete Deepa's stamina and internal energy to the maximum. Whether it was his attacks or his movements, they were not as fast as before. Then, he used the mystical brush to break Deepa's snake whip 3 times. Other than his pistol, Deepa had no other weapons to use. It was only now that Deepa was at his wit's end that Ling Yan unleashed his full strength. With the magical brush in his hand, he used the dragonfish phantom ability and threw a bunch of flying needles at Deepa, who could no longer move. This was what it meant to beat a drowning dog. If this was not a sure kill situation, what was it? Deepa should not have allowed Ling Yan to fight him near the Shikyu herb. If he could not kill Ling Yan in a short time, then he would undoubtedly be the one to die. The pitiful thing was that Deepa did not even know why he had lost. All he could do now was to dodge the needles that Ling Yan threw at him. He was exhausted and was in a sorry state. There were hundreds of needles in Ling Yan's leather needle pouch. In the end, he even put away the mystical brush and opened the leather needle pouch in his hand. With a wave of his right hand, more than 10 silver needles flew towards Deepa's body. Although Deepa still had a few bullets in his pistol, he did not have the time to use them. He had already thrown them away. His empty hands danced wildly, occasionally sweeping away a few large needles flying towards his acupuncture points. Occasionally, he would use his palms to chop off a few large needles. Even so, after Ling Yan had used up more than 100 needles, Deepa's body was covered with more than 10 needles. There were even 3 needles that pierced his acupuncture points, causing his internal energy to be blocked once again. Ling Yan's eyes glowed brighter and brighter. His desire to fight grew stronger and stronger. His body was surrounded by a murderous aura. His fingers kept flicking and the needles flew, not giving Deepa a chance to breathe. He could already tell that Deepa was planning to escape. Hence, after Deepa threw away his gun, he no longer used his dragonfish phantom ability. Instead, he used his 1,000 miles godly steps, which did not require much spiritual energy, to move around continuously. He locked down the direction that Deepa wanted to escape to and secretly absorbed the spiritual energy released by the Shikyu herb. As he gained control of the battle, Ling Yan's aura, attacks, and speed became stronger and stronger. Deepa was already at the end of his rope. He did not even have the strength to escape. Ling Yan had completely turned the tides of the battle. Deepa had tried to escape after knowing that he had lost the upper hand, but Ling Yan did not let him. Ling Yan's body was now filled with spiritual energy. His 1,000 miles godly steps was faster than Deepa's full leap. Furthermore, he had the flying needles. No matter which direction Deepa fled in, Ling Yan would always be able to use his dragonfish phantom ability to appear in the direction Deepa wanted to escape to. With a flick of his hand, he would throw 1 or 2 large needles at Deepa to stop him from leaping. If Ling Yan allowed Deepa to escape, then it would not be a sure kill situation. He knew that if Deepa escaped tonight, then he would be in endless danger. Deepa was in the dark while he was in the light. Without the help of the Shikyu herb, even 100 of him would have been killed by Deepa. It's time to raise my cultivation level. Ling Yan saw that he had almost used up all his trump cards and had to rely on the Shikyu herb's spiritual energy. He had also used all his tricks to barely grasp the enemy's fate in his hands. In fact, his heart was in awe. Deepa's biggest regret was that his snake whip had been destroyed by Ling Yun's brush. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered with Ling Yun's flying needles. He wouldn't have needed to dodge them at all. I've been hunting geese all day, only to be pecked by geese. Am I really going to die in the hands of this 18-year-old? Deepa was not resigned to his fate. He used his palm to sweep away the flying needles as he tried to think of an opportunity to escape. However, he was panting like a cow and his footsteps were as heavy as lead. Several of his meridians were blocked and he only had the strength to deal with the needles. How could he escape? Suddenly, Deepa looked towards the small river not far away. Just as Ling Yun was about to use the two large needles to pinch the needles from the leather needle pouch, Deepa used his palm to deflect the two large needles that were flying towards him. Then, he used all his strength to leap into the river. This was the first time he had given his entire back to Ling Yun. It did not matter if he was hit by Ling Yun's flying needles. Success or failure depended on this. If Deepa had met someone else, even Du Gumo, he would have been able to escape with his life. Unfortunately, his opponent was Ling Yun. Don't forget, Ling Yun was the one who chose the location for the fight. He came here almost every night and knew the environment better than anyone else. The corners of Ling Yun's mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. His eyes revealed an expression of "I knew you would do this." With a light snort, he activated the dragonfish phantom ability to its maximum. At the same time, the mystical brush was once again in his hands. His tall and strong body instantly appeared behind Deepa, small phaseless sword technique. TSK 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 TSK. Ling Yun was like a shadow. His hands were like lightning. In an instant, he stabbed Deepa's vital points on his back 4 times. Pooh! Deepa, who was in midair, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body, which was pierced by more than 20 needles, was pierced through by Ling Yun. 3 of them were Deepa's weak points. The most fatal one, which was also Ling Yun's last stroke, was pierced through his back. His heart went cold, for small but extremely deep bloody holes instantly sprayed out 4 arrows of blood. In that instant, Deepa's body seemed to have become a human-shaped water gun. However, what sprayed out from his body was dark red blood. Deepa didn't even have time to say a word before he turned into a corpse in midair. His corpse flew through the air for a short distance before crashing into the river with a loud thud. Of course, Ling Yun would not be hit by the 4 arrows of blood. With lightning speed, he did not care about Deepa's corpse anymore. Instead, he leaped into the air and stood next to the Xianxia herb. Who? Ling Yun looked at Deepa's corpse. His eyes were emotionless and his face was calm. He only let out a long breath of turbid air. Ling Yun knew that based on Deepa's strength, he definitely had more money on him than Xianxia and the rest combined. However, he could not take it. Deepa's realm was much higher than Ling Yun's. If he was given a chance to catch his breath, he might be able to escape with his life. He might even be able to deal a fatal blow to Ling Yun. If that was the case, Ling Yun would be at a disadvantage because of his greed. All his previous efforts would be wasted. Money could be obtained at any time. However, he only had one life. Only a fool would choose money over his life. It was not Ling Yun's style. Ling Yun absorbed the spiritual energy from the Xianxia herb and quickly adjusted his breathing. His eyes stared at Deepa's still bleeding corpse. He said calmly, "You are an assassin. Killing is your profession. I don't blame you for coming to kill me. Therefore, don't blame me for being merciless when I kill you." Ling Yun only used 5 to 6 minutes to absorb the spiritual energy back to its peak. He did not continue to cultivate because he wanted to get rid of Deepa's corpse as soon as possible. In a flash, Ling Yun appeared beside Deepa. He lifted his hand and pulled off his mask. Deepa was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. Other than the bulging temples on both sides of his head, his appearance was ordinary. He lifted Deepa's stiff corpse with one hand and headed east in the dark of the night. First, he left the city. Then, he used his 1,000 miles godly steps to pick a secluded area with no cars or pedestrians. He circled around Xianxia City and arrived at the crater between Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak from the southern foot of Dragon Mountain. Ling Yun stopped in a dense forest less than 100 meters away from the crater. After searching Deepa's body thoroughly, he used his mask to wrap up the items he found. Then, he carried Deepa another 60 meters and casually threw him in the direction of the crater. Ling Yan watched Deepa's corpse fall into the bottomless crater before returning to the Shikyu herb with his bag. He first used soil to cover up the 7 to 8 bloodstains on Deepa's body. Then, he started to clean up the 200 needles on the ground. In order to protect the Shikyu herb, Ling Yan was extremely cautious. He did not clean up the needles to protect the environment. He was afraid that people would trample on the Shikyu herb when they ran over to pick up the needles. Ling Yan did not put any of the needles back into the leather needle bag. Instead, he threw them into the river. Ling Yan only sat down cross-legged next to the Shikyu herb at 2:30 in the morning. He channeled his qi and successfully compressed the spiritual energy in his body into his energy center. Only after he had fully absorbed the spiritual energy did he stand up. At this time, it was almost 4 in the morning. It was the time when people slept most soundly. Ling Yan looked down at his tattered clothes and shook his head with a bitter smile. I've really suffered a great loss this time. Not only did I lose 200 needles, but I've also lost all my branded clothes. With that, Ling Yan tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped across the river. He arrived at the road beside the river and dashed towards the rental house without stopping. After reaching home in 2 minutes, Ling Yan leaped into the courtyard and purposely made some noise. Who is it? A coquettish voice asked cautiously. Ling Yan knew that it was Xiaomimi. It's me. Before he finished his sentence, he had already entered the house. A snow-white fox shadow rushed towards him. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Seeing the 9-tailed celestial fox pouncing on him, Ling Yan did not dodge. Instead, he stretched out his left arm and pulled Little White into his embrace. Throwing away the bag containing Deepa's belongings, Ling Yan smiled as he patted Little White's head and back affectionately. Then, he put her down. My injuries are no longer worsening. In fact, I'm showing signs of improvement. Ling Yan smiled faintly. If Little White was with me tonight, it wouldn't have been so difficult to kill Deepa, right? After Little White landed on the ground, it swung its thick, snow-white tail in the air. It stared at Ling Yan. With its big, charming eyes, looking worried and uneasy. Ling Yan could feel Little White's worry. I'm fine, it's just that my clothes are torn. He smiled faintly at Little White. Xiaomimi's bedroom door opened. She was wearing translucent black pajamas. Her jet-black hair was draped over her shoulders as she walked out of the room drowsily. When she saw Ling Yan's appearance clearly, she immediately opened her eyes wide in shock and said blankly, What's going on? Ling Yan moved his right leg and kicked the bag towards Xiaomimi. Xiaomimi caught it casually. Take a look at it yourself. I'll tell you after I take a shower. As Ling Yan spoke, he entered the bathroom and took off all his clothes in no time. Then, he started to wash his body. In the beginning, Ling Yan had suffered a lot in order to test Deepa's strength. He had been whipped more than 10 times by Deepa. Even though he had the protection of the stellar condensation technique, Deepa's power was not to be underestimated. More than 10 whip marks were left on Ling Yan's body. However, these were all superficial wounds. To Ling Yan, injuries were as common as having a meal. Therefore, he did not even frown when he washed his body. He scrubbed his body the way he was supposed to. After washing up, Ling Yan casually wrapped himself in a white bath towel and changed into a pair of slippers. He then went to Xiaomimi's bedroom and closed the door behind him. Xiaomimi had already opened the bag and carefully checked the contents. Then, she placed them one by one at the head of the bed. Deepa did not have much on him. There were about $20,000 in cash, 2 bank cards, an exquisite communication device used by the Assassins organization. Of course, there was also the pistol that Ling Yan had picked up. Xiaomimi's pretty face was no longer sleepy. Instead, there was an unprecedented seriousness and even fear. Don't be afraid, he's already dead. He's now lying in the crater with Xianxia. Ling Yan laughed when he saw the fear on Xiaomimi's face. Of course, Xiaomimi knew that Deepa was dead. Assassins organization assassins could lose anything except their communication device. Otherwise, they would be considered traitors to the organization. Xiao Mimi reached out and picked up the exquisite communicator. She looked at the special symbol on it. Xiao Mimi already knew that the person who died was an Earth-rank killer, Deepa. At this time, the shock and fear in her heart were obvious. In her opinion, Ling Yun was at most a peak black-grade existence. But now, an Earth-grade assassin had died in Ling Yun's hands. Then, what realm was Ling Yun in now? Heaven rank. It was laughable that he and Xianxia, two Xian-grade assassins, with two Huan-grade assassins and 4 snipers, wanted to kill Ling Yun. What a fool's dream. Of course, Xiao Mimi's fear was not because Ling Yun had killed Deepa, but because she had completely betrayed the organization. If the Assassin's organization knew that she was not dead, she would definitely be hunted down by the Assassin's organization. What frightened Xiao Mimi was the swift response of the Assassin's organization. She had just failed her mission last night and they immediately sent an Earth-ranked assassin to find Ling Yun. Now that Deepa was dead, this was no longer a problem that could be solved with money. Even if the person who bought Ling Yun's life stopped paying, the Assassin's organization would definitely send experts over to take Ling Yun's life. Among the Earth-ranked assassins, Deepa was not considered a powerful figure. However, his net worth was worth at least 30 million USD. Just based on this fact alone, the Assassin's organization would not allow Ling Yun to live so comfortably in Xianxia City. Moreover, this concerned the credibility of the Assassin's organization and their reputation in the assassin industry. Up until now, the Assassin's organization had already lost 9 assassins in order to kill an unknown Ling Yun. The higher-ups of the Assassin's organization in China would undoubtedly be furious. Ling Yun casually sat down beside Xiao Mimi's bed. The corner of his mouth curled up as he said to Xiao Mimi, who was holding the communication device silently, "Tell me, what information did you find out?" Xiao Mimi's brows furrowed tightly. She pursed her sexy lips and pondered for a long time before saying in a low voice, "The person who died was an Earth-ranked assassin from the Assassin's organization in China, Deepa." Ling Yun replied with an "oh" before asking, "How did you find out?" Xiao Mimi raised the communication device in front of Ling Yun. The communication device of the Assassin's organization is like an ordinary person's ID card. Every assassin's communication device has a unique logo. Look, there's a medal of the earth on this communicator. There's an Arabic number 8 engraved on it. This means that his code name in the organization is Diba. Ling Yun took the communication device from Xiao Mimi's hand and casually glanced at it. He nodded and said, "Your organization uses this to identify each other?" Xiao Mimi coquettishly rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and said, "Who would take this out for no reason?" Of course, there are other special methods of communication, but this is the most obvious and effective method. Ling Yun's eyes rolled as he chuckled. "Then if I hold this communication device, can I pretend to be an Earth-ranked assassin from the Assassin's organization?" Xiao Mimi giggled. Once this communication device is turned on, the Assassin's organization will immediately be able to determine your location. If you are not afraid of being found, you can turn it on and give it a try. Ling Yun's forehead was instantly filled with black lines. However, he thought about it and said helplessly, So what? Anyway, I am out in the open and they are in the dark. The Assassin's organization can send people to find me at any time. Ling Yun felt an incomparable headache at the thought of having to stay in this damn school for another 2 months. He had always been the one hiding in the dark and plotting against others. Since when did he become a live target? Just who was it that made things difficult for him and insisted on taking his life? Xiao Mimi glanced at Ling Yun with a pair of charming eyes and nodded. This is indeed a big problem for you. Why don't you not participate in the college entrance examinations? Let's leave this place and find a secluded place to hide for a while. Ling Yun decisively shook his head. Hide? Where could he hide to? Moreover, his mother and sister were here. The Xianxia herb was also here. It was easy for him to hide, but at the same time, he would lose the possibility of using the spiritual energy of the Xianxia herb to quickly increase his realm. Ling Yun thought about it and asked Xiao Mimi, "How do you think they will deal with me next?" Xiao Mimi immediately said without thinking, "It's very simple. Now that you have already killed the Earth-ranked expert, they will either send more Earth-ranked experts or directly send Heaven-ranked experts." Ling Yun could not help but scratch his head as he secretly thought about how to deal with it. In the end, he only smiled faintly, which surprised Xiao Mimi. "Aren't you afraid?" Xiao Mimi asked suspiciously. The corner of Ling Yan's mouth curled up into a mesmerizing smile as he said lazily, "Of course I'm afraid, but what's the use of being afraid? I can only deal with it when it comes." Xiao Mimi coquettishly rolled her eyes at Ling Yan. She had never seen this person anxious before, really, ever since Xiao Mimi came into contact with Ling Yan, even though the two of them did not interact much, it was always a matter of life and death. This was naturally different from the ordinary life of an ordinary person. This was because life and death was the most revealing of human nature. This was especially so after the two of them had an intimate moment this morning. It could be said that Xiao Mimi had changed from a cold and mysterious killer to a charming woman with the temperament of a little girl. Her mindset could be said to have changed greatly. She had already started to see Ling Yan as her only reliance. This was a world of difference compared to the time when she had to kill Ling Yan to carry out her mission. Even though he did not dare to open Deepa's communication device, Ling Yan still carefully asked Xiao Mimi how to use it before putting it away. Ling Yan faintly felt that this thing would be of great use to him. He smiled as he asked Xiao Mimi, "You really don't know where the Assassins Organization's Huaxia branch is located?" Xiao Mimi replied seriously, "After we, the assassins below Earth rank, enter the organization, we only use the communication device to accept the various missions arranged by the organization. After the mission is completed, we will receive a sum of money in our bank account. We do not know anything else." Ling Yan continued to ask, "What about those above Earth rank?" Xiao Mimi smiled coquettishly. "Of course those above Earth rank would know. Unfortunately, Deepa has already been killed by you." However, very quickly, Xiao Mimi's expression changed. She asked Ling Yan blankly, "You? Why are you asking this? Are you going to find trouble with the Assassins Organization?" The corner of Ling Yan's mouth curled into a proud smile as he said, "I don't care who it is that wants me dead. Since the Assassins Organization has accepted this mission, I will naturally make them pay the price." Xiao Mimi looked at Ling Yan's proud smile and was actually a little dazzled. However, her expression was anxious as she very seriously reminded Ling Yan, "Do you know how many heaven rank and earth rank assassins there are in the Huaxia branch of the Assassins Organization?" "Let me tell you, as far as I know, there are 36 heaven rank assassins and 72 earth rank assassins in the Huaxia branch of the Assassins Organization. They are known as the 36 Big Dippers and 72 Earthly Fiends of the Assassins Organization." Ling Yan looked deeply at Xiao Mimi before nodding his head and did not say anything else. Xiao Mimi's heart skipped a beat under Ling Yan's gaze. Suddenly, she mentioned another matter. "I have broken through to Hotian Realm Level 3. After saying that, a charming smile flashed across her charming face. Ling Yan had long seen that Xiao Mimi's strength had made progress. He chuckled. "Looks like the pain from the reversed meridians this morning was not for nothing. Do you want me to give you some restrictions so that you can break through to Hotian Realm Level 4 as soon as possible?" Xiao Mimi was so scared that her face turned pale. She said coquettishly, "Go to hell, you actually wanted to give me such a harsh restriction. Don't you feel bad seeing me in so much pain?" However, before she could finish her sentence, her charming face changed into a look of heartache. She stretched out her snow-white hand and gently touched a shallow whip mark on Ling Yan's body. "Does it still hurt? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Xiao Mimi's long, black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her face was delicate and her expression was charming. Her snow-white neck was long and slender. Her translucent black pajamas revealed her long, slender legs in front of Ling Yan's eyes. However, Ling Yan still gently moved her hand away and asked calmly, "How is she?" The she that Ling Yan was referring to was naturally Zhuang Meifeng. Xiao Mimi rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and said, "Why are you asking me? Can't you see for yourself? She has been in a bad mood all day and waited for you until 4 in the morning. She had just fallen asleep before you arrived." Ling Yan frowned slightly and stood up abruptly. He said to Xiao Mimi, "Use this $20,000 first. Also, keep this gun for self-defense. Try to increase your cultivation as soon as possible." Xiao Mimi nodded and pouted, "Got it." Ling Yan left Xiao Mimi's bedroom and went to the living room. He looked at Little White who was curled up on the sofa and smiled faintly before quickly entering his own bedroom. In the bedroom, Ling Yan's laptop was turned on. Zhuang Meifeng was wearing a snow-white shirt and light blue jeans. She was sitting on the spacious boss's chair with her hands crossed and her head resting on the table. There was a tear stain on her delicate cheeks. Ling Yan shook his head and extended his arms to hug Zhuang Meifeng's voluptuous body before gently placing her on the bed. Even though his actions were gentle and careful, Zhuang Meifeng was still startled awake. She opened her blurry eyes and saw that Ling Yan was back. Her eyes flashed with uncontrollable joy. "Hubby, you're back? Are you hungry? I'll cook for you." Zhuang Meifeng raised her slender hands and rubbed her sleepy eyes as she said that. She immediately got off the bed. Ling Yan smiled and shook his head. He raised his hand to caress Zhuang Meifeng's beautiful face and said gently, "I'm not hungry. You don't have to work. How can you sleep so late every day?" Zhuang Meifeng suddenly saw the wounds on Ling Yan's body. Her beautiful eyes widened in panic. Her eyes were filled with distress and anxiety as she asked hurriedly, "Hubby, what happened to your body? Who did it?" Ling Yan smiled and comforted her. "I met a few hooligans tonight and got into a fight with them. But I didn't let them off lightly, so I didn't suffer any losses." Xiao Mimi, who was in the other bedroom, had already advanced to Ho Tian Realm Level 3. Her hearing ability had naturally improved, so she could hear everything clearly. She could only shake her head helplessly. Zhuang Meifeng asked in disbelief, "Hubby, you're so skilled, how could a few hooligans injure you so badly?" Ling Yan chuckled. "They have a lot of people, and 2 of them are very good at fighting. Their attacks are also very ruthless. I followed your instructions and didn't dare to go too hard on them. Naturally, I had to take a few blows." Hearing this, Zhuang Meifeng's eyes reddened immediately. Her eyes were filled with regret and self-blame as she sobbed, "Hubby, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been like that this morning." Because of this, she had been blaming herself for the whole day. She even thought that Ling Yan did not come home after school because he did not want to see her. Ling Yan smiled gently. "It's just a small injury, it's nothing." With tears streaming down her face, Zhuang Meifeng lifted her hand and tore off the towel that Ling Yan was wrapped in. When she saw the deep and shallow whip marks on Ling Yan's waist and legs, she suddenly realized her mistake. In a world where strength and fists speak, being kind to one's enemy is being cruel to oneself. Zhuang Meifeng's eyes reddened as an unconcealable hatred flashed in her eyes. She said with hatred, "Hubby, don't show mercy to anyone who dares to hit you in the future. You have to teach them a lesson." Ling Yan laughed loudly. "All right, I'll follow your orders. I only hope that you won't feel bad for your enemies in the future, but for me instead." Xiao Mimi, who was listening in her bedroom, sighed softly. "Damn, I've been tricked by him again." Xiao Mimi listened intently and could only hear the rustling sound of clothes being taken off. That day, Ling Yan did not wake up early. He only came out of his bedroom at 9 in the morning, dressed neatly. At this time, Little White was still curled up into a snow-white pom-pom. Its big tail covered its fox face as it slept soundly in the corner of the sofa. Xiao Mimi, on the other hand, was dressed in a clean black leather shirt and pants. She crossed her legs and sat on the sofa, watching the television out of boredom. Ling Yan walked over and sat on the sofa before giving Tang Meng a call. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Yao Rou were directing a large group of renovation workers in the clinic. After receiving Ling Yan's call, Tang Meng immediately said to Yao Rou, "Sister Rou, Big Brother Yun wants me and Tai Xiaohu to go over now." Yao Rou smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, the renovation workers that Boss Wang found are very capable. I'll just stay here and look after them. You guys go ahead." Tang Meng nodded and shouted at Tai Xiaohu. The 2 of them walked out of the clinic one after another and went straight to Ling Yan's rented apartment. When the 2 of them arrived, Ling Yan was already waiting for them at the entrance of the courtyard. Once the car stopped, Ling Yan immediately got in and said to Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, "Today is the Qingming festival. Is there anything urgent at home?" Tang Meng chuckled. "There is. Big Brother Yun, your matter is the most important matter for us. Don't play dumb with me, kid." Ling Yan glared at him. "If there's anything going on at home, get back to work. I don't care if the 2 of you are here or not." Seeing that Ling Yan did not buy it, Tang Meng could only scratch his head and tell the truth. Big brother Yun, I have to go with my family to visit my grandmother's grave in the afternoon. Tai Xiaohu shook his head and said, I'm really fine. Ling Yun nodded and smiled. Alright then, let's finish what we have to do in the morning. Tang Meng, you can go home at noon and give me a call when you're done. Tang Meng turned around and asked Ling Yun, Big brother Yun, where are we going now? Ling Yun smiled. Linjiang Road, the People's Clinic. Before Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu arrived, Ling Yun had already given Qin Qiuyue a call. Knowing that his mother and sister, Ning Lingyu, had already gone home to pack their things, he went straight to the People's Clinic. Tang Meng drove the Hummer at lightning speed. Ling Yun briefly asked Tang Meng about last night's situation and found out that he went to Li Qingchuan's house after sending Ning Lingyu to Qingshui Wharf. Big brother Yun, I heard from Uncle Li that he might be inviting you over to his house for a few days. Ling Yun smiled and nodded. Even though he saved Li Qingchuan's life, Li Qingchuan did not hold back either. When he bought the villa, Li Qingchuan saved him more than 40 million yuan. He definitely had to visit his house. Big brother Yun, my dad also asked me to ask if you're free these few days. He wants you to come over to my house to play. Tang Meng said this much more casually. After all, he and Ling Yun were now brothers. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Yun was always busy, he would have brought Ling Yun over to his house long ago. Hearing this, Ling Yun grinned. Going to Tang Meng's house was easy, but he had to bring some decent gifts. He couldn't possibly go empty-handed. There's no hurry to go to your house, I need to prepare. Ling Yun muttered as he pondered over what to give Tang Meng's family. Hearing this, Tang Meng panicked. He asked hurriedly, Boss, why do you need to prepare for going to my house? It's just a matter of stepping on the gas pedal, what's there to prepare? Ling Yun leaned over from the back seat and gave Tang Meng a smack on the head. Nonsense, we're brothers. It's my first time going to your house, of course I need to prepare some gifts. Oh right, there's also Tai Xiaohu's, this was the friendship between brothers. Hearing Ling Yun's words, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu felt a warmth in their hearts. For a moment they didn't know what to say. Of course, if they knew what Ling Yun had prepared for their house, Tang Meng would probably not even be able to drive. In less than half an hour, Tang Meng had already parked his car in front of the People's Clinic. Ling Yun was the first to get out of the car and directly ran to the backyard of the People's Clinic. Upon entering the backyard, he immediately called out, Mum, Lingyu, I'm back. Big brother. Ning Lingyu ran out with a face full of joy. She wore a simple hat made out of newspaper on her head. Obviously, it was to prevent dust from getting on her head, making her look extremely cute. Ling Yun lightly patted Ning Lingyu's shoulder. Then, he smiled at Qin Qiuyue who was standing at the entrance of the bungalow. Mum, just bring the important things over. Don't move the rest over there, it's not suitable. This was the reason why Ling Yun didn't ask Tang Meng to look for a moving company. It could be said that the furniture in the People's Clinic was really not compatible with the huge villa. Although the sky was a little hazy, Qin Qiuyue stood at the entrance of the dilapidated bungalow. She was like the world's brightest and most beautiful flower in full bloom, instantly lighting up the entire dilapidated courtyard. Her unparalleled beauty and mature charm were truly enough to make anyone dumbfounded. Qin Qiuyue looked at the two siblings who were standing side by side. She smiled sweetly and said, Mom understands. I've already packed everything up. I'm just a little reluctant to leave. I want to clean up the house with your sister before we leave. As the saying goes, gold or silver, one's own kennel is better than gold or silver. The family of three had lived here for so many years. Once they were to leave, it was inevitable that they would feel reluctant. However, Ling Yun did not feel reluctant to leave this place. To be honest, other than Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu, his feelings for this place paled in comparison to the house he had rented. At this moment, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu had also arrived at the backyard. After greeting Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu, Ling Yun asked his mother, Mum, you don't have to do anything else. Just let the three of us know what you need to move. We'll move as soon as possible and leave immediately. After moving here, Ling Yun still had to buy all the necessary furniture and daily necessities for the Qingshui Wharf Villa as soon as possible. Hence, he was in a rush. Qin Qiuyue nodded her head lightly. Then, she led the four youngsters and started moving the house. Xianxia was not a pretentious person. She did not pack too many things. Furthermore, the four walls of the house were already bare. There were very few things that could be moved. They did not even fill up 2 cars. However, when Xianxia asked Ling Yan to go to her room to move a box, Ling Yan was stunned. The box was narrow and not very wide. It had an antique feel to it. Ling Yan could not tell which era it was made in. He only felt that the patterns on the box were very simple and elegant. What stunned Ling Yan was the weight of the box. Another thing was that he could feel a faint trace of spiritual energy being emitted from the box. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. The box was 1.5 meters long and 30 centimeters square. It was obvious that it had the same function as the sandalwood box that Miracle Dr. Shui gave Ling Yun. It had the ability to isolate spiritual energy. Even so, there was still an extremely faint amount of spiritual energy emitted from the box. Even though the amount was pitiful, the purity of the spiritual energy was much higher than the spiritual energy emitted from the Shikyu herb. There's definitely a treasure inside. Ling Yun was secretly delighted. However, he was also shocked. How did his mother manage to save such a good thing when his family was poor? He sneaked a glance at Xianxia, who was busy in the outer room. However, Xianxia was still methodically directing the moving of the house. She did not even look in his direction. The box was locked. Ling Yan did not have much time to think. With a light shake of his arms, he lifted the box and walked out as if nothing had happened. The box weighed at least 80 to 90 kilograms. Of course, to Ling Yun, this weight was no different from carrying a baseball bat. Just as he was about to walk out of the backyard, he heard Xianxia's gentle voice behind him. Ling Yun, put this box in my car. Ling Yun nodded his head. Without stopping, he carried the box to the entrance of the people's clinic and placed it carefully. Most of the things in the house had been moved. After placing the box, Ling Yun did not enter the clinic. Instead, he went straight to Li Hongmei's shop next door. Hey, Ling Yun, you're here. Have you moved most of the things? Look at how tired you are. Quick, have a bottle of Coke to quench your thirst. Li Hongmei smiled brightly when she saw Ling Yun. She took out a bottle of Coca-Cola and stuffed it into Ling Yun's hands without caring if he wanted it or not. Xianxia had brought Ling Yu home at 6 in the morning to pack up. Once she got home, she was dragged along by Li Hongmei for a long time. Hence, Li Hongmei knew that Xianxia was moving today. Thank you, Auntie Li. We're done moving. Do you know the address of our new house? You're welcome to visit us when you're free. Ling Yun didn't bother with pleasantries. He unscrewed the lid and took a few sips. Then, he asked Li Hongmei, Auntie Li, do you still have the big needles I bought from you? Even though the needles were not eye-catching, they were extremely useful to Ling Yun. It could be said that if not for the 200 needles last night, it would have been much more troublesome for Ling Yun to kill Deepa. Yes, yes. Although Li Hongmei felt strange, she still put on a smile and went to get the needles for Ling Yun enthusiastically. Last time, Li Hongmei bought more than 100 boxes in one go. It would be strange if she didn't. How many do you want this time? Li Hongmei asked Ling Yun after taking 5 to 6 boxes. I'll take as much as you have. Ling Yun smiled faintly. Li Hongmei almost fell to the ground. She thought to herself, Ling Yun is getting more and more mysterious. Why does a kid like him buy so many needles every day? However, she didn't ask any questions. Instead, she took out the 4 boxes of needles and placed them in front of Ling Yun. Here, they just came in on Tuesday. 100 boxes. They're all here. Auntie Li is giving them to you. 100 boxes meant 5,000 needles. It was more than enough for Ling Yun. Ling Yun waved his hand and shook his head. That won't do. I won't ask for the price. Here's 1,000. Auntie Li, please check. With that, Ling Yun placed $100 bills on the counter. He didn't want to waste any more time with Li Hongmei. Grabbing the 4 boxes, he quickly left the shop. Sigh. Li Hongmei cried out from behind. She stared at Ling Yan's back and was speechless for a long time. After a while, she bit her lips and muttered to herself, Xianxia, this child, has really grown up. Before his mother and Ning Lingyu came out, Ling Yan quickly returned to the back of Tang Meng's Hummer. He stuffed the 4 heavy boxes into the trunk. A few minutes later, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Ning Lingyu walked out of the clinic. Xianxia was the last. Xianxia walked out of the clinic and locked the glass door. She then took 4 to 5 steps back and looked up at the signboard of the People's Clinic. The neighbors who got along well with Xianxia's family came out to congratulate, bid farewell, and send Xianxia off. Their eyes, expressions, and words were filled with envy. In the end, it was Li Hongmei who wiped her tears and said, Xiaoyue, don't look anymore. Let's go. It's a good thing to move into a big villa. The kids are waiting for you. Xianxia was still as calm as still water. She smiled as she bid farewell to her simple and honest neighbors and sincerely welcomed them to her new home as guests. Then, surrounded by her entourage, she walked to the side of the car and got into it. Xianxia's family waved goodbye to the neighbors. Just as they were about to drive away, a black BMW suddenly sped up and stopped on the opposite side of the road. 2 tall and strong young men got out of the car. Ling Yan recognized the 2 men with just a glance. They were Brother Knife's best fighters, Zhan Long and Zhan Hu. After Zhan Long and Zhan Hu got out of the car, they walked up to Ling Yan respectfully. Zhan Long said to Ling Yan respectfully, Brother Ling, is it convenient for you now? Brother Knife wants to see you. Last Sunday night, after Brother Knife was restricted by Ling Yan, he immediately arranged for his men to rent a house opposite the People's Clinic the next day. He really guarded the place 24/7, afraid that someone would do anything to the People's Clinic. Ling Yan did not lie to Brother Knife. When Brother Knife returned home at midnight, his body was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Fortunately, Ling Yan's technique was exquisite. Brother Knife only suffered for 4 to 5 minutes. However, those 4 to 5 minutes of pain were indescribable. Brother Knife was also a famous gangster on Linjiang Road. It could be said that his willpower and courage were made of iron. He did not even groan when he was stabbed a few times. However, he could not withstand the pain at midnight. Xiao Mimi, a black-ranked assassin, could not withstand the pain once Ling Yan's restraint took effect. Even though Xiao Mimi had undergone the most brutal training, she could not withstand it. When Dao Yong's subordinates saw that Ling Yan's family was moving out, they quickly called Dao Yong. Dao Yong immediately arranged for Zhan Long and Zhan Hu to invite Ling Yan over. Ling Yan's lips curled into a smile. He thought to himself, Dao Yong can't take it anymore. After thinking for a while, he walked to Xianxia and said in a low voice, Mom, why don't you and Ling Yu leave first? I have something to do. I'll catch up with you soon. Xianxia pursed her lips and nodded her head. She reminded Ling Yan to be careful and drove away. After Ling Yan saw his mother and sister's car off, he said to Tang Meng, follow my mother's car back. Tai Xiaohu and I will follow them. We'll be home soon. Tang Meng grumbled unhappily when he saw that Ling Yan had chosen to bring Tai Xiaohu along. However, he had no choice but to start the Hummer and drive away. Ling Yan gave Tai Xiaohu a look and the 2 of them did not say anything. They immediately got into Zhan Long and Zhan Hu's BMW. Hurry up and drive, I still have things to do. Ling Yan said to Zhan Long. Zhan Long nodded his head obediently. He was afraid that he would offend Ling Yan. He stepped on the accelerator and the BMW sped away. Dao Yong's residence was located in a courtyard house beside Linjiang Road. Zhan Long drove very fast, so he arrived in less than 3 minutes. Zhan Hu had already sent Dao Yong a message after Ling Yan got into the car. Hence, Dao Yong was already waiting at the entrance. After the car stopped, Dao Yong, who had a hideous scar on his face, walked to the BMW and personally opened the door for Ling Yan. Little brother Ling Yan, I've been waiting for you. Please come in and have a seat. No one brought up the previous grudge. Dao Yong was like a mouse meeting a cat when he saw Ling Yan now. He was well-behaved and respectful. Ling Yan smiled faintly and led Tai Xiaohu into the courtyard. Dao Yong followed closely behind them. Zhan Long and Zhan Hu stood at the entrance of the courtyard cautiously and did not follow them in. After entering, The house, Ling Yan casually sat on the sofa and casually sized up Dao Yong's room. He chuckled and said, "Big brother Dao, your place is not bad." Dao Yong immediately broke out in cold sweat. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand and said, "Little brother Ling Yan, please don't call me big brother Dao. I don't deserve it." If it wasn't for Ling Yan's young age, Dao Yong would have called him big brother Ling long ago. How could he deserve Ling Yan calling him big brother? This is? Dao Yong took the initiative to ask politely when he saw that Ling Yan had no intention of introducing Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu was more than 1.9 meters tall and looked like a black iron tower. It was hard not to attract Dao Yong's attention. Ling Yan laughed. "His name is Tai Xiaohu." Dao Yong's expression changed. Could he be Tai Xiaohu from Green Dragon? Ling Yan didn't need to hide it from him. He nodded casually and ignored Dao Yong's shock. "I don't have much time. Speak quickly if you have anything to say." Dao Yong's face turned red, and a hint of bitterness flashed across his eyes. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he walked to his table and picked up a bank card and a brand new key. He then walked back and placed them on the coffee table in front of Ling Yan respectfully. Ling Yan didn't even look at the bank card and key on the coffee table. He raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Dao Yong. "What's the meaning of this?" Dao Yong swallowed his saliva awkwardly and said, "Little brother Ling Yan, there's 8 million yuan in this card, and this key is the key to a Range Rover Venerable Genesis that I bought for you the day before yesterday. I was supposed to personally deliver it to you, but I heard from my underlings that you were moving today. I thought it would be a good time, so I took the liberty of asking Zhang Long and Zhan Hu to invite you over to give these two things to you. Just take it as a token of my respect for you and congratulate you on your move." Ling Yan smiled faintly. "We don't have much of a relationship. How can I accept such a huge gift from you?" Ling Yan might have said that he was embarrassed, but there was no hint of it on his face. Dao Yong didn't say much. He only said respectfully, "It's just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Thank you, book friends. Old Ma's Sky has tipped 8,888 yuan. Old Ma's Sky has tipped 10,000 yuan. Old Ma's Sky has tipped 50,000 yuan. Old Ma's Sky 7 monthly votes. Congratulations to Old Ma's Sky for becoming the master of the hedonistic celestial doctor. Old Ma's Sky was mighty and domineering. Today and tomorrow, Old Bu would use 4 chapters to express his gratitude. Ling Yan didn't stand on ceremony with Dao Yong anymore. Moreover, he had no intention of standing on ceremony with Dao Yong. Ling Yan glanced up at Tai Xiaohu, and Tai Xiaohu understood immediately. He bent down and took the bank card and the car key from the Range Rover on the table. Dao Yong held his breath, his forehead drenched in sweat. He only heaved a sigh of relief when Tai Xiaohu put away the bank card and car keys. He wiped the sweat off his forehead again. This 18-year-old boy was too scary. The password for the bank card is 6/8. If you're worried, you can go to the bank and transfer it in one go. I've also prepared a gas card for you. I've topped up 500,000 yuan in it. It should be enough for you to fill up for a while." Seeing that Ling Yan was willing to accept his money and car, Dao Yong spoke carefully and took out a gas card that he had prepared beforehand. This time, Tai Xiaohu didn't wait for Ling Yan's instructions and took the gas card directly. Dao Yong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Ling Yan had accepted everything. He looked at Ling Yan carefully and hesitated to speak. Suddenly, he stood up and said, "Your new car is parked in the garage in the backyard. Little brother Ling Yan, shall we go take a look?" Even though Ling Yan pretended to be nonchalant, he was actually secretly delighted. He didn't know much about cars, but he knew that the car that Dao Yong gave him to save his life must be worth a lot. "Let's go take a look then." The 3 of them arrived at the backyard. As Dao Yong opened the garage, Ling Yan saw the white Fuji Land Rover. Land Rover Range Rover Revered Genesis Edition, 5.0L displacement, 375k engine, V8, self-contained transmission, maximum horsepower of 510 PS, 5-door, 5-seater hatchback, full of grandeur and luxury. Even if this car isn't as good as Tang Meng's original Hummer, it shouldn't be too far off, right? Ling Yan thought to himself. He did not notice that Tai Xiaohu's eyes had already lit up behind him. Which man who loved cars didn't want to own a Land Rover? Dao Yong carefully observed the expression on Ling Yan's face, but he didn't find any trace of excitement or agitation. He couldn't help but be speechless. What he didn't know was that Ling Yun was a complete layman when it came to cars. He couldn't even compare to a newbie like Xiao Bai. However, he still said in a low voice, "Little brother Ling Yun, you can drive this car away now. I'll personally arrange for people to handle all the procedures for you. You won't have to spend a single cent." Ling Yun nodded and said, "I'll arrange for people to handle the procedures." At the same time, Ling Yun was calculating in his heart. The procedures for the Maserati that Murong Feishui had given him had yet to be completed. It seemed like he had to find a time to settle it as soon as possible. Otherwise, she might regret it and come looking for him again. That would be very unpleasant. The best person to handle the procedures was undoubtedly Tang Meng. He was more suitable than Tai Xiaohu. Ling Yan turned to Tai Xiaohu and said, "Drive the car out first." Tai Xiaohu couldn't wait any longer. He nodded his head and walked into the garage. Ling Yan gestured to Dao Yong to follow him back to the house. No matter what, Dao Yong had done what Ling Yan wanted. Ling Yan was quite satisfied. After the two of them entered the house, Ling Yan didn't even sit down. Instead, he turned to Dao Yong and extended 2 fingers. 2 things. First, don't think about doing anything to me, my family, or my friends. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death the next time. Second, I don't care which bowl of rice you eat. I only want to say one thing. Don't go overboard with the civilians on Linjiang Road, especially my neighbors. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Dao Yong was so scared that he kept quiet. He nodded his head and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. I understand. Ling Yan wasn't afraid of what he could do. He didn't retract his fingers. Instead, he used his fingers like a sword and tapped on more than 10 of Dao Yong's major acupuncture points. Now, your pain has been relieved, but... Ling Yan paused for a moment. Dao Yong felt his body and mind relax. However, when he heard that Ling Yan had something else to say, his body tensed up again. Ling Yan smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be so nervous. I've left one last technique on your body. Your body will be fine for the next 2 months. I'll get Tai Xiaohu to remove it completely on the 8th of June. Ling Yan smiled and patted him on the shoulder. With that, Ling Yan looked at the slightly disappointed Dao Yong and teased, "You don't hate me, do you?" Dao Yong's heart skipped a beat when he heard that, and he exclaimed in shock, "No. Definitely not. I'm already extremely grateful that you've relieved me of my pain every night. How would I dare to hate you?" Ling Yun nodded. "I'll be leaving then. The person who will be here tomorrow to settle the paperwork is another brother of mine. His name is Tang Meng. I don't mind telling you that he's the son of the deputy director of Xianxia City's Public Security Bureau. You should know better than me what to do, right?" Dao Yong was absolutely speechless. He suddenly felt that the young man in front of him was unfathomable. That latest model of Land Rover cost more than 2.7 million. Including all the paperwork and the 500,000 yuan gas card, it was a total of 3.5 million yuan, coupled with the 8 million yuan in his bank account, that was more than 11 million yuan. Dao Yong had been in the underworld for so many years, but his assets were only worth 30 million yuan. That was a third of it. Of course, it was painful. However, in order to make Ling Yun happy, as long as Ling Yun could relieve his pain, he was willing to do anything. Who asked him to be so blind as to provoke someone like Ling Yun? However, in just 4 to 5 days, Ling Yun had an additional Tai Xiaohu by his side. Who was Tai Xiaohu? Everyone in Xingshui knew that Tai Xiaohu was Long Kuan's best fighter. Long Kuan had the intention of grooming him to be the successor of Green Dragon. Dao Yong was famous for his shrewdness. Seeing Tai Xiaohu by Ling Yun's side and being so obedient to Ling Yun, if he couldn't tell that Tai Xiaohu was already Ling Yun's underling, then he would have been a fool. Now that Dao Yong heard that the person who would be handling the paperwork tomorrow was the son of the deputy director of Xingshui City's Public Security Bureau, his heart was in turmoil. Be it Tai Xiaohu or the deputy director of Xingshui City's Public Security Bureau, either one of them was enough to make Dao Yong suffer. Didn't this mean that Ling Yan was starting to dominate both the underworld and the underworld in Xianxia City? It was laughable that he had brought 100 underlings with him to wipe out his entire family. Like a pig crashing into a tree, did he just run into a pig? Just as Dao Yong was shaking the scar on his face, he realized that Ling Yan had already left the house and was walking towards the backyard. Dao Yong hurriedly chased after Ling Yan and asked, little brother Ling Yan, can you give me your contact number? After spending more than 11 million yuan, Dao Yong would be too useless if he couldn't even get Ling Yan's contact number. Ling Yan smiled faintly and shouted at Tai Xiaohu, who was sticking his head out of the Land Rover. Give him your number. To be honest, Dao Yong really wasn't qualified to get his number. The Land Rover had already started up, and the roar of the engine was loud and clear. It was very pleasing to the ears. Ling Yan sat in the passenger seat. Tai Xiaohu followed Ling Yan's instructions and gave Dao Yong his number. Then, he greeted Dao Yong and drove the car out of the backyard. Dao Yong chased after Ling Yan and Tai Xiaohu with a smile on his face. He waved as he watched Ling Yan and Tai Xiaohu drive off. Only when the white Land Rover disappeared around the corner did the smile on his face slowly disappear. He could feel his back drenched in cold sweat and shivering. He called Zhang Long and Zhan Hu into the house and washed his face with cold water. After he had completely calmed down, he came out and said to the two of them, remember to restrain your underlings. When they go out to earn a living, make sure to check clearly. Don't provoke anyone related to Ling Yan. Zhan Long and Zhan Hu asked at the same time, Brother Dao, who is that big guy that came with Ling Yan? Why does he look so fierce? Dao Yong's mouth twitched violently. Green Dragon's Tai Xiaohu. Then, he looked at the backyard as if the brand new Land Rover was still parked there. He muttered to himself, this time, we provoked someone we shouldn't have. Serves us right for being unlucky. From today onwards, the sky of Xianxia City is going to change. Zhan Long and Zhan Hu looked at each other in dismay. From Dao Yong's tone and expression, they could tell that Dao Yong was going to retire. The Land Rover had already driven 2 kilometers. Teach me how to drive. Ling Yan had been watching Tai Xiaohu drive ever since he got in the car. He felt very uncomfortable whenever he recalled the day he pushed the Maserati on the road. Since Ling Yan wanted to learn how to drive, Tai Xiaohu naturally taught him in detail. The better the car, the easier it was to drive. After listening to Tai Xiaohu, Ling Yan felt that driving wasn't difficult at all. Actually, he had been secretly observing Tang Meng for a long time. Now that he had Tai Xiaohu by his side and a brand new car that belonged to him, Ling Yan was itching to learn how to drive. Let's switch, I'll drive. Ling Yan was very bold. Big brother Yun, you don't have a driver's license. Tai Xiaohu said hesitantly. Actually, he was worried that boss would drive such a good car onto an electric pole or scratch it. Even if Ling Yan didn't feel bad about it, he would. *T driver's license, I don't think anyone checks your driving. Stop the car. Ling Yan decisively asked Tai Xiaohu to stop the car. Both of them swapped positions, and Ling Yan sat in the driver's seat for the second time in his life. In order to learn how to drive, he asked Tai Xiaohu to turn off the ignition and start the car himself. Now, he finally understood why he couldn't drive the Maserati that day. He forgot to turn on the ignition. Ling Yan was truly worthy of his tribulation stage soul. Tai Xiaohu only had to explain and demonstrate once, and Ling Yan was able to grasp it easily. Without any surprises, Ling Yan started up the Land Rover and began to move forward slowly. Is this how it is? Ling Yan smiled at the dumbfounded Tai Xiaohu. Yes. Tai Xiaohu could only nod his head. He thought to himself that boss was too unbelievable. How could he learn how to drive after just one try? So it's that easy? Alright, let's do something more exciting. Ling Yan smiled proudly and stepped on the accelerator. Boom. The silver-white Land Rover was like an arrow that left the bow, shooting out with a swoosh. Boss, slow down, this car still needs some time to get used to. Tai Xiaohu was so scared and heartbroken that he even forgot to call Ling Yan big brother. I'll have some fun first, then I'll get used to it later. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my biggest motivation. To be continued. The Land Rover was as fast as lightning, and Ling Yun was still accelerating even though the needle on the dashboard had already reached 150 miles per hour. He had gotten used to the Land Rover the moment he started driving. The speed was equivalent to 40 meters per second, which was even faster than Ling Yun's Dragonfish Phantom ability. However, Xianxia Wharf was located in the east of Xianxia City, and it was dozens of kilometers away from Xianxia City. The road was incomparably wide, and the roadside was lush with trees. It was really suitable for a joyride. Big brother Yun, drive slower. Driving like this will really reduce the lifespan of this car. Tai Xiaohu couldn't help but grin as he looked at Ling Yun's nonchalant expression. All right. Ling Yun was satisfied. He reduced the speed of the car to 120 miles per hour and continued to test the various functions of the Land Rover. He was having a lot of fun. How's your cultivation of the stellar condensation technique coming along? Ling Yun was already very familiar with driving now. He started to ask Tai Xiaohu about serious matters after he slowed down. The stellar condensation technique was called the stellar condensation technique because it was named the stellar condensation technique. Naturally, it was derived from the stellar condensation technique's number of 50. Therefore, there were a total of 7 major realms in the stellar condensation technique. And each major realm was further divided into 7 smaller realms. Ling Yun's invulnerability was actually because he had already reached the 6th realm of the first major realm. He was about to reach the great completion of the first major realm. Tai Xiaohu couldn't help but blush when he heard Ling Yun's question. He raised his hand and scratched his head. My cultivation is very slow. I should have reached the 2nd minor realm, and I'm trying to break through to the 3rd. If Ling Yun wasn't driving, he would have given Tai Xiaohu a good beating. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Tai Xiaohu as though he was a monster. Slow? You're almost catching up to my cultivation speed, what's slow about it? It had only been 4 days since Ling Yun had taught Tai Xiaohu, and he had already reached the 2nd major realm. This cultivation speed would be considered heaven-defying even in the cultivation world, and yet Tai Xiaohu was embarrassed to say that it was slow. The cultivation of the stellar condensation technique was purely based on one's physique and talent. It was only related to the power of the sun, moon, and stars. It could be cultivated without spiritual energy. Do you still need those 2 small sandbags? I don't think I need them anymore. Those 2 sandbags are too light for me. Tai Xiaohu said honestly. I don't think you need them either. You're too big and you are born with superhuman strength. When you reach the 4th minor realm, I'll teach you a set of acupuncture techniques. If you have nothing to do in the next few days, try to memorize the acupoints on a person's body. Ling Yun praised Tai Xiaohu, then changed the topic and said, when you reach the 4th minor realm, I'll teach you a set of acupuncture techniques. Ling Yun's words. To Tai Xiaohu, no matter if it was a car, money, or beauty, none of them could compare to the excitement and satisfaction brought to him by increasing his strength. Therefore, Tai Xiaohu nodded his head in excitement. What do you think of Dao Yong and his gang? Ling Yun asked casually as he reduced the speed of the car to about 90 miles per hour. As Ling Dao, as he was that Yun. As Ling as Rover, as Ling as possible. As Ling, as Dao too, as Dao as he could. Ling Chi. Tai Xiaohu commented casually. It was obvious that he didn't like Dao Yong and his gang. Ling Yun frowned slightly. Tai Xiaohu, don't judge things by whether you can fight or not. There are many things in this world that can't be solved with just your fists. You have to use your brains. Understand? Tai Xiaohu's heart trembled at Ling Yun's words. He did not dare to say anything else and nodded his head hurriedly with a red face. Last Sunday night, Dao Yong brought his man to destroy my mother's clinic. I took 600,000 from him and placed a restriction on him by sealing his acupoints. Ling Yun raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. Even though he didn't say anything today, I know that the reason he gave us the money and the car was so that I could remove the restriction on his body. Ling Yun explained the whole thing and ended with a smile. At least this Dao Yong is smart enough to make a prompt decision and be willing to spend a large sum of money to settle this matter. Otherwise, even if I were to remove the seal on him after a month, his body would be so weak that it wouldn't even be comparable to an ordinary person. He would be completely crippled. Tai Xiaohu was stunned. His mouth was agape as he exclaimed in shock, That's such a powerful technique? Lingyan smiled slightly and said proudly, how is that powerful? It's just some crooked methods used to deal with evil people. It's not very honorable. That day, I used acupuncture to cleanse your tendons and bones, allowing you to be reborn. That is the true supreme technique. Tai Xiaohu was stunned. His eyes were filled with gratitude as he said, thank you, big brother Yun. Lingyan smiled and nodded. Casually but seriously, he said, you are a good seedling for cultivation. You have the constitution and the ability to understand. You have to follow me in the future and train well. There will be a day when you become strong. Don't worry about this little bit of money and these things. We may lack everything in the future, but this is not the only thing we lack. Do you understand? Tai Xiaohu nodded his head like a chick pecking at grains. The excitement in his heart was written all over his face. Lingyan didn't say anything else. He drove another 5 to 6 kilometers before stopping the car and swapping with Tai Xiaohu. It wasn't that he had driven enough, but he was afraid that Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu would see him driving without a license. That would be troublesome. Tai Xiaohu was only willing to drive at about 80 miles per hour. This kid dared to gamble with people when he was 15 years old. These 3 years in the Green Dragon Gang had broadened his horizons and made him very familiar with all kinds of cars. Hence, he was very familiar with driving. There's a saying that goes, no discord, no concord. I can see that Dao Yong is very smart. He knows when to advance and when to retreat. He's also very resourceful. If you have such intentions, you can consider taking them in and leading them on the right path. Lingyan continued to talk about the previous topic. You don't have any subordinates. What's the point of being strong if you're alone? Why did he leave the last trick for Dao Yong to solve? Of course, this door was left for Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu came from the Green Dragon Gang and was very famous. It was impossible for Tai Xiaohu to enter a university or become an official or a businessman. However, this was a walk in the park for him. It was even easier than taking something out of his pocket. Dao Yong's judgment was right. After Ling Yan had Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, he really had the intention to train them in these 2 areas. One was a scholar, one was a fighter, one was a gangster. If he wanted money, he would have it. Wouldn't Qingshui City be changing? Tai Xiaohu finally understood what Ling Yun meant. He chuckled and nodded his head vigorously. His eagle-like eyes were shining with excitement. After another 10 minutes, the Land Rover finally arrived at the Qingshui Wharf Villas. Ling Yin gave Tang Meng a call and heard that they had just driven into mansion number 9 and were about to move things in. After Ling Yin hung up the phone, he said to Tai Xiaohu, drive faster. There are quite a lot of things. The 3 of us should be enough to move them. Don't make my mom and Ling Yu busy. The last time Ling Yun and Shuang Meifeng came, they picked mansion number 9. It had a radius of 100 meters and took up more than 10,000 square meters. The huge 2-story mansion was like a painting from a fairy tale. It was hidden among the flowers and trees, with white walls and red tiles. It faced the sea, and the air was incomparably fresh. It was truly a picturesque scene. In the courtyard, in the southwest direction of the main building, there was an 800 to 900 square meter swimming pool. The water in the pool varied in depth and was so clear that one could see the bottom. It reflected the green trees and blue sky. A gentle breeze blew, and the emerald green water rippled. It was a dreamy and beautiful scene. From the courtyard to the main entrance of the mansion, there was a wide road that could accommodate 2 cars side by side. The road was slightly curved and had a herringbone fork. The other path led directly to the garage. It was extremely convenient. The white Land Rover drove straight in and stopped beside Tang Meng's Hummer. Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu alighted one after the other. At this time, Tang Meng had just finished moving some stuff. When he saw the Land Rover, he was stunned. He rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand and rushed over with his mouth agape. F***CK. Boss, this is the Land Rover Range Rover. The revered Land Rover Range Rover. Tang Meng quickly circled the car twice, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he stared at the car. Tang Meng loved luxury cars and was very familiar with them. When he saw the Land Rover, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Where did this come from? Tang Meng couldn't be bothered with anything else. He sat in the driver's seat and touched the car lovingly. After a long time, he finally remembered to ask. Ling Yan chuckled and said, Dao Yong gave it to me. Gave it to you? Tang Meng's brain couldn't take it anymore. Didn't Dao Yong give boss $600,000 as compensation the other night? Why did he give it to him today? Ling Yan walked over and gave Tang Meng a smack on the head. Alright, stop showing off. Hurry up and get down to work. At this time, Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu walked out of the villa. Ning Lingyu hugged Qin Qiuyue's arm intimately as they stood on the white marble steps of the villa. She bit her lower lip and whispered, Mom, look at Big Brother. He got us another nice car. Qin Qiuyue didn't say anything. She only smiled and nodded slightly. She didn't respond to her precious daughter. When Ling Yan saw his mother and sister walk out, he greeted them before moving the things into the villa with Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. How much stuff could 2 cars fit? The 3 of them were tall and strong. After a few rounds, they had moved everything into the villa. They sorted the things according to Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu's requests. After tidying up, Ling Yan stood in the empty living room on the first floor and looked around. It's so big. How much stuff would it take to fill up this living room? Ling Yan thought to himself. It was too spacious and not warm at all. This definitely wouldn't do. How would his mother and sister live like this? Ling Yan sat on the leather sofa and crossed his legs. He raised his hand and beckoned Tang Meng, who had just finished washing his hands, over. Ling Yan chuckled. Do you know how to spend money? Tang Meng was dumbfounded by Ling Yan's question. He was stunned. Of course. Ling Yan nodded. That's good. I'll give you a task. Seeing that his boss had given him another task, Tang Meng patted his chest and promised. No problem. I'll give you 8 million yuan. You have to spend it all within these 3 days. If it's not enough, I can give you more. However, if there's even a single cent left, you better be careful of your buttocks exploding. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. No problem. Boss, it won't even take 3 days. Isn't it just 8 million yuan? I'll spend it for you in a while. For a Land Rover like yours, it'll only take 3. 8 million yuan isn't even enough. Tang Meng said heartlessly. Ling Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lifting his leg, he gave Tang Meng's butt a good kick. Glaring at him, he said, Don't try to act dumb. According to what you said, it's not even enough to buy a plane. Tang Meng smiled sheepishly as he rubbed his head. Big brother Yun, you want to buy some furniture to fill up this villa, right? Ling Yan knew that he was playing dumb. He glared at him again and nodded. Is there a need to ask? Listen up, I'll leave this matter to you. I don't care what you do, but you have to satisfy my mother and Lingyu. As for me, I only have one request. Resplendent and majestic. Actually, for a villa worth 50 million yuan, using 8 million yuan to fill up the huge living room was a little too shabby. However, it was more than enough for emergencies. Tang Meng nodded seriously. Big brother Yun, don't worry. I promise I'll do it well. Tang Meng looked around. Seeing that Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu weren't in the living room, he whispered to Ling Yun, Big brother Yun, are we going to use the 19 million yuan from Qin Yun Productions? Ling Yun smiled and shook his head. No need. Dao Yong gave me 8 million yuan today. The money is with Tai Xiaohu. You can just ask him for the card later. Huh? Tang Meng was dumbfounded. A Land Rover Range Rover with 8 million yuan, what kind of method was this? Was there anyone who had nothing better to do than to give money? Ling Yun chuckled mysteriously and looked at Tang Meng from the corner of his eyes. I say, Tang Meng, I'm your boss's housewarming. Aren't you going to express your gratitude? Look at how Dao Yong gave me a gift worth more than 10 million yuan. Tang Meng knew that something bad was about to happen when he saw Ling Yun smile. He waved his hands frantically. Don't, boss, please spare me. You know how much money I have. Ling Yun pointed at the Hummer outside the villa and smiled. Isn't there another Hummer? Ling Yun was purposely teasing Tang Meng. Unexpectedly, Tang Meng's eyes rolled as he nodded his head. So you want my Hummer? No problem. I'll give him to you now. Tang Meng's plan was really cunning. No matter how powerful Ling Yun was, he only had a butt and a pair of hands, didn't he? At most, he could only take one car and use one car, right? If he gave his Hummer to Ling Yun, wouldn't he be able to drive Ling Yun's brand new Land Rover? Even though he liked the Hummer from the bottom of his heart, this white Range Rover was even more tantalizing to him. You're so smart. Alright, let's get down to business. Ling Yun stopped joking with Tang Meng. Instead, he turned serious and whispered to Tang Meng, tomorrow, drive this Land Rover to look for Dao Yong. He will arrange for someone to follow you to settle all the paperwork. Remember, he will pay for all the fees. Understood. Boss, why do you always bring Tai Xiaohu along when there's something good like this? Can't you bring me along next time? Tang Meng chuckled before putting on a bitter face. I'll bring you along when you remember to only call me Big Brother Yun and not Boss. Ling Yun stood up abruptly and gave Tang Meng a smack on the head. Really, it's so exciting to call me Boss. Tang Meng rubbed his head and muttered. Ling Yun looked around the living room and said, I'll let you spend the money. Don't feel bad about it, but don't spend it recklessly. Every sum of money has to be put to good use. Don't give me any fancy stuff. Tang Meng nodded. Even without Ling Yun's reminder, he knew what to do. Ling Yun continued, the focus is on the living room, my mom and Ling Yu's bedroom, the kitchen, and other household items. With Zhuang Meifeng's shopping list, Tang Meng was naturally very experienced. Furthermore, Qin Qiuyue and Ming Lingyu were at home commanding them. Without waiting for Ling Yun to finish his sentence, Tang Meng chuckled and said, Alright, boss, oh no, Big Brother Yun, just wait and see. At this moment, Ming Lingyu suddenly ran down from the second floor of the villa. Her slender and delicate body swayed lightly as she ran towards her brother. With a sweet voice, she asked, Big Brother, which room on the second floor are you going to stay in? Huh? This time, it was Ling Yun's turn to be dumbfounded. Before he graduated from high school, he had never thought of staying here. Ming Lingyu did not care about that. She was extremely happy today. She stretched out her delicate arms and hugged Ling Yun's arm, dragging him up to the second floor. Ling Yun could only blindly follow Ming Lingyu up the stairs. Which room is Mommy staying in? Ming Lingyu pursed her lips and said, Mommy wants to stay on the first floor. She said that with such a big villa, she would be worried if everyone stayed on the second floor. Ling Yun thought about it and agreed. However, he shook his head and said, Mommy doesn't have to worry at all. The security measures in this villa are very good. The facilities are also very good. If you're really worried, you can get 2 good dogs to look after the house. Ling Yun had seen it before in the Qingxi Villa district. Most of the people who lived in such villas had a few expensive dogs, such as purebred Tibetan Mastiffs or German Schnauzers. It wasn't to guard the house, but to show off their status. Mommy doesn't like dogs. They're too noisy. Have you forgotten? At this time, the two of them had already reached the second floor. Ming Lingyu looked at Ling Yun coquettishly and said, Air. Ling Yun thought to himself that he really did not know about this. Ming Lingyu tugged at Ling Yun's arm and giggled, Let me show you my bedroom first. This villa was really too big. Just the area alone was more than 2 acres. One could imagine how many rooms there were on the second floor. However, there were only 3 master bedrooms on the second floor. Each of them was twice the size of Chao Shanshan's bedroom and had all the amenities one could ever need. There was even a heated swimming pool for bathing and swimming in the bedroom. Of course, the design of this type of swimming pool was very ingenious. After entering the bathroom, there was another door. Once the door was opened, a semi-concave temperature-controlled swimming pool could be seen. It was less than 20 square meters in size, but it was ingenious. It was small and exquisite. You could even soak in the pool and watch a movie. How King luxurious. After entering Ming Lingyu's room, Ling Yun could not help but secretly grin. He thought to himself, with such a beautiful life, who the CK would want to fight for it? However, this thought only flashed through his mind. It did not even leave a trace. Lingyu held Lingyan's hand as they strolled around her room. She did not know why, but she was so shy that her face turned red. She secretly let go of Lingyan's hand, but she refused to move away from him. After looking around the room, Lingyan laughed and walked straight to the wide, bright floor-to-ceiling window. He looked up at the azure blue sea not far away. He turned back and said to Lingyu, "Not bad. Lingyu, do you like it?" Lingyu gently bit her lower lip and walked to Lingyan's side. She held on to Lingyan's arm again and accompanied him to look at the distant sea. After a while, she opened her red lips and said softly, "Big brother, I finally understand what you meant when you told me that day. If you don't want to do something, then don't do it." Indeed, with such a life, one's soul could not sublimate. Unknowingly, one would be able to calm down. This was because one would no longer need to fight for it in the mortal world. As long as one was willing, one could completely enjoy this kind of comfort and peace. Without any desires, one could focus on doing what one wanted to do and what one liked to do. Lingyan intimately hugged Ningling's shoulder and smiled gently. "It's good that you understand. In the future, when you have nothing to do, listen to music, read books, watch movies. When you're tired, look at the sea, swim, and plant flowers. How great is that?" "Yes." Ninglingyu seemed to be intoxicated by Lingyan's description of the life. Her face blushed and she nodded her head in a daze. She looked at the calm sea outside the window, but her heart was not calm. All of this was like a dream. Ninglingyu was afraid that this was the most beautiful dream in the world. She would rather immerse herself in it and never wake up again. And all of this was brought to her after her brother underwent a huge change. Lingyan's heart skipped a beat as he realized that the spiritual energy emanating from Lingyu's body was much denser than before. What's going on? Could it be due to the influence of the dragon's spiritual energy? Lingyan began to wonder. If that was the case, then wouldn't Ninglingyu? He carefully observed Ninglingyu's blushing face. Suddenly, he realized that his sister's beautiful face seemed to be blushing a little too much today. "Big brother, can you stay in the room next to mine? That way, it'll be easier for me. It'll be easier for me to teach you." Ningling's face was blushing. She hesitated for a long time before she finally came up with a reasonable reason. Since Lingyun would only be staying for a few nights, it did not matter which room he stayed in. Thus, he nodded his head decisively. "Okay. Lingyu, tell me your bank account number. I'll transfer some money to you later. You can go shopping with your mother for the next 2 days. Buy some clothes, jewelry, cosmetics, and so on." Lingyu's eyes lit up as she looked at Lingyu. Ningling's face turned red. She lowered her head and said, Isn't this too extravagant?" Lingyan laughed heartily. "Anyway, if you don't want to buy anything, you can save the money. That way, I won't have to buy a dowry for you in the future." "Screw you, I'm not getting married. I want to be with Big Brother. Heir, and mother forever." Ninglingyu suddenly realized that she had said the wrong thing. Her dreamy and beautiful face suddenly turned red. She hurriedly turned her head away. Cough cough, just as Lingyun was about to speak, a light cough came from outside the bedroom. Xianxia's perfect figure appeared at the door. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. When Ninglingyu saw her mother suddenly appear at the door, she was like a startled rabbit. She quickly let go of Lingyun's arm and tried to suppress the blush on her face. However, she did not expect her face to become hotter and hotter. She could only turn her head to the window and pretend to enjoy the scenery on the sea. Lingyun did not think much of it. He had heard the sound of Xianxia coming up the stairs. Therefore, when Xianxia appeared at the door, he naturally turned around and smiled. "Mom, are you done with your work?" Xianxia's eyes swept across the room. She first glanced at Ninglingyu, who was standing in front of the window with her back facing her. Then, she smiled and said to Lingyun, "Lingyun, didn't you buy a villa in the Qingxi Villa district? Do you want me to help you tidy up?" Lingyun shook his head decisively. "Mom, you don't have to worry so much. I can take care of these things myself." As long as you stay here, I will be at ease. No matter how Ling Yan looked, he could not see anything special about Xianxia. She was no different from an ordinary person. Other than her stunning beauty and the kind of nobility and elegance that she exuded, there was really nothing special about her. However, what was with that long and narrow box? Ling Yan thought hard but still could not figure it out. After being rejected by Ling Yan, Xianxia did not make any further requests. She only nodded her head lightly and asked with a smile, "How is your clinic going?" Ling Yan was just about to make a trip to the clinic. He smiled and said, "Mom, the clinic has been bought. It's at the intersection of Qingxi Road and Gufeng Road. It's at the northeast corner. I'm currently hiring people to renovate it. It should be open for business soon." Xianxia nodded her head again and smiled. After a while, she suddenly smiled and said, "Ling Yun, opening a clinic is of course to earn money. However, if there are patients who come to the clinic, even if they can't afford to pay, you still have to do your best to treat them." Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly held his breath and said, "Mom, as a doctor, I have to treat the wounded and the dying." "I understand that." Xianxia nodded her head with a smile. "That's good. Mom can rest assured now." Xianxia replied. However, she immediately exhorted, "Also, although you are busy, you must not delay your studies. Your form teacher, Kong, has been worried about your studies for the past 2 years. You must remember to respect her and thank her on behalf of your mother. Got it?" Ling Yan was sweating profusely. He quickly nodded and said, "I'll remember it." He was afraid that Xianxia would say something else, so he quickly changed the topic. "Mom, can you give me your bank account number? I'll transfer some money to you so that it'll be more convenient for you in the future." Xianxia shook her head slowly and smiled faintly. "Child, it's good that you have the heart. Mom doesn't need you to transfer money to me. If you want to transfer money, just transfer some to your sister's card. Ling Yu, give me your bank account number, I'll transfer the money to you later." Ling Yan turned his head and shouted at Ling Yu. Ling Yu's face was burning with anger. She did not dare to turn her head. Fortunately, she had a strong memory and could remember all her ID numbers clearly. She directly said it with her back facing Ling Yun. Ling Yu's memory was good, but Ling Yun's was even better. He only needed to hear it once to remember it. He smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll transfer the money to you when I'm out." After saying that, Ling Yan turned to Xianxia. "Mom, I won't be joining you for lunch this afternoon. I want to go to the clinic." Xianxia rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and said softly, "You little brat, you're always like this when you're busy." "Well, it's fine, we can't delay official business. Go and do your work. However, today is the Qingming festival, so you must come home for dinner tonight." "Okay." Ling Yan agreed and said goodbye to Xianxia and Ning Yu. He then walked out of Ning Yu's bedroom and quickly went to the living room. "Tai Xiaohu, give me that gas card." Ling Yan took the gas card and went back upstairs to Ning Yu's bedroom. She handed the gas card to Xianxia and said, "Mom, this is a gas card. Next time when you need to refuel, just swipe it and you'll be fine." Xianxia laughed. She looked up at Ling Yan and scolded him. "Child, why don't you give it to me during dinner? Is it worth coming all the way here? I'm afraid that I'll forget about it." "Mom, I'll bring them home now?" Ling Yan smiled awkwardly. Xianxia smiled. "I've troubled those 2 classmates of yours today. You have to treat them to lunch. Thank them on behalf of Mom." Ling Yan agreed and went downstairs. Xianxia watched as Ling Yan went downstairs. She turned to look at her daughter who had her back facing her and was pretending to enjoy the scenery. Her expression was complicated. She opened her mouth to say something but swallowed it in the end. She sighed in her heart. Outside the villa, beside the outdoor swimming pool, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu stood side by side. They stared at the swimming pool, which was almost 1,000 square meters in size. "This swimming pool is so big. How do you think they built it?" Tang Meng asked Tai Xiaohu. The swimming pool was more than 10 meters above sea level. That was why he asked. "I'm not an architect." "Why are you asking me?" Tai Xiaohu's words made Tang Meng choke. Tang Meng did not give up. He asked again, do you dare to bet with me? Do you think the water in this swimming pool is fresh water or salt water? This question was a pain in the ass. Tai Xiaohu was annoyed by Tang Meng's questions. He glared at Tang Meng and said, I'll kick you in. You'll know if it's salt water or fresh water after drinking a few mouthfuls. Tang Meng gave Tai Xiaohu a look of disdain. He did not say another word. He could not help but curse Tai Xiaohu in his heart. Ling Yan walked out of the villa and shouted to the two people beside the swimming pool, let's go. The three of them got into two luxury cars. Tang Meng did not want to drive his Hummer. He threw the car keys to Tai Xiaohu and sat in the Land Rover first. Ling Yan sat in the front passenger seat of the Land Rover. He said to Tang Meng, let's go back to the clinic. The Hummer and Land Rover started up and drove out of mansion number 9. After a few turns, they quickly left the Xianxia Wharf Villas. The Xianxia Wharf Villas were more than 30 kilometers east of Xianxia City. Gufeng Road was on the west side of Xianxia City. Therefore, they did not go into the city. Instead, they took the highway west to the northernmost part of Gufeng Road. Then, they followed Gufeng Road all the way south. It only took them about 40 minutes to reach the clinic. On the way back, Ling Yan asked Tang Meng about the bet. However, Tang Meng said that Xia Zhenyan and Go Junfa had not responded yet. They could only wait. Ling Yan had no choice but to remind Tang Meng about buying things for mansion number 9. When the two of them were almost done discussing, they returned to the clinic. When the clinic was first bought, it was already very clean. The first floor only needed a few more partitions and a few glass doors. The main focus was on the second floor. Ling Yan was the first to walk into the clinic. He looked up and saw that the first floor was already starting to take shape. It was starting to look like it had been renovated. Yao Rou's hair was tied up in a beautiful bun. She was wearing a snow-white shirt, light green slim-fit trousers, and black high heels. She looked very presentable and elegant. She was carefully supervising the renovation workers. She sensed someone coming in from the door and quickly turned around. When she saw that it was Ling Yan, she was overjoyed. She smiled softly and ran over with a charming face. You're here? Ling Yan laughed and hugged Yao Rou's slender waist. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It's only been a morning and it already looks like a clinic. Yao Rou smiled shyly when she heard Ling Yan's compliment. Her heart was as sweet as honey. Boss Wang insisted on paying for the renovation of both the floors. Yao Rou whispered to Ling Yun. Ling Yun nodded. His eyes flashed with a touch of relief. He smiled and said, let him be. He has given us the store worth more than 10 million yuan. If he wants to be a good person to the end, it will seem unreasonable if we continue to be polite. Hearing the word we, Yao Rou was even happier. She felt that it was all worth it to put in so much effort over the past few days. Let's go. It's almost midnight. Let's go eat. Ling Yan tightened his grip on Yao Rou's waist and walked towards the door. Yao Rou struggled but she could not break free from Ling Yan. She said anxiously, but there are still so many workers here. There are so many renovation materials, Ling Yan laughed. Alright, we have to eat no matter how busy we are. I don't believe that they will empty out our store when we come back from eating. Let's go. As he said that, he hugged Yao Rou, who kept turning back to look at him. Tang Meng was still worried when he saw the two of them come out just like that. He ran into the clinic to talk to the foreman before running out again. Ling Yan asked Tai Xiaohu, how much of the 340,000 yuan from Qingyun Productions is left? Tai Xiaohu replied without hesitation, there's still 270,000 yuan. It's all with Tang Meng. Ling Yan frowned slightly. Why is it missing 70,000? Tai Xiaohu reminded Ling Yan softly, Big brother Yun, did you forget? You took 70,000 yuan and gave Ling Yu 60,000 yuan the day before yesterday. Ling Yan scratched his head awkwardly. That's true. It's good to have more money. It's just that I don't know where I've spent it. Now, Ling Yan began to realize the importance of the financial actuary and certified public accountant in his family. Ling Yan's skin was as thick as a city wall. Very quickly, he tossed this matter to the back of his mind and turned to Tang Meng. Give the remaining $270,000 to your sister Ro and ask her to deposit it in the bank later. Tang Meng nodded. With a smile. Yao Ro stomped her feet. Why are you giving me so much money? It's not like I can use it. Ling Yan moved his warm lips to Yao Ro's ear and whispered, don't we need money to buy things on the second floor? You won't let me sleep on the floor if I come over in the future, right? Yao Ro was extremely shy, but her heart was filled with sweetness. She did not stop him and let Ling Yan arrange it. Ling Yan straightened his body and asked the three of them, we have to make a trip to the bank first. Where's the nearest ICBC? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Chidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Even though the intersection formed by Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road wasn't in the city center, it was still one of the most prosperous areas in Qingshui City. Therefore, this intersection was surrounded by tall buildings, office buildings, hotels, shopping malls, schools, hospitals, and more. The 5 state-owned banks and various private banks were densely packed with branches. In some places, there were even 3 or 4 banks operating right next to each other. It was very convenient. After Ling Yan handed over the responsibility of setting up the clinic to Yao Ro, she was extremely attentive and had already grasped the surrounding area. Therefore, Yao Ro immediately brought them to the nearest ICBC branch after Ling Yan's question. This ICBC's business hall was located on the east side of the clinic, about 100 meters away. It was also located on the north side of Qingxi Road. Next to this business hall was the business hall of China Merchants Bank, which was even closer to Ling Yan's clinic. As they passed by China Merchants Bank, Tang Meng casually complained, ICBC is too awesome. The service isn't that great, and there are too many problems. I prefer China Merchants Bank, really? Ling Yan glanced at the huge red signboard of China Merchants Bank and nodded. Alright then, after we're done with ICBC, we'll open a few more accounts here. ICBC was indeed awesome, but it depended on who they were dealing with. After Ling Yan entered and flashed his diamond VIP status, he was immediately warmly received by the staff. The 3 of you, if you don't have an ICBC account, hurry up and open one for yourselves. This will save us the trouble of transferring money in the future. Tai Xiaohu, the card that Dao Yong gave us happens to be from ICBC. Pass it to Tang Meng and ask him to transfer the money. There was 8 million yuan in Dao Yong's card. Ling Yan wouldn't be at ease leaving it in someone else's account. Tai Xiaohu, don't you have 19 million yuan in that card? Transfer 10 million yuan to Ling Yu's account now. The account number is. Transfer the rest to my ICBC account. Tang Meng, don't you still have 270,000 yuan in cash? Add the money from the furniture that day and see how much you have left. Deposit it all into Sister Ro's account. Ling Yan carried out a series of arrangements in an orderly manner without leaving anything out. He watched as the 3 of them followed the ICBC staff around for a good half an hour before everything was finally settled. After earning more than 50 million yuan, he brought Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi to buy 2 million yuan worth of clothes and another 43 million yuan to buy 2 villas. At that time, he only had 8 million yuan left in his Huaxia currency account. That afternoon, he spent another 880,000 yuan on bags for Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu. Finally, his account was left with a pitiful 1 million USD and 1 million USD. Now, Tai Xiaohu divided the $19 million he had received from Qingyun Productions into 2 portions. $10 million was transferred to Ling Yu's account, while $9 million was transferred to Ling Yan's account. This way, Ling Yan's account had another 10 million yuan and 1 million USD. Out of the $1 million check, $800,000 was deposited into his 2 investment accounts, and the remaining $200,000 was given to Tang Meng to buy things for Zhuang Meifeng. In the end, he was left with $30,000. Ling Yan's 1 million yuan check had 800,000 yuan deposited into his 2 investment accounts and the remaining 200,000 was given to Tang Meng to buy things for Zhuang Meifeng. As the 4 of them walked out of ICBC and went to the nearby China Merchants Bank, Ling Yan did a rough calculation in his heart. Currently, he had 10 million yuan in his ICBC account, which was 1 million USD. He had 800,000 yuan in his investment account and another 600,000 yuan in cash at home. He did not intend to save this 600,000 yuan and planned to use it as pocket money. Ning Lingyu had $10 million in her account, Tang Meng had $8 million in his account, and Yao Rou had $300,000 in her account. In addition, there were 2 villas worth $86 million, a clinic worth $12 million, a Maserati, and a Range Rover. Hee, I'm a tycoon now. I'm rich. Ling Yan could not help but chuckle as he walked into the ICBC's business hall. It was not just him. Tang Meng's mouth was already crooked from laughing. Even Tai Xiaohu could not hide the excitement in his eyes. As for Yao Rou, she was stunned by Ling Yan's sudden display of wealth. She felt dizzy and could only hold on to Ling Yan's arm tightly in order to stand. Tai Xiaohu did not feel bad about the fact that the 19 million yuan in his account had been transferred by Ling Yan. Firstly, he was not a person who cared about money. Secondly, Ling Yan had just told him that this was just a small amount of money that he did not care about. Tai Xiaohu was glad that he did not follow the wrong person. With Ling Yan's ability to accumulate wealth, he would not have to worry about not having enough money in the future. What they should be thinking about now was how they would spend their money in the future. Actually, ever since the 8 million yuan was transferred into his account, Tang Meng had been thinking about how he could complete the task that Ling Yan had given him and make Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu happy. To Tang Meng, this was a huge task. Of course, Ling Yan had given this task to him because he believed that Tang Meng would definitely be able to do it well. Ling Yan was now rich and full of confidence. He swaggered into the bank with the three of them and said to the smiling staff, "Apply for 4 Supreme VIP cards." Yao Rou could not help but giggle at Ling Yan's arrogant manner. She smiled prettily and did not say anything, allowing him to do as he pleased. The staff from the bank said, "Hello sir, are you here to apply for a platinum membership in our bank?" To apply for a platinum membership, you will need to deposit at least 1.5 million yuan in each card. Ling Yan waved his hand and said, "I don't have that much money right now. I just came over from your neighbor's house. I'm here to apply for a bank card for convenience in the future. Just tell me if you want to do it or not. If not, we will leave." The staff from the bank had a professional smile on her face, but her eyes revealed a hint of awkwardness. She looked at the 4 youngsters in front of her and did not know how to deal with them. However, even though Ling Yan's tone was arrogant and direct, there was not a hint of irrationality in his eyes. His eyes were clear and transparent, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. The deep dimple on his left cheek appeared. It was very charming. "This, sir, I can help you arrange it, but you have to provide proof of your assets. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for me." Ling Yan only smiled faintly, but this female staff was mesmerized. She would rather believe that Ling Yun really had 1.5 million yuan in savings. Ling Yan thought to himself. Then, he nodded his head slightly and gave Tang Meng a look. Tang Meng nodded and waved his hand. He brought the female staff to the side of the ATM. They were all Union Pay cards, so it was very convenient to check accounts. After entering the password, he let the staff see the balance of 8 million yuan in his account. Then, he smiled and asked, "Is this enough for 4 cards?" The female staff member was shocked. She nodded repeatedly and said, "Enough, enough. Please come with me." In the end, the 4 of them only saved 10 yuan each and applied for a platinum membership card of China Merchants Bank. After that, Ling Yan smiled at the female staff and the financial manager who helped them apply for the platinum membership cards. "Your service is very good, and you have made the right choice. Don't worry, within half a month, I guarantee that there will be at least 2 million yuan in these 4 cards." Actually, Ling Yan had just finished all sorts of bank transfers at ICBC, which took him almost 40 minutes. It was already past midnight, and he had to rush to eat. Otherwise, he could have transferred the money from his ICBC card over. Not to mention 4, he could have even made 6 platinum cards with more than enough to spare. The 4 of them kept their platinum membership cards. Ling Yan smiled faintly and said, "This will be much more convenient in the future, right? Come, let's go for lunch now. My mom said that she wants me to treat the 2 of you to lunch. She wants me to thank the 2 of you on her behalf." Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were both embarrassed by boss's words. Both of them scratched their heads as they thought to themselves, "Isn't boss's words insulting them?" However, they were secretly happy at the same time, especially Tang Meng. He felt that he was close to gaining Qin Qiuyu's approval. When the four of them walked out of the merchant's bank, Ling Yan looked thoughtfully at the Qingxi Tsuyuan International Garden diagonally opposite Qingxi Road South. He was considering whether to invite Zhang Ling for lunch, but he gave up on the idea in the end. I'll just go to her house in the afternoon. Ling Yan thought to himself. Big brother Yun, where are we going for lunch today? Tang Meng asked Ling Yan with a smile. Ling Yan waved his hand and said loudly, of course, wherever the best is. We're in a good mood today, so let's pick the best place to eat. Tang Meng's eyes rolled as he suggested softly, I know a place near the Qingxi district government. There's a abalone palace. Why don't we go there? Let's go. Ling Yan didn't waste any time. However, when they reached the entrance of the hotel, he smiled slyly and said to Tang Meng, it's my treat today. Are you paying? Tang Meng's mind went blank and he almost squatted on the ground. He smiled bitterly and said, Big brother Yun, you're a tycoon now. How would I dare to play around in front of you? How would I dare to count money in front of the god of fortune? Ling Yan raised his hand and gave him a knock on the head. You're so stupid. Didn't I give you 8 million yuan? Tang Meng's face lit up, but he said, Boss, that's public money. Ling Yan nodded in his heart, but he said indifferently, public money my **s, let's eat first. Let's go. The four of them entered the abalone palace and sat down in the best private room. They ordered 7 to 8 of the signature dishes. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Ling Yan asked Yao Rou, how do you plan to renovate the second floor of the clinic? Ling Yan shook his head and said, it's more than 200 square meters. 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms are fine. However, I don't think there's a need for a separate dining room. Let's change it to 4 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 2 bathrooms. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The living room doesn't have to be too big, 60 to 70 square meters should suffice. 4 bedrooms, 1 master bedroom, 1 study room, and the other 2 as spares. Make the master bedroom a little bigger with a bathroom and a public washroom. Ling Yan said. Yao Rou nodded her head profusely, her pretty face blushing inexplicably. She seemed to have understood the deeper meaning behind Ling Yan's arrangement. The master bedroom had to be big, otherwise, how would the 2 of them sleep? How would they bathe, Tang Meng and Tai Xiao, who were both shrewd individuals? Even though Ling Yan did not avoid them, both of them had their eyes on their noses and their noses on their hearts. Both of them had an expression as if the weather was good today. However, Tang Meng was thinking to himself, Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi are staying in the rented house, Yao Rou is staying in the clinic, who will be staying in mansion number 1? Chao Shanshan or Ning Er. After Ling Yan finished speaking, Yao Rou pondered for a moment. Suddenly, she stared at Ling Yan and asked, Ling Yan, isn't it time for you to give our clinic a name? Ling Yan nodded immediately. She pursed her sexy lips and said, yes, it's time to come up with a name. The 3 of you can help me think of a name for our clinic. What should we call it? Tang Meng was the most enthusiastic. He was the first to suggest, Miracle Doctor Clinic? What do you think, boss? Loud enough, right? Ling Yan almost spat out a mouthful of tea. He frowned and said, Miracle Doctor Shui is in Qingshui City. If we call it Miracle Doctor Clinic, wouldn't we be looking down on him? Tang Meng nodded his head in embarrassment. He quickly said, Auntie Qin's clinic is called the People's Clinic, why don't we just call it the People's Clinic? Ling Yan shook his head decisively again. Absolutely not. The People's Clinic only treats ordinary people. How can we earn money then? Even though Qin Qiuyu's words were still ringing in his ears, Ling Yan would still follow her instructions. However, that was only if the poor came to his clinic when they were sick. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything other than saving lives every day. Seeing that his 2 suggestions were rejected, Tang Meng had no choice but to rack his brains and think again. Yao Rou suddenly smiled and said gently, you are the one in charge of the clinic. It's hard for us to come up with a name that you like. Why don't you decide? Hearing this, Tang Meng, who was deep in thought, suddenly realized that Yao Rou had her own way of gaining Ling Yan's love and attention in such a short period of time. Yao Rou's looks belonged to the girl next door type. She was pretty and gentle, just like a puddle of water. When Ling Yun was around, she chose to obey him unconditionally. Ling Yun was her sky and her everything. Whatever Ling Yun said, she would do. She would never refute him. When Ling Yun wasn't around, Yao Rou was very independent and had her own opinions. No matter what she did it in an orderly manner. Her thinking was clear and she was very decisive. Yao Rou might have come from a poor background, but she had a clear goal and was extremely persistent. Once she set her mind on something, she had to see it through to the end. Sigh, women who are qualified to be by boss's side are really extraordinary. Tang Meng thought to himself. Hearing this, Ling Yan laughed. He thought for a while and said casually, I think we should call it the clinic for terminal illnesses. Pfft. Eh? Ah? Tang Meng's eyes widened in shock. After a while, he mumbled to himself, Boss, is there such a name? Is there such a name? F*CK, Clinic for Terminal Illnesses, how could Ling Yan even think of it? Yes. The more Ling Yan thought about it, the more satisfied he was. Nodding his head, he confirmed, let's call it the Clinic for Terminal Illnesses. Even though this name is very cliché, it's very useful. Only those who are terminally ill or incurable will come to us for treatment. I don't have the time to treat headaches or flu. There was a world of difference between Ling Yan's clinic and Qin Qiuyue's. Ling Yan relied on saving lives to earn money. Of course, he wouldn't put in the effort to treat headaches, flu, and fever. How about we set the registration fee at 200,000? Ling Yan turned his head to look at the three of them who were still in shock and asked in a serious tone. This sentence completely stunned the three of them. 200,000 registration fee? There wasn't such an expensive registration fee in the entire world. Wasn't there? Wasn't there? Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Yao Rou opened their mouths wide at the same time, unable to utter a single word. They were all dumbfounded. Ling Yan looked at the shocked expressions of the three of them and raised his eyebrows slightly. That's true. The registration fee of 200,000 seems a little too little. Why don't we just set it at 300,000? Tang Meng almost couldn't breathe. Tai Xiaohu's Adam's apple was trembling. Yao Rou stared straight at Ling Yan as if she wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. 200,000 registration fee and you still think it's too little? Change it to 300,000? Isn't this asking price a little too much? If that's the case, will the clinic still have business? 3 minutes later, Tang Meng was the first to speak. He took a few deep breaths and waited for his brain to have enough oxygen before whispering to Ling Yun, Big Brother Yun, I think 300,000 registration fee is a little too much. That, to be honest, even 200,000 is a little too much. For the first time, Tai Xiaohu was on Tang Meng's side. He nodded his head in agreement. Ling Yun smiled and shook his head. Is it too much? Why do I think 300,000 is too little? Yao Rou also reacted. However, she only raised her hand and lightly tugged on Ling Yun's sleeve without saying anything to refute. Ling Yun continued, Alright, Tang Meng, let's take Li Qingchuan as an example. If his family knew that I could cure his illness, do you think 300,000 registration fees would be too much or too little? Tang Meng was speechless. Of course, he knew that with Li Qingchuan's situation, as long as it could be cured, even if the Li family had to go bankrupt, they would not hesitate to cure Li Qingchuan's illness. They did not care how much money they had to spend. Money could be earned at any time, but if one's life was lost, then there would be nothing left. No matter how much money one had, it would no longer belong to one. Ling Yun smiled faintly. Another example, if I cured Boss Wang's illness and gave it to us as a gift, how much would that be worth? Compared to the 300,000 registration fee. After hearing Ling Yan's explanation, the three of them were speechless. He was saving lives. The richer a person was, the more they were afraid of death. If they contracted an incurable illness, they would definitely die. So what if they had money? What was 300,000 registration fees? Ling Yun continued, most importantly, I don't have that much time. Actually, this registration fee is just a threshold. Everyone has their own fate. As long as you believe in my medical skills and bring me the money, I will cure him. Otherwise, I'm sorry, but if the king of hell wants to take his life, I won't stop him. But, Big Brother Yun, what if the bad guys come with the money? Tang Meng murmured. Ling Yun chuckled. Haven't you heard that a doctor should have the heart of a parent? I treat illnesses and save lives. Once he comes to our clinic, he will be my patient. How can I not treat him? In the entire world, Ling Yun was probably the only one who spoke of the heart of a doctor like this. Tang Meng vaguely felt that there was something wrong with Ling Yun's words. However, he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong at the moment. He could only sit there and think. After a long while, a light flashed in Tang Meng's mind. He asked again, then what if a poor person comes to our clinic with the same incurable illness but can't fork out the registration fee? Ling Yun smiled. Didn't I say it just now? A doctor has the heart of a parent. If a truly poor person enters my door, I will naturally treat him. However, that depends on fate. If he enters my door and I see him, I will naturally treat him. However, if he doesn't come, I can't possibly go around the world saving lives just because I'm skilled in medicine, right? Ling Yun smiled faintly. Tai Xiaohu and Yao Rou heaved a sigh of relief at Ling Yun's words. In terms of growing up, Tai Xiaohu and Yao Rou belonged to the grassroots. Tang Meng's continuous questioning of Ling Yun was actually unintentionally probing into Ling Yun's views on the rich and poor. If Ling Yun was really stubborn about the 300,000 yuan registration fee and refused to treat anyone who didn't have the money, Tai Xiaohu and Yao Rou would inevitably be disappointed in Ling Yun even if they didn't say anything. If it was for money, that was fine. Who didn't want money? However, if it was just for money, it wouldn't do to not accept anything else. However, although Ling Yun needed money, he really didn't like money. Ling Yun opened his clinic to do business naturally to earn money. However, his goal was very clear, and that was whose money he wanted to earn. He earned the money of the rich. It was only right and proper for him to take the money after saving someone's life. However, to Ling Yun, even though earning money was important, his time was even more important. His cultivation was even more important. If he didn't set a threshold, it definitely wouldn't do. That was because he still had to cultivate. If he could cure every patient, the clinic's reputation would spread. Wouldn't the patients break through Ling Yun's doorstep? That was great, he could forget about cultivating. Even if he worked 24 hours a day, he probably wouldn't be able to cure them. Not to mention that he was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3, even if he was at the qi cultivation stage, he wouldn't be able to withstand that much spiritual energy. No hospitalization, no medication. Once the illness was cured, the pain would disappear immediately. Behind this unseen situation was the support of Ling Yun's spiritual energy. That was spiritual energy, the energy of heaven and earth. It wasn't like the cabbages in the market, not to mention him, even miracle Dr. Shui, with his peerless Chinese medical skills, didn't he also pick his patients to treat? Wasn't he also living in seclusion in Xianxia City now and rarely saving people? Could it be that just because he could cure terminal illnesses, all patients in the world who were suffering from terminal illnesses had to be treated by him and they wouldn't have to die? What a joke. Not to mention Ling Yun, even Deluo Jinxian wouldn't be able to help, therefore, Ling Yun decisively set up this threshold. It was to prevent himself from not being able to handle the flood of patients after his reputation spread. It wasn't that the poor couldn't be treated, but that depended on fate. Since the patients entered Ling Yun's clinic, Ling Yun couldn't possibly chase them all out, right? Was Lu Li's family poor? If Ling Yun was really a person who only cared about money, why would he treat her husband and pay for it? This was what he meant when he said that poor patients depended on fate. It's settled then. Clinic specializing in terminal illnesses, registration fee of 300,000 yuan. Ling Yun made the final decision before the first dish was served. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. That's amazing. The three of them were speechless. Amazing people always did amazing things and did things that were out of the ordinary. That was indeed the case. However, Ling Yun had said that earning the rich's money also meant treating the poor's illnesses. Hence, the three of them had no objections and accepted Ling Yun's suggestion. After a while, another 3 dishes were served. Ling Yan laughed heartily as he wrapped his arm around Yao Rou's slender waist. You've done the most with the clinic. You must eat more today to nourish yourself. Yao Rou's voice was as soft as a mosquito's as she nodded lightly. Tang Meng hadn't eaten such good food in a long time. The 4 of them didn't even wait for the dishes to be served before burying their heads in the food. The scene was like a tornado sweeping away the fallen leaves in autumn. An hour later, the dining table was a mess. The 4 of them had eaten and drank to their heart's content. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu burped and went out to settle the bill. Yao Rou was the first to finish eating. She waited for Ling Yan to put down his chopsticks before gently wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth. She said in disbelief, "How are we going to advertise and attract business with such a high registration fee?" Ling Yan chuckled and pecked Yao Rou's blushing cheeks. "Don't worry, we don't need to solicit business. Patients will naturally come to us. This is called if you don't do business for 3 years, once you do, you'll eat for 3 years. If the price is a little higher, how am I going to feed you? As long as I can follow you, I'm willing to do anything," Yao Rou said. "I like what you said." Ling Yan laughed. After that, he asked seriously, "Have you bought all the medicinal ingredients? How much yellow joss paper did you buy?" Yao Rou raised her neck and stared into Ling Yan's clear eyes. "I bought all the things you need. I bought a big bag of yellow joss paper. Is that enough for you?" Ling Yan smiled happily. "You really know how to do things." "It's enough. Give me the keys to the mansion. I'm going over in the afternoon." "Okay," Yao Rou replied. She sat up straight and passed the keys to Ling Yan. Ling Yan took the keys and said to Yao Rou, "It's inconvenient to only have this set of keys. Make another set later." The fact that Yao Rou was able to create another set of keys for mansion number 1 meant that Ling Yan was acknowledging Yao Rou more and more. Yao Rou's heart was filled with sweetness as she nodded her head obediently. "Don't forget to buy me a big iron pot when we get out later." "Why do you want that?" Yao Rou couldn't help but giggle as she asked curiously. "Why do you want it?" Ling Yan lightly scratched Yao Rou's pretty nose and smiled. "Of course it's useful, you can just buy it." To make talismans, Ling Yan had to decoct the medicinal herbs and process the yellow powder. Now that he didn't have a cauldron, he could only use a metal pot as a substitute. They should have settled the bill. "Let's go." Ling Yan stood up and seemed to have thought of something. He said to Yao Rou, "Of the 300,000 yuan I gave you, keep a few 10,000 for your own use. Send the rest back to your family. Don't make things difficult for your elders." Yao Rou was stunned. They were truly stunned. Before the meal, Ling Yan had set the clinic's registration fee at 300,000 yuan. Now, he wanted her to send 300,000 yuan back to her family. Did he care about money or not? It wasn't a big deal for a guy to like a girl and think about her all day long. However, it was different if he cared about her family. Moreover, this person was Ling Yun. Yao Rou knew very well how busy Ling Yun was. Yao Rou instantly felt warm and touched. Her eyes turned red and she couldn't say a word. Ling Yun smiled faintly and put his arm around her shoulder. "Don't think too much. It's nothing. Since we have the ability to let your elders live a comfortable life, why wouldn't we do it?" This was the fate that Ling Yun had repeatedly emphasized. There were thousands of girls as beautiful as Yao Rou in the world, but Yao Rou was the only one who could receive such care from Ling Yun. She met him. She put in the effort. She could get what she wanted, even what she couldn't have imagined. Yao Rou's eyes were red. She suddenly plunged into Ling Yan's arms and pressed her face against Ling Yan's broad chest. She sobbed, "Bad guy, why are you so good to me?" Ling Yan smiled and shook his head. He hugged Yao Rou's delicate body and walked out of the room. Yao Rou stopped in her tracks and gazed at Ling Yan's face with a pair of beautiful eyes. "It's worth dying for you." Ling Yan frowned and caressed Yao Rou's delicate face. "Silly, how can you say that? Don't worry, with me around, you won't die even if you want to. You have to live, and you have to live comfortably, understand?" Yao Rou smiled through her tears. Amidst the sparkling tears, her smile was very bright, very satisfied, very moving. She once again plunged into Ling Yan's arms and let him carry her out of Abalone Palace. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were already waiting for them at the entrance of Abalone Palace. Seeing Ling Yan and Tai Xiaohu come out, Tang Meng went forward and asked, "Big brother Yan, what are we going to do in the afternoon?" Ling Yan smiled. "Today is the Qingming festival. Aren't you going to visit your grandmother's grave in the afternoon? Both of you don't have to work in the afternoon. Go do what you need to do. If there's anything, we can contact each other through the phone." Tang Meng nodded. However, Tai Xiaohu said directly, "Big brother Yan, I'm free in the afternoon." Ling Yan looked up at Tai Xiaohu and asked, "Really?" After getting Tai Xiaohu's confirmation, Ling Yan smiled faintly. "Alright, go to the clinic in the afternoon and watch them work. You can leave after your big sister Ro returns." "Alright." Tai Xiaohu replied as he followed Tang Meng into his Hummer and sped away. Ling Yan held Yao Ro in his Range Rover and asked Yao Ro, "Do you know how to drive?" Yao Ro shook her head shyly, indicating that she didn't. Ling Yan frowned and smiled. "How can you not know how to drive? Hurry up and get your driver's license. When you get it, I'll give you a good car." Ling Yan's words were a pain in the ass. He was still driving without a license. How could he ask Yao Ro to get a driver's license? After the two of them got in the car, Ling Yan started the Range Rover and went along Qingxi Road to find a hardware store. He picked out an iron pot and bought it. "Where are you staying now?" Ling Yan asked Yao Ro after the two of them got in the car. "I'm staying in a hotel near the clinic. The clinic's renovations will be done soon anyway," Yao Ro said embarrassedly. Ling Yan could tell that Yao Ro was trying to save money and did not stay in a good hotel. He frowned slightly. "How can we do that?" "Let's go, I'll bring you somewhere else to stay." With that, Ling Yan drove directly to the intersection and found a 4-star hotel. He helped Yao Ro settle in and paid half a month's deposit. Then, he said to Yao Ro, "You're so tired. How can you mistreat yourself all day? Didn't I give you money? Remember to pick the best places to eat and stay. Follow me and don't be unreasonable." There was a hint of reprimand in his words. Yao Ro would not be able to find such a considerate man. Her heart warmed. Even though she was reprimanded by Ling Yan, it was sweeter than honey. "It's really worth dying for you." This time, Yao Ro didn't say it out loud. Instead, she said it in her heart. "Alright, don't think about anything now. Go to the hotel room and have a good sleep. Have a good rest until you wake up naturally. Then, you can take over from Tai Xiaohu." Yao Ro gave Ling Yan a loving look. She bit her lower lip and said softly, You're not going up?" Previously, when she took the initiative to undress in front of Ling Yan, it was because she had the courage to disregard her own safety. But this time, her invitation was purely because she was deeply in love, and success came naturally when the conditions were right. Ling Yan naturally understood what Yao Ro meant. He smiled gently and said, "It's too noisy in the hotel. Wouldn't it be better to stay at home after the clinic's renovations are done?" Yao Ro blushed when Ling Yan saw through her thoughts. Ling Yan laughed and nodded. "Alright, go and rest. I still have something to do. I'll make a move first. Give me a call if you need anything." Ling Yan left the hotel and drove away under Yao Ro's reluctant gaze. When he drove past a crossroad, he subconsciously looked towards the southwest corner of the crossroad. It was a clothing store owned by the Xianxia people. However, he realized that the store was already closed and empty. Lucky house rental. Scared away just like that? Ling Yan laughed coldly. He turned the car around and drove towards the main entrance of Qingxi Tsuiyuan International Garden. Very quickly, he parked the car below Zhang Ling's unit. He then sent a message to Zhang Ling, "I'm downstairs." Zhang Ling replied quickly. 1701, press the doorbell. I'll open the door for you. It could be said that this was the longest and most anxious wait in Zhang Ling's life since she was less than 19 years old. Ever since Ling Yan said that he would come to her house today, she had been waiting. It could be said that every second felt like a year. Her heart was burning with anxiety. She felt that time had never passed so slowly before. In the morning, after she sent her parents off, she would peek out of the window almost every 5 minutes. She did not expect to wait until 2:30 in the afternoon. She even saw a brand new Land Rover parked below her house. It was a pity that she did not know that Ling Yun was the one driving it. After receiving Ling Yun's message, Zhang Ling's heart began to pound uncontrollably. She replied to Ling Yun's message as fast as she could and opened the door for him as soon as he knocked on the door. Then, she returned to her bedroom and checked again to see if her makeup was too light or too thick. Was she wearing too much or too little clothes? Zhang Ling's anxiety and nervousness could be imagined. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. I'm coming. Zhang Ling's heart was pounding as she jogged over to open the door for him. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. The moment Zhang Ling opened the door, Ling Yan's eyes lit up, his lecherous eyes swept over Zhang Ling's voluptuous breasts as he praised in his heart. Big and white. Up until now, Zhang Ling was the only girl who had short hair that Ling Yan had close contact with. Because Zhang Ling was determined to get into Xianxia Media University, she was very fond of the female anchors on TV news programs. Therefore, ever since high school, she had always kept her hair short. Zhang Ling was just over 1.66 meters tall, so her short hair added a lot to her looks. Today, in order to welcome Ling Yan's arrival, Zhang Ling had put in a lot of effort into dressing up. She had almost tried on every single piece of clothing she had at home. Finally, she had chosen this rose-colored, low-cut dress with straps. It was revealing but not revealing, showing off her perfect breasts. The lace hem of the dress barely covered her round butt. As Zhang Ling walked lightly, the outline of her buttocks could be vaguely seen. It was a challenge to a man's imagination. In terms of looks, Zhang Ling could not be compared to Zhuang Meifeng, Xue Mining, and Chao Xianxian. However, she had her own strengths. Her figure was voluptuous and her waist was slim. Coupled with her light makeup, she had a unique charm. After eating too many dumplings, the occasional dumpling tasted delicious. Ling Yan's eyes lit up as he swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. What are you looking at? Hurry up and come in. Zhang Ling smiled coquettishly. She stretched out her snow-white arms and pulled Ling Yan into the house. With a bang, she closed the door. This was really a man and a woman in a room together. But fortunately, they were classmates. The relationship between the two had just begun and had not become clear, so they could not let it go yet. The main reason was that Zhang Ling could not let go. After Ling Yan entered the house, Zhang Ling's breathing became heavier. She suddenly felt as though she had invited a wolf into her house, a guilty conscience, or even the excitement of having an affair. Ling Yan, you can sit anywhere, I'll get you some water. Zhang Ling pursed her thin lips and said frantically to the handsome Ling Yan. Ling Yan nodded, walked to the sofa and sat down. He raised his head and smiled. Your house isn't small. Even the living room is so big. Is it 200 square meters? 180 square meters. With her back facing him, Zhang Ling poured a cup of warm water for him. As she bent over, her skirt was pushed up by her perfectly round buttocks, revealing half of her snow-white buttocks. I knew it, it's not much smaller than my clinic. Ling Yan said to Zhang Ling, who was walking over with a glass of water. Clinic? Your clinic? Zhang Ling gently placed the glass of water in front of Ling Yan. When she bent over to Ling Yan, she suddenly blushed and her heart raced. Ling Yan's eyes were level with Zhang Ling's and he could see through the neckline of her spaghetti strap dress. He did not expect Zhang Ling's chest to be so big. It was even bigger than Chao Xianxian's. Needless to say, with papaya and milk every day, coupled with her natural advantages, it was normal for her breasts to be big. Naturally, Zhang Ling noticed Ling Yan's gaze. She stood up straight with a blush on her face and sat down on the sofa at the side. Don't look. Zhang Ling pouted her sexy little mouth and pouted at Ling Yan. Ling Yan glared at her and said, You're wearing so little, why can't I look? I didn't even take off your clothes to look. As he spoke, he glanced at the hem of Zhang Ling's skirt. Okay, he had to admit that as Zhang Ling's delicate body sank into the soft sofa, the most beautiful scenery had shifted to her mysterious asterisk. Zhang Ling's thighs were snow-white and plump. They were firm and smooth and full of elasticity. She sat down casually and did not deliberately grab the hem of her skirt to cover her legs. Everything was naturally displayed in front of Ling Yun. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Hearing such bold and explicit words from Ling Yun, Zhang Ling also could not take it anymore. She stretched out her jade-like hands and gently pulled the hem of her skirt forward to block Ling Yun's view. Then, she said with a blushing face, "You haven't answered me. What's with the clinic that you mentioned?" Ling Yun was also afraid that he had teased Zhang Ling too much. He moved his gaze away and took a sip of water. Smiling, he said, "I bought a shop at the crossroads of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road to open a clinic. It's currently being renovated." "Really?" Zhang Ling sat up straight in an instant. A look of excitement appeared on her face. She hurriedly asked, "Which shop did you buy?" Zhang Ling's house was here. Naturally, she could not be more familiar with the area. Therefore, when Ling Yun mentioned it, she immediately asked which shop it was so that she could confirm the address. "It's the clothing shop at the northeast corner of the crossroads," Ling Yun said casually. Zhang Ling stood up in excitement. She exclaimed, "Oh my god! You bought Han Yuan clothing shop?" It was impossible for Zhang Ling not to be excited. She was very clear about the value of Han Yuan clothing shop. Even renting it would cost hundreds of thousands a year. Ling Yun chuckled and said, "I just bought a shop, what are you so excited about? How about 12 million? Not bad, right?" Zhang Ling's brain could not handle it. She habitually brushed her short hair and shook her head. She exclaimed, "Oh my god, Ling Yun, how many more heaven-defying things are you going to do?" Not only could he do it, he was simply too good. Zhang Ling had a discerning eye. She was the first to see that Ling Yun was extraordinary. Along the way, Ling Yun had turned the impossible into possible. Zhang Ling saw all of this and remembered it in her heart. However, even if she pushed her imagination to the limit, she could not imagine what kind of heaven-defying things Ling Yun would do in the next moment. At this moment, Zhang Ling's heart was in turmoil. She stared blankly at the handsome young man in front of her and felt a little discouraged. With such a Ling Yun, with her ordinary family background and good looks, could she really compete with Xianxia? Zhang Ling plopped back onto the sofa. The disappointment on her pretty face was obvious and she did not speak for a long time. Ling Yun chuckled and said, "How is this heaven-defying? To me, it's just a normal thing. What's the name of your clinic?" Zhang Ling suddenly asked in a leisurely voice. Ling Yun raised his chin and said proudly, "Clinic to treat terminal diseases." "How about it? Isn't the name domineering?" "Huh?" Zhang Ling's reaction was even more shocking than Tang Meng and the rest who had just heard the name of the clinic. She stared blankly for a long time and thought to herself that Ling Yun was right to come up with such a domineering name. Zhang Ling did not discuss the name of the clinic with Ling Yun. She smiled helplessly and rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. She said coquettishly, "Clinic to treat terminal diseases? Ling Yun, you sure talk big." Even though she rolled her eyes coquettishly, her tone was filled with undisguised admiration and adoration. Ling Yun chuckled and said, "That's nothing. Of course, my clinic does not only treat terminal diseases. For example, whitening, hair loss, breast enlargement, slimming, etc., we can help our customers. Of course, the prerequisite is that they can afford it." With that, Ling Yun looked at Zhang Ling provocatively and said, "How about it? I see that you have quite a bit of flesh on your body. Do you want me to help you slim down? I guarantee that you'll be slimmer and your breasts will look bigger." Zhang Ling was tricked by Ling Yun. She knew that she had a lot of flesh on her body, but it was natural. She was not considered fat. It was just that her bones made her look meaty. Zhang Ling was a little tempted. She bit her lip and asked Ling Yun, "Really?" Ling Yun laughed and said, "Of course, why would I lie to you? I still need you to tutor me in history." Zhang Ling rolled her eyes at Ling Yun again and said, "You still need me to tutor you in history? Xianxia has already told me that you have memorized all the high school history texts. Even if you can't get full marks in the exams, 140 wouldn't be a problem." Ling Yun grinned and thought to himself, Xianxia's mouth is a little too fast. If word of this got out, how was he going to trick Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa? "Your martial arts are so strong, your strength is so great, you can run so fast, your memory is so good, and you even know how to treat illnesses. Zhang Ling began to count with her slender fingers. In the end, she sighed heavily and looked at Ling Yun with a face full of doubt and said, "Most importantly, you are also so handsome. I say, is there anything that you can't do?" Ling Yun leaned heavily on the back of the sofa and raised his eyebrows. He pursed his lips and said, "Can I take that as a compliment?" Zhang Ling laughed and said, "Of course I'm complimenting you." After this conversation, the anxiety and excitement in Zhang Ling's heart lessened. Her expression and actions gradually became natural and she returned to her usual playful and eloquent self. The two of them chatted for close to an hour. During this time, Zhang Ling brought Ling Yun around her house, including her own bedroom. The two of them even sat together and played on Zhang Ling's computer for a while. When Ling Yun saw the picture of Xianxia kicking him and him hugging her leg, he chuckled and said, "Why, you like this action?" Zhang Ling's computer was still on the page. Ling Yun was surprised to see the picture of Xianxia kicking him and him hugging her leg. "Or are you jealous? How about this, if you are jealous, we can perform it live." Zhang Ling rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and said coquettishly, "Go to hell, do you think that just because you are a girl, you can have Xianxia's leg skills? I can't do that action." Ling Yun smiled and nodded his head. He couldn't help but think of Xianxia's two tight long legs. The two of them joked and played happily. Even though Ling Yun's words occasionally teased Zhang Ling and his gaze was not honest, he always kept his bottom line and did not touch Zhang Ling. When it was close to 4 in the afternoon, Zhang Ling suddenly raised her chin and said to Ling Yun, "What do you want to eat tonight? Do you want to try my cooking?" Ling Yun saw that Zhang Ling actually wanted him to stay for dinner and quickly shook his head. "Yes, but save it for next time. Today is the Qingming festival, my mom asked me to come home for dinner." Thinking that it was time for him to leave, he smiled and said to Zhang Ling, "A man and a woman alone in a room. I've been here for too long, I have to go." Hearing that Ling Yun was leaving, Zhang Ling's expression darkened. She bit her lower lip and said, "A man and a woman alone, I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? It hasn't even been 2 hours. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued." Last night, just downstairs, Ling Yun hugged Zhang Ling's shoulders and grabbed her round buttocks. He told Zhang Ling to wash up and wait for him at home. Today, Zhang Ling was very clean. She even used her mother's rose perfume. The pure scent of a maiden mixed with the rose perfume challenged Ling Yun's sense of smell and mind. However, to Zhang Ling's surprise, even though Ling Yun came to her house with a flirtatious mouth and a bold gaze, his hands were very honest. In the past 2 hours, Zhang Ling had intentionally or unintentionally provided Ling Yun with many opportunities. However, the bold guy from last night did not touch her at all. Now that Ling Yun was about to leave, Zhang Ling was secretly cursing Ling Yun for pretending to be a blockhead. However, at the same time, she was very happy and reluctant. This was a complicated feeling of warmth and loss, sweetness and reluctance. She could roughly understand that Ling Yun's visit today was just a way to make up for the injury from yesterday. He did not intend to make a move on her. Right now, Zhang Ling was actually very grateful to Ling Yun. Although Ling Yun seemed to be overbearing and arrogant, he had a sense of propriety. No one could stop him from doing what he should do, but he would never cross the line for what he shouldn't do. Just as Ling Yun was about to leave and Zhang Ling was trying to persuade him to stay, the doorbell suddenly rang. Zhang Ling was so shocked that her pretty face turned pale. She quickly whispered to Ling Yun, "Quick, go hide in my bedroom. I want to see who it is." Ling Yun chuckled and said in a low voice, "Why? We are doing this openly. Are you afraid that someone will see us?" Zhang Ling's face was anxious. She quickly pushed Ling Yun's body into the bedroom and said in a low voice, "No, you don't know. Before I enter university, my parents do not allow me to date. If they find out, I will be in big trouble." Ling Yun was surprised. "Didn't your parents go back to their hometown to visit their graves? Why are they back so soon?" The doorbell was still ringing. Zhang Ling pushed Ling Yun into her bedroom and rolled her eyes at him. "What do you know? My mother has a lot of eyes," she said coquettishly. "Okay, you hide here. If I don't call you, don't come out." With that, Zhang Ling gently closed her bedroom door and ran to the door to open it. Ling Yan smiled and shook his head. He thought to himself that Zhang Ling's upbringing was really strict. Who said that I became her boyfriend just because I came to your house for a while? Zhang Ling's parents had just returned to their hometown, and he was already here. Moreover, if Zhang Ling's mother's spies saw her dressed like this at home, who knew what she would say if the news reached her mother's ears? Interesting. Forget it, I'll surf the net for a while. Of course, he wouldn't just sit there and wait. Instead, he casually sat in front of Zhang Ling's computer and skimmed through the web. Zhang Ling came to the door and looked through the peephole to see who was standing outside. When she saw clearly, she was shocked. It's Auntie. Why is Auntie here? Zhang Ling's auntie was called Liangfengyi. She was the biological sister of Zhang Ling's mother. She was 28 years old this year and was an attending surgeon at the provincial hospital. She was still unmarried and was a typical golden girl in the city. Liangfengyi had been pressing the doorbell for a full minute, but Zhang Ling still hadn't come to open the door. She immediately became suspicious. Could Big Sister have guessed correctly? She cleared her throat and shouted directly into the door, Zhang Ling, what are you doing? Hurry up and open the door. Liangfengyi was a typical straightforward person. After waiting for a long time, she didn't even press the doorbell and directly used the back of her hand to knock on the door. I'm coming. Zhang Ling calmed herself down and pretended to run over when she heard Zhang Ling and opened the door. Seeing that Zhang Ling finally opened the door, Liangfengyi directly walked in and pouted. Did you sleep in at home? Why did you take so long to hear? Zhang Ling hurriedly smiled and said, Auntie, I was listening to music in my bedroom just now, so I didn't hear it. Why are you here at this time? Liangfengyi skillfully changed her shoes as she casually replied, Your mother was afraid that you would be bored at home alone and that you would go crazy playing, so she called me to come over and accompany you. At the same time, she wanted to supervise your studies. Liangfengyi directly walked towards the sofa after changing into her slippers. She sat down on the seat that Ling Yun was sitting on and smiled at Zhang Ling. There are more and more rich people in your district. When I came, I saw a Range Rover parked downstairs. Zhang Ling couldn't help but complain in her heart when she saw that Liangfengyi didn't want to leave. However, she had to put on a nonchalant expression and replied with a smile, There are so many rich people in Xianxia City, what's so special about a Range Rover? Zhang Ling was thinking hard about how to not let Liangfengyi discover Ling Yun. She didn't have the mood to talk nonsense with Liangfengyi. Fortunately, Zhang Ling's acting skills were still up to par. Liangfengyi didn't notice anything wrong with her. She only looked at Zhang Ling and said, I think your standards are getting higher and higher. That's a brand new Range Rover, it doesn't even have a license plate on it. It's a revered edition, and it's worth at least 2.7 million yuan. Oh. Zhang Ling replied absent-mindedly. After Ling Yun arrived, she did not ask him how he got there. Naturally, Ling Yun would not talk about it out of boredom. Therefore, she thought that it was someone else's car. Liangfengyi sat on the sofa motionlessly. Zhang Ling could only play it by ear, so she sat down with Liangfengyi. Auntie, today is the Qingming festival. Don't you have a day off? Zhang Ling asked carefully. Of course I have a day off. However, our provincial hospital is so busy, and I'm an attending surgeon. That's why I took the initiative to work overtime. I got off work an hour earlier to cook for you. Liangfengyi smiled at the anxious Zhang Ling. After she sat down, she suddenly realized that Zhang Ling was a little unnatural. Zhang Ling, are you alone at home? Liangfengyi suddenly asked. Yes. Zhang Ling was shocked. Liangfengyi's gaze gave her goosebumps. Liangfengyi suddenly shook her head and sniffed hard. Then, she pointed at the cup on the coffee table and asked, Whose is this cup of water? In fact, Liangfengyi noticed that something was amiss. On one hand, it was because of her profession. As a surgeon, she was very meticulous. On the other hand, it was because she knew her niece too well. Whenever she came, as long as Zhang Ling was at home, she would personally serve her a glass of water. But this time, she didn't. This naturally made her suspicious. Zhang Ling thought for a while and quickly replied, This is water that I poured myself when I was bored watching TV. Liangfengyi nodded. Then, she suddenly stood up and said, I suddenly remembered that I have to check on the provincial hospital's website. I'll use your computer, ah. Zhang Ling was stunned. Ling Yan was in her bedroom now. If Liang Fingyi went in, wouldn't everything be exposed? Auntie, I haven't had lunch. I'm very hungry now. Can you cook something for me first? Zhang Ling suddenly had an idea. She grabbed Liang Fingyi's arm and begged. Liang Fingyi giggled and said, it doesn't matter. I only need 3 minutes. With that said, she ignored Zhang Ling's obstruction and walked towards her bedroom. Zhang Ling saw that she had been exposed. She quickly stepped in front of Liang Fingyi and stopped her. Auntie, I have someone else at home. Liang Fingyi thought to herself that no one knew her daughter better than a mother. My sister said that Zhang Ling had been acting strangely for the past few days and asked me to come over today to see if Zhang Ling had gotten herself a boyfriend. I didn't expect to be caught red-handed before I even had to ask. Liang Fingyi immediately put on the airs of an elder. She turned around and sat on the sofa. She smiled and said to Zhang Ling, it's a guy, right? What are you waiting for? Call him out for me to take a look. Let me see what kind of brat he is to be able to make my outstanding niece invite him to our house. Zhang Ling thought to herself that it was all over. She could only lower her head and blush. She replied with an "oh" and walked towards her bedroom. Ling Yan, it's my auntie. Go out and have a word with her. Zhang Ling whispered to Ling Yan, who had not moved since she entered the house. Ling Yan's hearing was extremely sharp. Even though the door was closed, he could still hear the conversation between Liang Fingyi and Zhang Ling clearly. He did not miss a single word. Ling Yan could not help but laugh when he heard Zhang Ling's effort to cover up. He thought to himself, how can you hide it when you're stuck at home? Moreover, he had no intention of hiding. Seeing that Zhang Ling asked him to go out, he immediately stood up and smiled. All right. Then, Ling Yan made a face at Zhang Ling mischievously and grabbed her butt. Then, he lowered his voice and said, you're wearing too little. Change before you go out. After saying that, Ling Yan no longer looked at the blushing Zhang Ling and walked towards the living room. Ling Yan didn't care, but Zhang Ling knew the consequences of being exposed. She looked at the clothes she was wearing and stomped her feet angrily. She thought to herself, so what if I die? My aunt saw everything. What's the point of changing now? Therefore, she followed Ling Yan out. Ling Yan strode into the living room and saw Liang Fingyi sitting upright. At the same time, Liang Fingyi turned her head to look at Ling Yan. Their eyes met, and both of them were stunned. What a familiar, beautiful woman! Ling Yan exclaimed in his heart. Gosh, this kid is so handsome. Liang Fingyi was stunned by Ling Yan's handsomeness. Her alluring lips opened slightly. Ling Yan praised Liang Fingyi in his heart. Without stopping, he walked in front of Liang Fingyi and smiled brightly. Hello, I'm Zhang Ling's classmate. My name is Ling Yun. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. From the front, Liang Fingyi was shockingly beautiful. With light makeup, she had an oval face that was fair and rosy. Her forehead was bright and clean, and her eyebrows were long and thick. She had a small nose and slightly upturned lips. Her already tender and alluring lips were smeared with red lipstick. It was alluring but not eye-catching, making her look even sexier. Her jet-black hair was coiled into a noble bun, showing off her elegance. Her snow-white neck was as beautiful as a swan's. Below her slender eyebrows was a pair of slightly narrow phoenix eyes. Her eyelashes were long, and when her gaze moved, she displayed a natural dignity and pride. The most beautiful thing was that there was an extremely attractive beauty mole on the left side of Liang Fingyi's lips. This beauty mole wasn't big, but it made her beautiful face look lively. It was like the brightest star in the night sky. It was as dazzling as a diamond, embellishing the entire night sky. Following her every frown and smile, her beautiful brows furrowed and relaxed, and her small mouth opened and closed. That beauty mole seemed to have come alive, displaying Liang Fingyi's sexiness and charm. It was so alluring that people didn't dare to look at her but couldn't help but want to. She was wearing a translucent chiffon blouse and a snow-white camisole dress with a deep V-neck. Even though less than one-fifth of her breasts were exposed, they were still dazzling and revealed a deep, attractive cleavage. Her waist was slender and alluring, and her perfectly round buttocks made the dress extremely tight, outlining two perfect and attractive curves. One look at Liang Fengyi's slender thighs was enough to tell that she was at least 1.74 meters tall. Wearing flesh-colored transparent stockings and a pair of bright red high heels, Liang Fengyi exuded a noble, elegant, mature, and sexy aura. If one were to describe Liang Fengyi's position in the current era, she would be the legendary royal sister, the royal sister of royal sisters. Ling Yun. Liang Fengyi looked at Ling Yun from head to toe with her most critical gaze. She quickly calmed down and pursed her lips before turning to look at Zhang Ling with a mysterious smile. What surprised the nervous Zhang Ling was that Liang Fengyi actually gave her a praising look. Zhang Ling and her auntie usually went shopping together, drank coffee together, and were very familiar with each other. Thus, Zhang Ling understood the message that Liang Fengyi was trying to convey. Then, Liang Fengyi turned to look at Ling Yun again. Ling Yun, you're quite handsome. Other than being classmates with Zhang Ling, what else do you have to do with her? Ling Yun thought that this woman was really direct. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing the charming dimple on his left cheek. Classmates. My clinic is renovating today, so I came over to take a look. Since it's on the way, I decided to chat with Zhang Ling. Liang Fengyi was the attending physician of the surgery department at the provincial hospital. She was surprised and immediately asked, "Your clinic?" "What clinic?" Ling Yun chuckled. "It's just a clinic for treating patients." What else could it be? Liang Fengyi looked at Zhang Ling in shock once again. After getting confirmation from Zhang Ling, she turned back to Ling Yun and asked, "Aren't you, classmates? You're a high school student, why are you opening a clinic? You know how to treat patients?" Ling Yun nodded with a smile. "Yes, I know how to treat patients. Who says that high school students can't open a clinic?" Liang Fengyi looked at this charming young man from head to toe again. Then, the corner of her mouth curved into a smile. "I couldn't tell. I didn't expect a little guy like you to know how to treat patients." "Then, we're in the same profession." This time, it was Ling Yun's turn to be surprised. He asked with interest, "You're a doctor too?" Zhang Ling finally had the chance to interrupt. She turned to the front of the sofa and introduced Liang Fengyi to Ling Yun. "This is my aunt. She's the attending doctor of the surgery department in Jiangnan Provincial Hospital. Her name is Liang Fengyi." Liang Fengyi pursed her lips and glared at Zhang Ling. "How can you call your aunt by her name?" "Impudent." Zhang Ling giggled. Even though she and Liang Fengyi were of different generations, one was born in the 80s while the other was born in the 90s. There wasn't much of a gap between them. They got along very well and were used to being impudent. Moreover, Liang Fengyi had been forced by her family to go on blind dates more than 100 times in the past 3 to 4 years. She even brought Zhang Ling along for her to check on. Even though Zhang Ling called her aunt in terms of seniority, they were like sisters. When Zhang Ling saw that Liang Fengyi didn't explode in anger after seeing Ling Yun, she became more courageous. She thought about how to pull Liang Fengyi into her trench so that they could keep this secret from her parents. "So, you're a doctor." Ling Yun couldn't help but think of the attending doctor of the surgery department in Jiangnan Provincial Hospital, Zhong Qingshan. "Oh, so you're from Jiangnan Provincial Hospital. I know Dr. Zhong Qingshan from your hospital." Ling Yun smiled faintly. "What?" Liang Fengyi was even more shocked. Her mouth opened slightly, and the beauty mole at the corner of her sexy lips rippled slightly. "Director Zhong is the head of the surgery department in our hospital." "How do you know him?" Liang Fengyi opened her eyes and asked curiously. "Hee, what's the big deal about knowing a doctor?" Ling Yun smiled nonchalantly. "Brat, you're quite arrogant. Do you know how famous Dr. Zhong is in our hospital and in the whole of Qingshui City? Every day, there were countless people who came to see him. He couldn't even get a queue number. It's your fortune to know him." Liang Fengyi glared at Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled and didn't answer her. After a pause, he turned his head and said to Zhang Ling, "Zhang Ling, it's already past 4. I really have to go." Seeing that her aunt was sitting there, Zhang Ling couldn't say anything more to Ling Yun. She nodded her head and said, "Okay, I'll send you off." Ling Yan turned his head and stared at Liang Fingyi impudently. After saying goodbye to her, he walked directly to the door. Due to her status, Liang Fingyi only stood up and said goodbye politely. She didn't send him off. Zhang Ling sent Ling Yan to the elevator. She blushed and said softly, "I'm really sorry, I didn't know that my aunt would come." Ling Yan smiled. "So what if she comes?" "I'm not afraid of her." Zhang Ling bit her lower lip and said, "You're not afraid of her, but I'm in trouble. I don't know how she's going to deal with me later." Ling Yan chuckled and whispered a few words into Zhang Ling's ear. Then, he walked into the elevator and turned around to ask her, "Is this all right?" Zhang Ling's face was red as she rolled her eyes at Ling Yan. However, she nodded her head lightly. The elevator door closed. Ling Yan quickly went downstairs and got into the Land Rover. He started the car and left Qingxi International Garden. "Oh my god, that Land Rover is actually his." On the 17th floor, Liang Fingyi, who was looking down from Zhang Ling's bedroom, exclaimed to Zhang Ling, who was beside her, in shock. Zhang Ling looked at Ling Yan's Land Rover with mixed feelings. She didn't answer Liang Fingyi and only nodded her head lightly. "Alright, stop looking. The car has already disappeared." Liang Fingyi saw that Ling Yan's car had disappeared, but Zhang Ling was still looking up. She couldn't help but frown and tug at Zhang Ling's arm. "Come and sit down. Tell me honestly, what did he do to you just now?" Zhang Ling followed Liang Fingyi to the bed unwillingly. She started to act coquettishly. "Auntie. We're just classmates now. What do you think he could do to me?" Liang Fingyi was perceptive and naturally wouldn't be fooled by Zhang Ling's words. She pursed her lips and smiled. "You're lying. You've never brought a boy to our house alone. Hurry up and tell Auntie the truth, or else I'll tell your mother." Zhang Ling opened her mouth but didn't know where to start. There was no need for her to hide anything from Liang Fingyi. After organizing her words, she said, "I like him." Liang Fingyi stretched out her slender finger and poked Zhang Ling's forehead. She said coquettishly, "Auntie has long seen through this. I'm asking how far the two of you are now. Did you hold hands? Did you kiss? Did he eat you up?" Zhang Ling was embarrassed. "What? It's not like what you said. He didn't even touch me." Zhang Ling said that, but in her heart, she was thinking about how Ling Yan had held her shoulders and slid his hand down to her but last night. Suddenly, she felt a strange sensation in her body. "Really? You're dressed like this today? You're alone in a room and he didn't touch you at all?" "Auntie doesn't believe it." Liang Fingyi worked at the provincial hospital. She had seen many girls in middle school and high school getting abortions. Thinking about how Ling Yan's eyes wandered all over her body, she didn't believe that Ling Yan would be so honest. Believe it or not, he's different from other boys. He has a girlfriend. Xianxia, you've met her before." Zhang Ling's expression darkened. She thought about the sadness from yesterday. Zhang Ling felt that her aunt was the best person to talk to. "What?" Liang Fingyi stood up from Zhang Ling's bed. She narrowed her eyes and a hint of anger appeared on her face. "Then why did you bring him home?" Liang Fingyi asked angrily. "Are you crazy? I like him." Zhang Ling sat on the bed like a deflated balloon. She lowered her head and her eyes were red. "Humph. This brat, how dare he look at the pot when he's eating from the bowl. I'll never let him off." "Auntie, don't blame him. He's too outstanding. I'm not good enough for him." Zhang Ling tugged at the corner of Liang Fingyi's shirt. Her eyes were red. "I'm already satisfied that he came to see me today." Liang Fingyi could feel the grievance in Zhang Ling's heart. She wiped away Zhang Ling's tears and said angrily, "Outstanding my *s, isn't he just a little handsome and has some money from his family? I've seen plenty of guys like him. This brat, I'll settle the score with him sooner or later. First, tell me, who is he? What's going on between the two of you? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. After hearing Liang Fingyi's angry words, a bitter smile appeared on Zhang Ling's face. She shook her head in resentment. Auntie, if you knew what Ling Yan looked like 7 days ago and how poor his family was 7 days ago, you definitely wouldn't say that. Zhang Ling pulled Liang Fingyi to the bedside as she spoke. Then, she smiled at the stunned Liang Fingyi and put on a look of infatuation and endless fascination. Then, she began to tell the story of Ling Yan's heaven-defying and flirtatious story. Let me tell you, 7 days ago, Zhang Ling was a sharp-tongued person to begin with. Coupled with her eloquent narration, Liang Fingyi was quickly drawn into Ling Yan's story. Of course, the Ling Yan she was narrating was the Ling Yan she saw with her own eyes. It could only be said that she only knew a small part of Ling Yan's deeds. Even so, Liang Fingyi's sexy lips opened wider and wider, and her eyes were filled with shock. In the end, she couldn't sit still anymore. What did you say? 7 days ago, he was at least 100 kilograms? I don't think he's over 90 kilograms now. Ah? Carrying a 25-kilogram sandbag and running more than 4,000 meters around the field? And vomiting blood while running? This? Reciting 7 history texts without missing a single word? Now, he has memorized all the history texts? How is this possible? Ah? One person against more than 30 people from the Green Dragon sect? And he even injured the other party? Nothing happened to him? What? He saved a person who had a heart attack on the spot. And completely cured the root cause of his illness? This is impossible. Ah? Throwing a 1.9-meter tall man in the sky like a basketball? You even chased after it and caught it yourself. Have you read too many fantasy novels? Ah? Ah? What? Impossible. Liang Fingyi had long since stood up from the bed. Initially, she covered her mouth with her hand, which was wide enough to fit an egg. However, in the end, she couldn't even close her sexy mouth. She was completely dumbfounded by Ling Yan's story. Auntie, this is only a small part of what I've seen of Ling Yan. As for why he suddenly became so rich, I don't know either. However, with so many incredible abilities, it wouldn't be strange if he became rich in a short period of time, right? Don't you think that Ling Yan is outstanding? Am I not good enough for him? Zhang Ling used this sentence to conclude her narration. Due to her love and admiration for Ling Yan, she continued to narrate for half an hour. Her eyes and face were filled with nostalgia and fascination. Liang Fingyi wasn't any better than Zhang Ling. She was completely shocked by Ling Yan's story. She adjusted herself for a full minute and took several deep breaths before she gradually came back to her senses. Zhang Ling, you're not allowed to lie to Auntie. You. Is what you said true? Zhang Ling gave Liang Fingyi a knowing look. She rolled her eyes at Liang Fingyi and said, absolutely. Liang Fingyi's eyes flashed with disbelief. She muttered to herself, no wonder he was so confident about opening a clinic. So he has such magical medical skills. Oh my god, he cured the son of the municipal party secretary? Liang Fingyi's eyes flashed with a strange light. She bit her lower lip and shook her head vigorously. I don't believe it. Unless I see it with my own eyes, I definitely won't believe that someone can have such magical medical skills. No injections, no medication, no surgery, no surgery. No matter how good traditional Chinese medicine is, it can't be that good. Because Liang Fingyi was a doctor and an outstanding attending physician in Jiangnan Provincial Hospital, she was very concerned about Ling Yan's medical skills. Subconsciously, she refused to believe Zhang Ling's words. Zhang Ling thought of Ling Yan's plan. She rolled her eyes and giggled. Auntie, do you have an endocrine disorder that causes your period to come at the wrong time? Upon hearing this, Liang Fingyi's blushing face immediately turned red. She glared at Zhang Ling and pouted, silly girl, why are you asking your mother about all this? Instead of studying? My sister is really something, why would she tell you such things? Zhang Ling raised her chin proudly and looked up at the ceiling. She shook her head and said, Auntie, it wasn't my mother who told me, it was Ling Yan. What? Liang Fingyi was really stunned this time. How did Ling Yan see through all the problems in her body in such a short period of time? How did he see through it? Liang Fingyi couldn't help but ask. Auntie, I can tell you this, but I have a condition. You can't tell my parents that I like Ling Yan and that Ling Yan came to my house today. You have to keep it a secret. Zhang Ling said. Liang Fingyi pursed her lips and rejected, how can I do that? To tell you the truth, your mother has already noticed that you are not normal these days. She asked me to come over today to see what you were doing at home. Who would have thought that she would catch you? Zhang Ling was stunned. My mother noticed? Zhang Ling was stunned. Liang Fingyi poked Zhang Ling's forehead with her index finger and said, silly child, you haven't been eating or drinking these days. You look so infatuated every day. One look and I can tell that you have fallen in love with a boy. As the saying goes, a mother knows her daughter best. It would be weird if my sister couldn't tell. Liang Fingyi covered her mouth and giggled. Let's not talk about my sister. Even I can tell that you are in love with someone else just by looking at you. She pouted her lips and raised her chin. So what? I'm already 19 years old. Am I not allowed to have my own love? Zhang Ling was acting like a little girl. What's more, if all the men you've gone on a blind date with were to go to Liangshan together, there would be enough of them. I'll just fall in love with one, and that one is more outstanding than all the men you've met combined. What's wrong with that? Liang Fingyi was furious. You stupid girl, I doted on you for nothing. How dare you speak to me like that? I'll tear your mouth apart. As she said that, she stretched out her right hand and pinched Zhang Ling's cheek. She looked extremely fierce, but her hands were extremely gentle. She only pinched Zhang Ling's soft cheek symbolically, but she couldn't help but laugh. She pinched Zhang Ling's fair cheeks and asked seriously, tell me the truth, did that brat do anything to you? If Ling Yan dared to look at Liang Fingyi with such a bold and direct gaze, Liang Fingyi wouldn't believe that Ling Yan didn't touch Zhang Ling at all. Zhang Ling slapped Liang Fingyi's hand away and said angrily, I told you, he's Chao Shanshan's boyfriend. How could he touch me? Zhang Ling thought about how she had successfully attracted Ling Yan's attention today, but he didn't even touch her like a block of wood. Zhang Ling was very depressed. Then why do you still like him? Liang Fingyi was both heartbroken and angry at the same time. There's nothing wrong with liking someone. Zhang Ling's mood was obviously down again. Liang Fingyi's heart was full of heartache as she looked at Zhang Ling's despondent look. She sighed softly and said, Zhang Ling, as long as you promise me that you won't affect your studies because of Ling Yan, I promise you that I won't tell your mother about this. Zhang Ling's eyes were filled with determination as she bit her lips and said, how can I affect my studies? Ling Yan's sister, Ning Lingyu, is the top student in our school. She will definitely get into Yanjing University. Ling Yan said that he would definitely get into the same university as Ning Lingyu. Based on his current performance, I believe that he will definitely get in. I know that I can't get into Yanjing University, but I must get into Huaxia Media University. That way, we can be in the same city. Liang Fingyi knew that Huaxia Media University had always been Zhang Ling's goal. She also understood Zhang Ling's ambition, so she smiled and caressed Zhang Ling's short hair. She said sincerely, Auntie believes in you. But, why do you have to do this? Liang Fingyi had met Chao Shanshan more than once. She had also vaguely heard Zhang Ling mention that Chao Shanshan's family background was very powerful. She was the daughter of a big family in Beijing. If Zhang Ling really wanted to compete with Chao Shanshan for a boyfriend, it would be extremely difficult. Liang Fingyi wasn't a mature woman just because of her looks. She was intelligent, mature, and calm. She had an absolute outlook on life and the world. It was difficult for her to be swayed by her surroundings or the will of others. After hearing Ling Yan's story, she only believed half of it and started to ponder in her heart. Before Zhang Ling could speak, Liang Fingyi suddenly asked, but this Ling Yan seems to be very intimate with you. Why do I feel like he wants to have a foot in both boats? Liang Fingyi couldn't help but worry for Zhang Ling when she thought about Ling Yan's fiery gaze on her chest. She was dressed so translucently for people to see. She would be unhappy if people didn't look at her. Therefore, she didn't really care about Ling Yan's gaze. In the hospital, in the bar, which man didn't look at her like that? She was already used to it. Auntie, Chao Shanshan might not be able to be Ling Yan's girlfriend. She has so many competitors. Many girls who are prettier than her have come to the school to look for Ling Yan. Zhang Ling finally opened her mouth and said, Auntie, you don't know. Thinking about the day of the water spout, Lin Menghan, Morong Feishue, Shuang Meifeng, and Shui Mining. Zhang Ling didn't know whether to be happy for herself or to cheer for Xianxia. What? Girls who are prettier than Xianxia? And there are so many of them. Liang Fingyi was shocked again. She then thought of something and exclaimed, "Aren't they from your school?" Zhang Ling pouted and slapped the bedsheets harshly. She stomped her feet and said with a complicated expression, "God knows where so many beauties came from. They're all circling around him, really." Liang Fingyi's eyes widened as she raised her eyebrows. She looked at Zhang Ling unhappily and asked, "So many beauties? Are they prettier than your auntie?" Zhang Ling didn't notice Liang Fingyi's expression. She said casually, "There are a few. Let's not talk about the others. One of them is the flower of Qingshui, Zhuang Meifeng. You should have heard of her, right?" "What?" Liang Fingyi's body trembled as she exclaimed. She finally lost her composure when she heard the name of the flower of Qingshui. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Liang Fingyi was shocked, but at the same time, her curiosity about Ling Yun was piqued. Originally, she thought that Ling Yun was just a handsome second-generation rich kid. Moreover, when Ling Yun saw her, although his eyes were bold and direct, his behavior was neither servile nor overbearing. Therefore, she did not make things difficult for Ling Yun on the spot. There were plenty of handsome second-generation heirs, and Liang Fingyi had seen many of them. Hence, she was only slightly moved by Ling Yun's radiant appearance. Even when Ling Yun left, she couldn't be bothered to send him off. However, ever since Ling Yun left, her curiosity and competitiveness had been aroused at the same time. It was unprecedented. After being stunned for a while, Liang Fingyi's lips curled into a smile. She sat back down and said to Zhang Ling, "If that's the case, what are you worried about? Go after him when you need to. Let go and love him, Auntie supports you." Liang Fingyi's right hand clenched into a fist as she spoke. She made a gesture of encouragement to Zhang Ling, but her face was inexplicably red. However, she hid it well. "Then you won't tell my parents, will you?" Zhang Ling stood up excitedly and said excitedly. "There's a condition. You can't delay your studies." Liang Fingyi pinched Zhang Ling's nose affectionately but pretended to be serious. "It's a promise. Don't worry." Zhang Ling extended her pinky finger to make a pinky promise with Liang Fingyi. "Auntie, before Ling Yun left, he told me that he can cure your illness." Treatment was a very serious matter for Liang Fingyi. Hence, she wasn't shy at all. "When his clinic opens, I'll go and take a look. However, I won't be looking for him to treat me. I'll be looking for him to settle scores." Zhang Ling was surprised. "Settle scores? What kind of scores?" Zhang Ling asked. Liang Fingyi snorted coldly and narrowed her eyes. She pursed her sexy lips and said, "He caused my precious niece to fall in love with him. She even lost her appetite because of him. Shouldn't I settle this score with him?" This wasn't a reason at all. Zhang Ling looked at Liang Fingyi strangely and hugged her arm. "Auntie," after Ling Yun drove away from Qingshitsu Yuan International Garden, he immediately called Tai Xiaohu and asked him to meet him at Mansion No. 1 in the Qingxi Villa district. At this time, Yao Rou had already finished resting and returned to the clinic more than 10 minutes ago. After Tai Xiaohu received Ling Yun's call, he greeted Yao Rou and immediately hailed a cab to Mansion No. 1. When Tai Xiaohu arrived, Ling Yun was already waiting for him on the sofa in the living room. Before Tai Xiaohu even entered the villa, he heard the two dogs barking wildly. However, he was not surprised because Yao Rou had asked him to buy the two dogs. "Did you bring a knife?" Ling Yun asked with a smile as he saw Tai Xiaohu's towering figure enter the door. Tai Xiaohu always had a good dagger with him. He immediately drew it from his body. The dagger was about a foot long, and it shone brightly. It was extremely sharp. "Not bad, it's a good dagger. Why didn't you take it out the other day when you fought with me?" Ling Yun teased with a smile. Tai Xiaohu scratched his head in embarrassment and did not answer. "Have you killed anyone before?" Ling Yun asked again with a smile. Tai Xiaohu's expression turned cold. He shook his head like a rattle drum and said fearfully, "No, I definitely haven't killed anyone before. However, I have slashed people before." Ling Yan chuckled and said, "Why are you so nervous? You'll have to kill people sooner or later. Go, and catch a few chickens to practice. Get their blood into this basin." When Tai Xiaohu saw Ling Yan talking about killing people, his heart trembled inexplicably. However, he did not say anything. He obediently carried the basin and ran out to kill the chickens. Ling Yan picked up the iron pot he had just bought and ran straight to the kitchen. He turned on the fire and started to boil the medicinal herbs. He was preparing to turn the yellow joss paper into talisman paper. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone at the peak of physique tempering stage level 3 to create talismans. However, Ling Yan could now mobilize the spiritual energy in his body. As long as he could mobilize the spiritual energy, he would be able to create talismans. Of course, they would all be the lowest and most trashy talismans. Tai Xiaohu had slashed people before, but he had never killed a chicken. By the time he had finished killing the 3 roosters and extracted their blood, Ling Yan had already created a thick stack of talismans. Even though the medicinal herbs used to brew the medicinal soup were of the highest quality in the medical world, Ling Yan could not extract any spiritual energy from them. The medicinal soup he brewed could only produce the most trashy of talismans. That's about it. Ling Yan pursed his lips and shook his head. He was speechless. However, this was the reality. He could only make do. When Tai Xiaohu came in with half a basin of bright red chicken blood, Ling Yan said to Tai Xiaohu, "Bring that bag of cinnabar over." Ling Yan mixed the cinnabar and normal chicken blood according to the ratio and poured all of it into the iron pot. Then, he threw in some other medicinal herbs. Very quickly, Ling Yan had turned it into a faintly fragrant talisman material. Tai Xiaohu had no idea what Ling Yan was doing. He scratched his head in confusion. Hence, he stood beside Ling Yan and asked, "Big brother Yun, what are you doing?" Ling Yan chuckled. "Making talismans." "Talismans? What's a talisman?" Tai Xiaohu asked again. Ling Yan turned his head and glared at Tai Xiaohu. "Have you heard of Mao Mountain Taoist? Have you seen ghost hunting movies? Those stupid talismans in the hands of those smelly-nosed old Taoists." After Ling Yan learned how to use the computer and surf the internet, what had he been browsing for the past few days? He had been studying the Taoist techniques of this world through the knowledge on the internet. He had a photographic memory. Hence, he had memorized a large amount of information without missing a single word. Now, he was explaining it to Tai Xiaohu in a teasing tone. "Big brother Yun. You know how to make this too?" Tai Xiaohu's eyes were even bigger than copper bells. His mouth was agape for a long time as he spoke in a daze. "Open your eyes wide and look carefully." After Ling Yan brewed the ingredients for the talismans, he carried the iron pot outside the villa. He only brought it back into the house after it was almost dried. After placing the iron pot on the ground, Ling Yan took out a piece of talisman paper from the coffee table. Then, he grabbed a weasel brush from under the coffee table and dipped it into the iron pot. This weasel brush was not like gold or silver needles. At Ling Yan's current realm, he was still unable to inject spiritual energy into it. However, he had the intention to experiment and see if he could make talismans without spiritual energy. Hence, he did not mind it too much. It could be said that the weasel brush that Ling Yan used was ordinary, the beast blood was the lowest grade of chicken blood, and the ingredients he used did not have any spiritual energy. He was purely using them to practice and see if he could make talismans. I don't believe that the Taoist priests who use talismans in this world rely on spiritual energy to draw talismans. If they can draw talismans, then so can I, Ling Yan thought to himself. Then, he spread out the still wet talisman paper. Holding the weasel brush in his right hand, he held his breath and concentrated. Under Tai Xiaohu's curious gaze, he started drawing talismans for the first time since he came to this world. It did not matter if he succeeded or failed. If he really could not, Ling Yan still had the magical brush and the nine-tailed celestial fox. With the magical brush and the nine-tailed celestial fox's blood, if Ling Yan still couldn't draw the lowest grade talismans, then he could forget about living in this world. Ling Yan started with the fire talisman. With a wave of his hand, he completed it in a few strokes. After he was done, he held the weasel brush in his right hand and nodded with a smile. "Yes, it's perfect. Not bad. Then, he picked up the fire talisman with his left hand and passed it to Tai Xiaohu, who was standing at the side. Take this outside and find a random tree trunk. Throw the talisman paper on the tree trunk and shout appear in your heart. See what happens. Ling Yan's talisman was roughly the same as the talismans of the Taoist priests in this world. However, there were some slight differences. The most obvious difference was that when using his talisman, there was no need to shout the Taisheng Laozi's command or any other troublesome incantation. All he had to do was to shout appear in his heart, and the talisman would be usable. Tai Xiaohu used his large hand to pinch the thin talisman. He could not help but feel a little uneasy. He asked carefully, "Big brother. Yun, this won't attract ghosts, right? Today is the Qingming festival." Ling Yun was so angry that he laughed. He said speechlessly, "How can there be ghosts in broad daylight? Ghosts only dare to come out at night. Moreover, I gave you the fire talisman, not the ghost manipulation talisman. What are you afraid of?" Unexpectedly, Tai Xiaohu shuddered when he heard that. He mumbled, This thing won't explode, right?" Ling Yan laughed and said, "Don't worry. Talismans won't hurt you even if they are in your hands. They will only hurt the target you want to hurt, just like the dagger in your hand. Do you understand?" Ling Yan laughed heartily and said, "Don't worry. Talismans are used by you." Tai Xiaohu lowered his stiff neck and nodded. He continuously encouraged himself in his heart. Then, he gritted his teeth and said to Ling Yun, "Big brother Yun, then I'll go. If anything happens, you have to save me." Ling Yun glared at Tai Xiaohu impatiently. "Do you believe that I won't throw another talisman at you if you keep nagging? Go now." Tai Xiaohu had no choice but to make up his mind. He turned around and walked towards the door of the villa. Looking at the way he walked, it was as if the wind was howling and the water was cold. Once a hero left, he would never return. Ling Yin chuckled and shook his head. This Tai Xiaohu looked tall and strong, but he was so King cautious. Ling Yin didn't care about Tai Xiaohu anymore. He held his breath and focused on drawing again. His technique was so proficient that it was no different from drawing with a brush. Very quickly, he drew more than 10 talismans. At this moment, Tai Xiaohu came back from the door dejectedly but also relieved. He looked at Ling Yun and said, "Big brother Yun, look, I threw it 7 or 8 times in a row." Nothing happened. Ling Yun saw that the talisman in Tai Xiaohu's hand was still there. He knew that his first attempt had failed. He shook his head and said, "I'll go out and try." Ling Yun grabbed the dozen or so fire talismans that he had just drawn and strode out of the villa. He casually took out a fire talisman and threw it at a small tree. He shouted, "Appear. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. When the word confrontation came out, the fire talisman didn't change at all. It continued to fly toward the trunk of the small tree and silently stuck to it. F***ck. Ling Yin frowned as he cursed in his heart. Even though the weasel's bristle was an ordinary brush, the talisman ink made from chicken blood, cinnabar, and herbal juice was ordinary, and the talisman paper made from yellow paper was even more ordinary. However, Ling Yan's ability to create and draw talismans was unparalleled. Ling Yan was full of confidence after creating the first fire talisman. He thought that Tai Xiaohu would run back excitedly after his experiment and beg him to teach him how to create talismans. He didn't expect things to turn out the opposite way. F***ck, not only did I fail to act cool, I even embarrassed myself. Ling Yan felt ashamed in his heart, but his hands did not stop moving. More than 10 fire talismans were thrown out one after another, but all of them failed. Not to mention a raging fire, not even a spark was released. Ling Yan was embarrassed, but Tai Xiaohu, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with shock. It wasn't because of Ling Yan's talisman, but because of the technique he used to throw the fire talisman. With a wave of his hand and a flick of his wrist, a piece of talisman flew out and stuck itself on the trunk of the small tree. Not a single one of them missed its mark. One had to know that this was a soft talisman paper. How heavy could a talisman made from yellow paper be? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was as light as a feather, Not to mention hitting a target 3 meters away, you wouldn't even know where it would fly to once it left your hand. Furthermore, there was a slight southwest wind today. A person could throw a few kilograms of bricks far away, but they couldn't throw a feather more than a meter away. When Tai Xiaohu was experimenting outside just now, he didn't throw the fire talisman like Ling Yun did. He stuck the fire talisman directly on the tree trunk and shouted "come" in his heart at the same time. Then, he jumped away. He was strong, but he couldn't throw a talisman that was as light as a feather so far away and hit the target accurately. Big Brother Yun must have used some special technique. Tai Xiaohu's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but ask, "Big Brother Yun, what kind of martial arts are you using?" Ling Yun threw out all the talismans in his hand, but none of them were successful. Feeling depressed, he replied impatiently, "Idiot, this is just pasting talismans. Why would it take any effort?" Tai Xiaohu said, "Big Brother Yun, I know you're sticking talismans. I'm asking what technique you're using." "Oh, you're asking about this? This is a very simple plucking leaves flying flower hand. Why, do you want to learn?" Ling Yun couldn't help but laugh when he understood. He didn't expect Tai Xiaohu to pay attention to the technique of sticking the talisman instead of the talisman. The flying petals plucking leaves technique was much weaker than Ling Yun's shower of flowers technique. Ling Yun used it casually out of habit, but Tai Xiaohu was drooling at the sight of it and nodded his head hurriedly. Ling Yun was annoyed and amused at the same time. "I'll teach you later. Go and bleed the dog first. The essence of the chicken blood isn't strong enough. It's still a little lacking." They were two good dogs with exceptional intelligence. When they saw Tai Xiaohu killing the chicken, they already had a bad premonition and felt a tinge of sadness. Now that they saw Ling Yun pointing at them with an unfriendly gaze, they immediately started barking. Tai Xiaohu was dumbfounded. "Big Brother Yun, how do we kill them?" If Ling Yun were to ask Tai Xiaohu to chop someone up, Tai Xiaohu would definitely agree. However, if he were to ask him to bleed the two big black dogs, he would have second thoughts. If it was easy to kill, the chicken wouldn't resist. However, the dogs were different. If they were forced into a corner, they might bite Tai Xiaohu. What would happen if they got rabies? Ling Yun glared at him. "Why? You don't dare?" He tilted his head and thought for a while. "Give me the dagger. Come over and learn from me." Tai Xiaohu returned to the house and passed the dagger to Ling Yun. Ling Yun frowned and said, "There's still chicken blood on this dagger. Go wash it." Chicken blood was chicken blood, dog blood was dog blood. It had to be pure. Otherwise, the talisman made would be nondescript. Tai Xiaohu returned to the house obediently and washed the dagger. At the same time, he took a clean basin out. Ling Yan took the dagger and brought Tai Xiaohu to the side of the two big black dogs. He walked leisurely towards the two big black dogs that were barking crazily. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want to borrow some blood." Ling Yun giggled. After expressing his intention, he moved like lightning and pointed at each of the two dogs. The two big black dogs immediately became obedient. With two thuds, they fell to the ground at the same time. They looked at Ling Yun, who was squatting down, in fear. Could this be the legendary pressure point strike? The excitement in Tai Xiaohu's eyes intensified. He was extremely shocked and excited. Without turning back, Ling Yun said to Tai Xiaohu, "Bring the basin over. Prepare to collect the blood." As he spoke, Ling Yun raised the dagger to the back leg of the big black dog in front of him. With a light cut, dog blood spurted out. "Big Brother Yun, the technique you used just now was acupuncture point, right?" Tai Xiaohu asked excitedly as he collected the blood. Ling Yun smiled and nodded. "That's right. Didn't I tell you in the morning that when you reach the fourth minor realm of the stellar condensation technique, I'll teach you acupuncture point unblocking? You're almost at the third minor realm now, so you'll be able to learn very soon. However, you have to identify the acupuncture points on a person's body first. Otherwise, even if you learn the technique, you won't know where to hit." After collecting enough dog blood, Ling Yan stopped the bleeding for the two dogs. Then, he said to Tai Xiaohu, "You know how to bandage wounds, right? Bandage them and feed them meat in the future." Ling Yan did not lend them dog blood for free. With that, Ling Yan carried the basin into the house. Once again, he used the dog blood, cinnabar, and medicinal herbs to concoct the ink for drawing talismans. Ling Yan changed to a new brush made from wolf hair and dipped it in the newly made ink. He drew 3 more fire talismans in a flamboyant manner. Damn, I don't believe that I can't make talismans with these ordinary materials. Ling Yan placed the brush down heavily after he finished drawing. Looking at the 3 newly concocted fire talismans, he gritted his teeth. If he failed again, Ling Yan would change to a magical brush without hesitation. He couldn't be bothered to experiment anymore. Ling Yan picked up a fire talisman and said to Tai Xiaohu, who had already bandaged the black dog, "Go try again." After the previous experiment, Tai Xiaohu had gained some courage. This time, he wasn't as timid as before. He picked up the fire talisman and left. Outside, he found the small tree again. Tai Xiaohu stuck the fire talisman onto the trunk of the small tree. Then, he shouted in his heart, "Come." It was time to witness a miracle. Before Tai Xiaohu could retract his hand, he saw the talisman turn into a ball of yellow flame. In an instant, it enveloped his right hand. He was so shocked that his hair stood on end. He quickly pulled his hand back and exclaimed, "Ah!" Success. Ling Yan knew that he had succeeded once he heard that. He stood up and floated outside the villa with the 1,000 miles godly steps. Looking at the palm-sized ball of flame slowly burning and extinguishing on the tree trunk, Ling Yan was satisfied. He smiled and nodded. That's more like it. At this moment, Tai Xiaohu had goosebumps all over his body. He looked at his right hand that was engulfed in flames and realized that it was just as Ling Yan had said. He was unharmed. Tai Xiaohu turned his hand over and over several times to confirm that he wasn't burnt. Then, he calmed down and looked at the part of the tree that was burnt. It was pitch black with a slightly burnt smell. Everything was real. Big brother Yun, this. Tai Xiaohu turned to look at Ling Yan, who had come to his side. He was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Ling Yan smiled faintly. This is a talisman, a fire talisman. It can't even be considered the most basic fire talisman. Its temperature is similar to that of ordinary firewood, and its duration is very short. He looked at the dumbfounded Tai Xiaohu and chuckled. How is it? It didn't burn you, right? This is too magical. It's even more magical than magic. I'm not watching a movie, am I? Tai Xiaohu mumbled to himself, unable to believe what he had just experienced. Ling Yan smiled proudly. What's magic? This is a true Taoist technique. With that, Ling Yan pinched the second fire talisman and shook his hand at the small tree trunk not far away. At the same time, he softly shouted, "Appear." Poof. The fire talisman instantly turned into a ball of yellow flame after Ling Yan shouted. It directly smashed onto the trunk of the small tree. Even though it was extinguished in a few seconds, the tree trunk was once again burnt black. Fun. Tai Xiaohu's eyes lit up. This time, he didn't wait for Ling Yan to speak. He directly grabbed the last fire talisman from Ling Yan's hand and shook his hand like Ling Yan did. He shouted, "Appear." Ah. Tai Xiaohu didn't have Ling Yan's technique. He didn't even throw the fire talisman. Another ball of flame enveloped his hand, causing him to scream in shock again. Very quickly, Tai Xiaohu realized that he was completely fine. The flame was real, but it just couldn't burn him. Of course, it couldn't burn the person who used the talisman. If that was the case, then there was no point in making the talisman. One mistake would be playing with fire. Ling Yan chuckled. He said to the shocked and admiring Tai Xiaohu, "Clean up everything, I'll go make the talismans." It was close to 6 in the evening. In less than half an hour, Ling Yan had already made more than 120 fire talismans. As Ling Yan drew, his knife-like lips carried a proud smile. He muttered, "I'll burn you to death, I'll stick you to death, I'll blast you to death, I'll slap you to death." Without a doubt, the unlucky you that Ling Yan was talking about was Dugu Mo, who was at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yan's wrist strength was amazing. Since he did not need to use any spiritual energy, and the patience of a cultivator was unparalleled. He drew 150 fire talismans in one go. He only put down the weasel brush when Tai Xiaohu was done cleaning up. Go and play with them. Ling Yan grabbed a handful of fire talismans and stuffed them into Tai Xiaohu's hands. He gestured for him to sit down. He chuckled and said to Tai Xiaohu, who was at a loss, they might not be very useful against a real expert, but even if they can't burn him, they can at least give him a scare. Tai Xiaohu also chuckled and sat opposite Ling Yan. He carefully kept the dozens of fire talismans and asked in admiration, Big Brother Yun, are these talismans? Ling Yan was satisfied with the success of his experiment. He smiled and nodded. Yes, these are talismans. Let me tell you, talismans were a type of spell in Taoism. They were also known as talisman, ink scroll, and Dan book. Talismans were a combination of talismans and talismans. Talismans were symbols and figures written on yellow paper or silk with curved strokes. They were like words, but not words, like pictures, but not pictures. The fire talismans that Ling Yun was drawing now belonged to this type of talisman. Talismans were the secret words of the gods recorded in the talismans. They were also written on yellow paper or silk. Talismans were the words of the gods. They were used to summon the gods, subdue demons, and cure diseases. Tracing back to its roots, talismans actually originated from witchcraft. In simpler terms, talismans were a form of casting witchcraft. In simpler terms, the person who made the talismans used various secret techniques to write 1 + 1 and 2 on the talisman paper at the same time. The formula for the incantation was written. The moment you shouted equals, the formula would be formed, and the talisman would immediately perform its function to complete the equation. The person who used the talisman was the person who drew the equivalent sign. For example, when using Ling Yan's talisman, the talisman would start to perform its magical effect as soon as he shouted appear. In terms of effect, fire talisman, water talisman, spirit cleansing talisman, exorcism talisman, ghost exorcism talisman, ghost controlling talisman, gravity talisman, speed talisman, and even wall penetrating talisman had their own magical effects. Talismans were originally witchcraft, but they were carried forward by the Taoists. In the process of teaching talismans for a long time, the Taoists created numerous talisman Tao techniques and created many talisman books. It was hard to count the talismans that were created, and the talismans were in all kinds of strange styles. They could be summarized into 5 main types: complex script, cloud seal script, spirit talisman, treasure talisman, talisman diagram. Fuwen is the simplest talisman. The raging fire talisman that I'm drawing now should be classified as a Fuwen. The cloud seal script is, Ling Yan explained to the stunned Tai Xiaohu. In fact, he didn't want to scare Tai Xiaohu and was even more afraid that he wouldn't be able to accept it in a short period of time. Therefore, he didn't tell Tai Xiaohu about the most advanced talisman formations and immortal talismans. In the cultivation world, those who specialized in the Tao of talismans or Taoist cultivators could use the sky as a talisman paper, their fingers as a talisman brush, and their own blood as the talisman ink. Any talisman drawn by them could destroy the world, move mountains, and fill the seas. They were much more powerful than ordinary cultivators. Taoist talismans were widely used. Some were used to treat illnesses. Some were to burn talismans on paper, dissolve them in water, and let the patient drink them. Some were to seal the talismans and let the patient wear them. Some were used to exorcise ghosts and suppress evil. Some were to wear them on the body or stick them on the bedroom door. Some were used for disaster relief. Some were to throw the talismans into the broken river to stop the flood. Some were to write talismans to summon the general to stop the drought. As for Taoist priests, they couldn't do without talismans. Some were to write talismans on the table and report to the gods. Some were to use talismans to summon the god to kill the ghost. Some were to use talismans to take care of the underworld and refine the dead. All kinds of talismans were posted and hung inside and outside the altar. Nowadays, the Tao of talismans is the main cultivation method of the Taoist sect. During the Song and Yuan dynasties, there were 3 sects of talismans. They were the Maoshan Shangqing sect, Mount Gazao Lingbao sect, and Mount Longhu Celestial Master sect. Ling Yan smiled at Tai Xiaohu after he finished speaking, waiting for him to digest the information slowly. Tai Xiaohu nodded. He couldn't help but scratch his head and ask, I understand. But Big Brother Yun, isn't this superstition? Ling Yan smiled disdainfully and said proudly, superstition? How many mysterious and special forces in this world can't be explained by science? Even the stellar condensation technique that I taught you can't be explained by science. Don't mention the word superstition in the future. I've transmigrated to this planet with almost no spiritual energy. Who's going to use science to explain it to me? Ling Yan cursed in his heart. If he was in the cultivation world, he would have reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage level 3 a long time ago. He wouldn't be at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3. Tai Xiaohu nodded like a chick pecking at grains. All his doubts were gone, and his eyes became determined. Then, go and buy a dozen more of these dogs tomorrow. It'll be convenient for me to draw blood in the future. Ling Yan felt that the blood of the 2 dogs wasn't enough, so he reminded Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu looked troubled. Big Brother Yun, it's still acceptable to have 2 dogs. But if we get a dozen at once, I'm afraid it won't be easy for the property management, right? Moreover, if more than 10 dogs barked at the same time, the neighbors might complain. Ling Yan was stunned. He hadn't considered this point. Then buy 2 more first. Feed them well so that they can take turns to draw blood. Ling Yan couldn't think of a good idea at the moment. He could only lower his requirements for now. He thought for a while and said, also, prepare all the things that we'll be using today. The dagger, the metal pot, the basin, the weasel brush, and so on. Just in case we run out of supplies. Tai Xiaohu nodded and said, all right. After Ling Yan finished arranging everything, he suddenly asked Tai Xiaohu, where do you live? Tai Xiaohu was slightly stunned by Ling Yan's sudden question. He answered subconsciously, I rented a house myself. I heard that you lost your father when you were young, right? Ling Yan asked again. Tai Xiaohu's eyes dimmed as he gently nodded his head. Ling Yan smiled lightly. Everyone has their own fate. You don't have to worry about these things. Look at me, I'm a child adopted by my mother. I don't even know who my biological parents are. Isn't that the same? Big Brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu looked up abruptly when he saw Ling Yan comforting him. His eyes were filled with sincere friendship. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He was obviously very emotional. Ling Yan said casually, how about this, I'll transfer 2 million yuan into your account tomorrow. This 2 million yuan is a gift for you. You can buy a house and a car yourself. It'll be convenient for you in the future. Huh? Tai Xiaohu didn't expect Ling Yan to say this to him. He jumped up from the sofa immediately. Big Brother Yun, this can't be. Why are you giving me so much money? I'm only 18 years old. Tai Xiaohu shook his head and waved his hands. His eyes were filled with shock. His tiger eyes were already red. Tai Xiaohu had been fighting and killing in Green Dragon for 3 years. He only managed to make a name for himself. Everyone called him the future successor of Green Dragon boss. However, he barely had enough money to spend. He couldn't save a single cent. He didn't expect Ling Yan to give him 2 million yuan to buy a house and a car after just 4 to 5 days of following Ling Yan. Tai Xiaohu was dumbfounded on the spot. He had personally experienced Ling Yan's stinginess. Ling Yan really belonged to him. He wouldn't lose a single cent. How could he give him 2 million yuan today? Ling Yan raised his eyelids and glared at Tai Xiaohu unhappily. Why are you so excited? Sit down. After letting Tai Xiaohu sit down, Ling Yan spoke again. I'm also 18 years old. Don't I have a mansion and a luxury car? You're someone who has just started cultivating. How can you cultivate in peace without your own house? How inconvenient would it be without a car? Moreover, didn't I tell you before? In the future, we brothers may lack everything but money. What else can we buy with 2 million yuan other than a normal house and a car? Tai Xiaohu's eyes were filled with tears. His Adam's apple trembled violently. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but no words came out. You don't have to say anything. Listen to me. It's settled. Now, send me your bank account number. Ling Yan chuckled and forced Tai Xiaohu to send his bank account number to his phone. Then, he stood up and smiled. However, I have a condition. In the future, you have to help me pay for everything I buy. It's too troublesome to transfer money around. I'm really too lazy to do it. What else did Tai Xiaohu have to say? He nodded his head and wiped the hot tears in his eyes with the back of his hand. Ling Yan casually threw the mansion key to Tai Xiaohu and said, I won't be staying here for the time being. Pass this key to Sister Ro. You can also make a key first. I'll leave everything in mansion number 1 to you. Can you manage it? Ling Yan looked at the various materials and tools in the living room and gestured to Tai Xiaohu. Big brother Yun, don't worry. I promise there won't be any problems. Ling Yan smiled and nodded. That's good. I have to go home tonight to accompany my mother and Ling Yu for dinner. It's already 6 o'clock now. I'll make a move first. Call me if there's anything. Ling Yan would definitely come over to make more talismans that night. However, he would be using the magical brush to draw talismans at night. He was 100% confident that the talismans drawn with the magical brush would be many times more powerful than the current fire talismans. Therefore, he didn't want Tai Xiaohu to see it. Tai Xiaohu had just started cultivating. He needed to be guided slowly. If he used too much force, it might backfire. Just as Ling Yun was about to leave, his phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Lin Menghan. Ling Yun opened it and saw that it was a message from Lin Menghan. The content was strange and peculiar. The password is 6 nines. The password is 6 nines? What does this mean? Ling Yan frowned and muttered to himself. Ling Yan shook his head helplessly. This unbelievably beautiful silly girl really had her own way of doing things. He was too lazy to reply. Just as he was about to put his phone away, it rang again. This time, it was a call from Zhuang Meifeng. Ling Yan smiled and picked it up immediately. Hubby, Lin Menghan came over. She gave you a few things and asked me to pass them to you. Zhuang Meifeng said directly on the other end of the phone. She sounded a little anxious. Ling Yan frowned and asked immediately, where is she? Zhuang Meifeng said, she left immediately after leaving the things behind. She seemed to be very sad. Ling Yan said, I understand. Wait for me at home. I'll be back soon. With that, he hung up the phone and bade farewell to Tai Xiaohu. Immediately, he got into his car and drove away in his Land Rover. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. A pair of glasses, a bank card, and an unopened letter. These were all the things that Lin Menghan wanted Zhuang Meifeng to pass to Ling Yun. Did she say anything else? Ling Yan asked Zhuang Meifeng as he kept the 3 items quietly. Zhuang Meifeng shook her head. No, her eyes were just red. I think she must have been crying. Ling Yan smiled helplessly and said to Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi, I'm going home for dinner tonight. You two can eat by yourselves, don't worry about me. It was already past 6:30 p.m. and Ling Yu had already called Ling Yan twice to urge him to go home. Oh, hubby. Zhuang Meifeng replied hesitantly. Ling Yan smiled and asked, what's wrong? Just say it, don't feel awkward. Zhuang Meifeng bit her lips and said softly, hubby, isn't today the Qingming festival? I want to visit my grandfather's grave. Ever since her grandfather had passed away 5 years ago, Zhuang Meifeng would visit her grandfather's grave every year on the Qingming festival. She would never change her mind. This is proper business. You guys eat first. After dinner, Xiao Mimi will accompany you. I'll leave the car here. Ling Yan could feel Zhuang Meifeng's longing for her grandfather. Then I'll leave first. Ling Yan left the house in a flash and arrived at the riverside. He flagged down a taxi and told the driver to rush back to Qingshui Wharf Mansion number 9 as fast as he could. As the taxi sped away, Ling Yan finished reading the letter that Lin Menghan had left for him. His handsome face was a little gloomy and his heart was inexplicably empty. Lin Menghan was the first woman that Ling Yan had met since his arrival in this world. Ling Yan's feelings for her were different from any other woman. Lin Minghan's face was flawless and her hot body was the number one existence among all the women that Ling Yun knew. Even Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, and the new Liang Fingyi that he met today were slightly inferior to Lin Minghan. Most importantly, this stupid and adorable peerless beauty was extremely principled. Her heart was so clean that it was transparent, like a crystal. She didn't even have the concept of money in her mind. Everything she did was purely to prove herself. However, Lin Minghan was unable to prove herself. She had failed. She had underestimated the viciousness of the human heart and overestimated her own abilities. Because of the same matter, she had been saved by Ling Yun twice in the past few days. The first time was by chance, but he had saved her life. The second time, she had deliberately asked for his help, but he had protected her chastity, which was more precious than her life. After being chased away by Ling Yun, Lin Minghan didn't know what else she could do. She didn't know what was the point of staying in Xianxia City anymore. She thought about it for 3 days and 3 nights. Just yesterday, she submitted her resignation. Lin Minghan had long known that Ling Yun was no longer nearsighted, but she had personally picked out a pair of sunglasses for him. Lin Minghan opened a new bank card and, for the first time, asked her family to transfer 10 million yuan to her. Then, she took out 1 yuan from the card. Then, she bought a plane ticket to leave Xianxia City and wrote a letter to Ling Yun. Before going to the airport, Lin Minghan took a detour and mustered up her courage to deliver these 3 items to Ling Yun. It was a thin piece of paper with only a few hundred words. Lin Minghan didn't know how many times she had cried for the words to be blurred to this extent. That piece of paper looked as if it had been fished out of the water and dried up. "I will wait for you." These were the last 4 words on the letter. Ling Yun read the letter silently before carefully putting it back into the envelope and keeping it close to his body. Ling Yun recalled the scene when he rescued Lin Minghan from the water. He recalled the scene when Lin Minghan wore a white dress and came to the school to deliver clothes to him, Lin Minghan in her police uniform, Lin Minghan in her cheongsam, Lin Minghan who was drugged but struggled to hold on, and Lin Minghan who lay quietly in front of him, allowing him to treat her. "I'm not a mistress." Lin Minghan furrowed her beautiful eyebrows as she bit her lips in embarrassment. Ling Yun recalled every time he met Lin Minghan. He remembered every little detail of her smile, her anger, her tears, her resentment. "You finally did the right thing for once. It's good that you're leaving, the waters of Xianxia City are about to get muddy," Ling Yun thought to himself. Just as Ling Yun was quietly thinking about his own matters, the taxi driver stopped the car and turned to Ling Yun. "We're here, may I know where to go next?" "There's no need, I'll get off." Ling Yun paid the bill and got off the car. After the taxi turned around and left, Ling Yun used the 1,000 miles godly steps and sprinted towards mansion number 9. Ling Yun stepped into the main gate of mansion number 9 at 7:15 p.m. when night fell. Ning Lingyu was already waiting at the entrance of the villa. When she saw that her brother was back, her eyes were filled with joy. She called out, "Big brother." Twisting her slender body, she ran towards her brother like a swallow returning to the forest. Ling Yun adjusted his mood and smiled faintly. Then, he quickly walked up to them. "Where's Mom?" Ling Yun asked with a smile as he arrived in front of Ning Lingyu. "Mom is still cooking. We went out to buy a lot of things this afternoon and we're just waiting for you to come back." Ning Lingyu hugged Ling Yun's arm as she replied in a sweet voice. "Why didn't you help Mom out? Why did you wait for me outside the door? It's not like I'm not coming back. It's only the last dish, I was worried about you." Mansion number 9 was brightly lit, illuminating the entire mansion. If it wasn't for the huge empty living room, it would have been like a palace courtyard. Ling Yun didn't have to deliberately listen to the sounds of his mother, Qin Qiuyue, bustling about in the kitchen. He turned to Ning Lingyu and said, "Let's go help Mom in the kitchen." "Mom, I'm back." Ling Yun called out softly as he looked at Qin Qiuyue's back as the siblings entered the kitchen. Qin Qiuyue turned back to look at Ling Yun and smiled warmly. "It's good that you're back. What are you two doing in the kitchen?" "I'll be ready soon." "Lingyu, bring your brother to the dining room and get ready for dinner." At 7:30 p.m., Qin Qiuyue placed the last dish on the dining table. She smiled at Ning Lingyu and said, "Lingyu, go and open the new bottle of red wine that we bought today." There were a total of 8 dishes on the dining table. Each dish was exquisite and alluring, and the aroma of the dishes filled their nostrils. Ning Lingyu opened a bottle of red wine and the family of 3 sat together in a harmonious and joyous atmosphere. Ling Yan originally thought that Qin Qiuyue would definitely have something to say to him when she specifically asked him to come back for dinner. However, unexpectedly, Qin Qiuyue didn't say anything other than a few questions about the sibling studies even after an hour and a half had passed. Not to mention Qin Qiuyue, even Ning Lingyu seemed to have learned her mother's calmness. During dinner, her dreamy and beautiful face was filled with a bright smile, and she kept putting food into his bowl without asking any questions. After dinner, Qin Qiuyue brought Ning Lingyu to clean up the dining table. Ling Yan looked at her in a daze as he muttered to himself, "Is it really just a meal? My mom is way too calm." After all, this was a huge villa that was worth 50 million yuan. Ling Yan had even transferred 10 million yuan to Ning Lingyu's bank account this afternoon. Ling Yan couldn't help but think of the long and narrow box in his mother's room when they were moving today. What kind of treasure could be inside? Ling Yan sat on the sofa in the huge living room and listened to the sound of the waves crashing on the beach. He looked up at the ceiling and pondered. Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu quickly finished cleaning up the dining room. A beautiful mother and daughter walked side by side into the living room. Ling Yan hurriedly stood up and invited Qin Qiuyue to take a seat. "Ling Yan, how's the renovation of your clinic going?" "What's the name of the clinic?" Qin Qiuyue asked Ling Yan with a smile after sitting down. "Air." Ling Yan was worried. He could act cool in front of Tang Meng and the others, but he really didn't dare to in front of his mother. "The renovation of the first floor is almost done. We'll start on the second floor tomorrow." "That's right, it's a clinic that specializes in treating terminal illnesses." Qin Qiuyue smiled faintly and shook her head slightly. "Tell me the truth, what's the name of the clinic?" Seeing that his mother was insistent on getting to the bottom of it, Ling Yan could only scratch his head and embarrassedly say, "A clinic that specializes in treating terminal illnesses." Pfft. Upon hearing this, Ning Lingyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her face was red as she rolled her eyes at Ling Yan. Qin Qiuyue didn't laugh. She continued to smile as she said, "Ling Yan, I know that your medical skills are amazing, but this is not the right name for the clinic. The relevant authorities won't even allow you to hang a sign." Ling Yan's face turned red as he replied obediently, "Mom, what do you think is a suitable name?" "I'll listen to you." This was the first time Qin Qiuyue had interfered in his affairs ever since Ling Yan met her. Of course, Ling Yan would listen to her obediently. "Let's call it the Ordinary People's Clinic. It's simple. It doesn't matter if the clinic is big or small. Everything will be done according to Mom's Ordinary People's Clinic. Mom doesn't care about anything else, you can call the shots." Qin Qiuyue said with a smile. Ling Yan had always been the one to call the shots in front of everyone. However, in front of Qin Qiuyue, he wouldn't disobey her. Therefore, he nodded decisively and said, "Mom, I'll listen to you." After saying that, Ling Yan glared at Ning Lingyu, who was gloating over his misfortune. In his heart, he scolded Tang Meng for not being loyal. Without a doubt, Tang Meng told Ning Lingyu the name of the clinic that he had just decided on in the afternoon. "Mom, we just moved into this villa, so the house is a little too empty. I've already told Tang Meng that he will add some things to the house tomorrow and the day after. If there's anything that you need to buy, just tell him directly." Ling Yan said respectfully to Qin Qiuyue. "Okay." Qin Qiuyue nodded with a smile. Her beautiful face was calm and indifferent. At this moment, Ling Yan received a message on his phone. When he picked it up and read it, his expression changed drastically. He stood up abruptly. The message was from Xiao Mimi. "I'm seriously injured. Zhuang Meifeng has been kidnapped. Reply immediately when you see this message. If you like this work, please come to Qidian to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation." Seeing this news, Ling Yan narrowed his eyes. His gaze was like a blade that had been tempered by thousands of years of ice and snow, sharp and merciless. Qin Qiuyue was still sitting upright. She raised her beautiful eyes slightly and glanced at Ling Yan without saying a word. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Ning Lingyu asked with concern as she saw Ling Yan suddenly stand up. Ling Yan did not want his mother and sister to worry, so he quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile, "Nothing much. Mom, I have something urgent to attend to. I need to rush back to the city." Ling Yan was extremely anxious, but his tone was surprisingly calm as he discussed with Qin Qiuyue. "Sure, do you need me to drive you?" Qin Qiuyue immediately agreed. "Thank you, Mom, but it's okay. My friend is already on the way and will be here soon." Ling Yan lied in order to prevent his mother and sister from getting involved in this matter. Qin Qiuyue smiled sweetly and nodded her head lightly. "No matter what happens, don't be so impatient. Be careful and pay attention to your safety. It's nothing serious. Don't worry, I'm leaving." Ling Yan then walked out of the villa. Ning Lingyu chased after Ling Yan all the way to the main door. She asked loudly, "Big brother, are you coming back tonight?" Ling Yan stood tall in the night and turned back to Ning Lingyu. "I'm not coming back tonight. You and Mom don't need to wait for me. Rest early." With that, Ling Yan used the 1,000 miles godly steps and dashed out of Ning Lingyu's sight in a few leaps. Ling Yan had once carried Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining to the Dragon Mountain to see the water spout. He had also displayed his terrifying ability to throw Tai Xiaohu 100 meters away in front of him. Hence, there was no need for him to hide his ability in front of Ning Lingyu. As for whether Ning Lingyu had told her mother about this, Ling Yan did not know. In any case, Qin Qiuyue had not asked him about it. However, he subconsciously hoped that Ning Lingyu would reveal it to his mother so that he would not have to explain it himself. Big brother's speed is a few times faster than that day. Ning Lingyu muttered to herself as she looked at the direction where her brother disappeared. However, she quickly pursed her lips and pouted. "What do you mean by friends?" It's obvious that he wants to run back himself. That's right, Ling Yan really planned to run back by himself. If he were to drive, it would be more than 30 kilometers from the Qingshui Wharf Villa complex to the city center. If Ling Yan used the 1,000 miles godly steps to run back, he wouldn't need to take any detours. He would only need about 25 kilometers to reach the city. Very quickly, Ling Yan walked out of the Qingshui Wharf villas. The surrounding wilderness was pitch black, and the chirping of insects could be heard. The night was dark and the wind was strong, and there was no sign of anyone. He called Xiao Mimi back and was relieved to know that Xiao Mimi had escaped back to her rented apartment. He did not know how badly Xiao Mimi was injured. Her voice was extremely weak and her words were intermittent. It was difficult for her to continue. Ling Yan was furious. He was surrounded by a murderous aura. His eyes were as cold as a knife. "Stay at home and don't move. I'll be home soon." After hanging up the phone, Ling Yan used the 1,000 miles godly steps to its maximum. His feet barely touched the ground as he swept past all obstacles in his way. He ran in a straight line towards the rented apartment. Ling Yan did not take the normal route. Instead, he sprinted across the fields. It only took him 10 minutes to reach the riverside. He first came to the Shikyu herb in the dark. Ling Yan had not reached physique tempering stage 4 yet. He had yet to generate any true qi in his body. Running at full speed had depleted more than half of the spiritual energy stored in his body. Whether it was to save someone or to fight, Ling Yan needed to replenish his spiritual energy first. Following the growth of the Shikyu herb, the spiritual energy it released was naturally getting stronger. Ling Yan absorbed it with all his might. In just 3 minutes, he had replenished all the spiritual energy in his body. When the spiritual energy in his body was replenished, Ling Yan used the dragonfish phantom ability to traverse a distance of 30 meters. He crossed the river and the road on the other side of the river and rushed into a dark and secluded alley. As soon as he entered his courtyard, Ling Yan smelled the thick stench of blood. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he rushed into the dark house. "Is that Ling Yan?" Xiao Mimi's weak and painful voice rang out from her bedroom. "It's me." Ling Yan replied as he rushed into Xiao Mimi's bedroom. "Pada." Ling Yan turned on the lights in Xiao Mimi's bedroom. Don't turn on the lights. There are many of them. I can't be sure if they followed me here." Under the bright light, Xiao Mimi could be seen leaning against the headboard. Her left hand gripped tightly onto her pitch-black daggers while her right hand clutched onto her left rib. She was in so much pain that she was gasping for air. Xiao Mimi's originally charming face was now pale. There were 3 obvious wounds on her right shoulder, left rib, and left thigh. The bedsheet beneath her had long been dyed red with blood. With just a glance, Ling Yun could tell that her internal injuries were even more serious. Ling Yun. I'm sorry. I didn't protect her well. Xiao Mimi struggled to sit up when she saw Ling Yun enter. Don't move. Don't say anything. I'll treat your injuries first. Seeing Xiao Mimi's injuries, Ling Yan's eyes flashed with a rare sense of guilt and heartache. Ling Yan's words seemed to be more effective than any miracle medicine. Xiao Mimi's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Ling Yun. She did not speak, but her eyes were already red. After a long while, Xiao Mimi released the daggers in her left hand and raised her hand to point at the lights above her head. Should I turn off the lights? I'll turn on the lights. Don't be afraid. Anyone who comes will die. Ling Yun was really going to kill this time. Hiss. Ling Yun unbuttoned Xiao Mimi's clothes and touched her wounds. She could not help but gasp. Ling Yun said gently, I can only give you acupuncture after you take off your clothes. Bear with it. With Xiao Mimi's incomparably shy cooperation, Ling Yun quickly took off all her clothes. Xiao Mimi's external injuries were very serious. Her right shoulder was slashed by the dagger and blood was flowing out. Her left rib was pierced and the wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. Her snow-white left leg was also slashed. If she had not dodged with all her might, her leg would have been crippled. Xiao Mimi's entire body was stained with blood. However, these wounds were nothing compared to the blood-red palm print on her back. The palm that she suffered when she was running away was her real fatal injury. Ling Yun did not say a word, but his murderous aura was getting thicker and thicker. After seeing Xiao Mimi's injuries clearly, Ling Yun struck 7 to 8 acupuncture points on Xiao Mimi's body at lightning speed. He first stopped her pain and then stopped her bleeding. Then, he took out the leather needle pouch. With 9 golden needles in hand, he immediately used the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. Through the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, Ling Yun's spiritual energy flowed unreservedly into Xiao Mimi's body. He only used the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot 3 times and Xiao Mimi's serious internal injuries were completely healed. The person who attacked Xiao Mimi was very powerful. However, Xiao Mimi's internal injuries were far inferior to the injuries suffered by the 9-tailed celestial fox, Little White. Hence, it was not difficult to treat her. Does it still hurt? Ling Yun asked with a smile as he saw Xiao Mimi's pale face gradually regain a tinge of red. Xiao Mimi had long been infatuated. For the first time, she felt that risking her life for this person was so worth it. She shook her head slowly and endured the 3 external injuries on her body. She smiled and said, it doesn't hurt anymore. Looking at Xiao Mimi's bloody body, Ling Yun said gently, you'll have to bear with it later. I'll clean your wounds and bandage them. Xiao Mimi's face turned red. This time, it was a real blush. She bit her pale lips and nodded obediently. Ling Yun went to the bathroom to fill a large basin of warm water and returned to the bedroom with a towel. He carried Xiao Mimi to the bedside and personally cleaned the blood stains on her body. After changing 4 basins of warm water and 3 towels, Ling Yun finally cleaned the blood stains on Xiao Mimi's body. After cleaning Xiao Mimi's body, Ling Yun gently carried her to his bedroom. He first removed the 9 golden needles and carefully bandaged 3 of her wounds. Then, Ling Yun smiled and said, are you feeling much better now? Xiao Mimi had been tortured by Ling Yun repeatedly. She no longer had any secrets about her body from Ling Yun. She blushed and said, much better. Why are you so experienced in bandaging wounds? Ling Yun smiled faintly but did not answer. Instead, he bent over and carried Xiao Mimi back to her bedroom. Find some clothes and put them on. I'll bring you somewhere. After saying that, Ling Yun took out his phone and gave Tai Xiaohu a call. He asked him to wait for him at mansion number 1 in the Qingxi Villa district. While Xiao Mimi was putting on her clothes, Ling Yun looked at her pale face and said, you'll be able to move around freely soon. Bring a set of clothes that can be used for fighting. Once Xiao Mimi was done arranging her clothes, Ling Yun pulled her into his embrace. Let's go. Carrying Xiao Mimi, Ling Yun used the dragon fish phantom ability to pick up the 7 caddies and 2 inches of steel nails. With a light leap, he left the courtyard. What are we going to do? Xiao Mimi asked obsessively as she curled up in Ling Yan's arms. She looked at the murderous look in Ling Yan's eyes and the calm smile on his lips. I'll treat your wounds first, then I'll avenge you. Ling Yan had already activated his 1,000 miles godly steps and was heading towards mansion number 1 through the dark and remote alleys. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Ling Yan carried Xiao Mimi and arrived at mansion number 1 quickly. Tai Xiaohu was already waiting for him in the living room. Ling Yan looked around and saw 2 more big black dogs in the yard of the villa. Obviously, Tai Xiaohu had been busy since Ling Yan left and hadn't left yet. Seeing Ling Yan carrying Xiao Mimi into the living room, Tai Xiaohu stood up immediately. Big brother Yun, you're here? Ling Yan carefully placed Xiao Mimi on the soft sofa and said to her, be good and sit here and don't move. Not only did Tai Xiaohu buy 2 big black dogs, but he also bought high-quality yellow paper, cinnabar, daggers, iron pots, basins, and more. He had everything he needed. Ling Yan said to Tai Xiaohu, give Tang Meng a call and ask him to come here as soon as possible. I'll go get the dog blood. While Tai Xiaohu was calling Tang Meng, he went in and out of the house to make talisman ink. When the new talisman ink was ready, Ling Yan took out the magical brush from his pocket. You must give me some courage. Whether I can succeed or not depends on you. The talisman paper was ready-made. Ling Yan cheered himself on before he started drawing. With the magical brush in his hand, Ling Yan's spiritual energy automatically flowed into the entire body of the brush. He and the brush became one as he concentrated and started drawing. This time, Ling Yan was still drawing the fire talisman. He drew 3 talismans in a few strokes. What are you doing? Xiao Mimi asked curiously. Ling Yan stood up and smiled at Xiao Mimi. You'll know in a while. With that, he appeared outside the villa in a flash. In another flash, he arrived at the side of the villa and found a small tree that was as thick as a child's arm. Ling Yan held the fire talisman in his hand and used the flying leaves technique to toss it onto the trunk of the small tree. Then, he shouted, appear. With a bang, the fire talisman immediately turned into a ball of red flame the size of a basketball. It engulfed the trunk of the small tree and burned crazily for half a minute before gradually extinguishing. Gotcha! Before the flame could be extinguished, the trunk of the small tree broke from the part of the fire. The crown of the tree tilted and fell onto the grass. Success, Ling Yan was overjoyed. Other than using the mystical brush, there were no changes to the other materials. However, the effect of the fire talisman was many times stronger than it was in the evening. The trunk of a small tree that was as thick as a child's arm could be burned off. If it were to fall on a person, that half a minute would definitely be enough to make him suffer. There was no need to test the remaining 2 fire talismans. Ling Yan returned to the living room of the villa in a flash. He took a few deep breaths and started drawing 6 healing talismans in one go. As the name suggested, the healing talisman had the effect of debriding and healing wounds. It had an incredible effect on ordinary external injuries. The reason why Ling Yan was known as the immortal doctor in the cultivation world was mainly because he could treat both internal and external injuries. For internal injuries, he had the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, the 5 elemental god needles, and the 5 elemental vessel severing finger. For external injuries like knives and swords, he had the clear water talisman, healing talisman, and the waterwood talisman. Of course, when Ling Yan reached the qi cultivation stage, he would be able to concoct various kinds of pills. The effects would be much stronger than the current acupuncture techniques and talismans. He was only at the peak of physique tempering stage level 3, so he could only use talisman techniques to treat Xiao Mimi's injuries. Ling Yan stuffed the healing talisman into his pocket and carried Xiao Mimi's hot body. He found a random bedroom on the first floor of the villa and rushed in. Bear with it and stand by yourself. Ling Yan smiled gently at Xiao Mimi before placing her on the ground. Just as Xiao Mimi stood up, Ling Yan threw the 3 talismans in his hand at the 3 wounds on Xiao Mimi's body. He shouted softly, appear. Before Xiao Mimi could understand what was going on, the 3 talismans that Ling Yan threw at her body had already disappeared. At the same time, she felt a cooling sensation on her wounds. The burning pain had completely disappeared. Xiao Mimi could clearly feel that her wounds had healed at the same time. Oh my god! Xiao Mimi quickly felt that she could move her body freely. She looked at her body in disbelief and exclaimed in shock. Half a minute later, Ling Yin chuckled and said, "Alright, take off the bandages on your body. Let's see how the effects are." Xiao Mimi's eyes flashed with endless joy. She raised her hand and tore off the bandages on her shoulder. She could not help but look down at her right shoulder. There was not even a scar, let alone a wound. It seemed to be even whiter and smoother than before. This? Xiao Mimi was completely stunned. She hurriedly lifted her black dress and tore off the bandages on her left rib and left leg. The results were the same. The two wounds had completely disappeared and were as good as new. Her skin was even better than before. Ling Yan, are you performing magic? What is going on? Xiao Mimi could not hide the surprise on her face as she asked in a daze. Ling Yan laughed and said, "This is called a healing talisman. It's used for debridement and healing. It's guaranteed to heal." Xiao Mimi exclaimed, "This is amazing. It's unbelievable." Her pair of charming eyes looked at Ling Yun with adoration. She could not wait to rush up to him and give him 2 kisses. At the same time, Xiao Mimi was secretly shocked. How many more tricks did Ling Yun have up his sleeves? Why was it that every time she felt that he had reached his limit, he would always do something even more heaven-defying? Ling Yun said proudly, "What do you think? I told you to bring clothes that can be used for fighting, right?" Xiao Mimi gave Ling Yun a charming look and said, "What are you waiting for? Do you want me to go out like this?" Ling Yun laughed. "Go out then. Didn't you see that Tai Xiao who doesn't even dare to look at you?" "No, it's his business if he doesn't dare to look at me. Anyway, I don't want to go out like this. It's so embarrassing." Xiao Mimi was in a good mood now that her injuries were healed. She actually acted coquettishly to Ling Yun. Ling Yun brought her clothes and left the bedroom in a flash. He returned to the living room. The Hummer roared. Tang Meng had arrived and drove directly to the front of the villa. "Big brother Yun, what's wrong? What happened?" Tang Meng asked anxiously as he ran towards the villa the moment he got out of the car. "Your sister-in-law has been kidnapped. I'm going to rescue her later. Lead the way." Ling Yan's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He did not have to ask to know that Zhuang Meifeng's relatives knew that she would secretly visit her grandfather's grave during the Qingming festival. Therefore, they had already set up an ambush for her. The moment Zhuang Meifeng arrived, they would immediately make their move. Xiao Mimi resisted but was severely injured by the opponent. The Zhuang family and Sun family could make use of Zhuang Meifeng's filial piety to set up such a big trap. No wonder Ling Yun wanted to kill her. Ling Yun used the magical brush to draw more than 20 healing talismans in one go. Then, he started to draw fire talismans. Who was kidnapped? Which sister-in-law? Tang Meng asked angrily. His mind was a little confused. In Tang Meng's mind, he seemed to have more sisters-in-law recently. He could not figure out who had been kidnapped. Zhuang Meifeng. Ling Yun answered without lifting his head as he continued to draw fire talismans. At this moment, Xiao Mimi walked into the living room in a tight black leather shirt and pants. Her long hair fluttered in the wind and her figure was enchanting. She did not look injured at all. Using the magical brush to draw talismans consumed spiritual energy. When 1/5 of the spiritual energy in his body was used up, he stopped drawing talismans. Looking at the thick stack of fire talismans on the coffee table, Ling Yun's lips curled into a cold smile. Ling Yun gave the healing talismans and fire talismans to Xiao Mimi and Tai Xiaohu. He also asked Tai Xiaohu to teach Xiao Mimi how to use the talismans. He went straight to the kitchen and washed the tip of the magical brush with tap water. The reddish-brown hairs on the tip of the brush immediately turned white as if it had never been used before. What a treasure! Every time Ling Yun used the magical brush, he could feel how extraordinary it was. He could not help but praise it in his heart. He felt that it was not a pity that so much immortal spiritual energy and dragon spiritual energy had been sucked away by the magical brush. When Ling Yan came out of the kitchen, he saw Tang Meng nagging Tai Xiaohu for fire talismans and healing talismans. Ling Yan shook his head and smiled helplessly. You don't even fight. Why do you want them? Tang Meng felt wronged and indignant. Big brother Yun, we are going to save my sister-in-law. Who said I don't fight? Ling Yan smiled. Just lead the way today. The three of us will be enough to fight. You don't have to worry about anything else. You want fire talismans, right? I'll give them to you. Ling Yan took out an ordinary fire talisman that he made in the evening and stuffed it into Tang Meng's hands. Do you know how to use them? Tang Meng patted his chest. It's so easy. Who doesn't know how to use them? Isn't it just pointing at the target you want to smash and shouting come? Ling Yan nodded and did not waste any more time. He instructed everyone to pack their things and took the lead to get into the car. Tai Xiaohu locked the front and main doors of the mansion and was the last to get into the car. The Hummer roared to life and left mansion number 1. In the back seat of the car, Ling Yan carefully checked his magical brush, cowhide needle pouch, 7-pound steel nails, fire talismans, and healing talismans. Then, he wrapped his arm around Xiao Mimi's supple waist and asked, "Tell me, what happened? Also, where's my Land Rover? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." At 10 o'clock in the evening, there were very few pedestrians on both sides of the road. Even the cars on the road were very sparse. The hazy sky was drizzling, and the Hummer was like an angry roaring lion. Under the dim yellow street lights, it drove all the way west in the drizzling rain. In the car, Xiao Mimi completely ignored Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu who were in front of her. She completely buried her sexy body in Ling Yan's embrace. She did not use any seduction techniques, but her eyes were seductive and her sexy lips were slightly parted. Xiao Mimi briefly described the entire incident, and it was indeed similar to Ling Yan's prediction. In the evening, after Ling Yan took the things that Lin Menghan gave him and left, Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi had dinner and rested for a while. Zhuang Meifeng, accompanied by Xiao Mimi, went to visit her grandfather's grave. In the end, they were surrounded by people who had been lying in ambush the moment they arrived in front of Zhuang Meifeng's grandfather's grave. After they appeared, they didn't waste any time and grabbed Zhuang Meifeng. Naturally, Zhuang Meifeng struggled with all her might. Xiao Mimi tried to save her, but she didn't expect that there would be 7 to 8 people below Hotian Realm Level 3, 3 at Hotian Realm Level 4, and 3 at Hotian Realm Level 4. As for the other 3, even Xiao Mimi couldn't see through them. Xiao Mimi had just advanced to Hotian Realm Level 3, so it was impossible for her to deal with so many people alone. Fortunately, the opponent's target was not her. Other than a Hotian Realm Level 4 expert who severely injured Xiao Mimi, the other 5 experts did not make a move. Xiao Mimi risked her life and escaped with serious injuries. On the way back to her rented house, she sent Ling Yan a text. "I really don't know how so many experts appeared all of a sudden. If not for those 6 people, I would definitely have been able to save Zhuang Meifeng," Xiao Mimi said regretfully. Ling Yan looked down at Xiao Mimi in his arms and raised his eyebrows. His lips curled into a knowing smile. "Their target is neither Zhuang Meifeng nor you. It's me." For the Sun family to make such a big fuss, they had obviously found out through some means that the person who injured Sun Xing was Ling Yan. Furthermore, they had already investigated Ling Yan's strength. Ling Yan thought to himself, no wonder there's been no movement these past few days. She's been mobilizing her troops. This Sun Xing's mother doesn't seem simple at all. They laid a trap for Ling Yan and Zhuang Meifeng to fall into it. However, they did not expect that the person accompanying Zhuang Meifeng to sweep the grave was not Ling Yan. Hence, they only managed to capture Zhuang Meifeng. As for why Xiao Mimi was able to escape with serious injuries, it was obvious that she was sent back to deliver the message. Otherwise, Xiao Mimi would have been captured even if she didn't die. 3 Hotian Realm Level 4 martial artists were nothing to Ling Yan. He pondered for a while before asking Xiao Mimi, "What do the 3 of them look like?" Xiao Mimi answered without hesitation, "It's a monk and 2 Taoist priests, 1 male and 1 female." Ling Yan nodded and asked, "How was she when you left?" Xiao Mimi thought for a while before replying. Zhuang Meifeng was pushed into the car by a middle-aged man. From Zhuang Meifeng's tone, that person should be her uncle. The worry in Ling Yan's eyes dissipated, but it was immediately replaced with a murderous look. He thought carefully before saying to Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, who had been silent all this while. You two, leave immediately after sending me to the place. I can't let you two get involved in tonight's matter. Originally, Ling Yan wanted to bring Tai Xiaohu to see a real fight. However, after hearing from Xiao Mimi that there were 3 people with unfathomable strength, he immediately dispelled that idea. Tang Meng was the first to shout, Big Brother Yun, I heard what Big Sister Xiao said just now. The enemy is very strong, but I can't retreat just because they're strong, right? Absolutely not. Tai Xiaohu did not speak. He only shook his head resolutely, expressing his stance. Ling Yan said in a low voice, Tang Meng, this is not the time to be impulsive. This time, we are not going to Qingyun Productions to collect debts. This matter is very serious, much more serious than I thought. Not only will you not be able to help, you will also cause trouble for me. Tang Meng had never heard Ling Yan talk about Hotian, Xiantian, or Qi cultivation. Therefore, he knew nothing about the realms of martial artists and the strength that each realm represented. Tang Meng stepped hard on the accelerator and said anxiously, Big Brother Yun, didn't you give me the fire talisman? If I can't, I'll burn them to death. Ling Yan laughed and shook his head. Fire talisman? Those people's movements and attacks are as fast as lightning. Before you can take it out, they will kill you instantly. Even if you had a gun, it would be useless. Tang Meng was momentarily stunned. He mumbled, then what should I do? I can't just watch you take the risk alone, can I? Why don't I call my dad directly? Ling Yan smiled faintly. Alright, I understand your feelings better than anyone. Why don't you think about it? Zhuang Meifeng's biological uncle brought her home. It's reasonable and legal. What's the point? Of looking for the police? This is an emergency. Listen to me. After you send me to the place, immediately return to mansion number 1 with Tai Xiaohu and wait for us there. Tang Meng could not help but frown and mumble, but, Tai Xiaohu, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Big Brother Yun, since I'm following you, my life is in your hands. Even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of flames, I will be with you. Let Tang Meng go, I won't leave. This? Ling Yan didn't know what to say at that moment. Tang Meng heard Tai Xiaohu's words and immediately shouted, Big Brother Yun, if Tai Xiaohu can go through life and death with you, so can I. You don't have to say anything, I will go with you. Hee, burning 1 is 1, burning 2 is a pair. Seeing that his 2 good brothers were determined not to leave, Ling Yan could only shake his head helplessly. Xiao Mimi, on the other hand, was lying in Ling Yan's arms. She turned her head to look at the 2 people in front of her and secretly gave Ling Yan a beautiful thumbs up. Western suburbs of Qingshui City, Zhuang family's mansions. Rather than calling it a mansion, it would be more accurate to call it a manor. This group of mansions occupied an area of more than 100 acres, comparable to a district in the Qingxi Villa district. From a bird's-eye view, the Zhuang family's mansions looked like a huge golf course. Lush green trees, neat lawns, scattered small lakes or ponds, clear enough to see the bottom. 7 or 8 super luxurious villas were distributed in the beautiful manner in picturesque disorder. Each villa was dazzlingly illuminated by the lights. Behind the mansions, there were even specialized stables and small farms. There was no need to buy anything to eat or grow. This group of mansions was located in the western suburbs of Qingshui City, facing south. It was majestic and imposing. This was the property of the richest man in Qingshui City, Zhuang Tianda from the Zhuang family medical group. It was also the home of Zhuang Meifeng and Zhuang Meina. At this moment, in the living room of the largest and most luxurious villa in the beautiful manor, a dignified and well-dressed woman in her 50s was cursing Zhuang Tianda with her hands on her waist and her mouth wide open. Zhuang Tianda, what do you think your shameless daughter is? Ah? It's your family's fortune to be able to marry my son. How dare you break off the engagement? If you didn't pull all the strings and insist on introducing your daughter to my son, Sun Xing, and if my son didn't like her looks, do you think I would have agreed? She wants to break off the engagement now? Let me tell you, there's no way. Zhuang Meifeng, that be *tch, dares to escape from Beijing back to Xianxia City? Does she think she can escape from my son and gain freedom just like that? Furthermore, she's delusional. Let me tell you, my son came to Xianxia City alone for your daughter. He suffered so much and was beaten up so badly. It's all your daughter's fault. If you don't get her to serve tea and apologize to my son tonight, I'll teach her a lesson. Don't say I didn't warn you then. Also, after I take care of that arrogant brat who beat up my precious son, I'll immediately bring my son and your daughter back to Beijing to get married. Hurry up and prepare the betrothal gifts. Niao Fenjiao, Madam Son of the Sun family, one of the 7 big families in Beijing, scolded Xuan Tianda, who was sitting there with his head in his hands. That was really unreasonable. Even though she was in Xuan Tianda's house, she was even more overbearing and unscrupulous than when she was in her own house. Xuan Tianda was 48 years old this year. He wasn't tall, and his face was fair and clean. His round face was meaty, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. He wasn't ugly, but his thin lips ruined his gentle appearance, giving off a cold and indifferent look. Without a doubt, he was the supreme existence in the Zhuang family pharmaceutical group, which was worth tens of billions. But now, he was being scolded by Niao Fen. He rubbed his shiny hair and sweated profusely as he replied, yes. Facing a big family like the Sun family, which was at the top of the pyramid in China, he could only say yes. Mom, don't say anything else. I already have someone I love. I'll only marry the person I love. I won't marry Sun Xing even if I die. Zhuang Meifeng said angrily to her mother, Zhao Baomen, in her bedroom on the 2nd floor of this villa. Meifeng, I understand what you're saying, but I can't make the decision now that things have turned out this way. Zhao Baomen looked at her stubborn eldest daughter with a face full of worry and helplessness. She glanced at her younger daughter, Zhuang Meina, who was sitting beside Zhuang Meifeng, and sighed. Meifeng, you should empathize with your father. Your father is supporting such a big business all by himself. If he wants the company to have a better development and to open up the medical market in Beijing, he has to cooperate with the Sun family to gain a foothold in Beijing. You were born into a family like ours, so you can have anything you want. However, some things can't be completely up to you. In such a family, it was a luxury to talk about love. Zhuang Meina chimed in. Sis, what's wrong with marrying Sun Xing? If you marry into a rich family, we'll gain the support of the Sun family and be able to gain a foothold in Beijing. Who would dare to stop us from opening up the medical market in Beijing? Zhuang Meifeng rolled her eyes at her sister. Our family already has so much money. Is the medical market in Beijing really that important? Can't we use other methods to gain the support of the other families in Beijing? Why should I sacrifice my love and marriage? She can marry whoever she wants, I'm not marrying. Zhuang Meina knew that her sister's last sentence was meant for her. However, she was still Xie Zhenyan's girlfriend in name, and she was secretly attracted to Ling Yun. Sis, I'm afraid it's not up to you whether you want to marry or not. No matter who you fall in love with, can his family be more powerful than the Sun family? I've told you, Auntie Niao has called many people from the family over the past 2 days. Sun Xing has already been discharged from the hospital and moved in with us. He's in the villa next door. He wants to call you to his room tonight. Now, Mom and I are here to persuade you. We hope that you can accept this reality and not suffer too much. Zhuang Meifeng's face turned pale as she exclaimed, What? At the same time, Sun Xing brought 7 or 8 people with him and barged into the living room on the 1st floor. He didn't even look at Zhuang Tianda, who was sitting on the sofa. Instead, he tried to please his mother, Niao Fenjiao. Mom, where's my wife? Why isn't she going over? I can't sleep without her. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Niao Fenjiao had been scolding Zhuang Tianda for more than 10 minutes. Her mouth was already dry, and she was sitting on the comfortable sofa drinking tea to soothe her throat. As soon as she saw Sun Xing come in, she hurriedly stood up in a panic. She held Sun Xing's evil monkey face and said with distress, Oh, my darling, what happened? Why did you come here? Didn't I promise you that I'll let that slut accompany you in your room tonight? Look at how cold your little face is. What if you catch a cold? Sun Xing put on a fawning and anxious expression. Mommy, I've already caught her for an hour. Why isn't she going over yet? I can't wait any longer. Niao Fengjiao pouted and raised her hand to poke Sun Xing's dry forehead. You child, Priest Lu just healed your wounds. Can't you wait any longer? Niao Fengjiao turned to Zhuang Tianda and scolded, Zhuang Tianda, I've already said what I wanted to say. I've also given you an hour for your family to persuade that slut. What's your decision? Hurry up and tell me. My son is waiting for his wife to go to bed together. Zhuang Tianda looked at the 7 or 8 burly men standing behind Sun Xing and his mother, then thought of the other 6 people in the villa that Sun Xing and his family lived in. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He was the one who decided the marriage, and he had no intention of going against it even now. However, Zhuang Tianda's heart ached when he saw his daughter struggling in pain and anger when she was caught. It was obvious that his eldest daughter would be ravaged by the anxious Sun Xing the moment she entered Sun Xing's room. Zhuang Tianda knew that losing her virginity was a small matter based on Sun Xing's reputation in the capital. She might even suffer from the perverted Sun Xing's torment. If it was his daughter marrying into the capital, it would be fine if he didn't see it. What was even more ridiculous was that this was happening in his own home. No matter what, his daughter was a father's most precious treasure. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel heartache for her. But for the family, Zhuang Tianda had to endure it no matter what. Zhuang Tianda sighed inwardly and cursed himself for being a bastard. However, he put on a fawning smile and said, Mrs. Sun, don't worry. I'll bring Meifeng down now and let her take care of Sun Xing. Zhuang Tianda stood up. Niao Fengjiao's eyeshadow eyes flashed with disdain as she said coldly, you better hurry up. My son doesn't have that much patience. At this moment, Sun Xing suddenly said with a smirk, Father-in-law, Zhuang Meifeng is my wife. How could I let you call her downstairs? Sun Xing turned his head and begged Niao Fengjiao, Mom, I want to go up myself and take my wife to my room. Niao Fengjiao raised her white and plump finger with bright red nail polish and gently poked Sun Xing's forehead. She rebuked, Fine, fine, fine. I'll do as you say. That B*TCH won't be able to run away in the future anyway. Look at how anxious you are. Having obtained Niao Fengjiao's permission, Sun Xing turned his head and gestured with his sharp chin. He led the 3 burly men up to the 2nd floor. Zhuang Tianda would never have imagined that there would be such a mother and son in a big family in Beijing. They were so overbearing that they didn't even give him, a billionaire, any face. They couldn't even be bothered to show basic courtesy. He stared blankly as Sun Xing led the 3 men up the stairs. He opened his mouth to say something, but Niao Fengjiao's cough scared him into swallowing his words. So what if they were worth tens of billions? If the Sun family wanted to touch Zhuang Tianda, they didn't need money or power. Niao Fengjiao only needed to give the order for the experts she brought to kill the Sun family on the spot. Not a single trace would be left behind. Even if they were left behind, the Sun family would just have to call the higher-ups and no one would come down to investigate this matter. Moreover, even if someone dared to come down to investigate, his entire family would be dead. What could they do to the Sun family? With the Sun family's power, they could easily find a few scapegoats and scapegoats. He was rich, but the Sun family was not only rich but also powerful. If they wanted Zhuang Tianda to be rich, then he would be rich. If they wanted to kill Zhuang Tianda, it would be no different from killing a chicken or a dog. Niao Fengjiao put her right hand on her waist and twisted her fat body as she sat down. She coughed again and smiled in an imposing manner. In-law, look at these 2 children. Seeing that the good thing is about to happen, shouldn't we discuss the matter of your daughter's dowry? Seeing that her son was going up the stairs without any obstruction, Niao Fengjiao finally changed her way of addressing Zhuang Tianda as in-law. She no longer called Zhuang Meifeng a B*TCH. When the Sun family married a daughter-in-law, they didn't talk about the betrothal gift. Instead, they asked for the dowry. Only a family like the Sun family could do such a condescending attitude. Zhuang Tianda sat down with cold sweat dripping down his back. He nodded and bowed. Of course, of course. Niao Fengjiao seemed to enjoy the satisfaction of being in control of everything. She raised her plump double chin and said proudly, That's more like it. In that case, I'll give Sun Xing's father a heads up. Once the two children are married, I'll let the Zhuang Medical Group enter the northern market. A deal was a deal. Those in power had their own way of survival. If Zhuang Tianda couldn't enter the medical market centered around Beijing after marrying his daughter, then it wouldn't just be the Zhuang family that would be embarrassed. It would be the Sun family. Therefore, even though Niu Fenjiao was powerful to this extent, she didn't dare to mess around with such a big matter that concerned the family's reputation. She had to do what she had to do. This sentence finally comforted Zhuang Tianda's numb heart. His heart was filled with sorrow, but his face was filled with a flattering smile. This was the difficulty of being rich. In Qingshui City, Zhuang Tianda was someone who could sit on the same level as Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao. He could summon the wind and summon the rain. He was fully deserving of the title of a tycoon in the business world. However, he was still a worm in front of a family like the Sun family. A fat worm. Sun Xing quickly reached the second floor and shouted at the top of his lungs, "My good wife, which room are you in?" "Hubby, I'm here to pick you up." Zhuang Meifeng heard this shout from the bedroom. Goosebumps appeared all over her body, and her hair stood on end. She felt disgusted. Even though she was still a step away, Zhuang Meifeng was already Ling Yan's woman. She was shocked when she heard that Sun Xing was staying at her house, but she quickly calmed down. Her clean reputation and chastity were not to be tainted by anyone. Other than Ling Yan, no one else could. She would rather die than let a scumbag like Sun Xing take advantage of her. Even though Zhuang Meifeng and Ling Yan had only known each other for a short 4 to 5 days, Ling Yan's unparalleled pride and perseverance gave Zhuang Meifeng a shock that she had never experienced before. In the private room of Yushima Coffee, on the sofa in the rented house, in Ling Yan's bedroom, in the newly bought bathtub, the two of them had played and comforted each other to their heart's content. Everything that happened between Zhuang Meifeng and Ling Yan was deeply engraved in her mind, and she would never forget it. She was Ling Yan's woman. Regardless of whether Ling Yan was by her side or not, she would hold on to her everything. Even if she had to exchange her life for it, she would have no regrets. Zhuang Meifeng had already prepared for the worst. Other than the slight regret of not being able to take one last look at the man who had shaken her to her core, Zhuang Meifeng no longer had any fear in her heart. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Zhuang Meifeng smiled, and a flash of determination flashed across her eyes. She bit her lips and stood up immediately. "Sister." Zhuang Meina looked at the sacred radiance on Zhuang Meifeng's face that she had never seen before. She was completely stunned. "Meina, get out of my way," Zhuang Meifeng said calmly to Zhuang Meina. Zhuang Meina moved aside in a daze. Zhuang Meifeng tidied up her clothes that were slightly messed up from the struggle, brushed her wine-red hair, and walked out of her bedroom. "Ling Yan, I am your woman. I understand your pride, and I will not embarrass you." Zhuang Meifeng was not afraid of death. Under the complicated gazes of Zhao Baomen and Zhuang Meina, she walked out quietly. She stood at the door and said to Sun Xing, who was running around like a headless fly, "Sun Xing, don't shout. I am not your wife, and I have nothing to do with you. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future." Seeing Zhuang Meifeng walk out on her own, Sun Xing was stunned by Zhuang Meifeng's invincible beauty. After hearing her words, he suddenly laughed as if he had discovered a new continent. "Ha ha ha ha. Good, good." Sun Xing's eyes flashed with a cruel and savage light as he pointed at Zhuang Meifeng's face and laughed. "Zhuang Meifeng, you can continue acting now. If you don't act like this, I will feel that it is boring to play with you." After saying that, Sun Xing's smile disappeared, and a vicious light flashed across his eyes. In a few steps, he dashed in front of Zhuang Meifeng, grabbed her wine-red hair, and pulled her into his embrace. Last Saturday, he wanted to kill Zhuang Meifeng. Because of that incident, he was beaten half to death by Ling Yun. Only when Priest Lu came to treat him was he able to walk again. Naturally, he hated Zhuang Meifeng, and it was impossible for him to have mercy on her. Zhuang Meifeng could not dodge in time and was dragged by Sun Xing. However, she gritted her teeth and raised her head. Sun Xing did not bring Zhuang Meifeng's head into his embrace. Instead, he only plucked a lock of her wine-red hair. Smiling, Sun Xing brought the hair to his nose and sniffed it. Arrogantly, he said, "I, Master Sun, have played with so many virgins in Beijing, but I have never seen one as stubborn as you." Alright, I will teach you a lesson tonight. Let's see how long you can be so stubborn. At this time, Zhuang Meina and her mother, Zhao Baomen, came out of the house. Seeing that her sister was being bullied by Sun Xing, Zhuang Meina could not help but say, "Brother Sun, my sister is your future wife. Can't you be gentler?" Without waiting for Sun Xing to speak, Zhuang Meifeng suddenly endured the burning pain in her head and reprimanded Zhuang Meina, "Meina, don't spout nonsense. I will never be his wife." Sun Xing looked at Zhuang Meina with a pair of eyes and said, "Oh, sister-in-law, you want gentleness, right? Why don't you and your sister come to my room to play?" No matter what, Zhuang Meina was only a 17 or 18-year-old high school student. Her face instantly turned red from Sun Xing's words. She wanted to scold him in her heart, but when she saw the 3 bodyguards behind Sun Xing, she did not know why she swallowed her words. Zhuang Meina began to admire her sister's courage. Zhao Baomen could not stand it anymore. She sighed in her heart, knowing that she had pushed her daughter into a pit of fire. She spoke up to defend her sister, "Master Sun, look, I have tried to persuade Mei Feng for a while. Didn't she immediately come out the moment she heard you call her? For my sake, please don't make things difficult for her." Sun Xing moved his lustful eyes away from Zhuang Meina's chest and glanced at Zhao Baomen with disdain. He snorted and said, "Alright, as long as Zhuang Meifeng obediently comes back to my room with me, I will not make things difficult for her." In his heart, he muttered, "No wonder she could give birth to 2 beautiful flowers. My mother-in-law is already so old, but she is still charming. This figure, tsk. Sun Xing finally fixed his gaze on Zhuang Meifeng and said, "Let's go?" Although Zhuang Meifeng was prepared to die, she was unarmed and did not want to die in front of her mother and sister. She could only choose to follow Sun Xing downstairs and wait for an opportunity. As for resisting, she could not even think about it. Zhuang Meifeng knew that in front of the people that Sun Xing had brought, she would be stopped if she made any strange moves, let alone resist. "Mother, sister, take care of yourselves in the future," Zhuang Meifeng said softly as she walked towards the stairs. Soon, they reached the bottom of the stairs. Zhuang Meifeng did not even look at Zhuang Tianda, who was sitting on the sofa. When she passed by Zhuang Tianda, she paused and looked at the door. She said coldly, "Father, this is the last time I call you father. I will return everything I owe you tonight. From today onwards, we have nothing to do with each other. Cut off all ties." When Zhuang Meifeng finished speaking, 2 streams of tears flowed down from her beautiful phoenix eyes and onto her clothes. Zhuang Tianda's back was facing his daughter. When he heard this, his entire body trembled. He bit his thin lips with his teeth, and his heart was filled with monstrous regret. A huge question arose in Zhuang Tianda's heart. Is it worth it for me to do this for the family business? Niao Fenjiao did not buy it at all. In the big families in Beijing, this kind of thing was too common. She even reprimanded Zhuang Tianda, "Look at how you raised your daughter. You introduced her to a family like ours, but it's like you pushed her into a fire pit. Not only is she not grateful, she even wants to cut off all ties with you." This sentence was like pouring oil on fire. Zhuang Tianda's body trembled again, but he still clenched his teeth and did not say anything. For the first time, he had the intention to go back on his words. Unfortunately, everyone knew that what was done was done. It was too late to say anything now. Zhuang Meifeng took another step forward and quickly walked out of the villa into the cold rain. Sun Xing chuckled coldly as he followed her. He stared at Zhuang Meifeng's slender waist and perky butt. A pitiful tent had already been set up on her lower body. "Stop looking. Even God won't be able to save you tonight. Just accept your fate. The more you act, the more excited I feel." Sun Xing laughed coldly as he saw Zhuang Meifeng standing in the fine rain. "Stop the car. What are you doing?" Outside the main gate of the Zhuang family's villa complex, the 12 security guards of the Zhuang family rushed out and stopped the roaring Hummer. Without waiting for the Hummer to stop, Ling Yan pushed the door open and jumped out. His body was as strong as a dragon, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. He took large strides towards the 12 security guards. "Stop right there, what are you doing? This is a private residence, you are not allowed to trespass." In the misty drizzle, Ling Yan's lips curled into a calm and charming smile. "I'm here to kill." Before he finished his sentence, he waved his hand. The sky was filled with flower petals. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The light at the gate was dim but not dark. In the drizzling rain, more than 10 silver lights flew out of Ling Yun's hands like lightning. Before the 12 security guards could react, the silver lights instantly disappeared into their bodies without even a sound of breaking wind. Ah! Hiss! Ugh! The 12 security guards only felt a chill in a certain part of their bodies. The 2-inch-long needles had pierced into their bodies, but they didn't feel any obvious pain. Instead, their bodies went numb, and they all fell to the ground with a plop. Ling Yun's agile figure soared through the drizzling rain like a dragon, and he used the 1,000 miles godly steps to quickly appear in front of the 12 security guards. His figure flashed, and his hands were as fast as lightning as he sealed a few of their acupoints. Ling Yun's technique was exquisite. After he had selected them, the 12 of them could not move or even speak for the rest of the night. However, Zhuang Tianda's tens of billions of yuan business and such a huge manor naturally had more than a dozen guards. These 12 people were only the security guards at the gate. There was at least a distance of 300 meters from the gate of the manor to the villa where Zhuang Tianda and his family lived. On both sides of this wide, curved road were neat rows of trees. Following the 2 shouts of the guards, hundreds of burly men rushed out from the trees on both sides of the wide road. All of them were tall, and they were armed with sticks and weapons. They rushed towards the gate as if they didn't care about their lives. Sure enough, they've been prepared. They've set up the Dragon's Gate formation, waiting for me to walk into it. Ling Yun laughed coldly as he looked at the hundreds of people surging towards him. He didn't retreat but advanced instead. His figure didn't even pause for a moment before he met them head-on. He casually grabbed a handful of large needles and raised his hand. Chi, chi, chi. The sound of the large needles piercing through the air could be heard, and the security guards at the front fell to the ground one after another. The sticks in their hands fell to the ground, and they couldn't move anymore. Ling Yun's eyes were like lightning. Seeing that the big needle he shot out had been narrowly dodged by 7 or 8 people, the corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. I didn't expect there to be a few experts among them. My wife's background is not bad after all, he murmured. These people who could dodge Ling Yun's flying needles were naturally the bodyguards that Zhuang Tianda hired for himself and his family. The Zhuang family's business was worth tens of billions, and every important member of the family was a target that the kidnappers coveted. As a precaution, Zhuang Tianda hired 40 to 50 bodyguards to ensure the safety of his family. These dozens of bodyguards were not to be trifled with. Most of them were from the special forces, and some of them were professional bodyguards hired from a bodyguard company. Every one of them had extraordinary skills, and any one of them could easily take on a dozen ordinary strong men. Now that there were experts from the Sun family in the villa, Zhuang Tianda naturally didn't need to use his own bodyguards. Thus, he listened to Niu Fengjiao's orders and placed these bodyguards at the gate to form the first line of defense. These dozens of expert bodyguards were mixed with another 50 to 60 ordinary security guards. They had been lying in ambush in the forest on both sides of the road for more than half an hour. Now that they saw that someone actually dared to break into the Zhuang family's house, they naturally swarmed out. The second person who flew out of the Hummer was naturally Xiaomimi, who was at Hotian Realm Level 3. Once she came out of the car, she didn't even stop. Her sexy figure flew into the air and landed beside Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't seem to notice the hundreds of enemies rushing at him. He turned his head to look at Xiaomimi, whose beautiful eyes were filled with cold killing intent. They are only doing their duty. It's not their fault. Just restrain them, don't really kill them. Hearing this, Xiaomimi pursed her sexy lips into a smile. She looked at Ling Yun charmingly and said, I know. Looking at this formation, it was obvious that the people blocking the gate were just some small fries who were slightly stronger than ordinary people. They had no enmity with Ling Yun, so there was no need to kill them. As Ling Yun spoke, he once again used the shower of flowers technique to scatter a handful of large needles. Immediately, another 8 to 9 people were hit by the needles and fell to the ground. In a short while, more than 20 out of the 100 people had already lost the ability to fight. All of them were on the ground, holding on to the places where they were hit by the needles. Even though there were many bodyguards and security guards left, they all felt fear when they saw Lingyan's imposing manner. They looked at each other in dismay and held their weapons in their hands. However, none of them dared to come forward. Lingyan turned his head to Tai Xiaohu, who was rushing over from the car, and said, "Don't use your knife. Fight your way in." Tai Xiaohu silently activated the stellar condensation technique. His eyes flashed with excitement as he nodded his head heavily. He rubbed his palms together and leaned forward. He couldn't wait to fight. This brat was really a battle maniac. "Ha ha ha ha, boss, your flying needles are really cool. You must teach me this." Tang Meng was the last to get out of the car. Actually, his speed wasn't slow. However, compared to Ling Yun, Xiao Mimi, and Tai Xiaohu, he was naturally lagging behind. It was Tang Meng's first time witnessing a fight with more than 100 people. His heart was filled with anxiety and excitement. Seeing Ling Yun kill more than 10 people with a wave of his hand, he was so excited that he felt as though his chest was about to explode. Ling Yun looked at Tang Meng, who was holding tightly onto the ordinary fire talismans that he gave him. He screamed as he ran over. Ling Yun chuckled and said, "We brothers will see more of such scenes in the future. Why are you so nervous? Relax." Ling Yun took out a few healing talismans and stuffed them into Tang Meng's hands. He told him, "Use these if you accidentally get hurt." After saying that, Ling Yun turned his head and looked at the 80 people a few meters away. He said coldly, "Today's matter has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. If not, don't blame me for being merciless. Let's go. Follow me." After saying that, Ling Yan brought Xiao Mimi, Tai Xiaohu, and Tang Meng followed closely behind the three of them. In the blink of an eye, they had rushed into the crowd of enemies. Ling Yan took the lead. Tai Xiaohu, who was as tall as an iron tower, was on his left, and the sexy Xiao Mimi was on his right. With the three of them rushing in, the 70 to 80 people in front of them were like meat on a chopping board. As long as they didn't dodge, they would fall to the ground like melons and vegetables. They no longer had the ability to fight back. Flying needles were naturally useless in close combat in the crowd. However, Ling Yan's hands were more useful than any flying needles. As he moved forward, his fingers were like swords. Anyone who came into contact with them could only fall to the ground. Ling Yan didn't allow Tai Xiaohu to use his knife. He casually snatched a stick from a security guard and smashed it all over the place. He was having a great time smashing it all around. He was currently at the second stage of the stellar condensation technique and was about to advance to the third stage. Even if the stick occasionally hit Tai Xiaohu's body, he didn't feel any pain or itch. He treated it as a massage. As for Xiao Mimi, she couldn't be bothered to do anything. This was because the enemies around her had long been taken down by Ling Yun. Now, she stared at the big boy on her left with her big, charming eyes. No matter how she looked at him, she couldn't get enough of him. Tang Meng followed behind the three of them as if they were shopping. He had no right to interfere at all. However, this brat was black-hearted. Occasionally, he would step on the bodies of the people that Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu had knocked to the ground. Among the hundreds of people, there were always 20 to 30 people who didn't follow professional ethics. When they saw their colleagues and friends fall to the ground, they were so scared that they quietly retreated and didn't dare to get close to the four of them. In less than a minute, the four of them killed their way through the crowd. Tang Meng grinned as he looked back to admire the result of the battle. Other than the 20 or so people who were hiding by the side of the road, everyone who dared to block Ling Yan's way had already fallen to the ground. Tang Meng raised his hand and pointed at the remaining 20 or so people. He shouted, "I'm telling all of you, stay here and don't move. Otherwise, you'll end up like these people who have fallen to the ground." Without turning his head, Ling Yan said to Tai Xiaohu, "You and Tang Meng walk slowly behind us. Xiao Mimi and I will make a move first." Ling Yan was anxious to see Zhuang Meifeng. After eliminating the threat and scaring them out of their wits, he could not be bothered to stay any longer. With his right hand around Xiao Mimi's slender waist, he used the 1,000 miles godly steps and dashed forward at lightning speed. Tai Xiaohu threw the stick in his hand away and looked at Tang Meng, who was behind him, helplessly. He frowned and said, "I told you not to come, but you insisted. See, you've become a burden, haven't you?" Stop being so cocky, let's go. With that, he couldn't be bothered with Tang Meng anymore. He increased his speed to the maximum and rushed forward with Ling Yun. Wait for me, F***ck. Tang Meng panicked when he saw Tai Xiaohu run 7 to 8 meters away in the blink of an eye. He used all his strength to chase after Ling Yun. Ling Yun used the 1,000 miles godly steps to cover more than 20 meters in a single leap. After a dozen leaps, the villa that Zhuang Tianda and his family lived in was right in front of him. Don't panic, wife. Don't be afraid, your husband is coming. Ling Yun shouted before he even reached the villa. His voice was like the roar of a dragon and a tiger, traveling at least 2,000 meters in the quiet night sky. Ling Yun's shout was the supreme sound technique from the cultivation world, the mystical dragon howl. The Buddhist lion howl was nothing compared to the mystical dragon howl. This shout was like a bolt from the blue, reverberating in the ears of everyone in the villa. The Tibetan mastiffs and famous horses in the kennels and stables all started barking and neighing. Ling Yun came in a hurry today and didn't prepare enough. He didn't know what kind of situation he was going to face, so he decided to use his strength to overwhelm his opponent. The reason why he chose to defeat the 100 people before entering was, of course, to create momentum and intimidate his opponent. In the two neighboring villas, everyone heard Ling Yun's earth-shattering mystical dragon howl and couldn't help but be moved at the same time. Everyone's reaction was different. It was extremely interesting. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Pa. When Yao Fengjiao heard the shout, she fiercely slapped the table and stood up. A sinister and vicious smile flashed across her face that was covered with rouge. She said in a stern voice, "What a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dared to come." Zhuang Tianda's body trembled as he stood up from the sofa. It was hard to tell if he was happy or worried. Zhao Baomen and Zhuang Meina, who had already reached the first floor, instinctively covered their ears when they heard the shout. They looked at each other in shock, not knowing what to do. Ba. Boundless heavenly venerable. In the living room of the neighboring villa, a fat monk, a man, and a woman stood up at the same time. The three of them looked at each other and saw the shock and murderous intent in each other's eyes. At this time, Sun Xing had already followed Zhuang Meifeng to the stairs of the villa on the east side. Zhuang Meifeng was only 8 steps away from the stairs. Zhuang Meifeng took another step forward and was about to knock into the stone pillar at the side of the stairs when she heard Ling Yun's shout. Sun Xing noticed Zhuang Meifeng's movement and shouted loudly. He was about to rush forward to stop her when he heard Ling Yun's shout. He was so scared that he quickly hid behind the 3 masters who were rushing over. Zhuang Meifeng knew that Ling Yun would definitely come. She also believed that Ling Yun would definitely think of a way to avenge her after knowing that she had committed suicide to protect her chastity. However, she did not expect Ling Yun to come so quickly. So timely, Zhuang Meifeng's phone was searched after she was caught. She also saw with her own eyes that Xiao Mimi was seriously injured by a master. She was not sure if she was still alive. Originally, Ling Yun's attitude towards Xiao Mimi was getting better and better, and the two of them were getting closer. Xiao Mimi even offered herself to Ling Yun in her own bedroom. All of these were like thorns in Zhuang Meifeng's heart that could not be removed. Naturally, Zhuang Meifeng held a grudge against Xiao Mimi. She had been treating Xiao Mimi coldly for the past 2 days. However, she had never imagined that Xiao Mimi would risk her life to save her when she was in danger. When she saw how Xiao Mimi was injured in the fight and how fresh blood was splattering everywhere, she still wanted to rush forward to take her away. Zhuang Meifeng's tears streamed down her face as she struggled and shouted for Xiao Mimi to leave first and not care about her. However, Zhuang Meifeng did not see Xiao Mimi escape. She did not know whether Xiao Mimi was alive or dead. No one told her about this. If Xiao Mimi was killed on the spot, she would not be able to tell Ling Yun that she had been kidnapped. However, even if Xiao Mimi could tell Ling Yun in time, would he be able to rush over in time? Zhuang Meifeng knew that Ling Yun would still be eating at the Qingshui Wharf Villa at that time. Even if Ling Yun received the letter, how long would it take for him to rush back to the city and find her? How long could he hold out against Sun Xing, who was so impatient? Besides, her father was obviously on the same side as the Sun family. Her father had completely sold her out. She knew that there were more than 100 bodyguards and security guards in her house. In addition to the masters brought by the Sun family, even if Ling Yun came, how confident was he that he could save her under the nose of so many people? Therefore, even though Zhuang Meifeng could not wait for Ling Yun to appear in front of her so that she could see her lover one last time before she died, she also hoped that Ling Yun would not come and put himself in danger. Everything had happened because of her. She, Zhuang Meifeng, could die, but she did not want Ling Yun to be hurt because of this. Zhuang Meifeng stood at the door and looked at the small bungalow that Ling Yun rented through the misty rain. That place was filled with happiness that she had never experienced before. Every little detail of her life with Ling Yun was replayed in her mind. Her eyes were filled with tears, but her face was filled with a sweet smile. It was only when Sun Xing became impatient and pushed her that she glared at Sun Xing coldly and said with disgust, "Don't touch me, I can walk by myself." Zhuang Meifeng stared at the entrance of the mansion on the east side. There was a round white marble pillar on the west side of the stairs. With a smile on her face, she walked towards it with determination in her eyes. That pure white round stone pillar was her target and also her death ground. As long as she got there, she would throw caution to the wind and crash into it. She would protect her chastity with her life. 9 steps, 8 steps, 7 steps. Just as Zhuang Meifeng gritted her teeth and was about to ram her head against the pillar, Ling Yun's voice rang out like a dragon's roar. "The one I love is a peerless hero. I know that one day, he will appear in front of everyone, wearing golden armor and riding on a 7-colored cloud to marry me." One of Zhuang Meifeng's favorite movies was Stephen Chow's Journey to the West. She could memorize all the classic lines in the movie, especially the line that Fairy Xianxia said confidently after she was captured. This line was definitely a dream for every 18 or 19-year-old girl who had their first awakening of love. It was a dream that could only be fantasized about but never realized. Every time Zhuang Meifeng rewatched the classic and saw Fairy Xianxia say this line, she could not help but shed tears. She could only wish that she was the Fairy Xianxia in the movie. Hearing Ling Yun shout, Zhuang Meifeng's beautiful eyes flashed with an indescribable joy. She turned her head abruptly. At that moment, Ling Yun had jumped 30 meters in one leap. His body glided in the air like a giant bird and landed 10 meters away from Zhuang Meifeng. "Wifey, what are you doing? Are you going to ram your head against the pillar just because I don't want to consummate our marriage? You shouldn't be doing this, you should be spanked." Ling Yun knew what Zhuang Meifeng wanted to do from her actions. He knew that Zhuang Meifeng looked cold and aloof on the outside, but her heart was actually burning with fire. He was afraid that Zhuang Meifeng would be overwhelmed by her excitement, so he smiled and cracked a joke that they often played. "Hubby." Zhuang Meifeng saw that Ling Yun had really descended from the heavens and appeared in front of her. Her eyes were filled with tears as she twisted her body. She did not know where she got the strength from, but she was about to rush towards Ling Yun. One of the 3 people in charge of protecting Sun Xing stretched out an arm to stop her. Zhuang Meifeng immediately felt as if there was an iron bar in front of her. No matter how hard she struggled, the man's arm would not budge. He blocked her body so tightly that she could not get past him no matter how hard she tried. Ling Yun's eyes flashed with killing intent as he squinted his handsome eyes. He looked at the man who blocked Zhuang Meifeng and said coldly, "You will be the first to die." He then looked at the struggling Zhuang Meifeng and put on a gentle and loving expression. He smiled calmly and said, "Wifey, you are in your own home. Why are you so anxious? Why are you still so impatient? Can't you change at all? Stay there and don't move. Have a good rest. You will be busy later." Ling Yun gave Zhuang Meifeng a sly look and comforted her. Zhuang Meifeng was extremely intelligent. Even though she was surprised, she was secretly worried for Ling Yun. She quickly forced herself to calm down when she saw Ling Yun's gaze. Zhuang Meifeng did not want to cause any trouble for Ling Yun. At this moment, she chose to trust Ling Yun completely. Originally, she was prepared to die. Regardless of whether or not Ling Yun could successfully save her, she was satisfied to see her beloved come to her rescue. She would not regret it even if she thought about it 100 times. Whoosh! A sexy figure flashed from afar and landed beside Ling Yun. Zhuang Meifeng was stunned when she saw who it was. "Big sister Xiao, it's you." Zhuang Meifeng saw Xiao Mimi appear in front of her unscathed. She was so shocked that she was speechless. In front of Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi purposely stood a meter away from Ling Yun. She smiled at Zhuang Meifeng charmingly, indicating that she was fine. At the same time that Xiao Mimi appeared, Ling Yun noticed that one of the three people in front of Sun Xing had a shocked expression on his face. He then turned around and asked, "Is he the one who injured you?" As he said that, he raised his hand and pointed. Xiao Mimi's eyes flashed with a cold murderous intent. Her pretty face was covered in a layer of frost as she nodded with hatred. Ling Yun smiled faintly and turned around. His finger was still pointing at the young man. "Tell me your name. I will let you die last tonight." The young man was an expert at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 4. It was obvious that he had seen many strange things. Very quickly, he forced himself to calm down and smiled. "Sure Jian." Ling Yun nodded. Looking at this squarish fellow who looked like a rock, he teased, "You live up to your name." "Not bad, not bad." "Oh my god. It's actually you." "Ling Yun." Suddenly, a shocked voice came from the entrance of Zhuang Tianda's villa. Although it seemed like a long time, it was actually less than 30 seconds since Ling Yun had used the mystical dragon hell. After standing up, Niao Fengjiao slowly walked out of the villa with the 5 people behind her. Zhuang Tianda followed closely behind. Naturally, the last to walk out was his wife, Zhao Baomen, and his youngest daughter, Zhuang Meina. Zhuang Meina came to the door and looked around. When she saw the appearance of the handsome young man in the thin mist, she immediately exclaimed. "So, the person big sister loves is actually Ling Yun." Zhuang Meina's shocked expression remained unchanged. Her eyes and mouth were wide open, but her eyes were lifeless and her face was pale. Zhuang Tianda had never allowed her to have any contact with the Sun family because she had to prepare for her college entrance examinations. Therefore, she didn't know that the Sun family had made such a big fuss just to deal with Ling Yun, who was in the limelight at Qingshui High. What surprised her the most was that just when she started to fall in love with Ling Yun, her own sister beat her to it. "Meina, what's wrong?" Zhao Baomen noticed Zhuang Meina's strange behavior and asked in surprise. Her eldest daughter was already beyond redemption. If anything were to happen to her youngest daughter, she, as a mother, wouldn't be able to live anymore. This is impossible. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Zhuang Meina couldn't believe what she was seeing. After mumbling to herself for a while, she suddenly rushed down the stairs without a care for her life. At the same time, she shouted, "Ling Yun, why are you here?" Ling Yun didn't panic in the face of danger. He even smiled and waved at Zhuang Meina. "Sister-in-law, don't call me Ling Yun anymore. You should call me brother-in-law." Hearing Ling Yun say this in front of her parents and so many people, Zhuang Meifeng couldn't keep her calm. She was extremely embarrassed, but her heart was filled with happiness. She secretly glared at her bold lover. Zhuang Meina instantly stopped in her tracks. She looked at Ling Yun and then back at her sister. She was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Humph. So this is the good daughter the Zhuang family brought up. It seems like this girl has also fallen in love with Ling Yun. Seeing this situation, Niao Fengjiao snorted coldly and loudly mocked Zhuang Tianda who was behind her. It was already 10:30 at night. The sky was dark, and it was drizzling. Moreover, the Zhuang family's mansions were located in the western suburbs of Qingshui City. It was extremely quiet during the day, let alone at night. Niao Fengjiao's words were clearly heard by everyone present. Zhuang Tianda and Zhao Baomen were stunned. Zhuang Meina was at a loss and didn't hear what Niao Fengjiao said. However, Zhuang Meifeng's body trembled violently. Through the rain, her beautiful eyes looked at Zhuang Meina who was at a loss. Seeing that her eyes were blank and she was at a loss, Zhuang Meifeng thought to herself. Wasn't this the expression that a young girl would have when she found someone she really liked? Zhuang Meifeng was secretly puzzled. Didn't her sister like that good-for-nothing Xie Zhenyan? When did she fall in love with Ling Yun? This, however, when she thought about Ling Yun's heaven-defying performance, she couldn't help but sigh. Her standards were many times higher than her sister's. Even she was infatuated with Ling Yun and was willing to die for him, let alone her sister. A toad actually managed to charm the 2 swans of the Zhuang family. "Ling Yun, you can die without regrets tonight." Niao Fengjiao was still standing on the steps of the villa and did not walk into the rain. Even though she was momentarily stunned by Ling Yan's mesmerizing and sexy face, her mouth was extremely vicious. She had spent so much effort to set up such a huge formation. Her only goal was to kill Ling Yun. There was no other possibility. What the f***ck, are you blind? Have you ever seen a toad as handsome as me? Ling Yun would never admit defeat, so of course, he immediately retorted. This sentence made Niao Fengjiao angry. Who in the entire capital or even the entire Huaxia dared to scold her like that? Niao Fengjiao's fat body trembled. She pointed a fat finger at Ling Yun and said, "You're just a little tramp who learned some martial arts and you think you're the best in the world. You dare to scold me? See if I don't chop you up and feed you to the dogs tonight." Sun Xing saw that his mother had come out and that Ling Yun was still standing there. His courage immediately grew. He moved his body and dashed out from behind Shi Jian. He pointed at Ling Yun and scolded, "Ling Yun, f***cku. When I was in the capital, who dared to lay a finger on me? You actually dared to hit me and steal my wife. Before I kill you tonight, I'll let you watch your d***ck being eaten by the dogs." Alright, Sun Xing really did not know that every word he said had touched Ling Yun's reverse scale. He had seen people who were courting death, but he had never seen someone who was courting death like this. From now on, Sun Xing was already a dead man in Ling Yun's eyes, a dead man through and through. What was there to fuss about with a dead man? Ling Yun did not even frown. He only smiled faintly and swept his gaze across the area. His gaze landed on a few people walking out of the villa in the east. The one who caught Ling Yun's attention the most was a fat monk with a square face and big ears. His face was flushed and there were 9 ring scars on his head. He held an extremely thick Buddhist staff in his right hand. The other 2 were a man and a woman with a horsetail whisk. The man looked to be in his 40s and had his hair tied up in a bun. He had a long face like a horse and a hooked nose. He was skinny and wore an extremely luxurious Taoist robe. However, he did not look like an immortal at all. Instead, he gave off an incongruous and sinister vibe. As for the expressionless female Taoist nun, she was also dressed in a luxurious Taoist robe. She looked to be less than 40 years old. She could still be considered pretty and charming. The only thing that ruined her beauty was her pair of triangular eyes. When she opened and closed her eyes, there was a hint of sharpness. Ling Yun knew that Xiao Mimi was talking about the monk and the 2 Taoists. Not only could Xiao Mimi not see through their strength, even Ling Yun could not tell. However, Ling Yun was confident that any one of them was stronger than the Deepa that he had just killed. Even though it was not by much, it would not be a problem for them to defeat Deepa in a one-on-one fight. The monk and the 2 Taoists were naturally the 3 that Deepa had seen at the peak of Dragon Mountain. The fat monk's Buddhist name was Reverend Compassionless, and he was from Shaolin Temple. The male Taoist priest was Lu Deming, an old Taoist priest from Mao Mountain. The female Taoist nun was Priestess Heartless, a disciple of the Tranquil Temple. Deepa was right. If these 3 were to be divided into different realms, Compassionless should be at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 7. Lu Deming was in the middle of Hotian Realm Level 7, and Priestess Heartless was the highest at the early stages of Hotian Realm Level 8. Each of them was above Deepa, who was in the middle of Hotian Realm Level 6. However, what made Ling Yun shudder was the silent, ordinary-looking middle-aged scholar standing behind the 3 monks. This middle-aged scholar was of medium height. His appearance was ordinary, and his eyes were lifeless. He stood there naturally, and it was difficult for him to attract anyone's attention. However, he gave Ling Yun a strange feeling that he was in the middle of the scene, yet not involved at all. It was no wonder that Ling Yun shuddered. This middle-aged scholar was called He Xingyan. His strength was at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8, which was the same level as Dugu Mo. He was a true guest elder of the Sun family. He was scheming and sly like a fox. He was an expert in unorthodox methods and hidden weapons. Tonight, he had come up with the plan to lure Niao Fengjiao into the trap. **T. Ling Yun groaned in his heart. How long could he last without the support of spiritual energy? Even if his dragonfish phantom step was invincible, how long could he last without the support of spiritual energy? Ling Yun groaned in his heart, but he maintained a calm expression on his face. With a quick thought, he pretended to look around leisurely, but in reality, he was carefully observing his surroundings and studying his escape route. Ling Yun realized that the situation was even worse. There was a neat grassland nearby, and the nearest dense forest was more than 40 meters away. Even if he carried Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi and ran with all his might, he would not be able to escape from the four of them. Moreover, Ling Yun could not escape either. At this moment, Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng had arrived beside Ling Yun. Together with Xiao Mimi, the four of them stood side by side. F*CK, I can only fight them head-on. If worst comes to worst, I'll try my best to hold the four of them back after rescuing Zhuang Meifeng. Then, I'll let Xiao Mimi carry the three of them and escape. Thinking up to this point, Ling Yun suddenly used his telepathy to tell Xiao Mimi about the situation and his plan so that she could find an opportunity to escape with the three of them. When Xiao Mimi heard this, she would have screamed out loud if not for the fact that she had gone through cruel training and possessed an inhuman calmness. If they were stronger than Deepa, then they were existences that could kill her in a second. Furthermore, there were so many of them. How was Ling Yun going to deal with them? Xiao Mimi's face turned slightly pale. She did not have the ability to use telepathy, so she could only nod her head slightly. Tang Meng was the last to arrive. At this moment, he was still immersed in the joy of the four of them defeating more than 100 people. Therefore, when he saw Zhuang Meifeng, he smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Big brother Yun and I are here to save you." Zhuang Meifeng smiled and nodded, but she did not speak. After scolding Ling Yun, Sun Xing saw that Ling Yun did not retort and thought that Ling Yun was afraid. Instantly, he became even more arrogant. He pushed through the crowd and took a step forward. He pointed at Tang Meng and scolded, King idiot, don't you know whose territory this is? Don't you think about whose wife and sister-in-law Zhuang Meifeng is? How dare you call her sister-in-law? Of course, Tang Meng was not someone who would let others scold him. He immediately pointed at Sun Xing's nose and scolded, F*CK, why don't you King take a look at yourself? You look like a malnourished monkey. You still want my big sister Meifeng to marry you? Hurry up and take a piss to look at yourself. Both Sun Xing and Tang Meng started scolding each other, neither giving in to the other. However, Sun Xing's tongue was not as sharp as Tang Meng's. Soon, he was unable to retort and could only stand there, tongue-tied. Ling Yun had been secretly looking for an opportunity to save Zhuang Meifeng. However, the young man in front of Zhuang Meifeng refused to budge. On the other hand, Shi Jian and Sun Xing were staring at Ling Yun vigilantly and protecting Sun Xing. Tang Meng's last few words were too harsh. He had even scolded Sun Xing's mother and her ancestors. Niufen was so angry that she couldn't help but shout, "Shut up!" Then, without turning her head, she ordered, "Slap their mouths." The two men behind her responded and flew down the stairs. They entered the rain and rushed towards Tang Meng. Of course, Ling Yun would not let them have their way. In a flash, he appeared in front of the two men. Using his finger as a sword, he pointed at them a dozen times until they collapsed at his feet. Only then did he retract his finger. Slap my brothers' mouths? With just them? The two men who came out were not even at Hotian realm level 2. Ling Yun could naturally kill them in an instant. Seeing that the two men she sent out were easily defeated by Ling Yun, Niufen's face turned ugly. She waved her hand again. This time, it was a Hotian realm level 4 expert. He responded silently, but his target was not Tang Meng. Instead, he went straight for Ling Yun. Now that Zhuang Meifeng had not been saved, Ling Yun had to stand in front of the three of them. Otherwise, the three of them would only be beaten up. Therefore, he immediately went forward. In a flash, Ling Yun appeared in front of the man and used the Tiangang Demon Fist. Go to hell. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Before Ling Yun came to save Zhuang Meifeng, he had already used up more than 200 talismans. Even though these talismans were extremely useful, they consumed 1/5 of Ling Yun's spiritual energy. Ling Yun hadn't reached physique tempering stage 4, so he hadn't developed any true qi in his body. Furthermore, there wasn't any spiritual energy for him to absorb. Therefore, he didn't dare to engage in a skirmish. Priest Compassionless was dumbfounded by Ling Yun's Tiangang Demon Fist. He wondered what kind of fist technique this was. It was even more powerful than the Dharma fist of the Shaolin Temple. Ling Yan threw out a punch, and the Hotian Realm Level 4 expert countered with a punch. The two fists collided, and with a loud bang, the expert staggered back 7 to 8 steps. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn, and the 8 joints on the back of his hand were bleeding profusely. His entire right arm was numb, and he couldn't lift it anymore. It was true that Ling Yun was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 3, but his true strength was at the early stages of Hotian Realm Level 5. He was able to hold his own against a Hotian Realm Level 6 expert, let alone a Hotian Realm Level 4 expert. With his stellar condensation technique at the 7th realm, Ling Yun's fist could be described as an iron fist. This punch crippled the expert's right hand. Ling Yun was unforgiving. He only had one goal now, and that was to eliminate as many of his enemies as possible. That way, he would be able to relieve some of the pressure on Xiao Mimi during the rescue battle. As for Tai Xiaohu, he could only fight to a draw with a Hotian Realm Level 2 expert. Ling Yun couldn't count on him at all. Ling Yun used his 1,000 miles godly steps and appeared on his opponent's right side. Without waiting for the expert to react, he punched again. If Ling Yun claimed to be second in terms of combat experience, no one would dare claim to be first. He had sharp eyes. Seeing that this brat wouldn't be able to lift his right arm in a short period of time, he aimed his fist at his opponent's shoulder. The Hotian Realm Level 4 expert tried his best to dodge. However, he was an expert in martial arts, not movement techniques. He couldn't dodge Ling Yun's majestic punch at all. Bang! The second punch landed solidly on the expert's shoulder. With a kacha sound, the expert's right shoulder blade shattered inch by inch. It was a comminuted fracture. Ah! That expert's expression changed drastically. He was in incomparable pain, and his eyes were filled with the terror of someone on the verge of death. Ling Yun's fingers were like a sword, and his hands were like lightning. Pu. After 7 or 8 hits, Ling Yun lifted his leg and kicked the corpse 30 meters away. Ling Yun turned around and smiled at the young man who stood in front of Zhuang Meifeng. "I'm sorry, I broke my promise. You're not the first to be killed." Provocation, naked provocation. What Ling Yun wanted now was to infuriate the other party. After all, they were in a desperate situation. If the other party wasn't infuriated, he would never have the chance to save Zhuang Meifeng unless he killed all the experts from the Sun family. However, that was obviously impossible. Therefore, Ling Yun could only resort to this: someone died. The entire place was silent. Even though Ling Yun had knocked out the 2 Hotian Realm Level 2 experts at the start, he didn't take their lives. However, this person was defeated by Ling Yun in less than 3 moves. Furthermore, Ling Yun killed him without mercy. How could everyone not be shocked? Decisive and merciless, anyone who was a threat to Xiao Mimi, Hotian Realm Level 3 and above had to die. Otherwise, Ling Yun wouldn't be able to ensure that Xiao Mimi could escape with the 3 of them while he was holding the 4 experts back. Ling Yun would never do something he wasn't confident in. Oh! Tang Meng, who had been shouting about burning one person to death, almost vomited when he saw a living person being beaten to death. However, Ling Yun had used a technique to kill the other party, so it wasn't too gory. Therefore, Tang Meng covered his mouth and held it in. Tang Meng was still fine. Other than Xiao Mimi and Priestess Heartless, all the women present, including Niao Fenjiao and the mother and daughter from the Zhuang family, turned pale and started vomiting. Zhuang Meifeng knew that Ling Yun killed to save her, but this person was indeed beaten to death by Ling Yun in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, he died in her own house. Seeing the state of the person's death, her stomach was filled with nausea. She tried to hold it in for a long time, but in the end, she bent over and vomited. However, despite vomiting, Zhuang Meifeng's heart was filled with guilt towards Ling Yun. She suddenly understood why Xiao Mimi said that Ling Yun had shown mercy when she had been beaten up so badly by Ling Yun. Compared to the tragic death of this expert, Xiao Mimi's pain was nothing. Furthermore, it was either the enemy or Ling Yun who died tonight. At this moment, Zhuang Meifeng finally understood what Ling Yun meant when he said that being merciful to one's enemy was being cruel to oneself. Ling Yun killed one person in less than a minute. His right hand was stained with the enemy's blood, but he did not bother to wipe it off. Like a god of war, he stood in the middle of the arena with his head held high. He said to the people from the Sun family, "Who else wants to come up? I'll take all of you." Sun Xing could bully others, but seeing such a bloody scene, his legs trembled in fear. He couldn't help but take a few steps back and sneak towards his mother, Niaofanjiao. He was really spoiled by Niaofanjiao. Seeing such a scene, his first thought was to hide in his mother's embrace. Chance, seeing that Sun Xing had escaped the protection of Shijian and the Hotian realm level 3 expert, Ling Yan's eyes narrowed. He was about to use his dragonfish phantom ability to capture him. As long as he captured Sun Xing as a hostage, Niaofanjiao would not dare to act recklessly. Ling Yan would be able to stay and leave as he pleased. It could be said that he had gained the upper hand. Immediately, there was no time to lose. Thinking of this, Ling Yan waited for Sun Xing to run another 2 steps before he decisively used the dragonfish phantom ability and pounced towards Sun Xing, leaving an afterimage on the spot. His figure was as fast as lightning. That middle-aged scholar, He Xingyan, had thought of the same thing. He had long seen through Ling Yan's lightning-fast movement technique. That was why he had always been wary of Ling Yan. Now that he saw Ling Yan trying to sneak an attack on Sun Xing, He Xingyan raised his hand. TSK, TSK, tisk. 3 gold coin darts flew towards Ling Yan. At the same time, He Xingyan moved 20 meters horizontally. Just as Ling Yan was about to dodge the darts, He Xingyan grabbed Sun Xing, who had wet his pants, and brought him to Niaofanjiao's side in one swift motion. At this time, Niaofanjiao had just finished vomiting and was moving a few steps to the side in disgust. Mom. Mom. I'm scared. Sun Xing, who had wet his pants, stank. His legs were shaking, and his teeth were chattering. He looked like a frightened child of 6 or 7 years old. He Xingyan only frowned slightly when he saw Sun Xing's appearance. He silently moved 3 steps forward to protect Niaofanjiao and Sun Xing behind him. What a waste. Ling Yan cursed in his heart. However, he could not help but admire He Xingyan's cautiousness and quick-wittedness. This middle-aged scholar was definitely a formidable opponent. However, even though Ling Yan did not manage to catch Sun Xing, he was now standing in a straight line with Zhuang Meifeng. Ling Yan was secretly delighted. While everyone was staring at the middle-aged scholar, Ling Yan once again used his dragonfish phantom ability to its maximum. His body moved horizontally in the air and appeared in front of Zhuang Meifeng like a bolt of lightning. Under Zhuang Meifeng's surprised gaze, Ling Yan hugged her cold body with one arm and used his other arm to block the punch and palm from the youth and Shijian who had just reacted. With a light leap, he returned to Xiao Mimi's side. Big brother Yan is so cool. Well done. Tang Meng was dazzled by Ling Yan's performance. Before he could see clearly what was going on, Zhuang Meifeng, who was surrounded by 3 experts, was saved by Ling Yan. He could not help but cheer loudly. Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi's eyes lit up as well. Their eyes were filled with adoration and love. It had to be said that Ling Yan's diversion was indeed brilliant. Even though he did not manage to grab hold of Sun Xing, he managed to snatch Zhuang Meifeng back from him unscathed. However, this was not the time for him to be happy. Ling Yan used telepathy to speak to the 3 of them. They are furious now. The 4 of you, listen to me and prepare to escape. I will hold them back later. Sure enough, Shijian and the other 2 didn't wait for Niaofanjiao's orders before they pounced on him like wolves and tigers. Just as Niaofanjiao had expected, Shijian and the other 2 didn't even wait for her orders to come out. Even though Ling Yan did not manage to make Niaofanjiao hesitate, he did not have to worry about the consequences. Seeing the 3 of them flying towards him as if they did not care about their lives, Ling Yan moved in a flash, 2 Hotian realm level 4 experts and 1 Hotian realm level 3 expert. 1 against 3, in order to preserve the spiritual energy in his body so that he could cover the escape of Xiao Mimi and the other 3, Ling Yan did not use the dragonfish phantom ability anymore. Instead, he switched to the 1,000 miles godly steps. Left and right, Ling Yan's figure floated around the battlefield. No matter how the 3 of them punched or kicked, they could not touch Ling Yan's body. This time, Ling Yan's target was the youth who had stopped Zhuang Meifeng from coming over. He had already broken his promise to him once. This time, he would keep his promise and kill him first. It could be said that Ling Yan was really lazy when it came to fighting. As long as he could save some energy, he would not use any more. So why was Ling Yan not using his flying needles and iron nails? Because the time was not right. Ling Yan had already discovered the strength of the four experts. He did not know why the four of them had not attacked him yet, but as long as they did not attack, Ling Yan would definitely not reveal his trump card. Ling Yan was still relying on his skills and martial arts to deal with the enemies. He had not used his large needles, iron nails, fire talismans, and the mystical brush. He was waiting for the four of them to attack. Of course, it was impossible to use the large needles and iron nails to hurt the four of them. However, when Xiao Mimi and the others escaped, Ling Yan could use his hidden weapons to stop the people who wanted to kill them. As for the fire talismans and the mystical brush, Ling Yan would naturally use them as his trump card. Ling Yan continued to move around. Suddenly, he pretended to slip on the mud and pretended to fall. He lured Shijian and the Hotian realm level 3 expert over at the same time. Then, he suddenly used the dragonfish phantom ability. Shua. Ling Yan's figure left a trail of afterimages. Under the horrified gaze of the Hotian realm level 4 expert, Ling Yan appeared in front of him. He was like the Grim Reaper harvesting lives. I said that I would let you die first. This time I won't go back on my words. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. How dare you stop my woman right in front of me? I'll send you on your way now. Ling Yan used the mystical dragon hell once again and shouted at the expert who was at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 4. At the same time, his smile disappeared, and his eyes became as sharp as a knife's edge. Facing the young man who was rushing over to take advantage of the situation, Ling Yan threw out a fierce and domineering punch. This was an earth-shattering punch. Ling Yan's fist pierced through the misty rain with a whoosh sound. The strong force of the fist caused tiny raindrops to fly everywhere as it headed straight for the young man's chest. If God obstructs, God will be killed. Ah! The young man's eyes were filled with horror. He saw that Ling Yan was about to fall to the ground. He originally wanted to rush over and take advantage of him, but for some reason, Ling Yan not only didn't fall, but instead appeared in front of him in an instant. The young man was rushing forward with all his might, but Ling Yan suddenly appeared in front of him and threw such a terrifying punch at him. It was too late to dodge now, he could only take it head-on. In his panic, the young man at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 4 raised his strength to the limit and used both his palms to block Ling Yan's fist. The pinnacle of Hotian realm level 4 was still only Hotian realm level 4. How could he block Ling Yan's Tiangang demon fist? Bam! The fist and palm collided. Kacha-kacha sounds of bones breaking could be heard. At the same time, the young man at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 4 cried out in pain. Both his wrists and forearms were broken, and they fell limply to the ground. It was a tragic sight. It's over. This was the only thought that flashed through the young man's mind. However, he saw Ling Yan's murderous expression, and without mercy, he threw another punch at his chest. Bam! This time, the Hotian realm level 4 expert couldn't block it anymore. Ling Yan's domineering fist landed squarely on his chest. Kacha! The sound of his sternum breaking could be heard. The Hotian realm level 4 expert's sternum was completely caved in by this punch. His chest cavity was shattered, and his heart, liver, and spleen were either crushed or punctured by the broken sternum. Pfft! The Hotian realm level 4 expert spat out a mouthful of blood. His 7 orifices were bleeding, and his limp body flew more than 10 meters before he fell to the ground. A one-hit kill. He was thoroughly dead. He couldn't be more dead. Ah! Shijian and the expert at Hotian realm level 3 missed their target. When they turned their heads to look, all they saw was Ling Yan sending the young man flying with a single punch. They were absolutely terrified. Junior brother. Shijian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he pounced at Ling Yan like a mad tiger. At the same time, he yelled, Ling Yan, you bastard! How dare you kill my junior brother? I'll kill you. Ling Yan laughed coldly as he used the 1,000 miles godly steps to avoid the oncoming Shijian. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside the Hotian realm level 3 expert. Don't kill me. Seeing that Ling Yan had killed 2 people within a few minutes, and both of them were experts who were stronger than him in terms of realm, this expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 3 knew that his time of death had come. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his mission. His face was pale with fright as he fell to his knees and begged for mercy. "All right," Ling Yan replied with a smile. He raised his leg and kicked the guy who was begging for mercy 5 or 6 times, all of them hitting his vital acupoints. However, Ling Yun didn't want to kill him. He only wanted to cripple his martial arts on the spot. Only when Ling Yun retracted his leg did the guy's upper body fall to the ground. He groaned in pain, but he didn't even have the strength to struggle. Ling Yun smiled as he turned around and looked at Shi Jian, who was pouncing at him again. He smiled indifferently and said, "Don't rush, it's your turn now." Even though Shi Jian had gone mad because of the tragic death of his junior brother, he didn't lose his rationality. He knew that his famous martial arts were useless against Ling Yun. At this moment, he had already taken out his weapon. It was a curved blade that was 1 foot and 3 inches long. The blade was 7 to 8 centimeters wide, and the blade was extremely sharp. Under the bright light, the blade was dazzling. Ling Yun smiled coldly as he sidestepped Shi Jian's Huashan splitting strike. Then, he turned around and asked Xiao Mimi, who was watching the battle, "Was this the knife that hurt you?" Xiao Mimi's face was covered with frost as she nodded. She reminded Ling Yun, "Be careful, his knife skills are very strange." Ling Yun laughed. His stellar condensation technique had already reached the 7th stage of the first major realm. Once he activated it, normal knives and swords wouldn't be able to hurt him. Of course, he wasn't afraid. Sure enough, Shi Jian's Huashan splitting technique was just a feint. As the blade cut through the air, it actually changed from a downward slash to a horizontal slash. The machete made an incredible turn in the air and slashed towards Ling Yun's waist. "Good move." Ling Yun took another step back, causing the curved blade to miss. Then, he turned around and his tall body actually appeared behind the curved blade. This time, Shi Jian couldn't change his move. Ling Yun smiled and lightly raised his hand. Taking advantage of the situation, he slapped Shi Jian's right hand that was holding the blade. This slap seemed slow but was actually fast. Although it was launched later, it arrived first and landed on the back of Shi Jian's hand. "Strange knife skills? Show me what you've got." Ling Yun laughed coldly as he hit the target with his palm. Shi Jian only felt a violent force hit his wrist, causing his wrist to go numb. He could no longer hold on to the hilt, and the curved blade flew out of his hand. Ling Yun had already expected this outcome. He moved quickly and caught the curved blade before it fell to the ground. "Good blade." Ling Yun held the blade and smiled faintly. His eyes narrowed as he slowly walked towards the stunned Shi Jian. "How did she offend you? If you wanted to let her go, why did you injure her like that? Just because you have a high level, you think you're so great?" Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed at Xiao Mimi. His body exuded endless murderous intent as he spoke to Shi Jian. Shi Jian had only made one move before his own knife fell into Ling Yan's hand. Now, there was only a deep sense of defeat and indescribable fear in his eyes. Seeing Ling Yan approaching step by step, Shi Jian couldn't help but take a few steps back. His only hope was to get as far away from this murderous young man as possible. "You won't be able to escape, die." Ling Yan's figure suddenly exploded as he used the dragonfish phantom ability to appear in front of Shi Jian and slashed with his knife. Ling Yan did not use any skills in this slash. It was just a casual slash. However, the speed of this slash was many times faster than Shi Jian's Huashan splitting force. Slash. Although Shi Jian tried his best to retreat, he felt a chill on his right shoulder. The blade of the knife had entered his body. His right shoulder had been cut by his own curved blade, leaving a wound of more than 20 centimeters. Blood splattered everywhere. Shi Jian let out a muffled groan as he raised his left hand to cover his wound. His eyes were filled with horror as he looked at Ling Yun. Pfft. Ling Yun was silent. His eyes were cold as he stabbed his knife into Shi Jian's left rib. "Ah!" Shi Jian cried out in pain. "Pay them back in their own coin." Ling Yun would avenge Xiao Mimi in the same way that Shi Jian had hurt her. It was fair and reasonable. It wasn't that Shi Jian didn't want to dodge, but Ling Yun's attack was too fast. He wasn't good at speed anyway. Compared to Ling Yun, who had the dragonfish phantom ability, he could only take a beating. Ling Yun's stab was really deep. He almost made 2 holes in Shijian's body. Holding the hilt of the knife, he stirred the inside of Shijian's body. He stabbed in vertically, but he pulled it out horizontally. Ling Yun's viciousness sent chills down Xiao Mimi's spine. She knew that Ling Yun was taking revenge for her, but she still couldn't help but tremble slightly. As for Tang Meng, he had already vomited his bile after seeing the tragic death of the young man who stopped Shuang Meifeng. Now, he had nothing left to vomit. Tai Xiaohu was slightly better. After all, he had slashed and been injured before. He had a certain immunity to such bloody scenes and hadn't vomited yet. Up until now, Ling Yun had already killed 2 experts at Hotian Realm Level 4 and severely injured 3 experts below that level. Now, Shijian, who was at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 4, was in danger. The experts that the Sun family had brought were either dead or injured. Their combat power was almost depleted. Of course, Priest Compassionless, Priest Lu Deming, Priestess Heartless, and the middle-aged scholar, He Xingyan, were the exceptions. Whoosh! Ling Yan swung his saber again, this time right at Shijian's left thigh. Ling Yan's attack was merciless. The saber completely sank into Shijian's flesh, and the edge of the saber hit Shijian's thigh bone, making an unpleasant sound of friction. Ah! Shijian's body was bleeding profusely. He didn't even know where to cover his wounds. He was covered in blood. Ling Yun, you dared to kill my junior and injure me. The Hades sect will never let you off. Shijian didn't expect Ling Yun to be so merciless. He pointed at Ling Yun and shouted as if he had seen a demon. The Hades sect? That does sound like it. Ling Yun chuckled and floated to Shijian's back, asking, can you tell me what kind of kung fu you used to hit her? Nether blood hand. Shijian was taken aback, and answered subconsciously. Very well, it's a worthy death for you to die under my vault of heaven's annihilation palm. Ling Yun said as he struck out lightly. The vault of heaven's annihilation. Palm was silent. Shijian only felt a strange force coming from his back. The force of the palm instantly destroyed most of the meridians in his body. He wasn't sent flying, but his squarish body slumped to the ground like a pile of mud. Shijian, remember in your next life that before you hit a woman, think about her husband first. Ling Yan flipped his wrist and returned to Xiao Mimi's side. He smiled brightly. This will be the outcome of anyone who dares to hit you in the future. Everyone who was watching the battle, except for the 4 experts who remained calm, everyone else was dumbfounded. In just a few short minutes, the 3 Hotian Realm Level 4 experts that Niao Fenjiao had brought along had all been killed by Ling Yun. 1 expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 3 had been crippled, and 2 experts at Hotian Realm Level 2 were still lying on the ground like dead dogs, unmoving. Niao Fenjiao and Sun Xing had already vomited everything they had eaten today. Their faces were pale as they watched the scene unfold. They were so scared that their bodies were trembling. Ba! What a cruel bastard. Come out and face your death. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Hubby, are you alright? Ling Yun, are you alright? Shuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi asked worriedly when they saw Ling Yun flying back. Even though Ling Yun was not injured, his body and clothes were stained with the blood of his enemies. Shuang Meifeng, who had always been a clean freak, held onto Ling Yun's arm and gently wiped away the few drops of blood on Ling Yun's face. Shuang Meifeng was just an ordinary person who did not know any martial arts. Furthermore, it was night time. Coupled with the increasingly dense rain, she was dazzled by what she saw. Shuang Meifeng could not tell the realm of the 2 combatants. Furthermore, their movements were so fast that she could only see the outcome. She only knew that Ling Yun had won, but she did not know if Ling Yun was injured. In Shuang Meifeng's eyes, all the burly men were about the same. After Ling Yun had severely injured and killed 3 of them, she had stopped vomiting even though she had vomited all the food in her stomach. The bloodiest scene just now was Ling Yun shattering the chest of the young man who was trying to stop her and slashing Shijian 3 times, causing blood to spurt out. After witnessing this, not only Zhuang Meifeng, but all the ordinary people who were watching the battle had become numb to it. They no longer had the nausea and disgust that they had felt at the beginning. Killing was a crime, but Zhuang Meifeng knew that Ling Yun was killing for her. She was ready to accept the consequences. She would live with Ling Yun and die with him. If Ling Yun had not arrived in time, she would have been forced to her death. How could she have survived until now? Therefore, Zhuang Meifeng had thrown away all her shackles. The last window in her heart had been opened for Ling Yun. If Ling Yun had killed 3 people in a row, she would be willing to fall into the path of the devil and suffer for eternity. She would stand by Ling Yun's side with all her heart and be his woman without any regrets. Zhuang Meifeng could face death calmly. Now that she had this thought, why would she care about the blood on Ling Yun's body? Xiao Mimi, who had killed many people, did not even frown when she saw Ling Yun kill. She heard Ling Yun say to Shi Jian's corpse, "Think about her husband before you hit her." Xiao Mimi smiled with satisfaction. Ling Yun had saved her, protected her, and avenged her. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a blood for a blood. She wouldn't be able to find such a man even if she had a lantern. Not to mention getting injured for him, it would be worth it even if she died 1,000 times for him. I'm fine. It's the enemy's blood. Ling Yun ignored Priest Compassionless as he flew into the arena. His back was still facing Priest Compassionless as he spoke gently to the 2 beauties beside him. Then, he condensed his voice into a line and said to Xiao Mimi and the other 3, "They are completely enraged now. I can't beat any of the 4 of them. You have to be prepared to escape at any time. When the time is right, I will tell you." Xiao Mimi and the other 3 frowned and shook their heads at the same time. Even though Tang Meng's stomach was empty from vomiting, he also shook his head resolutely, indicating that he would never abandon Ling Yun and escape. Zhuang Meifeng did not know that Ling Yun was speaking to her through telepathy. Seeing that Ling Yun actually wanted them to escape at this time, she became anxious and wanted to object. "Only the 4 of you can hear me now. No one else can. The situation is urgent. Not only will you not be able to help, but you will also drag me to death. Do you want to see me die in front of you?" Ling Yun hurriedly stopped them. "Don't say anything else. This is not the time to be impulsive. Listen to my arrangements. Xiao Mimi, the Sun family is only left with the 4 masters. The others who can beat you have been crippled by me. I will do everything in my power to delay the 4 of them. You and Tai Xiao who will escape with them. I will cover you guys as you exit the main gate and get into the car. As long as you guys get into the car, I will have a way to escape." Seeing that the 4 of them were still hesitating, Ling Yun's eyes darkened. He continued to condense his voice into a line and said, "Mei Feng, it wasn't easy for me to save you. Moreover, I have already crippled 6 of the Sun family's masters. Are you willing to see all 5 of us fall into the hands of the Sun family? Based on the Sun family's power, you should know the consequences if we are caught by them tonight. Escape. As long as I create an opportunity, don't bother about me. Take advantage of the chaos and escape. As long as you guys escape, not only will they not be able to catch me, even if they do catch me, they won't dare to touch me." After Ling Yun had explained all the possible outcomes to the 4 of them, he suddenly spoke to Tang Meng alone. "Tang Meng, among the 4 of us, you are the ordinary person who has the least to do with this matter. Due to the status of the 4 masters, they probably won't do anything to you. After you escape, if you hear that I have been captured, remember to look for Shui Mining and Chao Xianxia. Only they can save me, do you hear me?" All this while, Tang Meng had seen Ling Yun's strength. He had always thought that the word escape would never come out of Ling Yun's mouth. But now, Ling Yun had said it. Based on the tacit understanding between the 2 of them, how could Tang Meng not understand that they were in a critical moment? The 4 of them fell silent. Zhuang Meifeng's eyes flashed with endless worry and reluctance. Tai Xiao, whose face was as dark as still water. He hated himself for being so weak. Other than smashing a few bodyguards, he could only watch the battle. In the end, not only could he not be of any help, but he had also become Ling Yun's burden. Tang Meng understood the seriousness of the situation. He secretly tugged on the corner of Zhuang Meifeng's shirt, signaling her to listen to Ling Yun's arrangements. Xiao Mimi had already made up her mind. Once she brought the 3 of them to a safe place, she would immediately rush back. Whether it was life or death, she wanted to be with Ling Yun. If there was a Shikyu herb here, Ling Yun might not have arranged for the 4 of them to escape. As long as there was an endless supply of spiritual energy, Ling Yun could use all his trump cards. Even if he couldn't win, he would still be able to protect the four of them easily. Unfortunately, there was nothing here that could supply Ling Yun with spiritual energy. Moreover, after the battle just now, Ling Yun was left with less than 60% of his spiritual energy. Looking at the four of them, Ling Yun knew that once the spiritual energy in his body was depleted to less than 20%, he wouldn't even be able to use the Tiangang Demon Fist, let alone the Vault of Heaven's Destruction Palm. At that time, he would definitely die. Moreover, Ling Yun's Dragon Fish Phantom ability consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Even if he could escape in the chaos, how far could he go? Ling Yun had seen the middle-aged scholar's Qinggong. Based on his current strength, even if he used the Dragon Fish Phantom ability to the fullest, he wouldn't be able to shake off the middle-aged scholar. When the time came, his spiritual energy would be depleted. He wouldn't be able to escape, and he wouldn't be able to win either. Other than being caught or killed, what other choice did he have? Master Compassionless, why are you being so polite to this cruel thief? Why don't you just kill him, lest he comes out to kill again? Xianxia was shocked, frightened, and angry. Her fat face was pale, and her body was trembling. She pointed a fat finger at Ling Yun and said, "Yes, kill him immediately to avenge our people." Sun Xing thought that Ling Yun didn't dare to come out again. He was behind Xianxia again. Emboldened, he covered his empty stomach and shouted, "Yes, kill him immediately to avenge our people." Abbot Compassionless chanted, "Ba. Please don't be impatient. I'm a monk, and monks abstain from killing. Therefore, I will only capture this evil creature. As for how to deal with him, it's up to you." It was as if Ling Yun had heard the funniest joke in the world. He smirked and appeared 5 meters away from Priest Compassionless in a flash. "Stop pretending to be merciful, you baldy. You know that this mother and son are ruthless, yet you still want to capture me and hand me over to them. What's the difference between that and killing me yourself?" Xianxia and Sun Xing were despicable people. They were tyrannical and evil, but they didn't hide their intentions at all. They said that they wanted to kill Ling Yun, and that they meant it. Master Compassionless knew that Ling Yun would definitely die once he caught him, but he still pretended that he wouldn't kill Ling Yun. He would only capture Ling Yun and hand him over to Sun Xing and his mother. Wasn't that a hypocrite? Master Compassionless, who had been pretending to be an enlightened monk, flew into a rage when he saw Ling Yun call him a baldy and expose his merciful facade. He slammed his staff on the red brick floor. "Pa!" With a loud sound, the red bricks shattered into pieces. The monk's staff made of black gold was stabbed more than a foot deep into the brick floor, straight into the brick floor. "Evil creature, don't speak nonsense. Don't be so insolent. Watch how this poor monk captures you." His words came true. Master Compassionless was furious. He used the 7-star steps and waved his hands left and right at lightning speed. His fat body pounced towards Ling Yun. Master Compassionless used the famous Shaolin Dragon Claw Palm. Seeing this, Ling Yun thought to himself that his judgment was correct. Whether it was in terms of movement or martial arts, this darn baldy was much stronger than Deepa. Of course, he was much stronger. Deepa was only at the mid-stage of Hotian Realm Level 6, but Master Compassionless was already at the peak of Hotian Realm Level 7 and close to Hotian Realm Level 8. "Don't act tough in front of me. I want to see how much rice you can eat." Ling Yun raised his eyebrows and looked serious. He unleashed his stellar condensation technique to the extreme and combined it with the Tiangang Demon Fist to counter Master Compassionless Palm shadows. Bang! Master Compassionless Dragon Claw Palm collided with Ling Yun's fist. Rainwater splashed everywhere from the strong impact. It was a head-on collision. Ling Yun's body staggered back 7 steps before he could stabilize himself. He could feel the blood in his body churning. Master Compassionless only took half a step back. Ling Yun was no match for Ling Yun in just a single exchange. However, Priest Compassionless was secretly shocked because Ling Yun's realm wasn't high enough. Even though he lost to him in terms of Qi Jin, the dragon claw that he had practiced for 30 years didn't cause any damage to Ling Yun. In fact, he even felt a dull pain. Ling Yun's 2 roars were even more domineering than the Buddhist lion's roar. Now that he has such power, it would be very bad if he were to grow stronger. Master Compassionless eyes flashed with murderous intent towards Ling Yun. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The rain was getting heavier. At first, it was just a drizzle, but now it was drizzling. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of the rain. Ling Yan channeled the spiritual energy in his body to suppress his surging qi and blood. His breathing became smoother. He clenched his fists and walked towards Priest Compassionless. What martial arts are you using? Ling Yan asked as he walked. The monk's character was not very good, but his martial arts had piqued Ling Yan's interest. If Ling Yan could master the Shaolin Dragon Claw Palm, it would be another top-notch secret art. Be it the strength of the fingers or the ruthlessness of the moves, if Ling Yan could learn it, it would be another top-notch secret art. Ling Yan had the stellar condensation technique, so he did not need to practice his finger strength. What he was interested in was the Dragon Claw technique. If he could master it, he would not need spiritual energy to use it against his enemies. Evil creature. I'm using the famous Shaolin Dragon Claw technique. Didn't your master tell you about it? The Shaolin Dragon Claw technique was the ultimate technique among the 72 ultimate techniques of Shaolin. Priest Compassionless said proudly when he saw that Ling Yan did not know about it. One monk was already so powerful, but there were still 3 enemies with such strength. Ling Yan cursed in his heart, but the expression on his handsome face remained the same. He smiled indifferently, took a step forward, and said, again. Now, the life and death of the 5 people on Ling Yan's side had fallen on his shoulders. Other than choosing to fight, he had no other choice. Despite knowing that he was no match for Ling Yan, he didn't retreat at all. This made the 4 masters from the Sun family secretly admire Ling Yan's guts and courage. Why didn't the 4 masters help Ling Yan when they saw him kill 3 people? To put it bluntly, they wanted to see Ling Yan's true strength. Secondly, it was inconvenient for them to help because of their status. Ling Yan was only an 18-year-old boy, but they were all in their 40s. Ling Yan was already outnumbered, so if they were to come out and help him, they would be regarded as bullying the weak, which would lower their status and make themselves a laughingstock. Moreover, the Shaolin Temple, the Maoshan sect, and the Tranquil sect were all orthodox martial arts sections. They had to protect their reputation. Of course, although the Netherworld sect could not be said to be an evil sect, it could not be classified as an orthodox sect. This was also one of the reasons why the monk and the 2 Taoists were unwilling to make a move. Although they worked together for the Sun family, they each had their own goals and standpoints. It was good enough that they could mind their own business. Therefore, when Shi Jian and his senior brother were killed by Ling Yan, the 4 masters just watched coldly from the sidelines and no one was willing to help. Furthermore, this monk and 2 Taoists didn't come to Xianxia city to deal with Ling Yan. They had received orders from their sect to investigate the sudden appearance of the sinkhole in Xianxia city. As for He Xingyan, his main responsibility was to ensure the safety of the Sun family. Niao Finjiao and Sun Xing couldn't order him around. This was exactly what Master Compassionless wanted. A smile appeared on his ruddy face as he moved forward again, his 10 fingers forming into claws as he stretched them out. This time, Ling Yan was more careful. He didn't take Master Compassionless' dragon claw head-on. Instead, he used his 1,000 miles godly steps to deal with Master Compassionless. Master Compassionless' claws carried 2 strong gusts of wind as he attacked Ling Yan's vital acupoints. If Ling Yan couldn't dodge one of the attacks, he would definitely be hit. Even if he wasn't injured, he would at least feel uncomfortable. His body was erratic as he dodged left and right, his eyes staring unblinkingly at Master Compassionless' dragon claw. Ling Yan only smiled when Master Compassionless repeated all 36 moves of the Shaolin Dragon Claw. At this time, Ling Yan's spiritual energy had been depleted by another 10%, leaving him with less than 50%. Ling Yan had an eidetic memory. He could remember the essence of the Shaolin Dragon Claw with just one look. Moreover, he could tell that Master Compassionless' speed was his weakness even though he was highly skilled in martial arts. As Ling Yan's figure flashed, he secretly grabbed more than 10 fire talismans in his hands. Then, he suddenly used the Dragonfish Phantom ability. Ling Yan exerted all his strength. His speed was many times faster than before. He circled around Compassionless' fat body, leaving a trail of afterimages. At the same time, he stuck the fire talismans on Compassionless' body. Ling Yan's hands were as fast as lightning. In less than 10 seconds, Ling Yan had secretly stuck more than 10 fire talismans on Master Compassionless' body. "Are you cold from the rain? Let me warm you up." Ling Yan chuckled. Then, he suddenly shouted at Master Compassionless, who was covered in bombs, "Appear." After shouting, Ling Yan used the 1,000 miles godly steps again. His agile body flipped in the air towards Xiaomimi's direction. At the same time, he grabbed a handful of large needles and used the shower of flowers technique to throw them at Sun Xing and his mother in the distance. In order to create chaos, of course, he had to target the weakest and most important target of the opponent, catch them off guard and attack them when they least expect it. "Sun Xing, die." Ling Yan used the mystical dragon howl again without waiting for his body to land. His clear and sonorous voice sounded like a dragon's roar in the silent night sky, giving everyone a shock. While everyone was still in a daze, Ling Yan once again grabbed 2 large needles and threw them at Sun Xing and his mother. Then, he shouted at Xiaomimi and the rest who were equally stunned, "When are we going to leave if not now? Quick! I'll cover you." Xiaomimi saw that the opportunity had come. She stretched out one arm and hugged Shuang Meifeng's delicate body. Then, she sprinted towards the direction of the door. Tai Xiaohu pulled Tang Ming up as well. Striding forward with his iron pillar-like legs, he raised his speed to the maximum and sprinted towards the door. Boom boom boom. As soon as Ling Yan said the word "appear," more than 10 basketball-sized balls of fire exploded at the same time, turning Master Compassionless into a giant flaming man. Fire burned Master Compassionless. Master Compassionless had fallen into Ling Yan's trap. His monk's robe was reduced to ashes in an instant. However, that was not the end because the balls of fire were like maggots in his bones. No matter how hard Compassionless tried to extinguish them, they would not go out. Sizzle. Priest Compassionless was completely surrounded by the raging fire. No matter how good his body hardening skill was, he could not withstand the fire. His white, fat body was sizzling in the fire. It was a fragrant and burnt smell. Aha! Master Compassionless was burnt to a pulp before Ling Yan even landed on the ground. His body was charred black as he rolled around naked in the wet ground. This was a fire talisman drawn by Ling Yan with a magical brush. Not to mention the effect, just the duration of the talisman alone was more than half a minute. Neither water nor rain could extinguish it. Not good. It could be said that Lu Deming had been watching the battle closely. He saw that Ling Yan could only dodge Compassionless' Shaolin Dragon Claw hand. He had long predicted that Ling Yan would run out of stamina sooner or later and be captured by Compassionless. However, he did not expect Ling Yan to attack Compassionless in the blink of an eye. He knew that things were not good when he saw the talisman stuck on Compassionless' body. Unfortunately, it was too late. Since Ling Yan was going to use the talisman, he would naturally be extra cautious of the 2 Taoist priests. Therefore, when he was putting the talisman on Mia Qing's body, he purposely positioned himself to the east of Mia Qing, blocking their line of sight. Ling Yan did not know if the other party knew how to use talismans, but he did not dare to be careless at this critical moment. Therefore, when Lu Deming realized that Compassionless' body was covered with talismans, Ling Yan had already flown up and shouted the word "appear." Lu Deming was a Maoshan disciple, so he was naturally proficient in talismans. Therefore, he knew that Ling Yan had used the fire talisman the moment he saw the flames on Compassionless' body. Among the 4 experts, Lu Deming's martial arts realm was the lowest. He was only in the middle of Hotian realm level 7. However, if he were to use his talisman techniques, his strength would be above Compassionless. That was why the first to attack was Master Compassionless, who was at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 7. Of course, he deserved it. It's the fire talisman. Lu Deming did not have time to say anything. He flew to the side of Priest Compassionless, who was rolling on the ground. He took out a few talismans and threw them at the charred Priest Compassionless. At the same time, he started chanting incantations. A few water balls appeared out of thin air and landed on Compassionless' chest, lower body, and other vital parts. The flames were extinguished in an instant. While Lu Deming was busy saving people, He Xingyan was also in a panic. Lu Deming was blocked by Ling Yan, but Ling Yan had covered Master Compassionless with talismans in a matter of seconds. Xianxia had a bad premonition, but before he could react, he saw Master Compassionless on fire. That was when he became even more careful. Indeed, as soon as Lingyun stood up, dozens of silver streaks shot towards Sun Xing and his mother. There were even a few streaks that shot towards him. Such a technique! Xianxia was secretly shocked. However, he moved as fast as lightning. He was an expert in hidden weapons, so it was naturally easy for him to deal with dozens of large needles. However, Lingyun's attack was too fast and there were too many needles. Xianxia could only move his body sideways to avoid the needles that were aimed at him. At the same time, he grabbed Sun Xing and his mother and leaped away from their original position. Before he could stabilize himself, Lingyun used the mystical dragon howl. At the same time, 2 large needles flew towards the 3 of them. Xianxia looked at the hundreds of large needles flying towards him. They covered a radius of 3 to 4 meters around him. He had no other choice but to carry Sun Xing and his mother and move 10 meters horizontally. He had saved them, but he was getting further and further away from Lingyun. From the moment Lingyun shouted out the command to the moment Xiao Mimi and the rest escaped, only 7 or 8 seconds had passed. However, the situation had changed drastically and turned into chaos. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The fire talisman that Lingyun drew was of the lowest level. If he didn't use the magical brush, the flame that appeared would only be the size of an adult's palm. The temperature of the flame was similar to that of firewood, and it could only be maintained for 3 to 5 seconds. However, the talisman paper and ink were still made from the same materials. Once Lingyun used the magical brush to draw them and infused his spiritual energy into them, the effect of the talisman would increase tenfold. The flames were the size of basketballs, and the temperature of the flames was frighteningly high. Each ball of flame could last for about 30 seconds. They could only disappear naturally after 30 seconds. The power of the fire talisman was evident from the fact that the small tree in mansion number 1, which was growing healthily in less than half a minute, had its trunk, which was as thick as a child's arm, destroyed by the fire. That was not a withered tree trunk that could easily burn with just a touch. Lingyun pasted more than a dozen of these fire talismans on every part of Master Compassionless's body. Then, he shouted, "Come!" Seeing over a dozen basketball-sized flames suddenly erupt from a person's body, unable to be shaken off or extinguished, his flesh sizzling as he rolled on the ground, howling miserably, who wouldn't be shocked and panicked? Of course, Master Compassionless's hands were dancing non-stop when he used the Shaolin Dragon Claw hand. That was why Lingyun didn't have the chance to stick the fire talismans above his neck. Most of the fire talismans were stuck on his back. Only 3 or 4 of them were smashed on his chest, abdomen, and thighs. Otherwise, he would have been burned to death. Lu Deming, the Maoshan Daoist priest, used a few water talismans to extinguish the flames in front of Master Compassionless. Only water like that could extinguish the flames from the fire talismans. However, Lu Deming could not draw such a clear water talisman with his current Taoist techniques and talisman techniques. It was given to him by his grand senior brother of the Maoshan sect. Therefore, Lu Deming could only watch the other flames burning on Priest Compassionless' body. He was so anxious that he could not do anything about it. Zhuang Tianda's family of 3 retreated into the living room in fear when they saw Priest Compassionless' miserable state. Xianxia carried Niao Finjiao and Sun Xing with both hands and retreated repeatedly to avoid the flying needles. On the other hand, Xiao Mimi's silhouette had already disappeared. Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng were already more than 20 meters away. Their speed was getting faster and faster, faster than a 100-meter sprint, run. He ran for his life. Since Lingyun had created an opportunity for them, everything that Lingyun had done would be in vain if they still couldn't escape. Lingyun laughed heartily and raised his hands again. He threw a handful of large needles in the direction of Lu Deming and Xianxia, forcing them into a panic. Using the dragon fish phantom ability, Lingyun caught up with the escaping Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng. He used both of his hands to clamp the 2 of them under his armpits. Then, he increased his speed to the maximum and dashed towards the entrance of the villa. The straight-line distance between him and the main entrance was less than 200 meters. To Lingyun, he only needed 10 leaps to send Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng away. Therefore, he could not care less about the depletion of his spiritual energy as he ran for his life. This was the second time the three of them had worked together. Unlike the time when they went to Qingyun Productions to collect debts, they could only run away now. Big brother Yun. Boss. Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng were choked with tears when they saw that Ling Yun still cared about them at such a critical moment. Ling Yun didn't say a word. Instead, he leaped with all his might. His body was as fast as lightning. He wanted to send the two of them away as much as possible. What a sinister and vicious thief. I, Priestess Heartless, will subdue you today so that you won't come out and harm the world again. Priestess Heartless, who was in the early stages of Hotian Realm Level 8, snorted coldly. Her triangular eyes were filled with murderous intent as she leaped dozens of meters. Her gorgeous robe fluttered in the air as she chased after Ling Yun like a bolt of lightning. Lu Deming was busy treating the burnt priest compassionless, and he Xingyan had to protect Sun Xing and his mother. However, Priestess Heartless from the Tranquil sect wasn't harassed at all. Therefore, when Ling Yun turned to escape, she followed suit. She was determined to stop Ling Yun. Priestess Heartless Qinggong was extremely good. Normally, Ling Yun could use his Dragon Fish Phantom ability to its limit to shake off Priestess Heartless. However, he was carrying Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng, whose combined weight was close to 400 kilograms. Not to mention shaking off Priestess Heartless could catch up to them at any time. They were less than 100 meters away from the entrance of the mansion. At this moment, Priestess Heartless' figure appeared behind Ling Yun like a ghost. She didn't hold back as she swung the horsetail whisk in her hand at Ling Yun's back. Ling Yun was in the air and couldn't avoid it. He could only activate the stellar condensation technique to protect himself and take the blow head-on. The horsetail whisk, which was usually softer than hair, was like thousands of steel wires as it struck Ling Yun's back with Priestess Heartless Hotian Realm Level 8 Qi. Bam! The back of Ling Yun's shirt was torn into strips of cloth that were thinner than silk. Fresh blood gushed out. Even with the protection of the stellar condensation technique, the difference between their realms was too great. Ling Yun's flesh was lacerated and he sustained external injuries. Big brother Yun. Boss. Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng exclaimed anxiously at the same time. Tang Meng was quick-witted. He grabbed a handful of fire talismans and threw them at Priestess Heartless who was behind Ling Yun. He shouted, "Appear." At the same time, he scolded, "I'll burn you to death, you old *tch." Priestess Heartless still remembered the tragic scene of Master Compassionless being roasted by the fire. She swung her horsetail whisk without hesitation. At the same time, she swung her other hand in the air and slapped away all the palm-sized flames formed by the fire talismans. In this way, her body, which was faster than Ling Yun's, was naturally slowed down, giving Ling Yun an opportunity. Ling Yun let out a muffled groan as his body fell rapidly. However, he didn't stop after he landed on the ground. He used the Dragon Fish Phantom ability to its limit and leaped up again. His body flew another 30 meters in the air and raised both his hands when he landed. Hold on to Tang Meng and protect him when he lands. Just like the day when he threw Tai Xiaohu on the field, Ling Yun combined their bodies together and threw them high up into the air with an exquisite technique. Tai Xiaohu would definitely be the first to hit the ground. Now that he had the protection of the stellar condensation technique, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fall. Ling Yun knew that they were less than 70 meters away from the entrance of the villa. If he threw them with all his might, they wouldn't be more than 10 meters away from the entrance even if they didn't hit the ground. My two good brothers, I can only send you up to here. Ling Yun shouted at the two people who were hugging each other tightly in the air. He then turned around quickly and stood in front of Priestess Heartless. Without hesitation, he threw a large needle at her, a rain of flowers. Priestess Heartless sneered and didn't stop walking. She swung the horsetail whisk in her hand and swept away all the flying needles. Then, she said coldly, "You little thief. Do you think you can deal with me with just a few flying needles? Among the four of them, there are 3 ordinary people. I can let them go, but you won't be able to leave." Priestess Heartless stood 3 meters in front of Ling Yun. She was calm and unruffled, her eyes filled with sharpness as she sneered. Ling Yun didn't have time to speak. He had just taken a blow from Priestess Heartless and was already injured. He silently took out a healing talisman and stuck it on his back. Then, he silently chanted in his heart, "Come." The burning sensation on his back turned cool, and his injuries healed in an instant. At the same time, Ling Yan heard the sound of Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng landing on the ground and Xiao Mimi's shout. He was relieved to know that the four of them were finally out of danger. Ling Yan knew that he couldn't escape. He had used up a lot of his spiritual energy to protect the four of them. He had less than 40% of his spiritual energy left. Since he couldn't escape, he had to think of a way to deal with the enemy so that Xiao Mimi, Zhuang Meifeng, and Xiao Mimi could leave safely. Ling Yan rolled his eyes and stared at Priestess Heartless' breasts. "Your breasts are so big that I can't even look at them. Why are you running away?" Teasing. Definitely teasing. Of course, Ling Yan was planning to buy enough time for the four of them. However, he didn't know that he was teasing a female Taoist from the Tranquil sect. The Tranquil sect was definitely a pure land of Taoism. Moreover, all the disciples in the sect were female. No one in the pugilistic world would dare to violate the female disciples of the Tranquil sect. Ling Yan was extremely daring. He dared to tease Priestess Heartless from the Tranquil sect. He could be considered the only one who did so. Sure enough, Priestess Heartless was infuriated by Ling Yan's words. She had never been humiliated like this before. "Shameless thief, hand over your life." Priestess Heartless' pretty face turned as red as a monkey's butt. Her body trembled as she shouted angrily, "Shameless thief, die." Priestess Heartless was furious. She swung the horsetail whisk in her hand and rushed toward Ling Yan. That was exactly what Ling Yan wanted. Since he was able to create chaos and cover the escape of Xiao Mimi and the rest, he wouldn't be able to stop Priestess Heartless if she were to run to the door and leave Xiao Mimi and the rest there. Therefore, Ling Yan could only think of a way to make Priestess Heartless deal with him. Ling Yan used the 1,000 miles godly steps and jumped lightly to avoid Priestess Heartless' attack. He then laughed loudly. "I roasted Priest Compassionless like a suckling pig, and you're so anxious. Don't tell me there's something going on between the two of you? A monk and a Taoist nun, what a perfect match." This was like adding fuel to the fire. Priestess Heartless' face was flushed with shame, and she gritted her teeth in hatred. "Shameless pervert, I'm going to tear you to pieces," she shouted angrily as she chased after Ling Yan. "If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Ling Yan deliberately humiliated Priestess Heartless and teased her in every possible way. Priestess Heartless was so angry that she couldn't care less about anything else. She was determined to catch up to him and kill him on the spot. Ling Yan naturally wouldn't let Heartless catch up. He used the 1,000 miles godly steps and dashed into the small forest, cursing as he escaped. "You two are called Heartless and Heartless. If you're not old lovers, then what are you? Old Lady Heartless, your old man has been burned by me. Why don't you go back and check on him? Don't be too sad if that thing of his is damaged by me." Priestess Heartless' face was flushed with anger. She gritted her teeth in anger at Ling Yan's logical explanation. She wanted nothing more than to kill him on the spot. Unfortunately, Ling Yan had lured her into the small forest. She was wearing a loose Taoist robe and holding a horsetail whisk in her hand. Blocked by the messy branches, her speed was imperceptibly slowed down. She was not as agile as Ling Yan. Ling Yan shuttled left and right in the small forest. After shaking off Heartless' pursuit, he dashed towards the villa. There were still two people on the other side. If they reacted and chased after Xiao Mimi and Zhuang Meifeng, all their efforts would be in vain. Ling Yan rushed to the edge of the small forest and shouted without hesitation, "I'm back. Sun Xing, come out and die." Besieging Wei to save Zhao, needless to say, He Xingyan had just settled Niao Fenjiao and Sun Xing, who were still in a state of shock. He was about to capture the four of them while Priestess Heartless was chasing after Ling Yan. Hearing Ling Yan's voice, He Xingyan was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. Xiao Mimi, Zhuang Meifeng, and the others were just ants in He Xingyan's eyes. He could capture them at any time if he wanted to. However, he could forget about being a guest of the Sun family if he had to sacrifice the lives of Sun Xing and his mother. The fire on Priest Compassionless' body had just been extinguished, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Compassionless' body was charred as if he had just crawled out of a stove or a pile of coal. He was even darker than a black man in Africa. Priest Compassionless had already stood up from the ground. Lu Deming had given him the best gold wound balm and given his Taoist robe to Compassionless for him to wear. Priest Compassionless was badly burned this time. His chest and back were charred, and the slightest movement would cause the charred flesh to fall off, revealing the tender, red flesh underneath. Even with his profound cultivation, he was in so much pain that he hissed and sucked in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, they were only external injuries. Priest Compassionless endured the pain and refused to go back to his room to rest. Priest Compassionless didn't chant Ba anymore. He wanted nothing more than to tear Ling Yun into pieces. Priest Compassionless was furious when he heard that Ling Yun had returned. He picked up his Buddhist staff from the ground and rushed towards the source of Ling Yun's voice. Ling Yun, I swear I'm not a human if I don't kill you today. Hiss. Although he hated him, he was still injured. Every step he took caused a heart-wrenching pain. Huh. Ling Yun didn't hide. Instead, he jumped out of the small forest. He was stunned when he saw Priest Compassionless charging towards him. How can you still fight when you're so badly burned? This delay gave Priestess Heartless enough time to fly out of the woods. She shouted angrily, you shameless thief. You can't escape now. Surrender. Priestess Heartless swung the horsetail whisk in her hand, twisted her body, and flew towards Ling Yun. She didn't wait to land on the ground as she raised her right arm and used the earth-splitting technique on Ling Yun's body. Ling Yun giggled and moved 4 or 5 meters to the side, dodging Priestess Heartless' fatal blow. Then, she turned her head and shouted at Priestess Heartless, you heartless old hag. Look at how badly your old lover is burned. He's limping and can't even run. Don't you know to bring him into the forest to check if his vital parts are damaged? I'm going to kill you. Priestess Heartless was so enraged by Ling Yun that she almost forgot to use her cultivation technique. She only focused on attacking Ling Yun in a frenzy. What? Old lover? Emotionless was stunned by Ling Yun's words. His limping speed slowed down, and at the same time, his right hand couldn't help but touch his lower body. Fortunately, Taoist priest Lu Deming reacted quickly and saved Priest Compassionless in time. His vital parts were only slightly burned. Ling Yun laughed as he dodged Priestess Heartless' crazy attacks. He pointed at Priest Compassionless and teased, what do you think? Am I right? Priest Compassionless, since you're a monk, what difference does it make if you don't have it? You're really a playboy monk. Bull*T. I'll kill you. Priest Compassionless finally realized that Ling Yun had been saying that he and Priestess Heartless had a JQ. No wonder the usually calm Priestess Heartless was so crazy. Priest Compassionless' eyes widened in anger. He raised his staff and limped towards Ling Yun. His actions were comical. A pair of old lovers are ganging up to beat me up. I'm so scared. Ling Yun pretended to yell in fear. He used the 1,000 miles godly steps again and leaped more than 10 meters towards Niao Fenjiao and Sun Xing. Ling Yun had less than 40% of his spiritual energy left. There was only one way for him to escape. He had to capture either Niao Fenjiao or Sun Xing before he ran out of spiritual energy. That was the only way for him to escape successfully, otherwise, he would not be able to die so easily if he was caught after severely injuring and killing 3 of them, and angering Priestess Heartless to such an extent. Priest Compassionless and Priestess Heartless chased after Ling Yun. Ling Yun was getting closer and closer to Sun Xing and his mother. Immeasurable heavenly venerate. Taoist priest Lu Deming finally made his move when he saw that Priest Compassionless and Priest Compassionless were being fooled by Ling Yun. Lu Deming appeared in front of Ling Yun in a flash, blocking his way. Then, he shouted his Taoist name and shouted, you're so sinister at such a young age. I won't let you off today. 3 against 1, Ling Yun was grumbling in his heart. However, that was how it was in a fight. He had no choice but to maintain a smile on his face. Aren't you afraid of losing face if word gets out that you're bullying me? Ling Yun used the mystical dragon hell once again, maintaining his forward speed. He raised both his hands at the same time and threw the large needles and iron nails that he had prepared at Lu Deming. Lu Deming didn't dare to take it head-on. He flicked his horsetail whisk in the air and moved his body 7 to 8 meters away to avoid Ling Yun's hidden weapons. Ling Yun's mystical dragon hell almost ruptured Niao Fenjiao and Sun Xing's eardrums. They covered their ears in fear, 18 meters away. The target was right in front of him. Ling Yun once again reached into his robes and took out another large needle and another iron nail. Raising his hands behind his back, the two hidden weapons shot out. The needles and nails seemed to have eyes of their own. They turned into a sky full of silver and black rays under the light and drizzling rain. They flew towards Priest Compassionless and Priest Compassionless, forcing them to stop in their tracks and deal with the hidden weapons in front of them in a flurry, in the blink of an eye. Ling Yun finally used the dragonfish phantom ability again. He crossed the 18 meters in a flash and appeared in front of Sun Xing and his mother. Sun Xing, die. Kid, I admire your bravery, alertness, and intelligence. However, you're not qualified to kill the people I'm protecting. He Xingyan, who had been silently guarding Sun Xing and his mother, finally made his move. He Xingyan twisted his body and stood between Ling Yun and Sun Xing, raising his hand with a smile. Chi, chi, chi. 3 golden darts flew towards Ling Yun's head, chest, and abdomen. They were as fast as lightning. However, He Xingyan had laughed too early. This was the only chance for him to escape. How could Ling Yun give up on it even if it meant his death? Ling Yun steeled his heart, a rare flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. He wasn't being ruthless to his enemy, he was being ruthless to himself. He channeled the stellar condensation technique throughout his body and faced the 3 darts with only a slight tilt of his head. Pooh, pu. One of the darts brushed past Ling Yun's ear, while the other 2 landed squarely on Ling Yun's chest and abdomen. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Ling Yun's body trembled in pain, but he didn't stop moving. He grabbed a large number of talismans in each of his hands and threw them at He Xingyan. At the same time, he shouted, appear. He Xingyan turned pale with fright. He Xingyan had seen Priest Compassionless' tragic state clearly. Now that he saw Ling Yun attacking him again, he was scared out of his wits. He Xingyan gathered his strength at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm level 8 and waved his palms continuously, sending 7 to 8 basketball-sized fireballs flying. However, Ling Yun's technique of throwing the talismans was exquisite. Just as He Xingyan sent the fireballs in front of him flying, 2 basketball-sized fireballs flew towards his legs. He had to hide even if he didn't want to. He Xingyan sighed in his heart. He had no choice but to move his body sideways. At the same time, he used all his strength to shoot more than 10 daggers at his original position. This was the only way to stop Ling Yun. As long as Ling Yun took a step back, Priest Compassionless and Priest Lu Deming would stop him again. Then, he wouldn't be able to catch Sun Xing and his mother. At this time, Priest Compassionless and Priest Lu Deming had already swept away the hidden weapons that were aimed at him. If Ling Yun went after Sun Xing and his mother recklessly, he would definitely be attacked from 3 sides. How ruthless was Ling Yun? He only laughed coldly as he increased his speed to the maximum. His figure flashed like lightning and rushed towards the gap created by He Xingyan. Pa. Pa. Pu 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 pu. 2 horsetail whisks and 9 daggers hit Ling Yun's body at the same time. Ling Yun's body shook violently as countless arrows of blood spurted out from his body. He was instantly covered in blood. However, his body also collided with Sun Xing and his mother, who were hugging each other and trembling. Then, he lifted Sun Xing with one hand like an eagle catching a chick. Using his dragonfish phantom ability, he leaped more than 20 meters away and turned around with a cold smile. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Pft, 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 pft. Ling Yun struck Sun Xing's acupoints as fast as lightning. This way, even if the other party tried to snatch Sun Xing back, Sun Xing would still die a horrible death as long as Ling Yun didn't remove the restriction. Following that, Ling Yun struck a few acupoints on his own body to stop the bleeding. Then, he endured the pain and removed the 2 golden darts and 9 flying knives from his body. Even though he had sealed a few of his acupoints, blood was still gushing out of his body as he removed the hidden weapons from his body at lightning speed. Ling Yun's current situation could be said to be extremely horrifying, but he acted as if nothing had happened. He ignored the wounds and blood on his body, his eyes cold and his expression calm. While his enemies were still in a daze, Ling Yun immediately took out 7 or 8 healing talismans and stuck them all over his body. Then, he shouted in his heart, activate. The healing talismans were indeed miraculous when it came to external injuries. In less than 10 seconds, all the wounds on his body had healed as if they had never been injured in the first place. However, due to the excessive blood loss, his handsome face looked a little pale under the light. Ling Yan stood in the rain, letting the rain wash away the bloodstains on his body. The rainwater mixed with the fresh blood and dripped along his tattered clothes to the ground. Very quickly, the place where he stood was dyed red. Xianxia rolled on the ground like a gourd after being hit by Ling Yan. She only stopped after rolling for 3 to 4 meters. Even though Ling Yan didn't grab her, she didn't feel good either. All she felt was that her internal organs had shifted positions, and she was seeing stars. She was covered in mud and water. She was in a sorry state, and she no longer had the imposing demeanor of Mrs. Sun. Xianxia felt as if she had been hit by a speeding car. Her entire body was sore, and she couldn't get up even after struggling for a while. Even though Ling Yan had taken 2 blows from the horsetail whisk and 9 flying daggers, he had already channeled the stellar condensation technique throughout his body. With his current level of mastery over the first level of the stellar condensation technique, an ordinary expert wouldn't be able to hurt him even if they were wielding a normal sword. His body was as tough as steel. When he had used the dragonfish phantom ability to dash forward at high speed, he had been no different from a speeding car. If it wasn't for Xianxia's flying daggers, Xianxia and Sun Xing would have been knocked unconscious and vomited blood. Sun. When Xianxia regained her senses and looked up, she realized that Sun Xing was already in Ling Yan's hands. She screamed in shock. Ling Yan, you're courting death. Xianxia, Priestess Heartless, Taoist Priest Lu Deming, and Priest Compassionless, who had just limped over, immediately surrounded Ling Yan at the 4 corners of the room. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Ling Yan forced Lu Deming to dodge to the moment he captured Sun Xing, only 10 seconds had passed. No one had expected Ling Yan to be so ruthless. Not only was he ruthless to his enemies, but he was even more ruthless to himself. The 4 experts were secretly shocked. They weren't even pretending anymore. From their point of view, everyone could easily tell that Ling Yan was only at the early stages of Hotian Realm Level 5. However, Ling Yan's lightning-fast speed, unpredictable movements, unheard-of fist and palm techniques, thunderous roars in the clear sky, superb hidden weapons like flying needles, and that terrifying fire talisman, on top of that, his extraordinary wit and courage, as well as his ruthlessness, had deeply shocked the 4 experts. It was already heaven-defying for an 18-year-old youth to be able to reach the early stages of Hotian Realm Level 5. However, he had managed to rescue the 4 masters from under the noses of so many people. Moreover, he had managed to force the 4 masters into a panic and capture Sun Xing as a hostage. This youth would definitely be a heaven-defying existence if he were to grow up. If they let Ling Yan escape tonight, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. The 4 masters subconsciously looked at each other and saw the deep murderous intent in each other's eyes. In an instant, they reached a consensus. Ling Yan had to die. If Ling Yan were to succeed in his cultivation in the future, wouldn't they be unable to eat or sleep in peace? Ling Yan, hand over the person, and I'll consider leaving your corpse in one piece. Xianxia said coldly as he stared at Ling Yan with a gloomy expression. Ling Yan laughed disdainfully and said, "Bullsh**T. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Or is your head full of mush? Hand over the person and leave my corpse in one piece. Do you think I'll do that?" Even though Ling Yan's expression was calm and composed, he was actually complaining in his heart. After the intense battle just now, he was left with a pitiful 20% of his spiritual energy, trapped in the middle of the 4 masters. He couldn't think of a good way to escape no matter how hard he tried. All he could do was delay for time. However, it was meaningless for Ling Yan to delay for time. The reason why he was able to do so at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3 was because of the spiritual energy in his body. However, he hadn't reached the chi cultivation stage yet, so the spiritual energy in his body couldn't be generated on its own. Moreover, there was nothing around him that could absorb spiritual energy. If Ling Yan reached physique tempering stage 4, he would be able to delay for time. Even if his spiritual energy was depleted, he could still use the yin-yang harmony balance. Even though the yin-yang harmony balance didn't produce spiritual energy, it could produce the same internal force or true qi as the martial arts experts in this world. By then, he would be able to use all kinds of martial arts even without spiritual energy. In other words, if Ling Yun didn't rely on the spiritual energy in his body, he would only be able to enter the Hotian realm after reaching physique tempering stage 4. Once Ling Yun had internal force or true qi in his body, he would be able to reach the early stages of Hotian realm level 5 very quickly. Without spiritual energy in his body, Ling Yun was like a human punching bag. He couldn't use any of his techniques or speed, so he could only rely on the stellar condensation technique to fight his enemies. However, the 4 masters in front of him, 2 at Hotian realm level 8 and 2 at Hotian realm level 7, could easily break his stellar condensation technique and injure him. How many healing talismans did he have? He couldn't leave now. Moreover, he would lose a lot of blood every time he was injured. If he lost too much blood, he would still die. Ling Yun sighed and pointed at Xianxia, who was still lying on the ground. I say, your precious son is in my hands now. Do you want him to live or die? Of course, he wouldn't let Sun Xing go for nothing after spending so much effort to capture him. This was Ling Yun's only bargaining chip now. He started negotiating. The reason why Ling Yun only captured Sun Xing and not Xianxia was to leave her with the enemy so that he could negotiate with her. If Ling Yun had captured both Xianxia and Sun Xing, the 4 masters would have tried their best to make him stay to save them. He wouldn't even have a chance to negotiate. Even if he could kill Xianxia and Sun Xing, he would definitely die. Was there a need to ask? Of course, Xianxia couldn't just watch her precious son die in Ling Yun's hands. She struggled and said, Ling Yun, don't kill my son. As long as you let him go, I can agree to any condition. Ling Yun thought to himself, Xianxia is indeed cautious. As long as you care about your son, everything will be fine. He chuckled and said, all right, the son. Family's madam is really straightforward. Then my request is also very simple, let these 4 people let me go. After I leave and confirm that I'm safe, I promise to let your son go. Xianxia looked at her son in pain in Ling Yun's hands. She thought of Ling Yun's ruthless methods and was scared out of her wits. She quickly turned to He Xingyan and said, Mr. He, since that B*TCH has escaped, why don't you let Ling Yun go? He Xingyan frowned and pondered. Before he could say anything, Ling Yun snorted and slapped Sun Xing's monkey face 7 or 8 times. Sun Xing's skinny face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The palm prints on his face were extremely clear. His entire face turned into a red pig's head, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ling Yun said to Xianxia coldly after he was done, who are you calling AB*TCH? If you want to say something, then say it. Wash your stinky mouth clean first. Sun Xing and his mother were bound to die. Ling Yun had no reason to be polite to them. Sun Xing was in pain. He was so scared that he wailed at his mother, Mom, save me. Hurry up and tell them to get out of the way, or I'll be beaten to death. Now that Sun Xing had fallen into the hands of Ling Yun, he was really scared silly. If he hadn't vomited everything in his stomach when he saw the miserable state of the 3 dead people, he would have been so scared that he would have shit his pants by now. This was a real murder, not a joke. Xianxia was anxious and distressed. She urged He Xingyan again, Mr. He, please let Ling Yun go for the sake of the Sun family. He Xingyan's eyes narrowed into slits, and his pupils turned into needle-like glints. He quickly glanced at the other 3 experts and realized that none of them had any intention of stepping aside. He immediately knew what was going on. He Xingyan suddenly smirked. Mrs. Sun, you're too naive. Do you really think that Ling Yun will let young Master Sun go? You didn't see it just now. After Ling Yun captured young Master Sun, he sealed more than 10 of his major acupuncture points. I believe that even if he keeps his promise and lets young Master Sun go, he won't live for more than 24 hours. What? Xianxiao's face turned pale. Ah? Mom, save me. I don't want to die. Sun Xing screamed in despair. Ling Yun raised his hand and gave Sun Xing 2 more slaps. Shut up. He said coldly. Then, Ling Yun smiled at Xianxia. Mrs. Sun, is this your family's fighter? How dare he lie to you just to kill me? I only sealed a few of your son's acupuncture points. As long as I leave safely, I'll naturally release him. This? Xianxia looked at Ling Yun, then at He Xingyan. She did not know who to believe. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Madam Sun, don't believe this bastard's nonsense. He's obviously stalling for time and waiting for an opportunity to escape. This bastard captured Almsgiver's son as a hostage so that we won't be able to harm him. If we let him go, Almsgiver's son will be in grave danger. Why don't we capture this bastard and force him to release Almsgiver's son's acupoints? That's the best plan. Master Compassionless might be fat, but he was very smart. He was the one who suffered the most because of Ling Yun. How could he hold back now that Ling Yun was surrounded? To be honest, Sun Xing's life was nothing in the eyes of the four masters. They had already reached a tacit agreement to kill Ling Yun tonight, even if it meant sacrificing Sun Xing's life. It was true that Sun Xing was the legitimate son of the Sun family, but in the eyes of the four great masters, he was nothing compared to the current Ling Yun. Master Compassionless became angrier as he spoke. He raised his staff in the air before Xianxia could reply. Bastard, surrender now. Priest Compassionless endured the pain and leaped 4 meters into the air. He swung his staff at Ling Yun's head. Woo! Ling Yun had captured Sun Xing because he was betting that the other party wouldn't disregard Sun Xing's life. Even if the negotiation failed, he could still stall for time and wait for reinforcements. He never imagined that the other party would not only see through his plan but also attack without a care for Sun Xing's life. Compassionless my ass. Ling Yun was depressed and puzzled. Wasn't Sun Xing their young master? Why didn't they care about his life? Of course, Ling Yun didn't know that if he captured the son of a sect leader in the cultivation world, he might be able to threaten that sect leader so that the entire sect wouldn't dare to act rashly. However, for a rich and powerful family in the city, the four masters didn't need to listen to the Sun family's orders at all. They were merely taking what they needed. As guests of the Sun family, they could be considered as part of the foundation of the Sun family. They gave the Sun family some kind of support, and at the same time, they protected the safety of the important figures of the family. In return, the Sun family provided all kinds of material and resource support for them or the sects behind them. If Ling Yun had used Sun Xing's father as a hostage, there might have been room for negotiation. However, he was using Sun Xing as a hostage. Even if Sun Xing were to die because of the four masters, the Sun family wouldn't dare to say anything. Just like how Xuantianda was completely dominated by Xianxia, there wasn't much to be said about it. Ling Yun cursed in his heart, but it was too late for him to say anything now. He could only choose to fight. Ling Yun sneered as he watched Priest Compassionless' staff smash towards him like a windmill. He grabbed Sun Xing's belt and shouted at Xianxia, "Look closely, the one who killed your son isn't me, it's Mieching, that bald dog." Ling Yun didn't forget to take advantage of Priest Compassionless' mouth even at this time. Sun Xing struggled desperately in the air as he watched the staff smash towards his body. His voice was even more tragic than a pig being slaughtered. Priest Compassionless was a monk after all. He could attack Ling Yun, but he couldn't bring himself to smash Sun Xing into a pulp. That was why he changed his attack midway and swung the staff horizontally towards Ling Yun's legs. This was going to be a fight to the death. Go! At this moment, He Xingyan shouted and rushed forward. In a flash, he was behind Ling Yun. He stretched out both of his palms. One of them was aimed at Sun Xing, while the other was aimed at Ling Yun's back. F***ck. Don't you have any shame? Ling Yun was infuriated when he saw that all of them were charging towards him. Don't give me a chance to turn the tables. Had Ling Yun ever experienced being bullied like this before? Of course he had. It was a common occurrence in the cultivation world to be besieged by the major sections. However, after Ling Yun escaped, he came back and annihilated every single one of them. If I don't get my revenge, I'm not a man. Priestess Heartless and Taoist priest Lu Deming also charged towards Ling Yun. They swung their horsetail whisks at Ling Yun's abdomen. Ling Yun didn't withdraw his hand from Sun Xing's body. He used his dragon fish phantom ability and leaped towards Priest Compassionless. At the same time, he grabbed 2 fire talismans and acted as if he was going to hit Priest Compassionless. Once bitten, twice shy, Priest Compassionless' heart skipped a beat when he saw the talismans in Ling Yun's hand. He quickly withdrew his staff and dodged with all his might, ignoring the pain all over his body. It's good that you know fear. Ling Yun laughed heartily as he leaped past Priest Compassionless's previous position and rushed towards the small forest a few dozen meters away. He was alone, facing the four masters on this open lawn. The hostage he had captured had become a burden. He couldn't throw them away, and he didn't even have a place to hide. He was afraid that he would soon use up the remaining spiritual chi in his body, and then he would be finished. "You're still trying this trick?" This time, Xianxia and Priestess Heartless were already prepared. Seeing that Ling Yun was about to enter the forest again, they used their qigong to the maximum and blocked Ling Yun's path. *T, there's less than 20% of my spiritual energy left in my body. I'm too slow. Seeing that he was blocked, he could clearly feel that the speed of his Dragon Ichthyosaur Phantom ability wasn't as fast as before. His Dragon Ichthyosaur Phantom ability wasn't as effective as before. "Kid, you must be exhausted after such a long battle, right?" Xianxia's eyes were sharp. He could tell that Ling Yun's movement technique had slowed down. He could not help but smirk. Ling Yun looked at Xianxia and Priestess Heartless in front of him and remained silent for the first time. All he could do was adjust his breathing. At the same time, his mind was racing, thinking of all kinds of strategies, thinking of how to escape with his life. His opponents had surrounded him with no regard for Sun Xing's life. If Ling Yun was caught, he would undoubtedly be killed on the spot. "Kid, don't even think about escaping. I think you should just let young Master Sun go and accept your fate." Xianxia couldn't help but laugh arrogantly when he finally had control of the situation. Just as he was about to speak, he felt an extremely faint trace of spiritual energy coming from above his head. It wasn't the spiritual energy of a plant, but the spiritual energy of an animal, even though the spiritual energy was so faint that it was almost undetectable. Ling Yun's body was currently lacking in spiritual energy. Therefore, he was extremely sensitive to spiritual energy. He felt it immediately. It's getting closer and closer. At this moment, in the rainy night that was getting heavier, a thumb-sized, chubby golden silkworm was flapping its wings 100 meters up in the sky. At the same time, it swooped down rapidly. Without a doubt, this was Xiaomiao's golden silkworm. She had already given it a cute name, Xiaojin. Why is Xiaojin here? After Xiaomiao entered Qingshui High's grade 12 class 6, she quickly found out about Ling Yun's heaven-defying performance from the discussions of her classmates. On top of that, she purposely asked Zhang Ling about Ling Yun's background. Thus, she knew that Ling Yun was no ordinary person. Soon, Xiaomiao discovered the relationship between Ling Yun and Shui Mining. When she found out through Xiaojin that Ling Yun had saved Shui Mining during the car accident, she began to suspect that Ling Yun was the one who suppressed the heart-devouring goo worm and saved Miracle Dr. Shui. Especially when she knew about Ling Yun's miraculous medical skills and unparalleled acupuncture skills, Xiaomiao was almost certain that the person who saved her grandfather, Miracle Dr. Shui, was Ling Yun or Ling Yun's master. However, until last night, when Xiaomiao accompanied Zhang Ling to the SOS disco bar to dance, she still couldn't confirm whether it was Ling Yun or Ling Yun's master who saved Miracle Dr. Shui. With this conclusion, Xiaomiao began to secretly watch Ling Yun's movements. According to Shui Mining's character, it was impossible for her not to look for Ling Yun during the 3-day Qingming festival holiday. She would definitely ask Ling Yun to go to her house. Xiaojin could fly, and its speed was faster than lightning. Based on Ling Yun's current realm, it was impossible for Ling Yun to detect it at an altitude of more than 200 meters. Xiaojin only followed Ling Yun for a day, but it already knew Ling Yun's approximate daily activities. It was none other than Qingshui Wharf's Mansion No. 9, Qingxi Villa District's Mansion No. 1, the rental house, and the clinic that had yet to open. Xiaomiao and Xiaojin were telepathic, so she roughly understood Ling Yun's situation. That night, she naturally let Xiaojin watch Ling Yun. At around 10 o'clock at night, Xiaojin suddenly realized that Ling Yun had left Mansion No. 1 and was heading west to the western suburbs. Even though it was extremely intelligent, it couldn't figure out what Ling Yun was up to. Thus, it followed Ling Yun's Hummer from the air. Very quickly, Xiaojin realized that Ling Yun was actually fighting with someone. It immediately transmitted this information to Xiaomiao. Even though she still couldn't confirm whether Ling Yun was the person who saved Miracle Dr. Shui, could Xiaomiao let Ling Yun die? The answer was no. Because if Ling Yun died, the heart-devouring goo insect in Miracle Dr. Shue's body would definitely die. Then, Miao Xiaomiao's biological grandmother, Miao Fenghuang, would suffer a huge backlash and die at any moment, even though Miao Xiaomiao didn't know that Ling Yun's current ability could only suppress the heart-devouring goo insect for 2 months. She didn't dare to take the risk. On one side was her biological grandfather, and on the other was her biological grandmother. Miao Xiaomiao didn't want anything to happen to either of them. Therefore, Miao Xiaomiao made a prompt decision to let Xiao Jin help Ling Yun hold the fort for a while. She immediately sped over. How fast was Xiao Jin? Very quickly, it flew above the Zhuang family's mansion. Just in time to see Ling Yun in a critical moment, it swooped down. He Xingyan was carrying a highly toxic hidden weapon. That was Xiao Jin's favorite. Therefore, it swooped down from the sky, targeting He Xingyan. Xiao Jin didn't care about that. It flapped its wings and flew 10 meters above He Xingyan's head like a bolt of lightning. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a thread, a thin, transparent, golden thread that was hard to see with the naked eye. Followed the dripping rainwater and directly pierced He Xingyan's shoulder. Ah. Not good. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. He Xingyan's smug smile froze on his ordinary face. His expression turned ugly, and his eyes were filled with horror. At the same time, without thinking, he flipped his left wrist and a shiny dagger appeared in his hand. His hand moved as fast as lightning, and he ruthlessly chopped at his right shoulder. Ugh! He Xingyan groaned. A large piece of flesh the size of a bull had been sliced off from his right shoulder, revealing his white bones. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. He Xingyan's hands were fast, but his feet were even faster. He left his original position in a flash and moved 20 meters away from his original position. His fingers were like swords as he struck the major acupoints on his right shoulder crazily. One was to stop the bleeding, and the other was to seal his blood vessels so that the poison wouldn't spread. Those who were good at using hidden weapons would definitely have good qigong. Similarly, those who were good at using hidden weapons would definitely be good at using poison. He Xingyan was known as the 3 masters of hidden weapons, qigong, and poison. He didn't expect to be pecked by a wild goose all day long. Of course, it wasn't a wild goose that pecked him, but a supreme-grade golden silkworm. Xiao Jin's bite was so powerful that it almost turned the situation around. He Xingyan, who was the strongest among the 4 masters, jumped more than 20 meters away in shock. Priestess Heartless, Taoist priest Lu Deming, and priest Compassionless, who had just caught up to Ling Yun, were also caught in a terrible situation. Everyone was in danger. He Xingyan was the most skilled and had the highest realm among them. Who wouldn't be shocked to see him in such a state? I'm indeed a good person. At this moment, the happiest and proudest person on the scene was naturally Ling Yun. He saw the 4 people surrounding him jump away in all directions, each of them holding their breaths with vigilance. Ling Yun couldn't help but laugh at himself as he looked up. His eyesight was excellent. Ling Yun could see everything clearly even though the rain was getting heavier and the lights weren't as dim as the ones at the entrance of the villa. Once Xiao Jin's attack succeeded, it immediately flapped its wings and flew up to a height of more than 20 meters in an instant. However, it still couldn't escape Ling Yun's sharp eyes. There was a chubby golden silkworm in the air. It was about the size of an adult's thumb, and its whole body was bright gold. There was a cute crown on its head, and it had a pair of round eyes the size of rice grains. It flapped its translucent golden wings lightly, and its speed was as fast as lightning. Xiao Mimi and the other 3 had already escaped. Ling Yun thought that Tang Ming's father, Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, and even Miracle Dr. Shui might come. However, he did not expect that the first to arrive would be a chubby golden silkworm. Golden silkworm? It even has a crest and wings? It's psychic. Ling Yun was secretly surprised. He wondered if he could resist the poison of this little fellow. This is a top-grade golden silkworm that has just completed its first transformation. Whose could it be? Ling Yun thought to himself. Since this golden silkworm was targeting He Xingyan, it was definitely a friend and not an enemy. At that moment, Xiao Jin was also circling above Ling Yun's head. When it saw that Ling Yun had discovered it, it couldn't help but cry out proudly. Its arrogant look was very human-like. Ling Yan laughed heartily and waved his hand in the air. Come down and help me defeat these bad guys. I'll give you something delicious to eat and make you fat. What delicious food? For the world's most poisonous psychic golden silkworm, the only thing that could allow it to transform and grow step by step was the heaven and earth essence qi. However, Xiao Jin was very vigilant. Its pair of beady eyes darted around in the air, but it refused to come down. Priestess Heartless, please protect me. I'm going to force the poison out of my body. Ling Yan's side was temporarily safe, but Xianxia's side was not feeling good. How could the poison of a top-grade golden silkworm be cured by cutting off a piece of its flesh? At that moment, Xianxia and Priestess Heartless had already discovered the golden silkworm flying in the air. They knew that it was the most poisonous creature in the world and not to be trifled with. Priest Compassionless and Lu Deming had poor eyesight due to their low realms. They couldn't see Xiao Jin under such circumstances. However, their faces changed when they saw the piece of flesh that Xianxia had cut off. That piece of meat the size of a bull had turned pale gold. Even the blood on it was no longer bright red. It had also turned pale gold. This looks like the most poisonous golden silkworm in the world. And it's a top-grade golden silkworm. I can't believe that someone managed to raise a top-grade golden silkworm in 60 years. Priest Compassionless muttered to himself in shock. Priestess Heartless moved to Xianxia's side in a flash. She flicked her horsetail whisk to protect him so that he could expel the poison as quickly as possible. Priest Lu Deming and Priest Compassionless quickly moved to Xianxia's side. They formed a triangular formation around Xianxia with a solemn look on their faces. Xianxia turned his head to look at his shoulder. The flesh around the wound was slowly turning pale gold again. He frowned and used his dagger to cut off another piece of flesh. Then, he used the tip of the dagger to fling it far away. Fresh blood spurted out again. However, Xianxia could no longer feel the pain. His entire right shoulder and right arm had been numbed by the poison. Xianxia glanced at the carefree Ling Yan in the distance and then at Xiao Jin, who was flying above him. He took out an exquisite communication device and pressed a button gently. If Ling Yan could see it, he would have easily seen that it was the same communication device that Xianxia used on Deepa. The only difference was that it was smaller and more exquisite. Xianxia quickly put away the communication device and sat cross-legged on the ground to treat his injuries. Priestess Heartless and the other two did not see Xianxia use the communication device to send a signal because their backs were facing Xianxia. Xianxia had 3 masters protecting him from the poison while Ling Yan had Xiao Jin to help him. However, Xianxia's spiritual energy had been depleted. Thus, they could not do anything to each other in the rain. Ling Yan waved his hands in the air, thinking of ways to entice Xiao Jin to come down. Then, he slapped Sun Xing a few times. Tell me, whose wife is Zhuang Meifeng? Sun Xing's life was in Ling Yan's hands. Therefore, he could only flatter Ling Yan and say, yes, of course I'm your wife. Ling Yan's words made Sun Xing's heart ache. Ling Yan persevered and slapped Sun Xing a few more times. Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. Who's the toad that wants to eat swan meat? Ling Yan asked. It's me who wants to eat swan meat. Sun Xing could only nod his head and say. All right, help me scold them now. Scold that monk and that female Taoist nun. Say that these 2 shameless old men are definitely having an affair. The louder the better. Ling Yan smirked. His voice was not loud, but it was deliberately heard by Priest Compassionless and Priestess Heartless. Priest Compassionless was infuriated. He slammed his staff on the ground repeatedly, almost creating a hole in the Zhuang family's lawn. Priestess Heartless shuddered and gritted her teeth. She simply turned her head away from the smug Ling Yan. Out of sight, out of mind. She was waiting for Xianxia to successfully expel the poison from his body before killing him. Would Sun Xing dare to scold his own people? Of course not. He smiled bitterly and said awkwardly, this. Ling Yan chuckled and continued to tempt him. Think about it. We were having a good time. I captured you. As long as they let me go, I would let you go. However, they didn't care whether you lived or died. They insisted on killing me. Aren't they forcing you into a dead end? I'm letting you vent your anger by scolding them now. What's there to be troubled about? Anyway, there really is something going on between them. A monk and a Taoist nun. Ha, what a perfect match. Sun Xing was still hesitating. Ling Yun was getting impatient. His face turned cold as he said, "Are you going to shout or not? If not, I'll cut off your tongue and conjure a huge fireball to burn your penis." Sun Xing wet his pants again when he saw Ling Yun's change in attitude. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Priestess Heartless and Priestess Heartless, those two shameless old men. There's something going on between them." Huh? In the middle of the night, the courtyard of the Zhuang clan was silent. Sun Xing's voice, which sounded like a broken gong, traveled far and wide. Almost everyone heard him. Niao Fenjiao, who had just gotten up from the ground, was dumbfounded. She wondered if her ears were playing tricks on her or if her son had lost his mind. Sun Xing's life would not be spared if he shouted like that. Even if Ling Yun let him go, Priestess Heartless and Priestess Heartless would definitely not let him go. Papa. Ling Yun gave Sun Xing 2 slaps on his face and chuckled. F***CKU, you're saying it the wrong way. It should be Priestess Heartless and Priestess Heartless. Sun Xing was once again dazed by Ling Yun's slaps. He nodded his head after a long time and shouted again. It was the night of the Qingming festival. Rain poured down and covered the entire Xianxia city. Only the sound of the falling rain could be heard. However, in this quiet rainy night, Xianxia city was not peaceful at all. Xiao Mimi personally drove the Hummer and escaped with the rest. She drove at more than 200 miles per hour, overtaking cars and flashing lights as she sped towards the east. She wanted to send the 3 people that Ling Yun had risked his life to a safe place as soon as possible before returning to fight alongside Ling Yun. Even if she had to use her gun or her teeth, she would fight with Ling Yun until the very last moment. Even if she died, she had to die before Ling Yun. Inside the car, other than Xiao Mimi who was focused on driving, the other 3 people were in a mess. When Zhuang Meifeng thought about how Ling Yun had appeared out of nowhere and risked his life to save her from the abyss of suffering, she could not help but feel a surge of happiness in her heart. At the same time, she was secretly worried that Ling Yun would not be able to escape. If you're fine, I'll live with you. If you're in trouble, I'll die with you. No matter what happens, I'll be with you. Zhuang Meifeng's face alternated between happiness and worry. In the end, it turned into a calm determination. Tai Xiaohu clenched his fists. His eyes were bloodshot and his nails dug deep into his flesh, but he did not feel any pain. Ling Yun had fought against 4 masters alone. He could not help at all. In the end, it was Ling Yun who had risked his life to send them out. Tai Xiaohu only needed to look at the nun's speed to know that based on her strength, she could easily kill him in a second, and there were 4 such experts on the other side. Ling Yun was already injured, and he had turned around to block that female Taoist nun. How was he supposed to escape? Ling Yun had personally cleansed Tai Xiaohu's tendons, brought him to Dragon Mountain to see the water spout, taught him the stellar condensation technique, taught him how to swindle people, brought him to Qingyun Productions to collect debts, the joy and surprise of making talismans together, the shock and gratitude when Ling Yun said that he would give him 2 million yuan in the afternoon, and the friendship that he had risked his life to send. Every single incident, scene by scene, bit by bit, flashed through Tai Xiaohu's mind and eyes like a camera. Tai Xiaohu's eyes were filled with tears as he gritted his teeth, but he could not utter a single word. His strength was too low. Tang Meng did not stay idle after he got into the car. He immediately took out his iPhone and sent a series of WeChat messages. Was he going to look for Xianxia and Shui Mining after confirming that Ling Yun had been captured? Tang Meng was definitely not that kind of person. The first of the 2 WeChat messages was sent to Xianxia. I'm Tang Meng. Don't ask anything, this is not a joke. Ling Yun is in trouble. Hurry to Zhuang Meina's house, the western suburbs villa. It's urgent. The faster the better. Tang Meng sent the second message to Shui Mining. After sending the message, he called his father, Tang Tianhao, without waiting for them to call back. Dad, my brother Ling Yun is in trouble. Hurry and bring people to Zhuang Tianda's villa in the western suburbs. The more the better. Everyone must be armed. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples. It was not even 11 o'clock at night. All 3 of them had the same reaction when they received the message and phone call. First, their faces changed, then they flew into a rage. Xianxia did not even change her clothes. She rushed out of her bedroom with her car keys and ran downstairs. Ignoring Mother Wu's questions, she went straight to the garage and sat in her Lamborghini that she almost never drove. The car roared to life as it sped out of the villa and went straight to the western suburbs. Shui Mining was even more anxious. She ran out of her bedroom in her pajamas and said to Miracle Dr. Shui, who was still awake, "Grandpa, Ling Yun is in trouble. He's in Zhuang Tianda's villa in the western suburbs. I'll make a move first. Hurry up." As she spoke, she lifted her pajamas and ran to her garage in the rain. Then, she drove her Ferrari out of the Qingxi Villa district and went straight to the western suburbs. Miracle Dr. Shui was confused when he saw his precious granddaughter in such a hurry. However, when he saw that Shui Mining had really driven out, his expression turned serious. "Didn't Ning Er say that Ling Yun would come to our house tomorrow? How did this happen? No way." Miracle Dr. Shui muttered to himself. He immediately picked up his phone and called the person in charge of Qingshui City, the secretary of the municipal committee, Li Yifeng. "Secretary Li, I have something that I need your help with." Xiao Mimi increased the speed of the Hummer to the maximum and arrived at Ling Yun's rental house in no time. "Alright, this place should be safe for now. I'll go in to get something. Take care of yourselves." Xiao Mimi jumped out of the car and into the courtyard. She went into the bedroom to get her gun. The nine-tailed celestial fox, Little White, had been out for the whole day. She was resting on the sofa and opened her eyes when she saw Xiao Mimi's anxious look. Xiao Mimi rushed out of the bedroom with her gun. She didn't even look at Little White. She muttered with tears streaming down her face, "Ling Yun, I'll save you even if I have to risk my life." Upon hearing this, Little White immediately jumped up from the sofa. Its two big black eyes were wide open, and a murderous look flashed across its fox eyes. In a flash, its snow-white fox shadow appeared in front of Xiao Mimi. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Saving someone was like putting out a fire. Xiao Mimi's speed was fast, but she didn't expect the nine-tailed celestial fox, Little White, to be even faster. A white shadow flashed in front of her. Xiao Mimi couldn't stop herself and almost collided with Little White. She wiped away her tears and realized that it was the white fox that Ling Yun had picked up. She was stunned. Ling Yun had only mentioned briefly about Little White's origins. He only mentioned that it was a fox and didn't emphasize to them that it was a nine-tailed celestial fox. Moreover, it was an intelligent nine-tailed celestial fox that could cultivate. Xiao Mimi had just broken through to Hotian Realm Level 3. Naturally, she couldn't tell the level of Little White's abilities. She only knew that this white fox didn't stay at home and was very mysterious. So fast? Xiao Mimi had already rushed out of the house and into the courtyard. She was at least 10 meters away from the sofa in the living room, but Little White was able to pass it in a flash. Naturally, Xiao Mimi was secretly shocked. Little White was the most intelligent nine-tailed celestial fox. Moreover, it had gained intelligence a long time ago. Now, not only could it understand human speech, but its intelligence was also far beyond that of an ordinary person. It could transform into a human as soon as its third tail grew. Hearing that Ling Yun was in trouble, Little White's usually charming fox eyes flashed with a threatening aura. It stood in front of Xiao Mimi and pointed its left front paw in the direction of Ling Yun's bedroom and right front paw in the direction of Xiao Mimi. Its perfect white fox face was full of anxiousness and inquiry. Xiao Mimi was shocked when she saw that. She felt that the fox standing in front of her wasn't a fox at all. Other than the fact that Little White couldn't speak, the expression on its fox face and its fox eyes, as well as its current actions, were completely human. Xiao Mimi subconsciously said, "Ling Yun is in danger now. He's in the villa in the western suburbs. I'm going to save him now." Little White didn't wait for Xiao Mimi to finish speaking. It nodded its head heavily and reached out its front paw to touch Xiao Mimi's arm. At the same time, it pointed its other front paw at itself. It was obvious that it wanted Xiao Mimi to bring it along. Xiao Mimi now understood that Little White was definitely not an ordinary white fox. She didn't have time to think too much about it. She nodded and said, "Okay." With a tap of her toes, her sexy body leaped over the 2-meter-high wall and landed outside the door. When Xiao Mimi landed, she realized that Little White was already waiting for her by the Hummer. Knowing that Little White's strength was definitely above hers, she suddenly realized that she had an additional helper and felt a little more secure. "Why aren't you coming down? Everyone get out of the car, I want to use the car." Xiao Mimi saw that the three of them were still sitting in the car. She was so anxious that she couldn't care less about anything else. She stomped her feet and shouted, "Big Sister Xiao, the three of us have come to an agreement. We can't watch you go back alone. We want to go with you," Tang Meng said as he popped his head out of the rear window. "You guys are messing around." Xiao Mimi was so angry that she stomped her feet. She said in a low voice, "Do you know how much effort Ling Yun put in to save us? I couldn't even help even if I was there. All I could do was stare at him. You guys would only cause trouble for Ling Yun. What's the difference between that and death? Also, I can tell you that if the three of us didn't go tonight, Ling Yun wouldn't have to worry about our safety. If he focused on saving people, he would definitely be able to save you by himself. He wouldn't even need to kill anyone, let alone get hurt." Xiao Mimi said anxiously as she pointed at Zhuang Meifeng, who was still sitting in the passenger seat. The three of them were speechless. Zhuang Meifeng turned her head and said calmly, "Big Sister Xiao, why are you going back now? Aren't you afraid of death?" Xiao Mimi was tongue-tied by Zhuang Meifeng's question. She avoided answering the question and said with a fierce look, "I understand how you guys feel. However, if Ling Yun and the enemy were both injured, I would at least be able to escape with him. If you guys were there, do you think Ling Yun would leave you guys behind and follow me? If everyone can't escape because of this, wouldn't you guys be indirectly harming Ling Yun? What's the point of everything he did tonight? Alright, don't give Ling Yun any more trouble. Everyone get out of the car." At this point, Xiao Mimi did not say anything else. She opened the car door for Zhuang Meifeng and carried her out. "Don't worry, even if I die, I'll let him escape." Xiao Mimi placed Zhuang Meifeng's delicate body on the ground and whispered in her ear. Her voice was low but it carried a sense of determination. "Big Sister Xiao." Zhuang Meifeng's delicate body trembled slightly as she tugged at Xiao Mimi's sleeve. "Thank you, you have to be careful." Little White did not have time to care about this. Just as Zhuang Meifeng got out of the car, a snow-white shadow flashed as it entered the car and sat in the passenger seat. Since Zhuang Meifeng had already gotten out of the car, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu could only sigh in frustration as they got out of the car and stood in the rain. Xiao Mimi did not waste any more time as she got into the Hummer. She stepped on the accelerator and the Hummer roared like a cheetah as it sped towards the west. "Sister-in-law, what do we do now?" Tang Meng turned his head to look at Zhuang Meifeng, who was standing there quietly as the Hummer disappeared into the rain. After this incident, Zhuang Meifeng was really his sister-in-law, more real than gold and silver. Zhuang Meifeng finally turned her head and smiled at Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. "Thank you both for risking such a huge risk to save me." "Sister-in-law, please don't say that. Actually, when we went, we didn't expect the Sun family to be so powerful." Tang Meng smiled awkwardly. "Sister-in-law, please don't say that. Actually, when we went, we didn't expect the Sun family to be so powerful." Zhuang Meifeng smiled faintly as her heart was filled with complicated emotions. Her biological father did not care about her feelings and pushed her into the fire pit. However, Ling Yun was able to bring 3 people who had nothing to do with him to risk their lives to save her. Comparing the two, she could not help but sigh. Big Sister Xiao is right. Even though we are willing to live and die with Ling Yun will definitely not think the same way. Otherwise, he would not have risked his life to send us out just now. I know my husband. The thing he hates the most is people doing stupid things. So, in order not to cause trouble for him, let's just wait here for him to come back. With his abilities, I believe that he will definitely be able to survive." As she spoke, the scene of Ling Yun asking Lin Menghan to get lost flashed in Zhuang Meifeng's mind. Then, she thought about Ling Yun's various unimaginable abilities. Suddenly, she was full of confidence in Ling Yun. At the same time, she secretly decided that as long as Ling Yun was able to come back alive, she would definitely learn those magical abilities from Ling Yun. Even if she was not as powerful as Ling Yun, she would at least have the ability to protect herself. She would try her best not to cause unnecessary trouble for Ling Yun because of such things. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. It had already turned from a light drizzle to a moderate rain. In the vast rainy night, a few luxury cars were driving at full speed from all directions of Xianxia city, speeding towards a single direction. Xianxia was driving an orange-yellow Lamborghini, Shui Mining was driving a bright red Ferrari, and even though Xiaomimi was driving the cheapest Hummer, she was undoubtedly the fastest and fiercest. The three luxury cars set off from three different locations in Xianxia city. There was only one destination, which was Zhuang Tianda's villa in the western suburbs. There was only one goal, and that was to save Ling Yun. However, those three beauties were not the only ones who wanted to save Ling Yun. Tang Tianhao knew that his son would not joke with him at such a time. After receiving Tang Meng's call, he immediately called the captain of the Xianxia City Criminal Police Force, Kong Ruiyong. According to Tang Meng's request, Kong Ruiyong brought as many police officers as possible to the villa in the western suburbs, regardless of whether they were on duty or on leave. After making the call, Tang Tianhao went to his garage and drove his car straight to the western suburbs. This was a huge matter, and he had to personally command it. Kong Ruiyong was a special forces scout, and he was personally groomed by Tang Tianhao. After receiving such an urgent order from Tang Tianhao, he naturally did not dare to delay. As he set off with the team of police officers, he kept calling for help: 3 police cars, 8 police cars, 12 police cars. Very soon, a total of nearly 20 police cars were dispatched from all directions of Xianxia city. The sirens of the police cars tore through the heavy rain and tore through the silence of the night, heading straight for the villa in the western suburbs. Li Yifeng received a call from Miracle Dr. Shui. When he heard that something had happened to Ling Yun, and that it was Miracle Dr. Shui calling him personally, he was so shocked that he jumped up from the sofa. Li Yifeng was thinking of using the free time during the holidays to bring his son, Li Qingchuan, over to Ling Yun's house to thank him. He did not expect something to happen on the night of the Qingming festival. Ling Yun belonged to those people. The result of Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao's discussion was that as long as it wasn't something they should manage, they would let Ling Yun handle it. They wouldn't interfere and would only provide convenience and protection for Ling Yun in secret. Even if they wanted to help Ling Yun, they didn't know how to do so because they couldn't interfere in the affairs of those people. However, since Ling Yun was in trouble, it would have been fine if Li Yifeng did not know about it. Now that he knew, he had to help. The one who had met with this accident was his son's savior, and the one who had called him was his son's savior. Both of them had shown great graciousness to his old Li family, so Li Yifeng couldn't just stand idly by and watch someone die. However, as the head of Xianxia city, Li Yifeng was steady and considerate. He was far less anxious than Tang Tianhao. After he hung up the call with Miracle Dr. Shui, he quickly calmed down and made calls one by one. After Li Yifeng finished arranging a series of tasks, his last call was to Tang Tianhao, who was driving at full speed. When Li Yifeng knew that Tang Tianhao was rushing to the western suburbs, he only said one sentence: "I know about Ling Yun's matter. It's not convenient for me to appear in this kind of matter. I've already arranged everything. You just have to show your skills and act according to the situation. If the situation is urgent, you can give the order to open fire." All right. Knowing that Li Yifeng was behind him, Tang Tianhao was even more confident. He stepped on the accelerator and sped up. Xianxia, Shui Mining, and Xiaomimi were all driving at full speed. Municipal Party Secretary Li Yifeng quickly arranged everything. Tang Tianhao brought his own criminal police with loaded guns and went out in full force. They were all driving to the villa in the western suburbs. There were even people who did not drive. However, these people who did not drive all had one thing in common. They were all masked. The sexy and beautiful Miao Xiao Miao was wearing a black veil over her face. She was dressed in a black leather shirt and pants, as well as a pair of black leather boots. Her speed was almost the same as Ling Yun's 10,000 miles godly steps, as fast as lightning. At the same time, there were 3 other people dressed in night clothes. They had the same black cloth over their faces, revealing only their eyes. However, they set off from another bustling city next to Xianxia city. They were like meteors chasing after the moon, rushing towards Xianxia city. Even though they weren't really flying, their speed was all faster than He Xingyin's. With a light tap of their toes, they traversed tens of meters like three black night owls. The three of them actually didn't drive a car for a distance of more than 200 kilometers. They obviously thought that the car was too slow. According to their current speed, they would need at most 40 minutes to reach Xianxia City. They received Xianxia's communication device and immediately confirmed his location. Then, they hurriedly set off for Xianxia City. These three people were the three heaven-ranked assassins from the Assassins Organization's Huaxia branch. They were all at the early stages of Hotian Realm Level 9. At the top of Dragon Mountain, Dugumo wore his signature black robe. He held a sharp sword in his hand as he stood in the wind and rain. His wet hair fluttered in the wind. His starry eyes were like lightning as he stared at the mysterious crater. His lips were pursed tightly, and his brows were slightly raised. Yinyang Dragon Lock Spell, he was the only one at the top of Dragon Mountain. Dugumo muttered to himself. As he surveyed the terrain, he thought about what he needed to prepare in order to explore the crater. Actually, he was almost done with his preparations. It was just that today was the Qingming festival, and the ghostly aura was too strong. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with any evil beings, so he didn't dare to go down tonight. Whoa, 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 the lights and sirens of two police cars flashed as they sped down Gufeng Road. This immediately caught Dugumo's attention. He was at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8, so his hearing and eyesight were naturally extraordinary. Dugumo looked up and was instantly filled with excitement and curiosity. Oh my god, what happened in Xianxia City? Why are there so many police cars? Since I'm bored, I might as well go and watch the show. Dugumo was excited to see the prey. He didn't take the original path, but directly jumped down from the steep tiger cliff. Ling Yun was right. The waters of Xianxia City were really going to get messy. This Qingming festival was destined to be a night of bloodshed. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. In the Ling family's secret chamber in Beijing. The current head of the Ling family, Ling Zhen, was sitting on an old chair, looking at his eldest son, Ling Hao. The Ling family was one of the 7 big families in the capital and had strict family rules. Although the person sitting in front of him was his biological father, they were in the family head's secret chamber. Ling Hao could only stand there respectfully and wait for Ling Zhen to speak. Ling Hao, you've been having a lot of trouble lately, haven't you? Ling Zhen studied Ling Hao for a long time before he finally opened his mouth and asked. Ling Hao's heart almost jumped out of his throat. Dad. He stammered as if he was treading on thin ice. This is the secret chamber. There are no fathers or sons here. Call me head. Ling Zhen interrupted Ling Hao. Yes, clan leader, I. Ling Hao didn't know where to start when he saw his father's businesslike attitude. Let me speak for you. You've already found your third uncle's son, Ling Yun, haven't you? Ling Zhen raised his eyes, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Ling Hao didn't dare to hide anything. Yes, he replied, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. You're arranging for an assassin to kill him, right? You want to kill him before your grandfather finds Ling Yun, right? Ling Hao was sweating profusely. Just as he was about to defend himself, he saw Ling Zhen's piercing gaze and immediately lowered his head in fear. Yes, sir. The fierceness in Ling Zhen's eyes receded after seeing that Ling Hao didn't hide anything from him. He stared at the silent Ling Hao and sighed inwardly. Survival of the fittest, the survival of the fittest. I don't blame you for wanting to fight for the position of head. After all, this happens in every big family. Ling Zhen reassured Ling Hao before continuing. I don't blame you for wanting to kill your third uncle's illegitimate son, Ling Yun. However, what you did was a little too stupid. If it wasn't for me covering for you, Father. Only then did Ling Hao realize that his plan had already been exposed. It was all thanks to his father that the clan members did not find out. Ling Zhen frowned slightly and waved his hand to stop Ling Hao from continuing. I'm sure you saw and heard it in the ancestral hall today. Your grandfather has publicly announced that Ling Yun's name has been added to the family tree. If I'm not wrong, the old master's men will be able to find Ling Yun in 3 days at most. What do you think you should do then? Ling Zhen asked. Ling Hao was shocked. His face was pale, but his mind was racing. After a while, he said, "Father, I'm at the most critical moment. I just received news that, why are you stuttering? Hurry up and say it." Ling Zhen lightly slapped the table and shouted in a low voice. "There's news that Ling Yun and the Sun family are going against each other. They also said that Ling Yun will die tonight." "Did he fight with the Sun family?" Ling Zhen's thick eyebrows furrowed even more, but they quickly relaxed. His lips curled into a smile as he said, "What if Ling Yun doesn't die tonight? What are you going to do?" Ling Hao looked at Ling Zhen in disbelief. "Father, that's impossible." Ling Zhen smiled faintly and shook his head. "Impossible? Ling Hao, remember, there's nothing impossible in this world. You thought that killing Ling Yun was as easy as stepping on an ant, but look at the result. It's been a whole week, hasn't it?" Ling Hao lowered his head in shame, not daring to look into Ling Zhen's eyes. "I don't know about that." Ling Hao mumbled. Ling Zhen shook his head helplessly and sighed. "Ling Hao, what did I teach you in the past? Sometimes, killing isn't the only way to solve a problem. Killing is often the last way to solve a problem. Let me tell you. Since you said that Ling Yun will die tonight, I'll give you one more night and one more day tomorrow. If you can kill Ling Yun, then you can forget about everything. But if Ling Yun doesn't die, you have to personally report to your grandfather and third uncle that Ling Yun has been found. Do you understand?" After Ling Zhen finished speaking, he gave his son a meaningful look and waited for him to reply. But if that's the case?" Ling Hao argued anxiously. Ling Zhen snorted and stood up. He pointed at Ling Hao's nose and scolded, "What an idiot. You're still thinking about your position as the clan head. Why don't you think about it? Although your grandfather gave you this task, did your grandfather and your third uncle just sit around and do nothing? You're the eldest grandson of the Ling family. Your grandfather passed this task to you as a test. Think about it, if your grandfather and second uncle found Ling Yun first, what would he think of you? If you can confirm that Ling Yun is dead by the morning of the day after tomorrow, I will naturally have a way to help you settle the rest. However, if Ling Yun isn't dead and you still want to send people to kill him, I'm afraid that the first to die will not be Ling Yun, but you. Also, it's all thanks to your third uncle that the Ling family is the weakest among the 7 big families. If Ling Yun really returns to the Ling family, it might not be a bad thing. Don't forget, the current head of the Ling family is still me. As long as I'm alive, no one will be able to snatch the position of the head of the family from you and your brother. Also, I'm warning you, you and your brother can only compete fairly. If I find out that you have any ill intentions towards your brother, I'll cripple you myself. Do you hear me?" Ling Hao trembled in fear at Ling Zhen's reprimand. He was drenched in cold sweat and could only nod his head repeatedly, not daring to speak. "Go. If there are no accidents, your grandfather and third uncle's men will find Ling Yun in 3 days at most. I'll give you 1.5 days. If Ling Yun isn't dead, you must immediately stop hunting him down and clean up your mess. Then, you'll report directly to the old master. This way, you'll be praised by the old master." Ling Zhen repeatedly reminded Ling Hao several times before sending him out. Ling Zhen sat back in his chair after Ling Hao left. He placed his hands on the table and fell into deep thought. Third brother, the son of you and the B***tch really isn't simple. The Sun family, Master Compassionless and Priestess Heartless are old lovers. Cough cough. A pair of adulterous husband and wife, cough cough, Shuang Tianda's villa in the western suburbs. Beside a huge green lawn and beside a small forest. Sun Xing, who had already lost his voice from all the shouting, was still yelling at the top of his lungs. It had already been 7 to 8 minutes, and smoke was coming out of Sun Xing's throat. He coughed for half a day after every sentence he yelled. However, he did not dare to stop unless Ling Yun asked him to. If he yelled any slower, Ling Yun would slap him twice. Ling Yun simply sat down in the rain and teased Little Gold from time to time. Occasionally, he would slap Sun Xing. He had no intention of escaping. A strong reinforcement had arrived on his side. 1 golden silkworm was enough to scare the other party to the point of wetting its pants. If Ling Yun were to escape now, he would be laughed at by this sentient insect. That wasn't his style. Master Compassionless and Priestess Heartless couldn't take it anymore. If it weren't for the fact that Xianxia hadn't finished his cultivation and was afraid of the sneak attack from the golden silkworm, they would have rushed over and killed Sun Xing on the spot. Phew. Xianxia finally finished his practice. He threw away his original dagger and changed it for a new one. He clenched his teeth and cut off another layer of flesh from his wound. Then, he used a high-quality gold wound balm to bandage the huge, ghastly wound that was so deep that the bone could be seen. Xianxia's right arm gradually regained feeling. He could feel the excruciating pain again. Obviously, he had successfully forced the poison out of his arm. Thank you for protecting me. Now, let's split the work. I'll deal with the golden silkworm in the air, and the three of you kill Ling Yun as quickly as possible. How about that? Xianxia said in a negotiating tone as he arrived outside the circle formed by the three of them. He stared at Little Gold in the air without blinking. Priest Compassionless and Priestess Heartless were already fuming with anger from Sun Xing's scolding. They quickly nodded and said, "That's a good plan." Suddenly, Xianxia frowned and turned to look in the direction of the gate. "Someone's coming," he said in a deep voice. Although Xianxia was seriously injured and his speed was greatly affected, he still had his kung fu. Therefore, he was the first one to hear the commotion at the gate. Xiao Jin was high up in the sky. He didn't need to look at who it was. He could tell that it was Miao Xiao Miao based on his telepathy. He immediately flapped his little wings cheerfully, and his chubby body drew a golden line in the air as he flew towards the door like a bolt of lightning. Ling Yun panicked. He leaped up from the ground and shouted into the air, "Hey! Hey, don't run! F***CK, they're still pointing at you to bite them." The four masters seized the opportunity to attack Ling Yun at the same time while Little Gold was flying away. Ling Yun chuckled as he carried Sun Xing into the forest. He chased after Little Gold using the 1,000 miles godly steps. Ling Yun wanted to see who would brave the rain to save him in the middle of the night. However, Ling Yun was stopped by Priestess Heartless the moment he entered the forest. Priestess Heartless had rested for 7 to 8 minutes and had recharged her energy. She was infuriated by Sun Xing and was determined to kill Ling Yun this time. While Xianxia was expelling the poison from his body, Priestess Heartless and the other two rested for real. Their physical strength and internal energy were restored. However, Ling Yun's rest was in vain. Other than recovering some energy, the spiritual energy in his body was still less than 20%. Ling Yun's speed with the 1,000 miles godly steps wasn't as fast as Priestess Heartless. Furthermore, he was carrying Sun Xing and had insufficient spiritual energy. Therefore, he could only turn back through the forest. Die, evil creature. Ling Yun met Priest Compassionless and Lu Deming, who were waiting for him at the edge of the forest. Both of them shouted at the same time and attacked Ling Yun with their Buddhist staff and horsetail whisk. In an instant, Ling Yun was surrounded by enemies. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yun chuckled when he saw Lu Deming's horsetail whisk and Priest Compassionless staff flying towards him at the same time. He used Sun Xing's body as a shield. Priest Compassionless knew that he was in trouble. Even though he had been scolded badly by Sun Xing, he still had to rescue him from Ling Yun and hand him over to Niufinjiao to deal with. How could he kill him with a single strike of the staff? However, Priest Compassionless couldn't stop his attack even if he wanted to. He swung the 30-kilogram staff at Sun Xing's body. Sun Xing struggled and screamed in fear. His screams were worse than a pig being slaughtered. Sun. Niufinjiao saw everything clearly from afar. Her heart skipped a beat and she shut her eyes tightly. At this critical moment, Xianxia and Lu Deming attacked at the same time. Xianxia threw 3 golden darts at Priest Compassionless. Priest Lu Deming was forced to change his attack midway. He swung his horsetail whisk and wrapped it around Priest Compassionless' staff. Priest Compassionless used all his strength to pull it to the side. Xianxia knew that his reinforcements were about to arrive. It wasn't worth risking Sun Xing's life, so he tried his best to save him. Ding ding ding. Sun Xing's legs were struck by Priest Compassionless' staff, and both his calves were broken. Even though Priest Compassionless tried his best to pull back and He Xingyan and Lu Deming tried their best to save him, Ling Yin deliberately sent Sun Xing towards Priest Compassionless' staff. Ah! Sun Xing screamed in pain. His head tilted to one side, and he fainted on the spot. Damn you, merciless Baldy. Didn't young Master Sun just scold you? Did you really want to beat young Master Sun to death? Luckily, I dodged in time, Ling Yin laughed coldly in his heart. While everyone was still in shock, he grabbed Sun Xing and jumped out of their encirclement. He returned to the spacious lawn. Xing Er. Everything happened in a flash. Xianxia was dazzled by what happened. She couldn't tell what had happened at all. When Ling Yin landed on the ground, she saw her son lying motionless with his head down. She didn't know if he was dead or alive. Master Compassionless. You. Xianxia was furious. Like a mad tiger, she pointed at a motionless destroyer and stumbled over. Give me back my son's life. Xianxia rushed towards Priest Compassionless and started beating him up. No matter what, her son was her mother's flesh and blood. Seeing that her son was about to die, how could Xianxia, who was so protective of her son, care about reason at this time? Of course, if she hadn't doted on her son since he was young and allowed him to do as he pleased, Sun Xing wouldn't have ended up like this. Ba. Priest Compassionless stood still and let Xianxia hit him. He chanted the name of Buddha, his eyes filled with guilt. After all, Priest Compassionless was a Buddhist monk. Even though he was not really merciful, he still blamed himself for Sun Xing's injury. With this delay, the masked Xiao had already rushed to the lawn from the entrance. She scanned the area with her beautiful eyes and immediately understood the current situation. With a light leap, she arrived at Ling Yin's side. Ling Yin smiled as he looked at her from head to toe. Then, he looked at the proud golden silkworm on her shoulder and whispered, "Miao Xiao Miao." Miao Xiao Miao didn't expect Ling Yin to recognize her so easily. She turned her head and glared at Ling Yin with her big beautiful eyes. I didn't expect you to be so good at causing trouble. Ling Yin smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Then, he raised his chin and pointed at the 5 people in front of him. I didn't cause trouble. These bad guys wanted to kill me. Am I supposed to just sit here and let them kill me? Miao Xiao Miao looked down at the unconscious Sun Xing. Then, she looked up at Ling Yin and said, I don't think you're a good person either. I've never said that I'm a good person. Ling Yin admitted to this point, chuckling as he nodded his head. Miao Xiao Miao frowned slightly at Ling Yin's shameless behavior. We'll talk about this later. Let's think of a way to leave this place first. Ling Yin threw Sun Xing to the ground and clapped his hands. Then, he crossed his arms in front of his chest. I don't have a way. You should think of a way. You. Miao Xiao Miao thought to herself. Who was the one saving who? No wonder when the students talked about Ling Yin, there was always a hint of amusement in their eyes. This person was really too shameless. Just then, the engine roared, and an orange-yellow Lamborghini sped into Zhuang Tianda's mansion. It didn't slow down at all and quickly arrived at Zhuang Tianda's mansion. Xianxia had arrived. She jumped out of the car as soon as it stopped. Her beautiful eyes scanned the area and saw Ling Yin on the lawn in the south. It's Xianxia. Zhuang Meina muttered to herself as she stared blankly at the stunning beauty who got out of the car. Seeing that Ling Yin was safe and sound, Xianxia's worries turned to joy. She shouted, Ling Yin, and quickly ran towards him. Ling Yin, are you all right? Xianxia didn't even look at the masked Miao Xiao Miao. Instead, she ran directly to Ling Yin's side and asked tenderly. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Ling Yin smiled brightly and the corner of his mouth curled up, revealing his charming dimples. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Before he finished his sentence, a red Ferrari roared into the villa in the western suburbs. It roared all the way until it stopped behind the Lamborghini. Big brother Ling Yin. Shui Mining, the long-legged demon girl, also arrived. She saw Ling Yin and ran towards Ling Yin the moment she got out of the car. F***ck, what's that brat doing? Didn't I tell him to look for them only after confirming that I've been captured? Ling Yin shook his head helplessly. He was both happy and angry at the same time that Xianxia and Shui Mining had arrived. Ning Er, I'm fine. Wait for me there, don't come over. Ling Yan saw that Shui Mining was only wearing a silk nightgown. How could he let her get wet in the rain? He said to Miao Xiao Miao, the person on the ground is a murderer. Don't let those people rescue him. Help me look after him for a while. With that, without waiting for Miao Xiao Miao's response, he carried Chao Shanshan and used the 1,000 miles godly steps. In 2 leaps and bounds, he arrived in front of Shui Mining. With his other hand, he also carried Shui Mining by the waist. In a flash, he arrived at the stairs of the villa where Zhuang Tianda and his family were. There was a roof that could shelter them from the rain. Ling Yan let go of the 2 beauties and asked, "Did that brat Tang Meng ask you guys to come?" Chao Shanshan and Shui Mining only had Ling Yan in their eyes. They didn't care about anything else, so they smiled and nodded at the same time. Seeing that their loved ones were safe and sound, the 2 stunning girls' hearts were finally at ease. Zhuang Meina looked at Chao Shanshan, then looked at Shui Mining, and then looked at the sexy figure of the masked girl in the distance. She then thought of her sister, Zhuang Meifeng, who was just rescued by Ling Yun. Her face turned red and white, and her emotions were extremely complicated. She was standing right in front of Ling Yun, but Ling Yun ignored her. He didn't even look at her. How could the proud Zhuang Meina accept this? What the hell is going on? Chao Shanshan asked Ling Yun as she looked at the 5 people who were in a mess on the lawn. Ling Yun chuckled. We'll talk about this later. Aren't the 2 of you cold? What? If you catch a cold? He turned to Zhuang Meina and said, don't just stand there like a fool. Hurry up and get 2 sets of warm clothes for them. Humph. Zhuang Meina was so angry that her nose was almost crooked. Ling Yun looked at her. She thought that Ling Yun was going to say something nice to her. She didn't expect him to ask her to get clothes. She stomped her feet and turned to go back into her villa. Zhuang Meina didn't know why, but she didn't dare to go against Ling Yun's will after witnessing his power and decisiveness in saving her sister like a god. When Zhuang Tianda and Zhao Baomen saw Ling Yun standing in front of them as though there was no one else around, they knew that this outrageously handsome young man was the one who saved their eldest daughter. They wanted to open their mouths to ask about it, but after a long while, they swallowed the words that were on the tip of their mouths. Ling Yun didn't even look at them. Zhuang Tianda was willing to push his daughter into the fire pit. It would be strange if Ling Yun would care about them. Shui Mining was a straightforward person and couldn't keep her thoughts to herself. Just as she was about to ask Ling Yun who the people on the other side were, she heard the loud sound of police sirens approaching. Ling Yun saw the first police car rush into Zhuang Tianda's villa, followed by the second, the third. A total of 18 police cars came in. Very soon, a long line of police cars formed in front of the villa all the way to the villa's main entrance. F***ck, it can't be? This brat Tang Meng is way too big of a show this time. Ling Yan was speechless. He tried his best to find Tang Meng's father among the police cars. At this time, Zhuang Meina walked out of the villa with 2 sets of warm clothes in her hands. She didn't give them to Ling Yun, but to Chao Shanshan and Shui Mining. Here, put them on first to keep warm. Zhuang Meina didn't have the right to be arrogant in front of Chao Shanshan and Shui Mining. Chao Shanshan and Shui Mining were dressed very lightly, especially Shui Mining. She came out in her pajamas. The temperature was low at night, and she was drenched in the cold rain. Her lips were turning blue from the cold, and her body was shivering. However, the 2 girls didn't even look at the clothes that Zhuang Meina passed to them. They only held on to Ling Yan's arm and watched the situation unfold. Ling Yan had no choice but to take the clothes from Zhuang Meina and put them on them. With a gentle smile, Ling Yan pointed at the unconscious Sun Xing and said to Shui Mining, "Do you see that man? He's the Sun Xing that we beat up last Saturday. He's from the Sun family in Beijing." What? The Sun family? Chao Shanshan was shocked. She immediately realized the severity of the situation. So it's him. He deserves to be beaten up. Shui Mining giggled. Ling Yan nodded and said softly, "Wait here for me. Don't move. I'm going down for a while." With that, Ling Yan twisted his body and appeared on the lawn in a flash. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Everyone, don't move. Raise your hands. Dozens of police officers with loaded guns raised their guns as soon as they got out of their cars. The bullets were loaded and aimed at the center of the field. Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh. Why were these police officers as idiotic as Lin Menghan? How could they raise their hands when they weren't allowed to move? On one side were He Xingyan and the other three experts, and Miao Fenjiao, who had just calmed down. On the other side were Miao Xiaomiao, Ling Yun, and Sun Xing, who had been captured as a hostage. The four experts from the Sun family couldn't help but groan in their hearts when they saw the sudden appearance of so many police officers. They were all experts, but the police officers had guns. If each of them was faced with 2 or 3 guns, they could still dodge or escape if they were prepared. However, only experts at Hotian Realm Level 9 or Xiantian Realm would be able to handle more than 40 guns. Perhaps they could make a preemptive strike and create chaos by capturing hostages like Ling Yun. Otherwise, no one would dare to act rashly. Of course, it wouldn't be impossible if He Xingyan used his hidden weapons to kill the ordinary police officers on the spot or subdue them in an instant. However, that would be equivalent to going against the entire country. They would be hunted down by the country's secret department and would have no place in Huaxia. On their way here, the order they received was to control the situation and wait for Tang Tianhao to arrive. These police officers didn't know who Ling Yun was. They didn't even know that they were here to help Ling Yun. Their faces were filled with confusion. Therefore, they could only point their guns at everyone, including Ling Yun, who had just jumped into the field. This was truly an inexplicable collective action. Although Tang Tianhao wasn't there, Kong Ruiyong, the captain of Qingshui City's Public Security Bureau's Criminal Police Unit, had arrived. After getting out of the police car, he scanned the area coldly and immediately understood the entire situation. In the middle of the 2 neighboring villas, on a wide path paved with red bricks, the corpses of Shi Jian and the other 2 Hotian Realm Level 4 youths that Miao Fenjiao had brought over had already been placed together by the remaining 2 Hotian Realm Level 1 experts from the Sun family. They lay there quietly, their deaths horrifying. There were also 2 Hotian Realm Level 2 experts who had their acupoints sealed and 1 Hotian Realm Level 3 expert who had been crippled by Ling Yun. They were all severely injured and dragged to the side of the flower bed. Gritting their teeth in pain, it was a tragic sight to behold. Up until now, of the 8 experts that Miao Fenjiao had brought, the 3 strongest had already died tragically, and the other 3 were seriously injured. Only 2 experts at Hotian Realm Level 1 were left, but they couldn't do anything and could only stare. To put it bluntly, Hotian Realm Level 1 experts were just slightly stronger than the average person. They might not even be able to defeat Tai Xiaohu even if they combined forces. Therefore, Ling Yun didn't even have the intention of rewarding them. If they dared to move recklessly, Ling Yun could kill them in an instant. Kong Ruiyong looked towards Ling Yun's side and saw another person lying on the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He then looked at the 3 members of the Zhuang family and the 2 beauties on the stairs. Finally, he looked towards Miao Fenjiao's side and saw 5 people of different shapes and sizes. It's really tragic. No wonder Chief Tang gave the order in such a hurry. Who are these people? Is that Baldy a monk or a Taoist? Why is he wearing a Taoist robe while holding a Buddhist staff in his hand? He's so black, is he from Africa? Kong Ruiyong's brows furrowed tightly. He glanced at the brothers that he had brought with him and ordered in a low voice, "Control the situation. Without my orders, no one is allowed to open fire." Even Kong Ruiyong, the captain of the criminal police, didn't know which side to help, let alone the group of police officers. At this moment, Kong Ruiyong's phone rang again. He immediately ran out and saw that it was his superior, Tang Tianhao. He quickly picked up the call. Tang Tianhao only said one sentence, "Are you at the scene? I forgot to tell you, when you arrive, protect Ling Yun at all costs." "I'll be there immediately." "Understood." After Kong Ruiyong hung up the phone, he immediately shouted to everyone present, "May I know who Ling Yun is? Can you come over to talk?" What a joke, it was almost midnight on the Qingming festival, and it was still raining. Tang Tianhao had asked him to bring so many people just to protect one person. It was obvious how important this Ling Yun was to Chief Tang. Kong Ruiyong was very smart, so his tone didn't sound like he was giving orders. It was completely a discussion, or even a request. However, as he shouted, he carefully glanced at the 7 people on the ground. He hoped that Ling Yun wasn't among them. "I'm here." Ling Yun immediately knew that it was Kong Ruiyong who was calling him. He quickly took a step forward and waved at Kong Ruiyong. Then, Ling Yun turned back and picked up the unconscious Sun Xing. Without using any footwork, he strode towards Kong Ruiyong with a smile on his face. Arriving in front of Kong Ruiyong, Ling Yun threw Sun Xing to the ground. Then, he clapped his hands and smiled. "May I know your name?" Kong Ruiyong looked at Ling Yun's appearance and temperament. He immediately had a good impression of Ling Yun. He extended his hand and introduced himself. "Xianxia City Public Security Bureau, the captain of the criminal police team, Kong Ruiyong." This was a rescue. Ling Yun smiled and extended his hand to shake Kong Ruiyong's. Then, he said, "Tang Meng is my brother. I just rescued him from here." Ling Yun's words contained a lot of knowledge. It was true that Tang Meng was his brother. It was also true that he had just rescued Tang Meng from here. However, the whole thing was Ling Yun's business. Tang Meng was just a bystander. However, Ling Yun's words made Kong Ruiyong think that Tang Meng was in danger and was rescued by Ling Yun. However, Kong Ruiyong understood that Tang Meng was trapped and couldn't escape. Dupe, he was definitely a super dupe. F***CK, who has the guts to touch my nephew? Kong Ruiyong's cold eyes immediately glared at the 4 experts. His gaze was sharp. This was the effect that Ling Yun wanted. He chuckled and pointed at Sun Xing on the ground. "Captain Kong, I've already captured him for you. He's right here. Just send someone to keep an eye on him." Kong Ruiyong followed Ling Yun's finger and looked at Sun Xing on the ground. Then, he nodded and said, "So it's this kid? No problem." Ling Yun was relieved. It wasn't easy for him to capture Sun Xing. He didn't expect Sun Xing to become a burden. Now that Ling Yun had thrown this trouble to Kong Ruiyong, he felt a lot more at ease. Ling Yun used telepathy to speak to Kong Ruiyong alone. "Captain Kong, do you see those 4 people over there? They aren't ordinary people. Each of them is an expert in martial arts. They can jump tens of meters in a single move. They can take someone's life with a single move. You have to be careful." Ling Yun didn't hesitate at all. Seeing that his reinforcements had arrived, in line with the principle of maximizing benefits, he insulted the Sun family with just a few sentences. Kong Ruiyong's expression became extremely serious. Jumping tens of meters in a single move? Weren't these the legendary cultivators? If that was the case, things would not end well tonight. Kong Ruiyong had been a special forces scout before. He had heard rumors about these people in the army. Now that he was the captain of Xianxia City's Public Security Bureau's Criminal Police Unit, he had more or less come into contact with such news. Therefore, he had some understanding of these cultivators. No wonder Chief Tang made such a big fuss and requested for everyone to carry guns. So it's to deal with cultivators. Kong Ruiyong had a sudden realization. Suddenly, he looked at Ling Yun in front of him thoughtfully. He forgot to hide the shock in his eyes. He was incomparably shocked. Those people are all highly skilled practitioners, but Ling Yun just said that he saved Tang Meng in front of them. Doesn't that mean Ling Yun is also a martial arts expert? Little brother Ling Yun, then you. Kong Ruiyong was shocked. His tone changed once again. Only then did he notice that Ling Yun's tattered and soaked clothes were stained with faint red blood. The blood mixed with the rainwater dripped onto the ground. Ling Yun smiled and nodded, indicating that he had guessed correctly. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the main entrance. Tang Meng's father, the deputy chief of Xianxia City's Public Security Bureau, Tang Tianhao, had finally arrived. The road in the Zhuang family's courtyard was wide enough for 4 cars to run side by side. Therefore, Tang Tianhao drove smoothly until he saw Kong Ruiyong. Along the way, Tang Tianhao counted silently. 1 chariot, 2 chariots, 3 chariots, 18 chariots. Kong Ruiyong, this rascal, actually brought my troops here. Chief Tang. You're here? Kong Ruiyong immediately ran over to open the door for Tang Tianhao when he saw that his car had arrived. How many people did you bring? Is the situation under control? How's Ling Yun? Tang Tianhao asked Kong Ruiyong the moment he got out of the car. Kong Ruiyong smiled. Ling Yun is fine. The situation is under control for now. Many of our brothers called each other on the way here. I don't know the exact number, but there are at least 40 of them. Ling Yun heard everything clearly from the side. He knew that it was Tang Meng's father, Tang Tianhao. He immediately walked forward and bowed respectfully. Hello, Uncle Tang. I'm Ling Yun. Then, Ling Yun raised his head and met Tang Tianhao's eyes. Tang Tianhao was stunned when he saw Ling Yun. Then, he laughed heartily and patted Ling Yun's shoulder. No wonder Tang Meng kept saying how handsome his boss is. Now that I've seen him today, yes, he's indeed very handsome. I like it. Ling Yun also chuckled and said, Uncle Tang, you're also very handsome. Tall and mighty, with an extraordinary aura. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Tang Tianhao had learned a lot about Ling Yun's situation through various channels. Of course, he mainly asked his son, Tang Meng, directly. He knew what kind of person Ling Yun was. That was why Ling Yun said that Tang Tianhao was tall and mighty. Even though it was obvious that Ling Yun was flattering him, Tang Tianhao still enjoyed it. Tang Tianhao nodded his head and smiled warmly at Ling Yun. Anne, I was thinking of asking Tang Meng to invite you over to play. I didn't expect to see you tonight. Tell me, what's going on? Ling Yun nodded and was about to speak when he suddenly looked in the direction of the main entrance. He was ecstatic, spiritual energy. It was the spiritual energy of the nine-tailed celestial fox, Little White. Even in the cultivation world, the nine-tailed celestial fox was a rare supreme spiritual beast. Once all 9 tails grew, it would surpass the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. How could it not have spiritual energy? Why is even Little White here? Ling Yun couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, he soon understood because he heard the roar of the Hummer. Xiao Mimi sped the Hummer to the limit and rushed from east to west with Little White. They had finally arrived. God! Why are there so many police cars? Xiao Mimi was shocked when she drove the Hummer into the western suburbs villa. At the same time, she felt inexplicably conflicted. Assassins were naturally very sensitive to the police. Even Xiao Mimi, who was at Hotian Realm Level 3, was no exception. Even though Xiao Mimi was no longer an assassin, this was an instinctive reaction that was hard to change. However, after Xiao Mimi drove the Hummer in, she quickly saw Ling Yun running over to welcome her with a smile. Only then did she feel relieved. As long as Ling Yun was fine. Xiao Mimi and Little White jumped out of the car. They immediately attracted the attention of many police officers. They only turned back in shock when Tang Tianhao coughed heavily. Didn't I tell you not to come back? Why are you back? Ling Yun frantically absorbed the overflowing spiritual energy from the nine-tailed celestial fox as he hugged Xiao Mimi's shoulders. Xiao Mimi blushed and twisted her body slightly. I'm worried about you dealing with so many of them by yourself. From afar, Xianxia and Shui Mining witnessed this scene from the top of the stairs. One of them sighed in her heart while the other stomped her feet in anger. Xianxia did not forget to add fuel to the flames of jealousy. There's no point in being jealous. Ling Yun came here to save my sister. Now that he has saved my sister, let me tell you, he calls my sister his wife. You. Shut up. When Xianxia and Shui Mining heard this, their expressions changed. They looked at each other and came to an agreement. They turned around and glared at Xianxia. Xianxia laughed coldly in her heart. She raised her chin and pointed at the masked Miao Xiao Miao. With a playful look in her eyes, she said, Why are you all staring at me? Do you see that masked one? She also came to save my brother-in-law. Xianxia purposely emphasized the word brother-in-law as she looked provocatively at the 2 beautiful campus belles who were about to explode with jealousy. Say that again. Shui Mining was the most jealous. Seeing that Xianxia was still provoking her, she flew into a rage and was about to rush forward. Xianxia, on the other hand, was much more rational. She gently pulled Shui Mining's wrist and smiled at Xianxia. At least we have the right to be jealous, unlike some people who can only call Ling Yun brother-in-law even though they love him dearly. with Chao Shanshan's intelligence, she could immediately tell that Zhuang Meina also liked Ling Yun. She immediately grasped Zhuang Meina's weak spot. You. Zhuang Meina was stunned by Chao Shanshan's words. She was at a loss for words and could only snort loudly. Chao Shanshan smiled triumphantly and ignored Zhuang Meina. Instead, she turned her head to look at the arena, her gaze once again landing on the masked Miao Xiao Miao. This figure. Why does it look like Miao Xiao Miao? Chao Shanshan was confused. She could only compare in her mind. If that was the case, then it would be terrible. Miao Xiao Miao's appearance here meant that she was on Ling Yun's side. If that was the case, then Miao Xiao Miao's motive for coming to Qingshui High and entering grade 12 class 6 was obvious. It was obviously for Ling Yun. Wow, look. That white fox is so cute. Shui Mining suddenly pointed in Ling Yun's direction and exclaimed in surprise. Even though the spiritual energy emitted by the nine-tailed celestial fox Little White was strong and pure, it had only grown one tail. The second tail had just grown out. Therefore, the amount of spiritual energy emitted by the nine-tailed celestial fox was much less than that of the Shikyu herb. It was even less than that of Ning Lingyu, who had an innate spiritual body. Unlike Ning Lingyu, the nine-tailed celestial fox Little White was able to control its overflowing spiritual energy. Not only that, it also needed to absorb spiritual energy to advance. If not for that, it wouldn't need to cultivate near the Shikyu herb every once in a while. Therefore, even though Ling Yun deliberately used his cultivation technique to absorb the spiritual energy emitted by Little White, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. After half a day, the spiritual energy in his body had only recovered by 20%. However, to Ling Yun, having spiritual energy to replenish his spiritual energy was much better than eating his way out. Even though the current situation was very advantageous to him, Ling Yun didn't think that the Sun family would be captured with just a few dozen policemen and a few dozen guns. Now, Ling Yun didn't want to escape. He wanted to fight back. Fight back fiercely, what goes around comes around. Today, it's my turn. I have both men and guns now. While you're down, I'll take your life. This was Ling Yun's style. As he absorbed the spiritual energy of the nine-tailed celestial fox, he comforted Xiao Mimi, who was beside him. His eyes fell on the four masters, observing their movements. If I can think of a way to get Uncle Tang to give the order to open fire and kill all these people, that would be wonderful. Ling Yun wasn't in the mood to fight one-on-one after being bullied so badly just now. No matter what the situation was, he preferred to solve the problem in the most direct and simple way. Madam Sun, don't worry. Master Sun was only accidentally injured by Priest Compassionless. His legs were injured and he fainted from the pain. Other than that, he's fine. Taoist priest Lu Deming said seriously to Niao Fenjiao, who had calmed down. He was the one who caught Priest Compassionless staff with his horsetail whisk. As long as we can save Master Sun, I'll personally use the Maoshan Taoist techniques to repair his legs at all costs. Madam, the situation is critical now. These dozens of policemen are obviously here to help Ling Yun. In this regard, you're more capable. What do you think? He Xingyan chimed in. Niao Fenjiao was angry that these four people didn't care about her son's life, but they were in the same boat now. She couldn't get angry even if she wanted to. Moreover, her son really wasn't dead. Otherwise, Ling Yun wouldn't have dragged Sun Xing everywhere. Niao Fenjiao understood this very well. Niao Fenjiao looked at the dozens of guns pointed at her, but she wasn't afraid. Don't worry, these policemen won't dare to open fire. You guys protect me. Niao Fenjiao sneered and said. Niao Fenjiao had personally led people to Qingshui City's Public Security Bureau to order the arrest of Ling Yun. Naturally, she knew Tang Tianhao. Niao Fenjiao took the lead and walked towards Tang Tianhao with the four masters. They only stopped when they were about 4 meters away from Tang Tianhao. Deputy Director Tang, I didn't think we would meet again so soon. Niao Fenjiao was covered in mud and looked battered, but she seemed to have regained her sense of superiority when facing ordinary people. Through Kong Ruiyong's narration and the fact that he had seen Niao Fenjiao, Tang Tianhao had a general understanding of the situation. He had basically figured out the entire sequence of events. It was obvious that Niao Fenjiao wanted the Public Security Bureau to arrest Ling Yun. However, the Public Security Bureau refused to do so. She had no choice but to settle the matter privately. No one knew what she did to lure Lingyun here. "Oh, it's Madam Sunday, nice to meet you." Tang Tianhao replied calmly, but he didn't say anything. "Deputy Director Tang, I didn't commit any crime. What's the meaning of having so many policemen point their guns at me?" Niao Fenjiao started to make things difficult for him. "Madam Sun, we are the people's police. We are only carrying out our duties and controlling the situation. We are not targeting anyone," Tang Tianhao said with a straight face. Niao Fenjiao snorted coldly. She pointed at Sun Xing on the ground and said with a distressed expression, "Deputy Director Tang, the one lying in front of you is my son, the young master of the Sun family, Sun Xing. He's seriously injured now. May I ask if you can give him to me so that I can get someone to treat him as soon as possible?" "I'm sorry, the situation is still unclear. I need to investigate thoroughly before I can give you an explanation." Tang Tianhao smiled. "You." Niao Fenjiao was embarrassed and angry when she saw that Tang Tianhao wasn't giving her any face. Her eyes flashed with viciousness. "Deputy Director Tang, do you know that you are going against the Sun family now?" Niao Fenjiao started to threaten him. Tang Tianhao laughed. "Mrs. Sun, you're exaggerating. As a public security officer of a city, I will not go against anyone. I am just following the procedures and doing my job." Tang Tianhao was really heroic. Since he had chosen to stand on Lingyun's side, he naturally wouldn't accept Niao Fenjiao's threat. The father is really a hero and the son is a good man. Only a father like that would be able to raise someone like Tang Meng. Lingyun stood not far away with a smile of admiration on his face. He couldn't help but nod as he watched Tang Tianhao confront Niao Fenjiao. Sun Xing's legs were broken, and Lingyun had placed a death restriction on him. It would be useless even if Niao Fenjiao snatched Sun Xing back. He wouldn't live for more than 24 hours, in Lingyun's eyes, Sun Xing was already a dead man. It was only a matter of time. Lingyun didn't need Sun Xing as a hostage anymore. Therefore, he didn't care at all. He just absorbed little white spiritual energy and waited for the upcoming battle. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Business is business, isn't it? Alright, please wait for a moment, Deputy Bureau Chief Tang. I'll make a call. Niao Fenjiao saw that Tang Tianhao was being stubborn and ignored her. She snorted and walked a few steps away to make the call. Coincidentally, Tang Tianhao's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was his son, Tang Meng. "Hey, old man, have you brought people over? Is my boss okay?" Tang Meng went straight to the point after the call went through. Although he said that he was waiting in the rented house, Zhuang Meifeng, Tai Xiaohu, and Tang Meng could not sit still. After waiting anxiously for 15 minutes, Tang Meng felt that it was about time and hurriedly made the call. Tang Tianhao smiled and briefly explained the situation. Tang Meng was overjoyed and hung up before his father could finish. Then, he said to Zhuang Meifeng and Tai Xiaohu, "Alright, don't worry. Big brother Yin is fine now. Let's go and take a look." Zhuang Meifeng and Tai Xiaohu could not wait any longer. They nodded in unison and left the rented house to hail a taxi. "I don't need you here. Little White and I are enough. Do you see those two girls over there? Go and help me protect them. Don't let anything happen," Ling Yan said to Xiao Mimi as he pointed at the two girls on the stairs. Ling Yan decided to hug Little White in his arms. This way, he could absorb spiritual energy faster. The spiritual energy in his body was slowly recovering. It had already recovered to about 30%. Little White didn't know why Ling Yan was hugging her. Her seductive fox face was extremely bashful and seductive. Xiao Mimi looked at Ling Yan strangely. Her seductive lips curled into a mysterious smile. Her eyes were filled with suspicion. However, in front of the enemy, Xiao Mimi did not say anything. She only nodded lightly and reminded Ling Yan to be careful. Then, she walked towards the stairs of the villa. After Xiao Mimi left, Ling Yan began to check his equipment. He still had a few dozen normal fire talismans and close to 100 fire talismans drawn with the mystical brush. He still had less than half of the big needle and more than half of the iron nail that he had not used. As for the mystical brush in his arms, Ling Yun hadn't used it yet. This was his trump card. He was confident that he could kill Compassionless and Lu Deming on the spot if he was forced into a corner and used this treasure to fight to the death. It could be said that the current situation was very advantageous to Ling Yun. Master Compassionless was severely burned, and he only had half of his original combat power left. He Xingyan's right shoulder was severely injured, and his entire right arm was temporarily crippled. He Xingyan's movement speed and use of hidden weapons were greatly affected, and his combat power was greatly reduced. Now, Ling Yan's army was truly strong. Ling Yan could tell from Miao Xiaomiao's movement speed that she was at Hotian realm level 6. Coupled with the top-grade golden silkworm on her shoulder, she would have no problem dealing with any one of the opponents. Little White's internal injuries had yet to recover, but Ling Yan had used the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot to stop it. Little White's greatest advantage was its speed. Once it used its speed, it would be like a bolt of white lightning. Even Ling Yun using the dragonfish phantom ability to the limit would not be able to catch up to it. Little White could deal with any one of the opponents. Ling Yun had already recovered more than 30% of his spiritual energy. As long as it recovered to 40%, Ling Yun was confident that he would be able to take on the 2 opponents by himself if he used all his hidden weapons and the big needle. As long as the 9-tailed celestial fox was within 20 meters of Ling Yun would be able to continuously absorb its spiritual energy. Even though the amount was small, the spiritual energy was pure and strong. This 9-tailed celestial fox's spiritual energy would allow Ling Yun to use the Tiangang Demon Fist and Vault of Heaven's Fist easily. There was Xiao Mimi taking care of Chao Shanshan and Shui Mining, Kong Ruiyong's men guarding Sun Xing, and dozens of armed police officers eyeing from the side. Ling Yun's worries were gone, and he had the upper hand. He was just waiting for both sides to fail in their negotiations and fall out with them. Then, he would execute a thunderous strike and kill the 4 opponents. What do you plan to do? Miao Xiaomiao asked Ling Yun. The 4 experts were protecting Miao Fenjiao on the phone. Naturally, she couldn't just stand there foolishly. Ling Yun chuckled. Is there a need to ask? The 4 of them almost killed me just now. Of course, I have to kill them for revenge. Miao Xiaomiao didn't expect Ling Yun to be so direct. She frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, now that the police have the situation under control, you can just leave. Why do you have to kill them? Ling Yun was very disdainful of Miao Xiaomiao's words. He said sarcastically, leave? Aren't you being too simple-minded? Do you think they'll let me go if I leave? The corners of Ling Yun's mouth curled into a cold smile. He raised his hand and pointed to the 3 corpses beside him. See that? Those 3 people wanted to kill me, so I killed them. Now that the situation has already reached the point of no return, even if I leave tonight, what about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? Miao Xiaomiao was speechless. She paused for a moment before replying, anyway, I won't help you kill them. I have no grudges with them, Miao Xiaomiao. I don't care why you came to grade 12 class 6. Remember, you came here on your own. No one invited you here. No one will stop you if you want to leave now. You don't have to act like a saint and tell me what to do. Ling Yun didn't expect Miao Xiaomiao to turn up. He smiled indifferently and said, I don't care why you came to grade 12 class 6. Ling Yun didn't believe that Miao Xiaomiao would be so kind as to come and save him. Miao Xiaomiao was unbelievably beautiful and had that heaven-defying golden silkworm. He had to be wary of her. You. Miao Xiaomiao looked at Ling Yun's come and go as you please, it doesn't matter if you're here or not attitude. She instantly felt a little embarrassed and said hatefully, what a dog that bites Lu Dongbin. Miao Xiaomiao couldn't leave. Even if it wasn't for Ling Yun, she had to protect Shui Mining's safety. Ling Yun smiled coldly and ignored Miao Xiaomiao. He focused on absorbing the spiritual energy that Little White emitted. Suddenly, Ling Yun, Miao Xiaomiao, and the 4 experts from the Sun family turned their heads at the same time and looked towards the small forest. In the rain, a black figure was stepping on the treetops and flying towards them. He was as fast as a black bolt of lightning. Haha, I was wondering why so many police cars were rushing here. It's really lively here. Du Guimo was dressed in a long black robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he held his sword in his right hand. He didn't bother to hide his aura at all. Very quickly, he flew over 200 meters of the forest and landed on the lawn in front of the villa. Dugumo's domineering entrance attracted everyone's attention. The situation on the field suddenly increased. Some of the police officers immediately turned their guns and aimed at Dugumo, who was at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8, didn't care about the armed policeman at all. When he was on the treetop, he had already seen the entire situation clearly. He even saw the 4 experts and Ling Yun. After he landed, he walked straight towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun, I didn't think we would meet again so soon. It seems like you're in big trouble. Do you need help? Dugumo thought to himself, what kind of weirdo is this Ling Yun? Why does he always cause trouble wherever he goes? When Ling Yun saw that the nosy Dugumo had arrived, he immediately put down Little White and greeted him with a smile. Do you even need to ask? Of course I'll help. Those people are bullying others. Not only did they steal my wife, but they also injured my friends and wanted to join forces to kill me. Dugumo raised his eyebrows and waved his hand to stop Ling Yun from speaking. He laughed coldly and said, then what are you waiting for? Fight. It's useless to ask these police officers to put down their guns. After Dugumo arrived, he was already itching to fight so many experts. Moreover, he had already recognized that among the 4 experts, 3 of them were the monk and 2 Taoists who were eyeing the crater. If he didn't make a move now, when would he? Straightforward. So King straightforward. Ling Yun shouted in his heart. What a bosom friend. He turned his head and smiled at Xiaomiao. In a flash, he appeared in front of Tang Tianhao. Using telepathy, Ling Yun said to Tang Tianhao, Uncle Tang, I'm sure you already know that tonight is a matter between cultivators. It's not appropriate for you to participate directly. You just have to control the situation. Leave the rest to me. Tang Tianhao was overjoyed. He smiled and nodded. He asked Ling Yun, are you confident? Ling Yun chuckled. I wasn't confident just now, but I'm 100% confident now. After saying that, Ling Yun used the 1,000 miles godly steps and leaped 20 meters to the center of the arena. He pointed at the 4 experts and shouted, compassionless and heartless. Emotionless heart and emotionless heart, you adulterous couple. Did you enjoy beating me up just now? Hurry up and come out to die. Ling Yun had firmly pinned the label of adulterous couple on Master Compassionless and Priestess Heartless. Good lad, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. Dugumo appeared beside Ling Yun in a flash and stood proudly. Both Master Compassionless and Priestess Heartless were enraged. They rushed forward at the same time and appeared at the same time. Evil creature. Don't think that we can't deal with you just because you have help. Die. Master Compassionless swung his staff at Ling Yun's head before he finished his sentence. Rainwater splashed everywhere. At the same time, He Xingyan and Lu Deming also rushed into the arena and attacked Ling Yun. They wanted to end the battle quickly. Just in time. Dugumo was inexplicably excited. His fighting spirit soared to the heavens as he finally raised his hand to draw his sword. He swung his long sword at He Xingyan, who was flying towards him. After receiving Ling Yun's telepathic message, Little White stayed close to Ling Yun. Using its speed, it transformed into a silver bolt of lightning and helped Ling Yun stall Priestess Heartless. Lu Deming knew that the most important thing now was to capture Ling Yun. Therefore, he rushed into the battle between Master Compassionless and Ling Yun and swept his horsetail whisk. Even though Master Compassionless only had half of his combat power left, he still had the upper hand against Ling Yun, who was barehanded with his Buddhist staff. Now that Lu Deming had joined the battle, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Ling Yun could only use the Dragon Fish Phantom ability to dodge the attacks of the 2 of them. Humph. You want to kill someone with such little strength? I really don't know how you survived just now. Xiao stomped her foot angrily when she saw Ling Yun's predicament. Twisting her body, she rushed into the arena and blocked Lu Deming for Ling Yun. You're finally willing to come out? Ling Yun peeked and laughed in his heart. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yun was able to deal with the pursuit of the 4 masters calmly and even capture Sun Xing from their encirclement. How could he be so weak? He deliberately pretended to be in a dire situation to lure Miao Xiaomiao into the fight. Du Guimo was currently dominating He Xingyan. Even though both of them were at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8, He Xingyan was much older and more powerful than Du Guimo. However, his right shoulder had been poisoned by Xiao Jin, and one of his arms was almost crippled. Therefore, both his attacks and movement techniques were restricted, and he could only fight to a draw with Du Guimo for a while. Even though Miao Xiaomiao was at Hotian realm level 6, she had little Gold's help. The supreme-grade golden silkworm was Miao Xiaomiao's natal gu, and the two of them could communicate telepathically. Even though Lu Deming was at the intermediate stage of Hotian realm level 7, he had to be wary of the supreme-grade golden silkworm's sneak attacks at all times. More importantly, he had to be wary of Miao Xiaomiao's poison. Thus, he didn't dare to go all out. Of course, Miao Xiaomiao wanted to save people, not kill. Therefore, she only used her martial arts to defend against Lu Deming. Otherwise, Lu Deming would have been defeated. The White Fox's speed was extremely fast. It circled around Ling Yun like a bolt of lightning and held Priestess Heartless back tightly. No matter how powerful Priestess Heartless was, she wouldn't be able to get close to Ling Yun. Ling Yun finally stopped holding back and went all out against the injured priest Compassionless. Bald donkey. Aren't you the first to want to kill me? What goes around comes around. Remember, next year's Qingming festival will be your death anniversary. Ling Yun dodged priest Compassionless' staff in a flash. At the same time, he raised his left hand and threw a handful of iron nails at priest Compassionless' acupoints using the shower of flowers technique. Priest Compassionless was injured by the fire and could not move freely. Now that the distance between them was so close, he could not dodge. He could only spin his staff like a windmill and smash the iron nails away. However, he had just blocked this iron nail when the second iron nail arrived. What a vile creature! How dare you use such a despicable trick? Priest Compassionless roared in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Ling Yun leisurely absorbed little white spiritual energy while circling around Priest Compassionless using his 1,000 miles godly steps. Bald bastard, why didn't you say that you were despicable when the four of you were fighting me alone? He scolded disdainfully. Ling Yun used the dragon-fish phantom ability to appear behind Master Compassionless while he was trying his best to fend off the iron nails flying towards him. Ling Yun raised both of his hands. Chi. 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 The flying needle in his left hand and the iron nail in his right shot towards Priest Compassionless. Master Compassionless turned around frantically, waving his staff to deflect the flying needles and nails. However, there were too many of them this time. Some of them even hit Master Compassionless' legs. Priest Compassionless had a strong body. He wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble if he wasn't injured. He just had to protect his vitals, and the rest of his body would be unscathed even if Ling Yun's hidden weapons hit him. However, Priest Compassionless was covered in cuts and bruises from the fire talisman. How could he block Ling Yun's flying needles and nails? 2 large needles and 1 iron nail pierced through Priest Compassionless' bloody flesh without any resistance. Priest Compassionless groaned as his knees went weak. He almost knelt on the grass. Opportunity knocks now. Ling Yun sneered and used the dragon-fish phantom ability again. He appeared 1 meter behind Priest Compassionless. He held 5 iron nails in each hand and concentrated his energy on his palms. Then, he struck the major acupoints on Priest Compassionless' back. This time, no one could save Priest Compassionless. 10 2-inch iron nails were pierced into the vital acupoints on his back by Ling Yun. Every single one of them penetrated deep into his body. Go to hell. Vault of Heaven's extermination. After piercing the 10 nails into Priest Compassionless' back, Ling Yun crossed his palms and used the last and most ruthless move of the Vault of Heaven's Nirvana palm on Priest Compassionless' back. Ugh. Arg. Priest Compassionless spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes bulged and blood spurted out from all 7 orifices. Clang. His staff fell to the ground. The priest of the Compassionless, who was the first to fight Ling Yun, finally fell to the ground and died with his eyes wide open. Do you really think I can't kill you? Ling Yun sneered and turned to Priestess Heartless. Your lover is dead. Heartless old bitch, it's your turn now. Ling Yun shouted as he leaped into the air and pounced towards Priestess Heartless. Little White, retreat. Priestess Heartless was shocked to see Priest Compassionless die so quickly. It wasn't because of Ling Yun's strength, but because of Ling Yun's ruthlessness. He didn't care about his opponent's identity or background. He attacked without mercy. Master Compassionless was a monk from the Shaolin Temple. It was one thing for Ling Yun to win and restrain him, but to kill him just like that? Ling Yun, you little thief. You're going against the martial arts world's righteous path by killing Priest Compassionless. Priestess Heartless shouted as she swung her horsetail whisk at Ling Yun. Ling Yun sneered. The martial arts world's righteous path? Are you trying to scare me now? Why didn't any of you mention the martial arts world's righteous path when the four of you ganged up on me and threatened to kill me on the spot? You're helping the evildoers and abducting women. How dare you call yourselves the martial arts world's righteous path? Ling Yun retorted, but his hands didn't stop moving. He raised his hand and threw a handful of flying needles at Priestess Heartless. Priestess Heartless was much more agile than Priest Compassionless. She was good at Qinggong, and she was unharmed. She dodged the attack in a flash, but her face turned red and white. She couldn't refute Ling Yun's words. Ling Yun smiled faintly. Are you going to put all the blame on me after you kill me tonight and say that you're doing the people a favor? Ling Yun had seen too many of these bullsh** tea tricks in the cultivation world. He couldn't be bothered to talk to Priestess Heartless anymore. He raised his hand and threw a handful of iron nails. Ling Yun switched to using iron nails when he was almost done with the needles. More than 10 iron nails flew towards Priestess Heartless like lightning. Priestess Heartless was forced to dodge again. Ling Yun used his Dragon Fish Phantom ability and leaped behind Lu Deming. Ling Yun's Dragon Fish Phantom ability was invincible as long as there was spiritual energy. He wouldn't lose to anyone here. Lu Deming was forced to retreat by Miao Xiao Miao and Xiao Jin. He was shocked when he realized that Ling Yun had appeared behind him. Ling Yun was silent. He had already taken out 2 fire talismans and threw them at Taoist priest Lu Deming's back. He shouted, "Appear." 2 basketball-sized red flames instantly stuck to Lu Deming's back and started burning wildly. Lu Deming was shocked. He didn't even have time to turn around. He took out a yellow talisman and slapped it on his back. Then, he started chanting madly. A water ball bigger than a basketball appeared out of thin air and smashed onto Taoist priest Lu Deming's back, instantly extinguishing the 2 balls of flames. Ling Yun sneered and pointed at Priestess Heartless from afar. Did you see that? This is the so-called righteousness of the martial arts world. Priest Lu clearly had fire-extinguishing talismans on him, but he watched as Priest Compassionless was burned to this state. What do you have to say for yourself? Priestess Heartless blushed and remained silent. She could only snort coldly in response to Ling Yun's question. Ling Yun had slapped more than 10 talismans all over Priest Compassionless' body and burned them at the same time. Lu Deming had only used 4 talismans to extinguish the flames on Priest Compassionless' vital spots. Lu Deming would have nothing to say if he really didn't have any more talismans left. However, he still had some left. Ling Yun couldn't be blamed for mocking him. Compared to Ling Yun, who risked his life to save his brother, the difference was like heaven and earth. Dugu Mo and He Xingyan were in the midst of a fierce battle. After hearing Ling Yun's explanation, Dugu Mo looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Well said. What righteous sex? They're just a bunch of scum with evil intentions. Dugu Mo was originally from a hidden family, so he was the most knowledgeable about such matters. Therefore, he fully supported Ling Yun's explanation and began to admire him. The more Dugu Mo fought, the more astonished he became. How did Ling Yun survive against the 4 of them when they were so strong? He even secretly wondered how he would be forced into a corner by Ling Yun if he were to face Ling Yun in 2 days' time. After witnessing Ling Yun's movement techniques, hidden weapon techniques, and the terrifying vault of heaven's destruction and the 2 fire talismans, Dugu Mo knew that he had underestimated Ling Yun, who was only at the early stages of Hotian realm level 5. Although Taoist priest Lu Deming managed to extinguish the 2 balls of fire in time, 2 large holes were still burned on his back. His back was also slightly scalded. He was secretly shocked. Lu Deming knew that Ling Yun could appear behind him in a flash. Ling Yun's movement techniques were much faster than his. If he were to fight Ling Yun alone, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Lu Deming rolled his eyes and shouted at Priestess Heartless, "Priestess Heartless, don't listen to this thief's nonsense. He has already killed Priest Compassionless and has fallen to the evil path. Everyone in the righteous sects has the right to punish such a cruel brat. Priestess Heartless, look at the things that are following this brat. This fox is obviously a fox demon. And even though she's masked, I'm sure that she's the Lady Poison from Miaojiang. Furthermore, she has the world's most poisonous golden silkworm. This is a sign of chaos. Boolsh *T. This time, Miao Xiao Miao was the first to fly into a rage. Following her shout, Little Gold flapped its small wings and flew towards Lu Deming. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Lu Deming had wanted to emphasize the seriousness of the matter so that Priestess Heartless would join forces with him to kill Ling Yun. He didn't expect to offend Miao Xiao Miao so thoroughly. Ling Yun sent a telepathic message to Little White to stall Priestess Heartless while he sneered and pounced towards Lu Deming. With the help of the golden silkworm this time, Ling Yun wouldn't be him if he didn't beat Lu Deming when he was down. When Lu Deming saw the golden silkworm flying towards him, he was so frightened that he quickly took out a talisman. Ling Yun saw clearly that Lu Deming was also holding a fire talisman in his hand. He immediately shouted, "Be careful." A ball of fire engulfed the golden silkworm before he could finish his sentence. Lu Deming succeeded in one move and was secretly delighted in his heart. Who knew that Goldie's figure didn't even stop and still shot towards him at high speed? The supreme-grade golden silkworm was invulnerable to weapons and fire. At the same time, a murderous look flashed across Miao Xiao Miao's eyes. She appeared beside Lu Deming in a flash and flicked her fingers continuously. Miao Xiao Miao was truly enraged that Lu Deming dared to use a fire talisman to burn her natal gu. She didn't show any mercy and used poison. Lu Deming didn't dare to hesitate. He could only use all his strength to jump to the other side. He took out another detoxification talisman and used it on himself. Then, his figure flashed and he fled towards the small forest. Du Guimo and He Xingyan were locked in a stalemate. Priestess Heartless was entangled by the white fox. Now, Ling Yun, Miao Xiao Miao, and the supreme-grade golden silkworm were attacking him at the same time. Lu Deming knew that he had lost the upper hand. What else could he do other than escape? Taoist master of a prestigious sect, didn't you want to slay demons? Why are you running away now? He used the dragon fish phantom ability twice and blocked Lu Deming's path of escape. He stood in front of Lu Deming and blocked his way. Lu Deming was now like a stray dog. How could he dare to delay any longer? His figure moved again, and just as he was about to escape into the small forest, he was forced back by Ling Yun's iron nails. While Lu Deming was swinging his horsetail whisk to knock down the iron nails, Goldie dashed over like lightning again and spat out a golden thread from its mouth when it was still more than 10 meters away. Without a sound, it directly shot towards Lu Deming's back. Although Lu Deming couldn't hear the sound of the golden silkworm's silk threads, he could hear the sound of the golden silkworm flying through the air. He was scared out of his wits. Not good. Lu Deming dashed wildly without a care for anything else. He managed to dodge golden silkworm's golden silk, but unfortunately, he didn't manage to dodge Ling Yun's iron nails. Flower rain. Ling Yun had already predicted that Lu Deming would try his best to dodge the golden silkworm. Therefore, he had already thrown out 2 iron nails with both hands, waiting for Lu Deming to drill into it. Lu Deming was best at Maoshan's talisman techniques. He didn't have Qinggong like Priestess Heartless and He Xingyan, nor did he have Master Compassionless Qinggong. Even though he frantically swung his horsetail whisk to protect himself, his body was still hit by many iron nails. PFFF. Lu Deming felt as if he had been hit by a flying knife. 7 or 8 iron nails pierced into his body, causing blood to spurt out. Little Gold rushed forward like lightning and kissed Lu Deming's neck. It didn't stop at all. He Xingyan's shoulder was poisoned, which could be cut off. However, there was no way to deal with his neck. Lu Deming's bleeding body suddenly froze. My life is over. He threw away his horsetail whisk and took out 3 talismans from his pocket. He stuck one on his neck and threw the other 2 at Ling Yun. Ling Yun knew that Lu Deming was putting up a desperate fight. He didn't dare to take it head-on. He used his dragonfish phantom ability to dodge the attacks. Boom! Boom! Two deafening explosions resounded at the spot where Ling Yun was originally standing. There was a huge pit with a radius of 3 to 4 meters. It's a level 2 talisman, the fire talisman. Ling Yun thought to himself. If he had been careless just now, he would have been covered in injuries even with the protection of the stellar condensation technique. That would have been worse than compassionless. Take out whatever magical treasures you have. I'll send you on your way. Ling Yun snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he shot 3 iron nails into the poisoned Lu Deming's heart. You. Lu Deming's mouth was bleeding. He pointed at Ling Yun for a long time before his body fell to the ground. In less than 5 minutes, 2 of the 4 masters from the Sun family had been killed by Ling Yun. At this point, Ling Yun was left with less than 20% of the spiritual energy in his body. He took a deep breath and used his 1,000 miles godly steps to get to Little White's side. Ling Yun had killed 2 people in a row. Xianxia could not help but feel anxious as he watched the battle unfold. Suddenly, he sprang up and threw a few coin darts at Du Gumo. Then, he flew backward and landed beside Xianxia. Xianxia could only think of ways to stall for time and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Ling Yun was at his peak. If he were to join forces with Du Gumo and form a pincer attack, Xianxia, who only had 1 arm, would definitely die. Priestess Heartless saw that Xianxia had jumped out of the battle and immediately moved to Xiaofinjiao's side. She looked around and saw that Xiaofinjiao's men were either dead or injured. Now, only 2 Hotian Realm Level 8 experts and 2 Hotian Realm Level 1 youths were left. You want to stop now? It won't be that easy. Ling Yun didn't let them off easily. With a leap, he rushed over and raised both his hands at the same time. 2 hidden weapons were shot at the 3 of them. He couldn't give the enemy any chance to breathe. Priestess Heartless swept her horsetail whisk wildly. Xianxia grabbed Xiaofinjiao and jumped awkwardly to avoid Ling Yun's hidden weapons. He then shouted, "Stop! Ling Yun, everything that happened today was a misunderstanding. I promised to let the Sun family and Zhuang family annul the engagement. How about that?" Ling Yun burst into laughter. Misunderstanding? Annul the engagement? Why didn't you say it was a misunderstanding when I was talking to you just now? Trying to stall for time? Not a chance. Ling Yan's figure flashed, and 2 more hidden weapons were thrown at them. Xianxia dodged again with Xiaofinjiao in his hand. Ling Yun, I admit that you have the upper hand now. However, I don't think you can stop us if we want to leave. Ling Yun was afraid that Xianxia would say this. If they were to fight, Ling Yun would definitely win. He was confident that he could kill all of them. However, if Xianxia wanted to escape, there was nothing he could do. Of course, Xianxia would not run away. He was just trying to stall for time. It had been more than half an hour since he sent the message. Xianxia felt that the 3 heaven-ranked assassins would arrive soon if there were no accidents. As long as he could stall for time until they arrived, Ling Yun and the dozens of police officers would be able to do whatever they wanted. Ling Yun had no choice but to say, "Alright, let's get the Sun family to annul the engagement first. Let's write a contract." At the same time, Ling Yun was thinking of a way to keep all of them here. Xiaofinjiao had never thought that things would turn out this way. However, she had no choice but to admit defeat now that she was at a complete disadvantage. Although she had just called her husband, distant water couldn't quench the present thirst. She couldn't even help at the scene, let alone her husband. Now that things had escalated to this point, the engagement had to be annulled. Xiaofinjiao had never endured such humiliation before as she announced the annulment of the engagement between Sun Xing and Zhuang Meifeng. From now on, the Sun family and the Zhuang family had nothing to do with each other. However, neither Ling Yun nor Xiaofinjiao cared about Zhuang Tianda's opinion. When Zhuang Meifeng, Tai Xiaohu, and Tang Mei rushed back to the Zhuang family, they heard Xiaofinjiao announce the annulment of the engagement. Ling Yun was the first person to bully the Sun family to this extent. "Big brother Yun, are you alright?" Tang Mei shouted at Ling Yun excitedly when he saw that his father had arranged such a big event. Tang Mei's face was filled with pride and excitement. "Tang Mei, this brat, he didn't even greet me when he arrived. He greeted Ling Yun first." Tang Tianhao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Naturally, Ling Yan had seen the three of them return long ago. However, it was just in time for them to return. With a faint smile, he appeared in front of the three of them with Niao Fenjiao's handwritten promissory note and handed it to Zhuang Meifeng. Even though the contract was nothing in Ling Yan's eyes, Zhuang Meifeng held it excitedly in her hands, feeling very happy and satisfied. There was no one else in the world. Zhuang Meifeng's beautiful eyes looked at Ling Yan affectionately. She didn't need to say anything, but Ling Yan could understand what she was trying to convey. Humph. What's going on? She risked so much to fight and caused us to come here in the middle of the night. So it's all because of her. Shui Mining bit her lips and furrowed her brows as she muttered in dissatisfaction. Xianxia stared at Ling Yan and Zhuang Meifeng in the distance with a complicated expression on her face. She almost bit her lips until they bled. Xiao Mimi glanced at the two beauties beside her and then at the silent Miao Xiaomiao. However, she didn't say anything and only smiled charmingly. F*ck, this brat. Du Guimo was speechless as he stood with his sword. He turned his head to look at Xianxia and thought of Long Wu and Zhang Ling in the disco. He couldn't help but worry for Ling Yun. Women were tigers, and a tigress was already troublesome enough. Just the one in front of him, suddenly, Du Guimo's brows furrowed. He leaped up and landed on top of a tree in the small forest. He shouted, "Who's there?" At the same time, Ling Yan's expression changed. His eyes were unprecedentedly serious as he shouted, "Everyone, be careful." He Xingyan, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He carried Niao Fenjiao and leaped tens of meters towards the three masked men in black. How could Ling Yan not know that the enemy's reinforcements were strong? The situation had changed. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. He Xingyan met up with the three masked men. He pointed at Ling Yun and laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yun, I bet you didn't expect this, did you? Tonight will be the night of your death. In order to kill Ling Yun, Ling Hao had raised the price to $200 million. That was why the Assassins organization had sent out 3 heaven-ranked assassins from the Huaxia branch, Tianjiao, Tianxia, and Xianxia. All 3 of them were at the early stages of Ho Tian realm level 9. Tianjiao was the strongest among them. He was about to reach the middle stages of Ho Tian realm level 9. Is that him? Tianjiao asked He Xingyan calmly as he pointed at Ling Yun, ignoring the armed police officers in the courtyard. He Xingyan nodded his head and smiled. That's right, he's Ling Yun. He's not easy to deal with. He's only at the early stages of Ho Tian realm level 5. What's there to worry about? He Xingyan reminded, don't be careless. I've never seen this kid's martial arts before. He's proficient in Qigong, movement techniques, and hidden weapons. His physical strength is even more shocking. He's able to hold his own against an expert at Ho Tian realm level 8. Also, he has a Taoist talisman with him. Oh? Tianjiao's eyes finally showed a hint of interest as he thought to himself, no wonder we lost contact with the assassins we sent earlier. Perhaps they were all killed by this brat. Tianjiao was obviously a small leader of the assassins organization's Huaxia branch. He looked around and saw Xiao Mimi. It's Xianxia. Xianxia isn't dead. Did she betray the organization? Tianjiao narrowed his eyes. Tianxia-san, capture her first. After we kill Ling Yun, we'll bring her back to the torture chamber. Tianjiao ordered coldly. Xiao Mimi's face turned pale when she saw the 3 masked men in black. She could tell that they were from the assassins organization. Ling Yun, they're heaven-ranked assassins from the assassins organization. Run! Xiao Mimi shouted at the top of her lungs, reminding Ling Yun to run. Ling Yun realized the severity of the situation the moment the 3 heaven-ranked assassins appeared. Uncle Tang, these 3 are super assassins. Give the order to fire, he said to Tang Tianhao. Tang Tianhao didn't dare to hesitate. Open fire. Shoot? What a joke. Tianjiao smiled disdainfully and said to Tianxia and Tianxia, do it. Tang Tianhao had just given the order, and before the policeman could react, the 3 heaven-ranked assassins flashed at the same time. 3 black shadows appeared behind all the policemen like lightning. As their bodies moved rapidly, they pointed at each other with their fingers. In less than 5 seconds, Xianxia had knocked down 20 policemen by himself. The remaining 20 or so policemen were all knocked down by Xianxia and Xianxia. Huali huala. Bang dang. Putong. More than 40 policemen didn't even have time to pull out their guns before they found themselves unable to move. One by one, they all fell to the ground. All over the place. F*CK. Ling Yun was shocked. He grabbed both Zhuang Meifeng and Tang Meng under his armpits and leaped with all his might, sending the two of them to the steps of the villa. Tai Xiaohu reacted quickly. He didn't know where he got his strength from, but he grabbed Tang Tianhao with both hands. While no one was dealing with him, he sprinted up the steps at a speed faster than a 100-meter sprint. The nine-tailed celestial fox, Miao Xiaomiao, and Du Gumo also rushed to Ling Yun's side. They formed a line of defense in front of everyone. Leaping tens of meters at an unbelievable speed, knocking down dozens of policemen with lightning speed. They didn't even have a chance to shoot. This was the strength of someone at the early stages of Hotian Realm Level 9, Ling Yun was shocked. He secretly compared his dragonfish phantom ability and helplessly realized that even if his body was full of spiritual energy, he could only match the speed of the 3 people just now. How could they fight this battle? They couldn't fight. They couldn't even escape, let alone fight. Ling Yun thought to himself, this is bad. They might even be wiped out this time. What are their strengths? Ling Yun used telepathy to secretly ask Du Gumo, who was beside him. The proud Du Gumo's face turned pale. All 3 of them are at least at the early stages of Hotian Realm Level 9. One of them is close to the middle stages of Hotian Realm Level 9. We might be finished this time. He Xingyan extended his body and leaped 20 meters. He single-handedly picked up Sun Xing, who was lying on the ground, and quickly returned to Niao Fenjiao's side. Niao Fenjiao was overjoyed. Mr. He, thank you. After we kill that little thief, the Sun family will definitely reward you handsomely. Niao Fenjiao saw that the 3 people who came this time were so powerful, and her cowardly look was swept away. She raised her fat finger again and pointed at everyone on Ling Yun's side. She scolded, Ling Yun, going against the Sun family will only result in your death. You even dared to force me to break off the engagement just now. Let me tell you, that was just an expedient measure to coax you. Zhuang Meifeng, you little b*tch. Even if you want to marry into the Sun family now, we don't want a daughter-in-law like you. When my son Sun Xing is done with you, I'll teach you a lesson. This was really the East Mountain Wolf. Once he gained the upper hand, he became arrogant. Ling Yun's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He moved slightly and was about to dash out. However, he was stopped by Du Gumo. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. The leader of the assassins can kill you in 5 moves. After He Xingyan examined Sun Xing's body, he gently tugged at Niao Fenjiao's arm and reminded her, Mrs. Sun, young Master Sun's meridians have been sealed by Ling Yun using a special technique. Only he can undo it. Otherwise, young Master Sun won't live for more than 24 hours. Niao Fenjiao was stunned. She asked, Mr. He, even you can't save Xing-er? He Xingyan could only smile bitterly and shake his head slowly. Niao Fenjiao was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, she turned her head and said with hatred, then please help me capture this thief. Let him undo the restriction on my son before killing him. Mr. He, as long as you can save my son, you can make any request of the Sun family. He Xingyan nodded and smiled. Mrs. Sun, you're too kind. Capturing Ling Yun tonight is a piece of cake. Just wait and see. The 3 heaven-ranked assassins did not use any killing moves on the policemen. They only temporarily restricted their movements. Although the assassins' organization was powerful, they were not arrogant enough to go against the entire Huaxia. In Tianzhou's eyes, Ling Yun's side was already a piece of meat on their chopping board. They could do whatever they wanted. That was why they allowed Ling Yun to rescue Sun Xing without stopping them. With the 3 of them here, even a fly would not be able to escape, let alone a human. Ling Yun looked at the other party's calm demeanor. He racked his brains for ideas, but all of them were useless. In the face of absolute power, all kinds of plots and schemes were useless. Ling Yan could not do it either. Now, his spiritual energy had just recovered to more than 20%. He could not even use the dragonfish phantom ability 10 times. Even Priestess Heartless could easily deplete his spiritual energy, let alone the 3 heaven-ranked assassins. This time, it was not only a moment of true danger, but also a moment of certain death. Du Gumo, can you deal with them? Ling Yan asked Du Gumo in a low voice, ignoring Niao Fenjiao who was stomping her feet and cursing. Du Gumo could not bring himself to be proud anymore. He scratched his head and said, to be honest, if I were to take on a Hotian Realm level 9 expert alone, I should be able to hold them off. However, if they were to add another expert, I would be lucky if I could hold them off for 3 minutes. Then why don't you escape? Their target isn't you? Ling Yan's lips curled up as he asked with a smile. I'll help you for a while, for as long as I can. I'll escape after you're killed by them. Du Gumo laughed. He was as shameless as he could be. Du Gumo suddenly smiled and explained, I'm from the Dugu family. These assassins would definitely not dare to kill me. However, my strength is limited. I can only help you deal with 2 at most. As for the rest, I really can't do anything. Ling Yan nodded to express his gratitude. Then, he used telepathy and said to Miao Xiao Miao, Miao Xiao Miao, there's nothing left for you here. You can leave now. Their target is me, so I believe they won't make things difficult for you. What Ling Yan did not expect was that Miao Xiao Miao, who did not even want to make a move just now, shook her head firmly at this moment. I won't leave until you're out of danger. This made Ling Yan extremely surprised. He asked doubtfully, why? There's nothing left for you here. You don't have to. Miao Xiao Miao said faintly, there's no reason. Anyway, you can't die, Ling Yan slapped his forehead as his mind raced. Suddenly, Lu Deming's words echoed in his mind. Miaojiang Lady of Poison, Supreme Grade Golden Silkworm Goo, Miaojiang. Oh right, Miao Feng Huang. Ling Yan suddenly understood why Miao Xiao Miao wanted to transfer to Grade 12 Class 6. He also understood why Miao Xiao Miao wanted to save him. F***CK, after all this trouble, it turns out she was sent by the enemy. This is really F***King, after Ling Yan understood everything, he could not help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. He did not expect Miao Xiao Miao to be his enemy and not his friend. However, she still had to save him because he had restrained the heart-devouring goo insect in Miracle Dr. Shue's body. Ling Yan no longer cared about Miao Xiao Miao. He lowered his head and looked at the 9-tailed celestial fox that had been following him closely. Similarly, he used telepathy and said, Little White, I'm in big trouble tonight. I don't think I can escape this time. When I fight with them later, you should escape as soon as possible. With your speed, it shouldn't be a problem. Unexpectedly, Little White shook her head vehemently. She even used her seductive body to rub against Ling Yan's leg, indicating that she would not escape. At this moment, Tianjiu suddenly jumped back to the center of the field. He raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yan. He said in a hoarse voice, Ling Yan, you should be honored to die in my hands. Come out, you won't be able to escape tonight. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. At this moment, the atmosphere on Ling Yan's side was extremely tense. Their opponents were too strong. 3 Hotian Realm Level 9 assassins, He Xingyan, who was at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8, and Priestess Heartless, who was at the early stage of Hotian Realm Level 8, glared at Ling Yan like a cat toying with a mouse. On Ling Yan's side, the only ones who could fight were Dugu Mo, who was at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8, Ling Yan, who was at the pinnacle of Physique Tempering Stage Level 3, Miao Xiao Miao, and the 9-tailed celestial fox, Xiao Bai. As for Xiao Mimi and Tai Xiaohu, they would be killed instantly. They were no different from ordinary people in front of their opponents. Zhuang Meifeng's face was covered in tears. She had bitten her lips until they bled. She struggled internally and finally made a crazy decision. She suddenly shouted, everything happened because of me. I'm willing to marry Sun Xing, even if I have to be his concubine, as long as you let Ling Yan go. Everyone on Ling Yan's side was stunned when they heard Zhuang Meifeng's words. Zhuang Meifeng would rather die than marry. Now that Ling Yan was in real danger, she was willing to give up everything to save him. Zhuang Meifeng could give up her life, love, and chastity just to let Ling Yan live. Everyone, including Miao Xiaomiao and Zhuang Meina, was shocked. They looked at Zhuang Meifeng, who had tears streaming down her face and a determined expression. Zhuang Meifeng pushed through the crowd and was about to walk down the stairs. She wanted to make her stand clear, however, Ling Yan smiled and grabbed her. With his right hand, he pulled her into his embrace and gave her a dazzling and charming smile. He said in an extremely gentle voice, "Silly, there's something you don't know. Those 3 people came for me. They are assassins and have nothing to do with the Sun family. Moreover, even if they really let me go because of you, it's not my style to exchange my wife for my own life." He handed Zhuang Meifeng over to Xiao Mimi for her to take care of. "Before I die, all of you have to stay here and watch. No one is allowed to move. Otherwise, I'll spank her," Ling Yan said with a smile as he handed Zhuang Meifeng over to Xiao Mimi. With that, Ling Yan flashed a bright smile at the crowd. In a flash, he appeared in the middle of the battlefield, facing the 5 masters of the opponent alone. "Brat, even though I'm going to kill you, just based on your courage and courage alone, I admire you." Tianjiu's sharp eyes were filled with surprise and admiration as he nodded at Ling Yan. "Don't say useless things. If you want to kill me, then come." Ling Yan activated the stellar condensation technique to the maximum and used the dragonfish phantom ability. In a flash, he appeared in front of Tianjiu and used the vault of heaven palm. Tianjiu chuckled as he stood there like an immovable mountain. He reached out with both his hands and met Ling Yan's palms head-on. Pooh! Ling Yan only felt a strong force hit his palms, causing him to stagger back 7 to 8 meters. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. "Ling Yan!" The beauties watching the battle exclaimed. Tianjiu's body didn't even move. He smiled slightly and said to Ling Yan, "Your palm technique is very unique. It indeed allows you to fight against a Hotian Realm Level 8 expert. However, didn't your master tell you that the difference between Hotian Realm Level 9 and the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8 is not as simple as an increase in strength? Even though the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8 and Hotian Realm Level 9 were only separated by a thin layer of paper, the difference between the two wasn't as simple as a quantitative change. This was because once one reached Hotian Realm Level 9, they were only one step away from the Xiantian realm. They could step into a whole new world of martial arts at any time. Ling Yan made the first move and had the upper hand. However, he was injured by Tianjiu in one move. This was something that had never happened before. The difference in their realms was too great. Based on Ling Yan's initial realm of Hotian Realm Level 5, he was 4 levels away from Tianjiu. This was basically a fight between a 3-year-old child and an adult. There was no way for them to win. Amazing. This. He can easily take on 7 or 8 He Xingyan. Ling Yan instantly judged Tianjiu's true strength. Little White, Du Gumo, and Miao Xiaomiao leaped out at the same time and arrived beside Ling Yan. Tianjiu was a heaven-ranked killer. Not only was his martial arts strong, but he was also never arrogant. His goal was to kill Ling Yan. Thus, when he saw Du Gumo and the others, Tianjiu immediately waved his hand. Xianxia, Xianxia, and He Xingyan also leaped out at the same time and arrived beside Tianjiu. Priestess Heartless didn't come out. She stood beside Niao Fenjiao to protect the mother and son, in case Ling Yan launched another sneak attack. Shire, you deal with the one with the sword. Shirsan, you deal with this woman. Be careful of her golden silkworm. Old He, you hold that white fox back. It's best if you can find a way to capture it. It's a spiritual creature. Tianjiu's foresight and intelligence were superior. He quickly assigned everyone's opponents and informed them of their strengths and weaknesses. After saying that, Tianjiu smiled slightly. His body swept to Ling Yan's side like lightning and blasted a straight punch. Tianjiu's speed was too fast. Ling Yan could only choose to take it head-on. He gritted his teeth and used the Tiangang Demon Fist to meet Tianjiu's attack. Boom! This time, Ling Yan flew more than 10 meters back and almost fell to the ground. He spat out another mouthful of blood. At this time, Tianxia, Tianxia, and He Xingyan were already standing with their respective opponents. In less than 10 seconds, Miao Xiaomiao let out a soft groan. She was already injured, even though Miao Xiaomiao had poison and goo skills, the difference in their realms was too great. Thus, in just one move, Tianshi-san's dagger made a cut on her right arm. If Tianshi-san hadn't dodged Miao Xiaomiao's golden silkworm, Miao Xiaomiao's arm would have been crippled. Ling Yan had just regained his balance when Xingyan's coin dart hit Little White's snow-white body. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed its snow-white fur red. Du Gumo was desperately trying to fend off Tianxi's daggers. He was in a difficult situation and could only defend, even though he had only used 2 moves. Ling Yan was left with less than 10% of his spiritual energy. Once again, Ling Yan silently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His handsome eyes were filled with murderous intent. He raised his hand and took out the mystical brush. This is? When Tianjiu saw Ling Yan take out the mystical brush, his eyes suddenly flashed with a kind of unbelievable ecstasy, like a beggar who had been starving for 3 days and 3 nights suddenly seeing a snow-white bun. Tianjiu suddenly pushed his body to the limit and appeared in front of Ling Yan in a flash. His right fist was aimed at Ling Yan's chest while his left hand formed a claw and grabbed at the mystical brush in Ling Yan's hand. Ling Yan's eyes narrowed. He knew that he couldn't avoid Tianjiu's punch. Thus, he frantically activated the stellar condensation technique and slightly tilted his body to avoid the vital point of his heart. Then, he waved the mystical brush in his right hand and slashed at Tianjiu's palm, using the brush as a sword, the minor formless sword technique. This was a stroke that contained the laws of heaven and earth. The tip of the mystical brush was wrapped in a strong gust of wind. It followed a mysterious trajectory and stabbed into Tianjiu's palm. Chi, Pong, the moment the mystical brush pierced through Tianjiu's palm, Tianjiu's right fist landed solidly on Ling Yan's chest. This time, Ling Yan was sent flying 20 meters away. Because of that stroke, the spiritual energy in his body was completely depleted. His body fell limply to the ground. Tianjiu's right palm was pierced by the mystical brush and fresh blood flowed out. He roared in pain and a threatening murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Ling Yan, the spectators on Ling Yan's side gasped when they saw Ling Yan spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood and falling to the ground. Tianjiu raised his right hand in front of his eyes and looked at the hole in his palm. Then, he laughed crazily and said, "My guess was right, it's really this. It really didn't take me any effort to get it." Tianjiu casually hit 2 acupuncture points on his arm to stop the bleeding and then walked towards Ling Yan step by step. "Am I going to die just like this?" Ling Yan fell on the grass and roared in his heart. Far away, in the dark forest, a masked and sexy figure that was even more sexy than Miao Xiaomiao and Shuang Meifeng sighed faintly and was about to fly out. However, at this moment, there was another change in the battlefield. Ling Yan fell to the ground unwillingly and was about to accept his fate. However, at this moment, he was pleasantly surprised to find that a large amount of spiritual energy had started to flow into his body from the mystical brush. Endless, this spiritual energy was. Immortal spiritual energy. It was too much, even more than the mystical brush had absorbed Ling Yan's immortal spiritual energy. However, at this moment, Ling Yan still couldn't move and Tianjiu had already reached his side. Tianjiu bent down with a maniacal laugh and used his left hand to grab the mystical brush that Ling Yan was gripping tightly. With a loud bang, Tianjiu's body shot out like a bullet and was sent flying dozens of meters away by the brush. What's going on? At this moment, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Ling Yan to be able to force Tianjiu to fly so far away when he was severely injured and couldn't even move. Tianjiu had just landed when Tianxia and Tianshi-san shouted, "Stop fighting and kill Ling Yan quickly. He's holding the emperor brush." What? 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 Hearing Tianjiu's shout, everyone who knew what the emperor brush represented was shocked. They stopped what they were doing and looked at Ling Yan in shock. "Stop looking, the emperor brush has already recognized him as its owner. We have to kill Ling Yan first to obtain the emperor brush. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Emperor Brush. So you're called Emperor Brush. What a coquettish name. Ling Yan muttered to himself as he lay quietly on the ground, feeling the huge amount of immortal spiritual energy flowing into him from the emperor brush. That was because Ling Yun realized that the amount of immortal spiritual energy was immeasurable and that it could be used. Ling Yun easily cast a simple healing spell on himself and all the injuries on his body healed in an instant. This time even the yang heel meridian that he had failed to repair previously was completely healed. Ling Yun's body no longer had any problems. Ignoring everyone's shocked exclamations, Ling Yun shouted in his heart, "Invisibility! Invisibility!" Just as Tianjiu, Tianshi-san, He Xingyan, and Priestess Heartless pounced on Ling Yun, everyone was shocked to find that Ling Yun's body had suddenly disappeared into thin air. Ha 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 ha. There was no need to mention the joy in Ling Yun's heart. He stood up and leaped lightly. Dragonfish Phantom ability. Right now, the immortal spiritual energy in Ling Yun's body was surging violently, but he wasn't in any danger of exploding. Holding the Emperor brush in his hand, he felt as though he was one with it. This was the first time he felt that the Emperor brush truly belonged to him. In his invisible state, Ling Yun came to Little White's side with lightning speed and cast a healing spell on it. All the injuries on Little White's body were healed in an instant. It swung its thick and long tail in surprise, completely unaware of what had happened to its body. However, that wasn't the end. Ling Yun used the 5 elemental vessel seal and poked at Little White's delicate body, injecting his own immortal spiritual energy into her body. Whoosh! Everyone was surprised to find that Little White suddenly had another snow-white tail. The 2 identical tails swung around in the air, creating a strong visual impact on everyone's vision. A 2-tailed fox was too beautiful. If Ling Yun didn't want to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm, he could have easily used his immortal spiritual energy to transform Little White's 3rd tail into a 3-tailed fox spirit. If that was the case, Little White would be able to transform into a human. However, before that, Little White would have to go through a great tribulation. The entire Zhuang family would be destroyed. That was why Ling Yun stopped. However, he had injected a large amount of celestial spiritual energy into Little White's body and used a special technique to seal it in its body so that Little White could absorb it slowly. This would undoubtedly speed up its cultivation by countless times. This wasn't trash spiritual energy like the Shikyu herb. This was real immortal spiritual energy. Where did Ling Yun go? Where did it go? Where's Ling Yun? Both parties were shocked to see Ling Yun suddenly disappear. They looked at each other and didn't know where Ling Yun had gone to. Among them, the one with the most complicated expression was Du Gumo. Out of everyone present, Du Gumo was the only one who knew that the Emperor Brush had already recognized an owner. However, he would never have imagined that the owner of the Emperor Brush was the young Ling Yun in front of him. It's him? How could it be him? Du Gumo's heart was filled with unwillingness, and the expression on his handsome face changed again and again. An innocent man will get into trouble because of his wealth. Ling Yun, come out now and hand over the Emperor Brush. Tianjiu and the rest shouted loudly after failing to find Ling Yun. You want the Emperor Brush? I'll give it to you. After Ling Yun finished treating Little White's injuries and injected a large amount of spiritual energy into its body, he finally revealed himself. There was no need for him to be invisible anymore. Oh my god! Dragon! Shui Mining was about to pounce on Ling Yun when she saw him reveal himself. However, she was shocked. She pointed at Ling Yun's body with her slender fingers and exclaimed in shock. Everyone turned to look at where Ling Yun had appeared and were all dumbfounded. Dragon! A golden dragon! Just like the dragons in the legends of Xianxia, there were actually a total of 9 of them. They circled around Ling Yun's body and emitted a shocking dragon aura. Their bodies shone with golden light, making Ling Yun look like a god of war in the sky. 9 dragons' protection. The moment Ling Yun completely revealed himself, everyone, including the woman hiding in the small forest, were all affected by the 9 dragons' imperial energy. At this moment, they couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship Ling Yun sincerely. This was because Ling Yun's body exuded an unparalleled, true emperor's aura. At this moment, he was the ruler of heaven and earth, the emperor of heaven and earth. No one knew what was wrong with the Emperor Brush. The first time it injected immortal spiritual energy into Ling Yun's body, it was endless. Not only did it not stop, it even increased, with the body of the brush and Ling Yun's hands as the channels. The immortal spiritual energy was like the tides of the Qiantang River. Wave after wave, it surged into Ling Yun's body. Ling Yun didn't care about all this. As long as he could use the immortal spiritual energy, He was a cultivator. Ling Yun was afraid that the Emperor Brush would stop injecting immortal spiritual energy into his body at any time. Of course, he had to take this opportunity to kill all the enemies first. The immortal spiritual energy in Ling Yun's body was endless and surging. His handsome face was illuminated by the light emitted by the 9 golden dragons. He was like a golden god of war in the sky. With every step he took, he walked towards Xianxia, who was trembling and forcing himself not to kneel down. "It's an honor for me to die in your hands, isn't it? You want the Emperor Brush, right? Alright, I'll give it to you." Seeing Ling Yun walking towards him like a god, Xianxia was scared out of his wits. He wanted to jump and escape, but he was shocked to find that both his legs were rooted to the ground. He couldn't move at all. The owner of the Emperor Brush is the successor of the human emperor. "You can't kill the innocent. You can't kill me." Xianxia screamed in despair. Ling Yun smiled and said faintly, "You're not innocent." Then, he used the Emperor Brush and pierced Xianxia's throat. In fact, Ling Yun had countless ways to kill Xianxia, but he chose to use this one. Ling Yun turned around and walked towards Tianshi-san, and Xianxia. It was too late for them to say anything now. They could only die. Ling Yun looked at the trembling Xianxia and laughed coldly. "You're also from the Assassin's Organization, aren't you? You can die now." In the blink of an eye, Tianshi, and Xianxia were all dead. Ling Yun's figure floated in front of the horrified Priestess Heartless. He smiled and nodded. "I'll spare your life because you're a woman." Priestess Heartless was devastated by Ling Yun's strength. She said faintly, "So you're the successor of the human emperor. I don't need your mercy. I just hope that you don't harm my sect." Ling Yun smiled faintly. "That depends on the situation." Priestess Heartless looked deeply at Ling Yun. She suddenly entered a state of tranquility. Tranquil heart technique. "So this is the real tranquil heart technique." Priestess Heartless smiled faintly and slammed her palm on the top of her head. She committed suicide on the spot. Thus, the 3 heaven-ranked assassins of the Assassin's Organization, Xianxia, and Priestess Heartless, were all dead. Ling Yun walked directly to Niao, who was already kneeling on the ground. "Ling Yun, I'm also a woman, please spare my life." Niao was so scared that she peed her pants when she saw the 5 masters on her side die. "Why didn't you beg the 3 masked men to spare my life when they came?" Ling Yun smiled faintly. "I've already given you 2 chances. I'm sorry this time." Ling Yun mercilessly pointed his finger at Niao and killed her. Ling Yun could even kill Niao, let alone Sun Xing. He stomped on Sun Xing, who had already woken up. He didn't even bother talking to him. Then, Ling Yun raised his hand and gathered all the corpses in the courtyard. He took out a fire talisman and drew a few strokes on it with the Emperor Brush. He injected some immortal spiritual energy into it and created a level 6 fire talisman. Ling Yun loosened his grip and threw the level 6 fire talismans onto the pile of corpses. Then, he called out softly, "Come." The purple flames burned fiercely, and in an instant, all the corpses were burned to ashes. Not even a single bone was left. Ling Yun couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. If even one of these enemies were to leave, it would cause endless trouble for Ling Yun. Since there was an immortal treasure like the Emperor Brush in this world, there would definitely be treasures of the same level in the hands of others. Once others knew that he had the Emperor Brush, he wouldn't be able to do anything but wait to be killed every day. He smiled at Miao and healed her injuries in an instant. Then, he grabbed the golden silkworm and injected some immortal spiritual energy into it. "It's enough for you to use for a while." Miao looked at Ling Yun and said, "It's enough for you to use for a while." Ling Yun released the cheerful little gold and walked towards Shuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Ling Yun used his immortal spiritual energy to cleanse the tendons and marrow of Shuang Meifeng, Shui Mining, Chao Shanshan, Xiao Mimi, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and the rest. He didn't even use his golden needles. Because Tang Tianhao risked everything to save him, Ling Yun also cleansed Tang Tianhao's meridians and marrow, helping him to be reborn. Du Guimo also protected Ling Yun in the face of a strong enemy. Therefore, he was also taken care of by Ling Yun. After doing everything that needed to be done, the immortal spiritual energy in Ling Yun's body had reached its peak. His mind, energy center, and energy center couldn't hold any more. He used his powerful divine sense and suddenly used the mystical dragon hell. He shouted to everyone present, "Forget." Other than a few people on Ling Yan's side, everyone else, including Dugu Mo, felt their minds shake violently. In an instant, they completely forgot everything that had just happened. Ling Yan raised the emperor brush in his hand and smiled. "Emperor brush, then I am the emperor. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. There was a saying in the human world, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. Big Brother Yun, you became an immortal? Tang Meng was indeed ferocious. He immediately asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Ling Yan shook his head and smacked Tang Meng on the head. *T, if I had become an immortal, I would have ascended to the celestial realm a long time ago. Why would I still be here? Ling Yan's true strength was only at Qi Cultivation Stage 9. He hadn't even reached the Foundation Establishment stage yet. The reason why he was so eye-catching was mainly because of the 9 rays of golden dragon energy around his body. The 9 dragons' protection was naturally not 9 real dragons. Instead, it was 9 rays of golden dragon energy that circled Ling Yan's body. It was just that they were too realistic and realistic. Ling Yan naturally knew that he could have such a phenomenon because of the help of the Emperor Brush. Everything he had now was only temporary and could disappear at any time. However, the immortal spiritual energy that flowed continuously into Ling Yan's body from the Emperor Brush was real. Not only was it real, he could use it however he wanted. According to Ling Yan's style, he wouldn't be him if he didn't take advantage of this rare opportunity to maximize his own benefits. Ling Yan waved his hand at the dozens of policemen on the ground and instantly unsealed their acupuncture points. He then said to Tang Meng and the rest, "These people won't wake up for a while. You guys take this opportunity to leave. I still have something to do, so I'll make a move first." Before Ling Yan could finish his sentence, Zhuang Meifeng hugged his arm and asked in a panic, "Hubby, where are you going? You won't disappear, right?" Ling Yan laughed heartily and raised his hand to rub Zhuang Meifeng's delicate nose. He smiled brightly and said, "Don't worry, I promise I won't disappear. Be a good girl and wait for me at our place. I haven't punished you for talking about marrying Sun Xing just now." After saying that, Ling Yan cast an invisibility technique on himself. Golden rays of light shot out, and his body, which was surrounded by 9 dragons, disappeared in an instant. With a thought, he appeared in the dark forest, picked up the masked woman in black who was secretly protecting him, and left. Ling Yan carried the unconscious masked woman as he flew through the air. At the same time, he continuously used the 5 elemental vessel sealing finger, channeling the surging immortal spiritual energy in his body into the masked woman's body, thoroughly cleansing her body. At this moment, it was as though his immortal spiritual energy was cheaper than cabbages by the roadside. Ling Yan arrived at Dragon Mountain's Tiger Cliff very quickly. He extended his divine sense to the limit, covering the entire Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak. Just as I expected, there are 2 yin-yang grass. They're perfect for cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance. There's also a dragon saliva grass. Ling Yan used his powerful divine sense to search the vicinity of Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak. He found 2 stalks of yin-yang grass and 1 stalk of dragon saliva grass and memorized their locations. Then, Ling Yan retracted his divine sense and took a light step from Tiger Cliff, landing directly at the edge of the crater. Since he was prepared to explore the crater, and since he could use his divine sense now, of course, he would use it to explore the crater. Where are the corpses of Xianxia and Deepa? Damn, could they have been eaten by the giant toads below? This crater was about 400 meters deep. At the bottom of the crater, fallen trees and broken rocks could be seen everywhere. There was an underground river that was 100 meters wide. The water flowed rapidly, and no one knew where it flowed to. Ling Yan didn't find the corpses of Xianxia and Deepa. Instead, he saw countless toads. Each of them was the size of a soccer ball, and they were extremely ugly and scary. Strange, it's so deep, why can't I find a single yin spirit? Ling Yan muttered to himself. He wanted to continue exploring the depths of the underground river, but he realized that his divine sense seemed to have touched an invisible barrier. His divine sense, which was at Qi Cultivation Stage 9, couldn't penetrate it at all. Lingyun knew that this was the effect of the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell. However, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. This showed the cultivation of the person who set it up. Earth is really too mysterious. It's not as simple as I thought it was. What kind of planet is this? Lingyun couldn't help but think of the waterspout, the nine-tailed celestial fox, Little White, and the phenomenon caused by the Emperor Brush. His heart was filled with shock. However, Lingyun didn't have the time to think about it now. He directly flew towards Xianxia Wharf Mansion No. 9. It wasn't that Lingyun didn't think of flying to the bottom of the crater to explore while he could. However, this idea only flashed through his mind for a moment. What if he couldn't use his immortal spiritual energy after he went down, and he encountered some powerful demons and ghosts? Wouldn't he be waiting to be eaten? Moreover, he wasn't alone. He was carrying a very important person. Moreover, Lingyun had more important things to do. Lingyun arrived at Xianxia Wharf Mansion No. 9 very quickly. He couldn't help but laugh before he even landed. It's the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation? Looks like Mom knows quite a lot. This formation isn't bad, but it's a little too simple. Let me modify it a little. With a single thought from Lingyun, the stones that Qin Qiuyue had placed according to the Qimen Duanjia floated into the air. They instantly rearranged themselves in the air before landing around the mansion. Not only that, but Lingyun also used the original trees and rocks to move 81 huge rocks around the periphery of the villa to set up the 1009 slaughter formation. After that, Lingyun floated into the mansion. He first placed the masked woman on the spacious sofa in the living room before floating upstairs. The door to Ning Lingyu's bedroom was unlatched. With a light push, Lingyun walked in and immediately saw Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu was asleep. She was still wearing the clothes that she had worn during dinner. Only her shoes were removed, and her exquisite body was covered with a thin blanket. Her dreamy and beautiful face had a sweet smile on it. Mom really hit my acupuncture point to sleep. Lingyun smiled faintly as he floated to Ning Lingyu's side while the Emperor Brush was still madly pouring immortal spiritual energy into his body. Who was the masked woman hiding in the small forest and secretly protecting Lingyun? Of course it was Qin Qiuyue. Other than Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu, who else would Lingyun be so generous with his immortal spiritual energy? This was immortal spiritual energy, not the ordinary spiritual energy released by the Shikyu herb that could only be used for physical training. Ning Lingyu had an innate spiritual body. Such a heaven-defying physique didn't require Lingyun to cleanse her body. However, that wasn't what Lingyun wanted to do. What he wanted to do now was to further transform Ning Lingyu's innate spiritual body into a pure immortal spiritual body. It sounded complicated, but it was actually very simple. Lingyun only needed to hold the Emperor Brush in one hand and use the other to pour immortal spiritual energy into Ning Lingyu's body. The more the better. The immortal spiritual energy from the Emperor Brush flowed continuously into Lingyun's body. Lingyun didn't hesitate to pour his own immortal spiritual energy into Ning Lingyu's body. He didn't dare to waste a single second. To be honest, this was a very bad performance for Lingyun. It was equivalent to stealing the immortal spiritual energy from the Emperor Brush. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Lingyun originally thought that Ning Lingyu wouldn't be able to absorb much immortal spiritual energy since she hadn't started cultivating. However, what shocked him was that Ning Lingyu's body was practically a bottomless pit. Lingyun used a whole 5 hours to completely fill up Ning Lingyu's body with immortal spiritual energy. Fortunately, the Emperor Brush was very helpful. It was still generously pouring immortal spiritual energy into Lingyun's body until Lingyun had completely transformed Ning Lingyu's body. After transforming Ning Lingyu's body, Lingyun used the Emperor Brush to write the word seal on top of Ning Lingyu's body. Then, he shouted and inserted the word into Ning Lingyu's body. This way, the immortal spiritual energy in Ning Lingyu's body wouldn't leak out. Unless either Lingyun or Ning Lingyu reached Qi Cultivation Stage 9 or above, no one would be able to break this seal. Of course, once Ning Lingyu started cultivating, she would definitely be able to use the immortal spiritual energy in her body. Especially after she reached the Qi cultivation stage, her cultivation speed would definitely be terrifying. Lingyun gently covered Ning Lingyu with a thin blanket and left mansion No. 9 under the cover of the darkness before dawn. After leaving mansion number 9, Ling Yin immediately flew to the riverside where the shikyu herb grew. Ling Yin flew in the air and arrived in less than half a minute. When he saw the delightful growth of the shikyu herb, he swiped the emperor brush in the air without hesitation. Rise! The shikyu herb, along with the soil within a 2-meter radius, was uprooted from the ground. Immediately, a 2-meter wide and 2-meter deep hole appeared by the riverside. Ling Yin was going to transplant the shikyu herb. If he was still in the physique tempering stage, he definitely wouldn't have dared to touch the shikyu herb. However, now that he was at Qi cultivation stage 9, he naturally had to transplant the shikyu herb to save himself the trouble of cultivating in the future. Mountain moving technique. Ling Yin used the mountain moving technique without hesitation and carried the large piece of soil towards mansion number 1. After arriving at mansion number 1, Ling Yin found a place that was most exposed to sunlight. With a swipe of the emperor brush, he dug out a piece of soil of the same size and planted the shikyu herb. After planting the shikyu herb, Ling Yin used the emperor brush to lightly touch the roots of the shikyu herb and injected a lot of immortal spiritual energy into the roots. This way, not only will you not wither, but you will also grow better, faster, and release more and purer spiritual energy. With a thought, the scattered stones in the courtyard flew towards Ling Yin. Ling Yin's emperor brush danced rapidly in the air as he carved a spirit-gathering formation on each stone. Then, he scattered these stones within a 3-meter radius of the shikyu herb. Baby, your spiritual energy is all mine. Don't even think of scattering it in the air. Ling Yin then set up 2 large formations in the mansion. One was a spirit-gathering formation that was used to absorb the spiritual energy from Xianxia City's antique market. The other was, of course, the 1000 Opportunities 9 slaughter formation that was used to protect the mansion. It's almost done. Looking at his masterpiece, Ling Yin nodded happily. Only then did Ling Yin leave mansion number 1 in satisfaction and return to his rented apartment. The psychic jade box that he obtained from Miracle Dr. Shui was still in his bedroom. He wanted to carve a spirit-gathering formation on the psychic jade box as soon as possible so that the psychic jade box could absorb spiritual energy faster and store more. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidin. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Even though he was only at Qi cultivation stage level 9 and it was only temporary, Ling Yin had finally found the freedom of the cultivation world. Before returning to the rented house, Ling Yin used his divine sense to scan the place and instantly knew everything. There were 3 cars parked outside the courtyard. Ling Yin recognized 2 of them, Tang Meng's Hummer and Shui Mining's Ferrari. The remaining one was naturally Xianxia's Lamborghini. Unfortunately, it was the first time Ling Yin had seen it and he did not know its name. Tai Xiaohu stood alone in the courtyard, crazily cultivating his stellar condensation technique. He was obviously agitated by the fact that he could not help Ling Yin when he was in danger last night. In the living room of the house, Zhuang Meifeng, Chao Shanshan, and Xiao Mimi were sitting on the sofa and chatting. From time to time, the 3 of them would look out of the courtyard anxiously, obviously anticipating Ling Yin's return. Tang Mei was also in the living room. However, he was sleeping soundly in a corner of the sofa. He did not even realize that his saliva was dripping down his neck. In Ling Yan's bedroom, Shui Mining was occupying his and Zhuang Meifeng's bed. She was hugging the 9-tailed celestial fox, Little White, as she slept soundly. The little demon girl was obviously very unhappy. Even in her sleep, her brows were furrowed and her lips were pursed. Her beautiful face was filled with anger, dissatisfaction, and all sorts of other emotions. *T, I'm in big trouble. Ling Yin thought to himself. His body floated and landed silently in the courtyard. I'm back. Ling Yin smiled as he floated into the house and said softly to Zhuang Meifeng and the others. Now, the 9 dragons protection avatar had already disappeared. Once he landed on the ground, he looked exactly the same as before, except for the fact that he was thinner and more handsome. Zhuang Meifeng, Chao Shanshan, and Xiao Mimi stood up at the same time and welcomed him. Their eyes shone with excitement and joy. Tai Xiaohu heard it too. He immediately stopped his cultivation and came to Ling Yin's side. He said softly, Big brother Yun. Ling Yin was extremely satisfied with Tai Xiaohu's hard work. He patted Tai Xiaohu's shoulder and said to Zhuang Meifeng, "Wait for me for a while." With that, Ling Yan dashed into the bedroom and found the spiritual jade box. He immediately used the Emperor brush to draw furiously on the spiritual jade box. To achieve cultivation stage level 9 cultivator, the spirit gathering formation was a piece of cake. Ling Yan inscribed the spirit gathering formation on the psychic jade box while injecting immortal spiritual energy into it. It took him a few minutes to carve a total of 49 spirit gathering formations on the psychic jade box. It coincided with the Dian number. "I feel like I'm still missing something," Ling Yan muttered to himself as he put the psychic jade box away. "What do you lack?" Ling Yan was so anxious that he couldn't remember anything. He was so anxious that he kept pacing around. Ling Yan couldn't help but be anxious because he could feel that the Emperor brush was no longer injecting immortal spiritual energy into his body. Not only was it not injecting, but it was also absorbing it. "Big brother Yun, you're finally back. You made us so anxious." Tang Meng finally woke up and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Ling Yan's mind lit up. "That's right. I'm missing a spatial ring." The platinum ring on Tang Meng's finger reminded him. "Give me your ring, quick." Ling Yan had no time to find a better ring, so he could only make do with the one he had. Tang Meng was still in a daze. Ling Yan raised his hand and used telekinesis. The ring on Tang Meng's finger flew out of Ling Yan's hand and landed in front of him. While Ling Yan still had immortal spiritual energy in his body, he quickly used the Emperor brush to carve the spatial formation on the ring. 1, 2, 3. Just as Ling Yan finished carving the fourth spatial formation, he felt his body empty. All the immortal spiritual energy disappeared as suddenly as it came. A space array formation was different from a spirit gathering array formation. The former had to create a new and unique dimensional space within a space. Therefore, even if it was the simplest space array formation, it was incomparably complicated and profound to inscribe. If Ling Yan wasn't a formation master, he wouldn't have been able to carve one spatial formation in such a short time, let alone 4. Of course, Ling Yan had a strong divine sense, immortal spiritual energy in his body, the Emperor brush, and a strong soul in the tribulation stage. All of these unknowingly reduced the difficulty by a lot. TSK, everything else is perfect except for the material of your ring. Ling Yan frowned in dissatisfaction as he held Tang Meng's platinum ring in his hand. Tang Meng didn't know what Ling Yan was carving with the Emperor brush. After listening to Ling Yan's complaints, he couldn't help but say, "Big brother Yun. Mine is platinum, alright? It's worth more than 100,000. The three beauties giggled. Zhuang Meifeng was elegant and enchanting, Chao Shanshan was radiant, and Xiao Mimi was charming and seductive. Ling Yan chuckled at Tang Meng. "This ring belongs to me now. I'll buy you a better one later." More than 100,000? The ring that Ling Yan had engraved with 4 spatial formations was now a real spatial ring. Spatial equipment was always more valuable when it was smaller and more convenient. If he were to auction this ring, he wouldn't sell it even if he was offered a few hundred million. This spatial ring was made by Ling Yan. Of course, he could use it. Moreover, he didn't need to bind it with his blood. Now that he didn't have his divine sense, Ling Yan delved into the spatial ring and was pleasantly surprised to find that the spatial ring had a space of 1 square meter. Not bad at all. Ling Yan praised himself as he put the ring on. Even though the space was small, Ling Yan was very satisfied that he didn't need to carry needles or nails with him. Keep. The first thing he did was to store the Emperor brush into his spatial ring. Then, he took out the psychic jade box with the 49 spirit gathering formations inscribed on it. Retrieve. With just a thought, the Emperor brush appeared in Ling Yan's hands. It was magical. After seeing Ling Yan's invisibility and the 9 dragons' protection, the 5 of them couldn't help but find it fun even though they were immune to Ling Yan's miraculous abilities. Ling Yan didn't erase any of their memories, so there was no need to hide anything from them. Ling Yan gestured for everyone to sit on the sofa. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at the ring on his finger. "This is a spatial ring that I made just now. It's the simplest and most basic type. There's not much use for it. It's just used to store things. Right now, my realm isn't high enough. When I'm high enough in the future, I'll make one for each of you." Alright, I know you must have a lot of questions for me. Let's start. After Lingyan finished speaking, he lay down on the sofa and prepared to face the curious questions from everyone. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. End of chapter 279. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.